Chapter 187. The Forgotten Pavilion and the extinct azure-eyed demon wolf. The proprietors of the Forgotten Pavilion were not only disdainful, but also ruthless, devouring the worth of goods without remorse. Even the most valuable items held little value in their eyes. However, since our esteemed Xu allows cultivators to set up stalls in the streets, we need not endure such indignities. Several other vendors nearby chimed in, voicing their agreement. Indeed, my brothers speak the truth, but as this is my first venture into stall keeping, I find myself somewhat inexperienced. I hope you might lend me your support. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. No need for concern. The other vendors reciprocated his gesture with warm smiles. Brother, here, I have a straw mat. Allow me to lend it to you today. An elderly cultivator produced a neatly bundled straw mat and placed it before Xu Taiping. Thank you, kind sir. But I have brought my own mat. Xu Taiping politely returned the mat and retrieved a piece of beast hide from his ring, laying it upon the ground. It is not that he looked down upon the straw mat. Rather, the corrosive nature of the deep-sea monstrosities was formidable enough that even the blue stone bricks of the street could be compromised. Even this hide from the azure-eyed demon wolf would barely suffice for a short while before succumbing to decay. It was best that he utilized his own. The old cultivator chuckled heartily, unperturbed. Brother, this is no ordinary hide, is it? The old man inhaled deeply, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the hide Xu Taiping had spread on the ground. You possess a keen sense, dear sir. This is indeed the pelt of the azure-eyed demon wolf. Xu Taiping smiled at the elderly man. To be precise, it is but a small fragment cut from the immense wolf hide. Were he to lay out the entire pelt of the azure-eyed wolf king, it would surely cover the entire space in front of the Forgotten Pavilion. Then, to the astonishment of the old cultivator and the other vendors, Xu Taiping retrieved a fong from the azure-eyed wolf king from his ring and set it upon the ground before sitting upon it as though it were a chair. Following this, he began to display the collection of azure-eyed wolf pelts he had stored within his ring, stacking them upon his stall. The elderly cultivator and the other vendors were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Though these pelts were not as exquisite as that of the Wolf King, they were nevertheless genuine hides of the azure-eyed demon wolf, one of the most fearsome beasts of the blood rain forest. More significantly, Xu Taiping had placed a staggering number, 700 to 800 pelts, upon his stall. As these pelts rose high, passers-by who had initially been heading directly towards the Forgotten Pavilion were drawn to his stall. Brother, are these pelts from the azure-eyed wolf? Brother, are you selling that fong beneath you? Name your price. This one is from the Wolf King, right? I'll take it. Upon realizing that the items displayed at Xu Taiping's stall were indeed the pelts of the azure-eyed wolf from the blood rain forest, numerous onlookers began bidding on the spot. Ladies and gentlemen, please, do not rush. My stall has only just been set up and has yet to officially open. Xu Taiping found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the crowd. After calming the impatient passers-by, he quickly sought counsel from the elderly hermit beside him. Good sir, it has been many years since I descended the mountain. What is the current market value of the pelts from the azure-eyed demon wolves of southern Xu? 7 years prior, when he had left the capital, he had gleaned some insights into the market for the furs of demonic beasts at the relic chamber. But he recalled that the pelts of the azure-eyed demon wolves had not been particularly sought after at that time. However, the eager expressions on the faces of the crowd around him made him sense something peculiar. No wonder you remained so composed despite possessing such a considerable quantity of azure-eyed demon wolf pelts. It appears you have not been down the mountain for quite some time. The elderly hermit looked momentarily stunned. What do you mean by that? At his words, Xu Taiping's expression grew even more perplexed. You may not be aware, but originally, the pelts of the azure-eyed demon wolves were not considered rare. However, since the great upheaval in the blood rain forest 7 years ago, when the azure-eyed demon wolves vanished from that region, their scarcity has rendered them exceedingly valuable, fetching 3 gold essence coins for a single pelt. The elderly hermit gestured with his hand to emphasize his point. 7 years ago? Hearing this, Xu Taiping was initially taken aback, and then a look of astonishment crossed his face as he thought, could it be that we exterminated the azure-eyed demon wolves during that incident in the blood rain forest? To evade the pursuit of the demonic monk Xinwu, he and the young monk Xianji had nearly obliterated the demonic beasts surrounding the forest, among which were the azure-eyed demon wolves. Young brother, are you selling or not? Indeed, please let us know if you are selling. At this moment, several passers-by began to grow impatient. Yes, of course I am selling. Coming back to his senses, Xu Taiping immediately responded. Then, What price are you offering? The crowd's eyes gleamed with eagerness as they turned to Xu Taiping. At that moment, there were not many onlookers at the stall. To them, as long as the price was reasonable, acquiring the pelts would be a profitable venture. How much does the relic chamber sell them for? Xu Taiping inquired of the passers-by. For the azure-eyed demon wolves of demonic soldier level, 3 gold essence coins. However, their pelts are sourced from the neighboring Western Liang Kingdom and are of superior quality compared to yours. One passerby attempted to negotiate. Xu Taiping pondered for a moment before extending 2 fingers and stating, "Then I shall acquire them at 2 coins." Upon hearing this, the crowd momentarily paused in surprise before surging forward. 3 pieces, I want 3 pieces. 10 pieces, my good fellow, give me 10 pieces. I want 30 pieces. In the blink of an eye, the over 800 azure-eyed demon wolf pelts on Xu Taiping's stall were snatched away. Xu Taiping stared at the more than 1,000 gold essence coins in his hand, feeling somewhat bewildered. Is earning money truly this easy? Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of the relic chamber, after attending to a customer, Manager Song heard the commotion outside and glanced out the window. Upon seeing a dozen or so people gathered around a small stall, fiercely competing for something, he furrowed his brow and sent a message via a jade slip to the manager on the 1st floor, saying, "Manager's son, what is happening at the entrance? Miss Mu from the absolute darkness sky is about to arrive. Let us not create any disturbances." It was indeed the very person who had previously driven Xu Taiping away. This fellow, where on earth did he acquire such an abundance of azure-eyed wolf pelts? Moreover, he is selling them for a mere 2 gold coins each. At the entrance of Shi Zhai, Manager's son gazed at Xu Taiping's fervent fur business with a decidedly mixed sentiment. For this particular line of business involving beast pelts, he was primarily responsible within Shi Zhai. Although these pelts came from ordinary magical beasts and held little value for cultivators, they constituted the finest materials for crafting superior garments. Take, for instance, the pelts of the azure-eyed wolf, which are wind-resistant and cold-proof. Even an ordinary person, untrained in martial arts, need only don a single layer of clothing over such a pelt during the harshest winter to be impervious to the biting cold. The most crucial aspect is that the fur of the azure-eyed wolf is remarkably thin and lightweight, allowing for a non-bulky appearance when worn. Thus, even though only the nobility or affluent merchants can afford such garments, there remains a perennial demand during winter. This year, with the Golden Scales Conference scheduled to commence in winter, many well-to-do young ladies have pre-ordered pelts from Shi Zhai well in advance to attract the attention of young talents from all corners. Manager's son, this is quite a lucrative business opportunity. We should have let him in earlier, remarked a shop assistant, casting a regretful glance at Xu Taiping. What is there to regret? Even if he sells 1,000 pieces of pelts, it amounts to merely over 1,000 gold coins. While I too feel a twinge of regret, hearing such words from the assistant only garners my disdain, Manager's son retorted. In the capital, the number of young masters and ladies who can afford such pelts is limited each year, and they have already secured their orders from us, so we suffer no loss. He continued to justify himself, addressing both the assistant and reinforcing his own convictions. You speak truly, Manager's son, the assistant replied with a sheepish nod. By the way, Manager's son, how shall we account for this to Manager Song? He asked, his expression laden with concern. He's merely a vendor. What trouble could he possibly stir? Once those few hundred pelts are sold, he will naturally take his earnings and revel in his fortune. I have encountered many such individuals in my time. Manager's son stated confidently, hands clasped behind his back. Just then, the pelts at Xu Taiping's stall were rapidly snatched up by several shopkeepers who had come upon the scene. Some disappointed assistants began to eye Xu Taiping's Wolf King cushion and the teeth of the Wolf King beneath, but Xu Taiping resolutely refused to sell. A group began to pressure him with soft and hard tactics. You see, I told you I was right. He only has that little to sell. Manager's son smirked with satisfaction as he observed the unfolding scene. However, when he saw Xu Taiping pour a cascade of pristine white pearls onto the cushion, his expression abruptly froze. The orb is entirely as white as sheep fat, radiating a kaleidoscope of hues in the sunlight, accompanied by a faint fragrance reminiscent of orchids. As he directed his true essence to his eyes and scrutinized the array of orbs meticulously stacked upon the fur mat, Manager's son murmured to himself, inhaling deeply, and then exclaimed with fervent intensity, could this possibly be the Golden Toad Pearl from the Golden Toad Valley? Indeed, it is the Golden Toad Pearl from the Golden Toad Valley. My dear guest, you possess remarkable discernment. replied Xu Taiping with a smile, glancing at the middle-aged man standing before his stall, arms crossed. Judging by the man's attire, he appeared to be a shopkeeper from a nearby establishment. In truth, Xu Taiping was not well versed in the golden-toed pearl. He had learned the name solely from the middle-aged gentleman before him. These pearls were originally obtained during a confrontation with the venomous mother toad in the Golden Toad Valley, extracted from the slain toad demons. Initially, they were merely meant to create space for the green gourd. Now, the corpse of that shark demon dragon occupied a significant portion of the gourd's interior. If this continued, Bai Yu and Ping and would truly have to resort to sleeping amidst refuse. My good fellow, name your price. I shall purchase all the golden toad pearls here. The middle-aged man declared with great generosity. Manager Bai, that would be rather ungracious of you. The golden toad pearl is a unique treasure of the blood rain forest, and the venomous mother toad is known for her vengeful nature. It is difficult to procure even one by ordinary means. Do not presume upon your wealth and seize them all for yourself, another middle-aged man interjected immediately. Indeed, while the skin of the green-eyed wolf is negotiable, this is something that your Changchun Hall cannot monopolize, another voice chimed in. Yes, Manager Bai, if you withhold even a single pearl from us, it would truly sour relations. Several other potential buyers echoed, expressing their dissent. Xu Taiping found this scene quite peculiar and promptly inquired through his communication gourd. Ping'an, can you discern the thoughts of these individuals? Before long, Ping'an responded. It seems they are discussing that the demon core of this toad is an essential ingredient for the rejuvenating pill. And the demon cores from the toad demons in the Golden Toad Valley are the most effective of all, capable of being used to concoct the finest rejuvenating elixirs, with each fetching a price of 1,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's mind cleared in an instant. For ordinary individuals with a lifespan of merely 100 years, particularly women, their appearance is of utmost concern. Moreover, not every cultivator possesses the ability to practice techniques that alter their visage. Thus, it is quite reasonable for the rejuvenating elixir to command such a price. What is the price they have in mind? Xu Taiping inquired of Ping and once more. Well, Ping paused briefly before continuing. Each golden toad pearl is valued at 100 gold coins, although Manager Bai is willing to offer 150. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a wave of assurance wash over him. He had a total of 150 golden toad pearls, even at 100 gold coins each. He could sell them for a total of 15,000 gold coins. He calculated mentally, and a profound sense of relief enveloped him. With a sum of 15,000 gold coins, he could easily resolve his current predicament without having to sell the corpses of those magical creatures or their weapons. At that moment, the rotund manager of the Lost Treasures Pavilion, Sun, hurriedly approached Xu Taiping's stall. Chapter 189, Lost Treasures Pavilion. Is it all deep-sea magical weapons? Could it be that Manager Sun finds my stall here a nuisance? Xu Taiping inquired with a smile directed at the manager. Even without the guidance of the peaceful heart communication, he could surmise that Manager Sun was drawn to the more than 100 golden toad beads he possessed. Young man, we at the Lost Treasures Pavilion would gladly acquire your over 100 golden toad beads. I can offer you 180 gold coins each. Manager Sun immediately made his offer without hesitation. This proclamation caused an uproar among the onlookers, particularly White Manager, whose own price threshold had just been surpassed, leaving him unable to counter. For the others present, the desire for the items sought by the Lost Treasures Pavilion left them too intimidated to compete. In an instant, the expressions of both White Manager and the other eager buyers were filled with dismay. Come, gather these golden toad beads. Young man, follow me to the counter to settle the transaction. Manager Sun, believing Xu Taiping would not dare refuse such a price, instructed his staff to collect the items. Wait. Xu Taiping was taken aback by Manager Sun's audacity and hastily withdrew the golden toad beads into his ring. Young man, what do you mean by this? Manager Sun furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, looking at Xu Taiping. What do I mean? I certainly do not wish to sell to your Lost Treasures Pavilion, Xu Taiping replied, feigning confusion at Manager Sun's reaction. You must think carefully. Offending us at the capital is not a trivial matter. Manager Sun's expression darkened as he regarded Xu Taiping. In his view, his willingness to offer such a high price for the golden toad beads was a generous concession, a show of respect to Xu Taiping. So, does the vast Lost Treasures Pavilion operate solely at your behest? Xu Taiping found amusement in Manager Sun's demeanor. He had faced thousands of formidable magical creatures at Tianhai Pass without fear. How could he be intimidated by a mere shopkeeper? You, manager's son, was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words in response to Xu Taiping's retort. Xu Taiping, dismissive of the exchange, regarded the Lost Treasures Pavilion merely as a place to trade gold coins to nourish his Lian Tong. Now that he had alternative means to acquire gold coins, he felt no need to be concerned about them. Moreover, it should be noted that the Lost Treasures Pavilion owed him a personal favor, had it not been for him. The malevolent spirits of the ghost floating tower would have long since laid waste to the establishment. White manager, I do not require your 180 gold coins. I'll take only 130 each, but if possible, I would like you to allocate some for these friends. Xu Taiping first glanced at white manager, then at the merchants beside him who were eager to purchase the golden-toed beads. He cherished wealth, but was not greedy. He would not compromise his dignity for a mere few thousand gold coins. No problem. Upon hearing this, the white steward promptly agreed. Indeed, the Shi studio holds significant influence in the capital, but the Bai family's Changchun Hall also possesses deep-rooted heritage. Not to mention the fact that they would not shy away from acquiring over 100 golden-toed pearls. Brother, your righteousness is commendable. The others nearby were equally elated, their faces alight with gratitude as they bowed in thanks to Xu Taiping. Witnessing this scene, Steward's son felt a tremor of indignation ripple through the flesh of his chin. At that moment, a voice resonated through the sound transmission jade slip concealed in his sleeve. Old son, what are you doing? Why are there still so many people gathering at the entrance? Miss Mu's entourage is about to arrive. Upon hearing this, the flesh on Steward's son's body quivered violently, and he immediately responded telepathically, Old song. It's merely a foreign merchant who has acquired some fine goods, which has attracted this crowd. But rest assured, once he sells out, they will disperse. Ah, that is good to hear. Be courteous to others. We are merchants, so do not maintain an air of superiority. The voice from the jade slip cautioned. Sensing the satisfaction in Steward Song's tone, Steward's son nodded repeatedly, drenched in cold sweat. However, after setting down the jade slip, the resentment in his gaze towards Xu Taiping intensified. Ladies and gentlemen, today our Shi studio has a distinguished guest. After a cup of tea, entry will be restricted. I kindly urge those merely here to observe to leave promptly. After making an effort to compose himself, Steward's son beamed at the crowd gathered at the entrance. Indeed, access to the Shi studio would only be granted after the arrival of the revered Mu Yuchen, the goddess of absolute darkness, which was still at least a stick of incense away. The reason for Steward's son's early announcement was to disperse the onlookers clustered around Xu Taiping's stall. As soon as he finished speaking, those practitioners who had heard of the esteemed Mu Yuchen's visit to the Shi studio ceased their idle curiosity and headed directly towards the establishment. Even the Bai family steward, after settling his payment with Xu Taiping, made his way to the Shi studio. Today, the esteemed Mu Yuchen was not merely visiting for a casual glance. She had come to conduct business. Both the absolute darkness and true martial heavens are renowned for their wealth of gold, and the goddess Mu Yuchen is known for her lavish spending, making it an opportunity not to be missed for merchants like the Bai family to cultivate a favorable relationship. In a matter of moments, Xu Taiping's stall stood deserted. Even the few other practitioners who had been setting up nearby had followed the crowd to witness the spectacle, leaving only Xu Taiping and an elderly practitioner behind. Observing this, Steward's son at the entrance chuckled. Even if you manage to present treasures today, don't expect anyone to arrive. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping remained unfazed. With over 10,000 gold coins already in hand, his pressing concerns had eased. Even if no more customers came, he had no cause for alarm. Yet, out of curiosity regarding the value of the corpses of the deep-sea monsters and their weapons, he ultimately decided to remain at his stall for a while longer. Immediately, after discreetly inserting 1,000 pieces of gold into his left eye, he retrieved a bone spear from the gourd. Indeed, this was the very weapon most favored by the deep-sea monsters. Though it could not compare to the whale demon's shark-headed hammer, in Xu Taiping's eyes, its quality was certainly on par with many ordinary spiritual weapons. Xu Taiping possessed no less than 1,000 of these bone spears. Bang! Initially, Xu Taiping's bone spear did not attract much attention, but as he stacked several hundred of them high, the unique and terrifying pressure of the deep-sea monsters suddenly radiated outward. On the nearby streets, nearly every cultivator of reasonable skill turned their gaze towards Xu Taiping Street. Were these all weapons of the deep-sea monsters? The plump shopkeeper, Sun, was already dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Chapter 190, Shu Bai, a cultivator from the Xianhuang realm. The weapons of the deep-sea demons were made from simple, yet peculiar materials. They were crafted not from copper, iron, or precious metals, but from the bones of ancient deep-sea monsters that had not decayed over millennia. Even the most ordinary deep-sea demon weapon, such as these bone spears, originated from deep-sea behemoths of the demon lord realm. Thus, anyone who had dealt with deep-sea monsters or had seen these weapons could never forget their aura. Consequently, Xu Taiping's previously quiet stall began to attract a gathering crowd once more, and the numbers swelled. The shop assistant, with a mournful expression, lamented to Sun. Miss Mu from the shopkeeper's family is about to arrive. If this continues, the head shopkeeper will be displeased. Leave it to me. Sun shot a glare at the shop assistant. After reprimanding him, his gaze returned to Xu Taiping's stall, his mind racing with thoughts. Meanwhile, on Xu Taiping's side, a young cultivator appeared before him with astonishing swiftness. Brother, may I observe these deep-sea demon weapons? Of course, Xu Taiping readily agreed. In the bustling city of Nanshu, with patrolling guards everywhere, even cultivators dared not act recklessly, so he had no fear of anyone attempting to rob him. Brother, may I take a look as well? Let me see. Several other young cultivators approached Xu Taiping. Their movements, while not as swift as the first young man, still marked them as outstanding among their peers. Not a problem. Feel free to examine them closely. I guarantee tenfold compensation for any counterfeit, Xu Taiping replied with a smile. Crossing his arms and looking at the gathering crowd. They were all potential patrons, so he treated them with courtesy. Brother, I am Shu Bai, a cultivator from the Xianhuang realm. If possible, I would like to purchase all the deep-sea demon weapons you have here, said one of the cultivators, who appeared more like an artisan, addressing Xu Taiping with utmost politeness. You hail from the Xianhuang realm? Xu Taiping was encountering a cultivator from the Xianhuang realm for the first time, and he felt a surge of curiosity, unable to resist scrutinizing him closely. However, upon superficial inspection, the cultivator from the Xianhuang realm appeared no different from an ordinary person, save for his deeply set eyes. The only peculiarity that struck Xu Taiping was the wooden ruler affixed to the waist of Shu Bai. At first glance, the ruler seemed unremarkable. Yet upon probing with his spiritual consciousness, Xu Taiping experienced a sharp pain in his head. Undoubtedly, this was an artifact of a grade surpassing even celestial treasures. Gongshu, I possess no fewer than 800 magic bone spears here. To speak frankly, should you desire them all, you may struggle to produce sufficient gold essence. Xu Taiping said earnestly, directing his gaze at Shu Bai. Years prior, during his time at the Shi Zhai, he had learned that under normal circumstances, even a common deep-sea demon bone would fetch over 100 gold essence, let alone these refined magic weapons. You speak the truth, my friend. I indeed cannot produce such an amount of gold essence at this moment, Shu Bai replied with an awkward smile. Since finances are lacking, why speak of such matters? Before Xu Taiping could respond, a cultivator standing beside Shu Bai shot him a glare and promptly tossed a pouch of gold essence to Xu Taiping, saying, my friend, ordinary deep-sea magic weapons are about 100 gold essence each. Yours are of exceptional quality. I am willing to offer 130 gold essence per piece for 10 of them. What do you think? Seeing the cultivator's willingness, Xu Taiping was equally agreeable, accepting the pouch of coins and stating, you may freely select 10 bone spears. He was not there solely for trade. Thus he did not feel the need to haggle over prices. As long as the items sold and a profit was made, he was satisfied. You ought to have revealed such fine wares sooner, saving me an extra trip. At that moment, the astute shopkeeper from the Bai family, known as Bai Zhonggui, pushed through the crowd, panting as he approached Xu Taiping. He had initially ascended the stairs but, by chance, caught sight of Xu Taiping displaying the bone spears. With his seasoned experience, he recognized them instantly as deep-sea magic weapons. Bai Zhonggui, does your apothecary seek these items as well? Xu Taiping inquired, somewhat astonished. The bones of deep-sea great demons were exceedingly rare medicinal materials, and in recent years, the prevalence of magical creatures in the sea had diminished the availability of deep-sea magic weapons in the market. Bai Zhonggui, grinning broadly, produced another pouch of gold essence. This money had originally been set aside for the gathering at Shi Zhai, yet he found it fortuitously applicable here. How many do you wish to acquire? Xu Taiping asked, accepting the pouch with a smile. This pouch contains 3,000 gold essence. I shall take 22 pieces. As for the remaining amount, my young friend, you need not worry about change. Should you come across more fine items in the future, do remember to reserve a portion for our Bai family's Changchun Hall. Bai Zhonggui said generously. Though unspoken, his intention to foster a friendship with Xu Taiping was unmistakable. In his estimation, a cultivator capable of producing such a substantial quantity of gold essence and deep-sea magic weapons could not be an ordinary individual. Since you have expressed such sentiments, I shall not be courteous in return. When time permits, I shall certainly pay a visit, Xu Taiping replied, selecting 22 bone spears and presenting them to Bai Zhonggui. Upon hearing this, Master Bai's face lit up with joy. He instructed his subordinate to secure the bone spear before bidding farewell, stating, "Then it is settled. Today, I truly have pressing matters to attend to at the Shizhai. I shall await your esteemed presence at the Changchun Hall on another day." Without further ado, he returned to the Shizhai. However, due to the rumors surrounding Xu Taiping's sale of deep-sea demon weapons at the entrance, an increasing number of people emerged from the Shizhai. In Chapter 191, titled Gongshu Bai, the spirit bone of the sea demon and divine weapons, the proposition of trading 130 pieces of gold for a bone spear seemed almost a gift to some cultivators. Thus, even though the shop attendants repeatedly warned that the Shizhai would soon cease to allow entry, it did little to deter the crowd. The throng surrounding Xu Taiping's stall had doubled, and Master Sun's face turned an alarming shade of green. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a solution. "Master Sun, this is untenable. Perhaps we should enlist the aid of the authorities. The departure of the Divine Maiden is a significant event. We could assert that among this rabble, there may be assassins, and request their assistance in clearing the area for protection," suggested another shopkeeper descending from the second floor. With Xu Taiping's presence, both the first and second floors were nearly deserted. If this continued, the arrival of the Divine Maiden would surely be an embarrassment. Master Sun grimly nodded in agreement. While the capital did allow cultivators to set up stalls, exceptions certainly existed, as seen in this instance. Meanwhile, Gongshu Bai from the Xianhuang realm became increasingly anxious upon witnessing Xu Taiping selling the deep-sea demon spirit bone weapons as if they were cabbages. "My good fellow, while I cannot produce such a sum of gold at once, I am willing to offer a treasured item in exchange," Gongshu Bai said with an urgent tone as he approached. Gongshu Bai's demeanor struck Xu Taiping as peculiar. Logically, such a batch of ordinary deep-sea demon weapons would not provoke such a reaction from a distinguished individual from the Xianhuang realm. Although he intended for Ping An to hear Gongshu Bai's sentiments, unfortunately, due to the measuring ruler at his waist, Ping An, being at the first level of heart communication, was unable to manifest his abilities. "Why do you wish to acquire so many deep-sea demon weapons at once?" Xu Taiping directly inquired of Gongshu Bai, refusing to accept the money from the crowd. After pondering seriously, Gongshu Bai took a deep breath, as if resolving to share a significant truth. "You may not be aware, but Xianhuang is unlike your Yuyuan. Nearly the entire realm is overrun by monstrous beings, forcing the populace to reside within fortified cities. I hail from Qianji City, one of the 3 great cities of Yunhuang, home to 1 million citizens. Over 60 years ago, several smaller cities protecting Qianji City fell one after another, and we have been besieged by these beasts for 30 years. Fortunately, my family has toiled through generations and finally forged the divine weapon, heavenly punishment, as recorded in the Gongshu scriptures, which could alleviate the plight of Qianji City. However, the most critical material needed for this weapon is the spirit bones of deep-sea great demons. However, long ago, in the realm of Xianhuang, the insatiable sea-devouring demon consumed all the waters, leaving the land devoid of seas and the sea monsters extinct. Thus, the esteemed Gongshu family has expended considerable resources to summon me to the realm of Yuyuan, with the aim of collecting as many sea monster spiritual bones as possible. The more, the better." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's expression was one of astonishment. He mused that the circumstances in Xianhuang were even more dire than those in Yuyuan. "You might think I am deceiving you, dear brother, but I swear on my honor that if there is a single falsehood in my words, I, Gongshu Bai, shall meet a most untimely end without a grave." Observing Xu Taiping's silence, Gongshu Bai assumed he was doubting his sincerity and promptly added, "While you may not hear his thoughts, I can sense that he speaks the truth." Xu Taiping nodded slightly, his surprise stemming solely from the grim state of Xianhuang, not from any suspicion regarding Gongshu Bai's honesty. After all, In his view, despite our lack of kinship, even in the direst of circumstances, one must still pay for goods. Brother Gongshu, though your plight in Qianji City elicits sympathy, if you cannot present treasures that satisfy me, I shall sell these bone spears to others, Xu Taiping stated earnestly. You may rest assured, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Gongshu Bai's face brightened at these words, for Xu Taiping's agreement signified his willingness to negotiate with treasures. He then reached into his sleeve and produced 2 fist-sized black orbs. With a firm grip, he squeezed the orbs, and with a series of cracking sounds, they transformed into 2 golden figures endowed with agile joints. Brother, these golden figures are crafted through the ingenious techniques of my Gongshu family. Once they acknowledge their master, they function as 2 formidable martial saints. Upon your ascension to the refinement realm, you may even control them with your spirit, employing them to execute techniques and spells, essentially serving as 2 avatars, Gongshu Bai declared with pride. Are these not mere puppet golems? I recently acquired one for just a few hundred pieces of gold essence. Xu Taiping remarked. Indeed, in terms of craftsmanship, the artisans of Yuyuan are not necessarily inferior to your Gongshu family. You expect to exchange 2 such golems for an abundance of magic weapons? Your calculations seem rather optimistic. Upon witnessing the golden figures, the gathered cultivators expressed their disdain. Golems, while not uncommon in the cultivation world of Yuyuan, often proved ineffectual in life and death situations due to their lifeless nature. What do you know? Our Gongshu family's golden figures are different, both in materials and crafting methods. They vastly surpass the clever techniques of Yuyuan. In my view, your craftsmanship is but child's play. Hearing disparagement towards the Gongshu family's techniques, the previously amiable Gongshu Bai became as irate as a startled cat, confronting those around him with an expression of fury. Chapter 192, The Storm Pearl. Dear brother, you have been deceived this young master from the Xianhuang realm. It seems you have yet to witness the craftsmanship of our Yuyuan realm. Surely, it is not inferior to that of your Gongshu clan. Indeed, these 2 golden figures, no matter how exquisite, are merely lifeless puppets. In the domain of Yuyuan, such audacious claims reflect a complete lack of decorum. Gongshu Bai's words immediately provoked retorts from the onlookers. Xu Taiping, who had harbored some doubts, was not well acquainted with Xianhuang realm, let alone the Gongshu clan of Qianji City, until the voice of his brother resonated in his mind. Brother, though I cannot hear his thoughts. The sorrow in his words was genuine, as is the anger during this dispute. He must not be lying. Simultaneously, Bai Yu's voice echoed. Within these 2 golden figures lies a gem of immense spiritual power, far richer and purer than that found in high-grade spiritual marrow. Upon hearing Bai Yu's words and observing Gongshu Bai's fervent defense, Xu Taiping nodded in understanding. The value of these golden figures was inconsequential to him. After all, once he returned to Jinwu realm, he could sell these items for an even greater fortune. What truly mattered was whether Gongshu Bai was truthful. If he was indeed honest, then even if he incurred a loss of 10 or 20,000 gold essence, it would be of no concern. Having once faced dire straits at Tianhaiguan, Xu Taiping could empathize with Gongshu Bai's feelings. Brother Gongshu, Xu Taiping called out, halting the still arguing Gongshu Bai. I shall take the golden figures, and the remaining 500 or 600 bone spears are yours. He lightly patted the shoulder of the golden figure, gesturing towards the remaining bone spears on the stall, and offered Gongshu Bai a gentle smile. Brother, you jest, do you not? Gongshu Bai gazed at Xu Taiping in astonishment. After his disputes with those around him, he had not anticipated that Xu Taiping would acquiesce to his request, leading him to believe it was merely a jest. Of course, Xu Taiping replied earnestly, nodding his head. Logically, Brother Gongshu, you require these spiritual bone spears to combat the monsters. I should bestow them all upon you. However, acquiring these spiritual bone spears was no easy feat, and to give them away freely would be a disservice to those who perished because of them. Hence, I shall take these 2 precious treasures in exchange. Seeing the lingering confusion in Gongshu Bai's eyes, Xu Taiping offered further clarification. Upon hearing this, Gongshu Bai's bewilderment transformed into gratitude. However, his appreciation was not solely for Xu Taiping's willingness to sell the spiritual bone spears, but for his readiness to believe in all that he had conveyed. Due to the monster's relentless onslaught, the flames of war had engulfed Xianhuang realm within mere decades, leaving only a handful of upper echelons from other realms aware of the current plight of Xianhuang. Even among those who knew, most adopted an attitude of indifference, detached from the suffering of others. Since the ascension of the five emperors, the realms of Shangqing have become mere fragments, with the only connections being the lucrative gatherings such as the Golden Scale Society and the Azure Cloud Society. The elite are thus, let alone the ordinary cultivators. Previously, in an effort to procure funds for purchasing the sea demon spirit bone, he had contemplated selling these golden figures. Yet both the Relic Pavilion and other shops regarded him as a fraud, offering only a meager price. This explains why Gong Shubai lacked confidence when he proposed exchanging these two golden figures for the spirit bone. Do you truly believe everything I have said? Gong Shubai inquired, gazing into Xu Taiping's eyes, which were clouded with uncertainty. I believe, Xu Taiping affirmed with a solemn nod. The glimmer of hope in Gong Shubai's eyes, reminiscent of a desperate soul finding a sliver of salvation, was something Xu Taiping had witnessed numerous times among the red armored riders in Tianhai town. What do you wish to be called? Gong Shubai asked Xu Taiping. My surname is Xu, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Gong Shubai nodded, as if arriving at a decision. He then produced a dark spherical object from his sleeve and presented it to Xu Taiping, saying, Xu, this is a storm pearl, containing 312 secret iron beads. You may infuse these beads with genuine fire or spiritual energy, and when you cast them next, 312 streams of true fire will strike your enemies. Xu Taiping's expression turned to one of astonishment. Gong Shu, you cannot possibly intend to sell this to me? He asked with a wry smile. Of course not. It is a gift, Gong Shubai exclaimed, forcibly placing the storm pearl into Xu Taiping's hands. Without further ado, he tossed a bag of golden coins onto Xu Taiping's stall, swept up all the spirit bone spears with his sleeve, and vanished in an instant, as though fearful of being robbed. What an odd fellow, Xu Taiping mused, watching Gong Shubai's hurried retreat with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Brother, you have been duped. Undoubtedly, that man is a swindler. As Gong Shubai departed, the crowd gathered at Xu Taiping's stall began to murmur again. Xu Taiping merely smiled in response. Brother, do you have any other valuable items to show us? They urged, their faces alight with anticipation. Xu Taiping considered, realizing that aside from a few shark-headed hammers, he had little else of worth to display. The tentacles of the eight-armed demon and the dragon tendons from the Jiaolong would certainly incite chaos if revealed here. In truth, he hesitated even to present the shark-headed hammers, as they were crafted from the skull of a formidable demon lord, their true size likely towering over a full story. Chapter 193. Mu Yuchen, what on earth is happening? This time, I shall refrain from presenting it. I shall wait until the conclusion of the Golden Scale Assembly to sell it at the Relic Pavilion, which is not a matter of haste. Furthermore, if I happen to encounter that Gong Shubai again, I might present him with another token. It would be unbecoming to take advantage of others' generosity. As Xu Taiping contemplated this, he carefully stored the golden figurine and the storm pearl within the iron gourd, preparing to examine them in detail later at the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. As for the market stall, that was where the matter would conclude. Today, he had earned nearly 20,000 gold coins, ample for a period of indulgence. Let us depart swiftly. We cannot set up our stall here today. We shall find another location. Just as Xu Taiping was preparing to pack up, a squad of city guards suddenly arrived at their stall, relentlessly dispersing the merchants. Although the vendors expressed their discontent, they were hesitant to confront the officials of the imperial court and complied, moving away without protest. Xu Taiping observed the city guards, then turned to see the ever-smiling manager's son standing at the entrance of the Relic Pavilion, and he immediately grasped the situation. The manager was indeed rather petty. Nevertheless, with his earnings secured, there was no need to linger at this stall any longer. Though a flicker of anger welled up within him, he found it unworthy to engage with such a person after accomplishing his objective. You, and you, all of you, step outside. On what grounds are we denied entry? Indeed, we merely stepped out for a moment. Why can we not return? Just because this is the Relic Pavilion. Just because I am the manager of the Relic Pavilion. Just as Xu Taiping was gathering the fur pelt from the ground, preparing to leave, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Relic Pavilion. He looked up to see a group of merchants being barred from entering by manager's son and several of his subordinates. Upon closer inspection, Xu Taiping recognized that these individuals were either fellow vendors or patrons who had purchased his wares. Clearly, manager's son was seizing the opportunity to retaliate. Was his pettiness not a touch excessive? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Observing the flustered merchants being expelled, even his typically easygoing temperament began to fray. Scanning the area, He noticed a few vacant spots across the street suitable for setting up a stall. Seizing the Wolf King's pelt in hand, he hastily made his way across the street. A mere rogue cultivator dares to challenge the relic pavilion, unaware of his own limitations. As Xu Taiping strode forward, gripping the pelt, Manager Sun could not help but chuckle, his jowls nearly obscuring his eyes. Manager Sun. At that moment, someone called out to him. Turning around, Manager Sun's expression shifted dramatically as he greeted the newcomer with utmost respect. Master Song, what brings you down here? The visitor was none other than Master Song, the esteemed manager of the Relic Pavilion. I was concerned about Miss Mu's arrival, so I came to take a look. As Master Song spoke, he glanced toward the entrance. Rest assured, Master Song, the situation has been handled. After the staff posted a notice that no one could enter the Relic Pavilion, the vendors lost interest and departed. Manager Sun explained, his face adorned with a broad smile. Very well, that is reassuring. Master Song nodded in satisfaction. However, before he could finish speaking, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from behind, followed swiftly by a stream of guests descending from the upper floors. Observing this commotion, Master Sun and Master Song exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in unison. Master Sun promptly seized one of the departing patrons and inquired, esteemed guest. The Shi Zhai is about to close its doors to incoming guests. Is there an urgent matter that compels you to leave at this moment? Unfazed, the patron regarded Master Sun with a look of confusion. What do you mean? Master Sun was increasingly perplexed. Across the street, someone is selling a shark-head hammer, the kind that only the deep-sea leviathan can wield. The man spoke with palpable excitement, shoving Master Sun's hand aside before hastening towards the exit. Upon hearing this, a wave of foreboding washed over Master Sun, conjuring the image of Xu Taiping in his mind. Could it possibly be him again? He murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Master Song had already rushed to the entrance of the Shi Zhai after hearing the patron's words. Following the direction of their footsteps, he beheld a colossal hammer, stretching over 10 zhang in length, crafted from the skull of a formidable shark demon, lying ominously across the street. Indeed, it was the very shark-head hammer wielded by the deep-sea leviathan. Though accustomed to grand spectacles, even Master Song was drenched in cold sweat at the sight of the massive hammer, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Beside him, Master Sun, who had rushed over in haste, suddenly felt his legs give way, stumbling to the ground. Master Sun, are you all right? A staff member at the entrance quickly came to his aid, expressing regret. If only you had allowed that guest entry earlier. He surely would have sold us the shark-head hammer. This remark was clearly intended to provoke. You rascal! Master Sun was incensed, but before he could voice his frustration, he was interrupted by the stern-faced Master Song. Stammering, Master Sun struggled to articulate a response. You speak. Master Song, visibly irate, turned to the doorman. Master Sun refused to admit the guest due to his disheveled appearance, which left him no choice but to set up a stall instead. The doorman explained, while discreetly rubbing his still aching stomach. Upon hearing this, Master Song's fury intensified. Yet, before he could voice his anger, the jade slip resting on his chest warmed. And soon he heard the voice of the Shi Zhai's master. Miss Mu has arrived. You must send someone down to greet her. At this, beads of sweat began to roll down Master Song's forehead. He slowly lifted his gaze toward the street entrance, where a lavishly adorned entourage was escorting a carriage towards the Shi Zhai. Master Song, you and the other managers go to receive the Divine Maiden. I shall personally converse with that cultivator to see if we can persuade him to dismantle his stall before she arrives. After a brief moment of contemplation, Master Song made his decision. At this moment, the Celestial Maiden Lingyue of the Absolute Darkness was still stationed at the street corner, surrounded by a throng of onlookers who were oblivious to the situation at hand. Indeed, Manager Sun nodded fervently and promptly led the other managers forward to extend their respectful greetings. This divine maiden not only held an exalted position, but also hailed from a family whose wealth rivaled nations. A mere conversation regarding business with her could easily rectify the losses incurred by the Shi Zhai over the past 2 years. Thus, their earnest attention to her visit was entirely justified. Before long, Manager Song employed some clever tactics to maneuver himself to the forefront of Xu Taiping's stall. My good sir, may I inquire if you would part with that hammer forged from the skull of a deep-sea shark for the Shi Zhai? Please, name your price. Given the urgency of the moment, Manager Song directly requested Xu Taiping to state his offer. The other shopkeepers, who had also expressed interest in the purchase, fell silent upon recognizing the arrival of Manager Song from the Xu. Xu Taiping cast a glance at Manager Sun, who was hurriedly attending to the Divine Maiden, and his earlier annoyance dissipated. After today, Manager Sun would undoubtedly face repercussions. Although his irritation was quelled, Xu Taiping still had to negotiate the sale. Manager Song, do put forth your offer, he replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he met Song's gaze. Manager Song was someone Xu Taiping had encountered before, during their confrontation with the ghostly King Gafutu, where both he and Princess Chu Xiaoxiao were present. However, Xu Taiping had no intention of leveraging that acquaintance for personal gain. Crucially, he had ascertained from the gathered spectators that in this capital, only the Xi and a handful of noble families or sects possessed the financial means to acquire the shark-headed hammer. Therefore, if he were to sell it, the Xi was undoubtedly his optimal choice. After a moment's hesitation, Manager Song extended a finger and declared, "The Xi can offer a sum of 100,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Such a price, with an additional 10 or 20,000, could procure a celestial weapon in the Yuyun realm. Yet, for one who desperately sought this item, the shark-headed hammer was worth its weight in gold. While it was not a divine treasure, its material surpassed that of celestial weapons, making it a favored choice for many martial saints and even martial gods. 100,000, Xu Taiping mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Initially, he was quite pleased with this offer until Ping An conveyed a message, stating, "This old man claims he can add another 20,000 at most. Otherwise, he would rather face ridicule from the maiden than engage in a losing transaction." "My good sir, please be forthright with your decision," Manager Song urged, growing increasingly anxious as the Divine Maiden's carriage drew closer. The maiden's temperament was notoriously unpredictable. Should she lay eyes on the shark-headed hammer while the Xi possessed none, the forthcoming business opportunity could very well vanish. 120,000, not a single coin less, Xu Taiping finally proclaimed, firmly establishing his price. In the future, he may need to conduct business with Xi, and he certainly does not wish to offend them. Upon hearing the price, the eyes of Master Song suddenly twitched violently twice, before he gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, "My friend, please follow me to Xi to collect the payment." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xu Taiping stowed away the shark-headed hammer and followed Master Song toward Xi. Meanwhile, the Divine Maiden's carriage had yet to reach Xi, having paused momentarily at a clothing shop by the roadside. "My young brother, please count it." Master Song of Xi handed a heavy pouch of coins to Xu Taiping. Although Master Song did not profit from this transaction, he also did not incur a loss. As the demonic creatures of the sea continued to proliferate, the price of these sea demon spirit bones would undoubtedly soar in the coming years. Xi profit lay in this price differential. "No need. I trust the reputation of Xi," Xu Taiping replied, not even glancing at the pouch as he accepted it. Observing Xu Taiping's straightforwardness, Master Song's irritation towards Manager Sun intensified. He thought to himself, how could one offend such an agreeable customer? Truly a fool's errand. "By the way, I still do not know how to address you, my young brother," Master Song inquired politely, glancing at the Divine Maiden's entourage. Like Manager Bai of Changchun Hall, Master Song deemed that a cultivator capable of wielding a treasure such as the shark-headed hammer could not be an ordinary individual. Thus he was keen to befriend him. "I am surnamed Xu," Xu Taiping smiled at Master Song. Prior to connecting with the disciples of the Xianyun martial arts school, he preferred to keep his identity concealed to avoid any unforeseen complications. Today, the revered Divine Maiden has come to Xi. Otherwise, young Master Xu, would you care to stay for dinner before departing? Master Song extended an invitation to Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping hesitated, not primarily out of curiosity about the legendary Divine Maiden's appearance, but rather to seize the opportunity to gather information regarding the current situation in the state of Chu and the potential adversaries he might encounter at the Golden Scale Conference. However, just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard Ping An's voice in his mind. "Elder brother, this person just mentioned your name in his heart." Startled, Xu Taiping quickly inquired, "What did he say?" Ping An's voice immediately responded. He thought to himself, "Although you share the surname Xu, you are likely not the esteemed Xu Taiping." He also expressed a hope that when you arrive, there will be fewer people, so as not to attract the attention of hidden observers. Otherwise, he would be unable to deliver the message from Princess Xiaoxiao to you. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart tightened. His keen intuition warned him that something must have gone awry. Chapter 195, Master Song. The warning message from Chu Xiaoxiao. Young Master Xu? Noticing Xu Taiping's prolonged silence, Master Song prompted him again. Master Song, I seek a treasure. I wonder if Shi Zhai possesses it, Xu Taiping said, directly taking a pen from the counter. As he dipped it in ink to write, he inquired without turning back. You seek a treasure? Song, the esteemed shopkeeper, leaned in with astonishment, eager to discern what Xu Taiping was inscribing. However, upon a mere glance, his pupils widened in shock. Xu Taiping had written, Old Song. I am Xu Taiping. What message does Princess Xiaoxiao wish for you to convey to me? Given the urgency of the situation, Xu Taiping refrained from elaborating on how he knew that Song had something important to communicate. Simultaneously, he retrieved the water-cut blade, which he had kept in an iron gourd, and gently placed it upon the counter. Upon seeing the blade, the surprise and confusion in Song's eyes transformed into delight. The scenes of his battle with the Ghost King 7 years prior were still vivid in his memory, allowing him to instantly recognize Xu Taiping's weapon. He promptly produced a letter from his sleeve and discreetly handed it to Xu Taiping. Turning his gaze towards the door, he remarked, Since you, young Master Xu, show no interest, I shall not insist. Xu Taiping chuckled and nodded respectfully to Song, saying, Then I shall take my leave. After uttering these words, he lightly brushed his hand over the paper on which he had written, causing the ink to vanish entirely. Without looking back, he strode out of the Shi studio. At that moment, the chariot of the Celestial Maiden, Zhu Ming, passed by him. Yet Xu Taiping did not spare it a glance, continuing on his way with purpose. Conversely, the maiden, Mu Yuchen, sitting within the carriage, cast a slight side glance. Her ice-blue eyes, visible beyond her veil, revealed a hint of surprise. A young man seated beside her inquired, Chen'er, what is it? Mu Yuchen, with a slight furrow of her brow, responded, Brother, this person possesses an exceptionally pure soul. A rarity indeed, and my insight technique cannot perceive his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the young man too frowned. Nevertheless, Mu Yuchen soon redirected her gaze forward. Speaking in a calm tone, a fleeting glance yields little insight. It may be that I was mistaken. We shall discuss it further should we encounter him again. The young man nodded in agreement, dismissing the matter from his mind. Unbeknownst to Xu Taiping, who had departed the Shi studio, Mu Yuchen had nearly unraveled the mystery with just a brief glimpse. Once outside, he immediately tossed the letter into the gourd for Bai to examine. Xu Taiping, shall I read it aloud for you? Please do. Dear Brother Xu, during your 6-year absence, the royal family has undergone numerous upheavals. For reasons related to Xiaoxiao, of which I am unaware, certain individuals wish to prevent your participation in the upcoming Golden Scale Conference. Consequently, they have consulted diviners, who have foretold that your first place of lodging upon returning to the capital would be Shi Studio. Thus, prior to the commencement of the Golden Scale Conference, every guest departing from Shi Studio will be under their surveillance. In other words, every action and word of yours is now being monitored. Upon reaching this point, Bai suddenly paused, a look of trepidation crossing his face as he remarked, Fortunately, Taiping, you were cautious just now and did not directly acknowledge that Song shopkeeper. Xu Taiping shared in the apprehension, his heart laden with unease. Had it not been for the 7-kill calamity that rendered his disposition more cautious, he might have fallen into a dire predicament this time. Bai, please continue reading, Xu Taiping urged. All right, Bai replied, then resumed, stating, The sole method to break this impasse is for you, Xu Xiong, to promptly proceed to the Golden Scale Pavilion located in Yuyuan Prefecture. Present the token inviting you to participate in the Golden Scale Conference, and inscribe your name upon the Golden Scale Monument, officially declaring you a contestant in this event. For any disciple whose name is etched on the Golden Scale Monument shall receive the protection of the Golden Scale list in Yuyuan Prefecture during the ensuing contests. Even those of the Transformation Realm would not dare to act against you. However, it is evident that they have anticipated this. Therefore, they will attempt to intercept any disciples who have previously visited the Shi studio along the route to the Golden Scale Pavilion, subjecting them to inquiries. Nevertheless, you need not worry, for His Highness Tianqing has arranged a secret passage leading to the Golden Scale Pavilion for you. You simply need to follow the instructions in my letter to reach the entrance of that passage. Upon reaching this point, Bai suddenly inquired of Xu Taiping, Is this His Highness Tianqing, the one we rescued in the Golden Toad Valley? Xu Taiping nodded discreetly. It must be her, otherwise. It would be improbable for Princess Xiaoxiao to orchestrate such meticulous arrangements on her own. In his view, Xu Xiaoxiao's boisterous nature would not allow her to engage in such intricate scheming. However, if His Highness Tiancheng was aware of this matter, then the little martial ant could not possibly be in the dark, could she? Contemplating this, an ominous premonition surged within Xu Taiping. Suppressing the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he asked Baiyu, aside from the location of the secret passage, does the letter contain anything else? Baiyu scrutinized the letter once more before responding. The letter also states that even if you enter the Golden Scale Pavilion via the secret passage, safety is not guaranteed. Those who wish to prevent your participation in the Golden Scale Conference may have already bribed individuals within Yuyuan Prefecture, preparing to strike when you are received by the prefect after entering the pavilion. However, due to the pavilion's stringent defenses, any cultivators of the transformation realm attempting to enter will surely be detected, so those who may act against you will likely be cultivators below that realm. Nonetheless, you must remain vigilant, for they operate in secrecy while you are exposed. As for other matters, once your name is inscribed on the list, you may seek her out at the royal residence for clarification. She will enlighten you. Summarizing the final segment of Xu Xiaoxiao's letter, Baiyu conveyed the information to Xu Taiping. Who exactly wishes to thwart my participation in the Golden Scale Conference? After hearing Baiyu's account, Xu Taiping's mind was engulfed in confusion. What should be the next step? Baiyu inquired of Xu Taiping. Just then, a resounding bell tolled overhead in the capital, followed by a commanding voice echoing throughout the city. Jueming Tian, disciple of the San Yuan sect, has entered the list. Clearly, this was the proclamation of the names of those admitted to the Golden Scale Conference. Listening to this announcement, Xu Taiping exhaled softly and said, Baiyu, let us seek out that secret passage and then proceed to the Golden Scale Pavilion to register. Having paid a considerable price to arrive at the ethereal realm of Yuyuan, witnessing the imminent battle of the Golden Scales, he could not simply halt his progress. Chapter 196. The Golden Scales Pavilion. The secret passage of Princess Xiaoxiao remained unresponsive. At the entrance of a tea shop, Xu Taiping, who had assumed a different guise, furrowed his brow as he glanced at the communication jade slip in his hand, simultaneously conveying thoughts to Baiyu. Clearly, something was amiss. Baiyu responded with a grave tone. At this moment, Xu Taiping was attempting to contact Master Chongda with the jade slip, but despite numerous attempts, he had failed to establish a connection. Furthermore, he possessed a communication jade tablet, a gift from the abbot of Pilu Temple for ease of contact. Yet this tablet had shattered 7 years prior under circumstances that remained unclear. During those 7 years within the confining Dragon Tower, he had devoted himself to seclusion and cultivation, and upon his emergence, he was confronted with the calamity at Tianhai Pass. Thus, he had paid little heed to this matter. After all, in his view, with his junior sister's cultivation and prowess, she would undoubtedly face no issues within the capital. As for the abbots of the temples in the Outcloud Kingdom, they were powerful enough to contend with the Heavenly Wolf King, and thus, he believed they would encounter no difficulties either. More critically, he had never contemplated that someone would go to such lengths to obstruct his participation in the Golden Scales Assembly. However, upon reflection, it was indeed peculiar that in these 7 years, his junior sister and the abbots of Pilu Temple had not sought him out. As he traversed the street, moving forward until reaching a dead end, he recalled the instructions. Knock thrice against the wall, wait 2 breaths, knock thrice more. And then after another 2 breaths, strike 6 times in succession, and someone would open the door for him. Baiyu's voice echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. This guidance was based on the letter from Xu Xiaoxiao, illuminating the path for Xu Taiping. This so-called secret passage had been arranged in advance by Princess Tiancheng, allowing access to the Golden Scales Pavilion while evading the prying ears of those who sought to harm him. At least for now, this route appeared sufficiently concealed and secure. Knock, knock, knock. Upon reaching the end of the wall, Xu Taiping struck the high wall of blue bricks 3 times. He had transformed his appearance to that of his youth by repositioning his skeletal muscles, though his brow and facial features appeared more formidable. Knock, 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 knock. Following the letter's directives, after delivering the 3 and 6 knocks, a section of the wall suddenly fissured, and with a gentle push, it swung open like a door. Boom. As Xu Taiping stepped inside, a paper figure inscribed with runes ignited spontaneously. Simultaneously, the wall restored itself to its original form in the blink of an eye. These were all prearranged by Princess Tiancheng. explaining why Xu Xiaoxiao had repeatedly emphasized the security of this passage in her letter. Nonetheless, as with all matters, there exists the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Xu Taiping donned a cloaking mantle and released his Xian Yuan avatar, continuing onward as per the instructions outlined in Xu Xiaoxiao's letter. The courtyard, once a dyeing workshop in the capital, now lies abandoned, and directly opposite this workshop's western yard stands the Jinlin Pavilion. We have previously made an entrance in the courtyard wall, employing the same method as when we entered. Baiyu read aloud the final sentence of the letter. Xu Taiping, whose true form had already concealed itself, nodded and slowed his pace to follow his Xianyuan avatar's deliberate movements. It soon became evident that Xu Taiping's caution was warranted. When his Xianyuan avatar reached the center of the western yard of the dyeing workshop, a group of sorcerers clad in exotic garments encircled him. Xu Taiping counted 7 individuals in total. Fortunately, judging by their auras, their cultivation levels hovered around the refining spirit realm. It seemed that Princess Xiaoxiao's words held truth. As those attempting to impede my participation in the Jinlin gathering, out of apprehension, dared not dispatch any formidable transformation realm experts. Xu Taiping felt a sense of relief. However, after the recent calamity in Tianhai town, he had lost much of his trepidation towards transformation realm experts. After all, he had witnessed numerous occasions on the battlefield where even those of demonic lord caliber fell prey to ordinary red-armored warriors. Young brother, who sent you here? The leader of the 7 sorcerers suddenly inquired with a smile directed at Xu Taiping's Xianyuan avatar. According to what Xu Xiaoxiao had mentioned in her letter, these individuals had no means to ascertain Xu Taiping's identity directly. Their only basis for capturing him was the trace of their aura lingering on him from the Shi Zhai and the fact that he intended to attend the Jinlin gathering. And who might you be? Xu Taiping prompted his Xianyuan avatar to ask. Younger brother, since you are unwilling to cooperate, you shall accompany us for a while. If you are not the person we seek, you will naturally be released. The sorcerer had no intention of answering the question, swiftly beckoning the other 6 sorcerers to converge upon him. Swish! Several sorcerers simultaneously brandished a rope radiating golden light, aiming to ensnare Xu Taiping's Xianyuan avatar. In an instant, the ropes seemed to possess a will of their own, approaching from various angles to bind the avatar. However, with a sound akin to the chirping of cicadas echoing, the heads of all 7 sorcerers, including the leader, soared into the air. These frail beings, with their unstable foundations in the refining spirit realm, could not withstand Xu Taiping's current technique, the chaotic cicada. After dispatching several sorcerers, Xu Taiping had no intention of inquiring further. He unleashed 7 flames from his heavenly fire finger, incinerating the bodies to ashes. Once these individuals were slain, it would not be long before someone came seeking them. And there was no need to take such risks. His most pressing concern now was singular, to ensure his name appeared on the list. If there are ambushes here, it stands to reason that there will also be individuals awaiting you within the Jinlin Pavilion. Baiyu suddenly cautioned as Xu Taiping pushed open the secret door in the western courtyard. Not to worry. According to what Princess Xiaoxiao conveyed in her letter, the people from Yuyun Mansion are not affiliated with them. Their ability to place personnel inside is undoubtedly quite limited. Moreover, we are now privy to their plans. It remains uncertain who the prey is and who the hunter shall be. As he pushed open the concealed door, Xu Taiping once again pulled up his cloaking mantle, causing his form to vanish. Moments later, within the Golden Scales Pavilion, a steward from the Yuyun Manor approached Xu Taiping with a cup of tea, instructing him to wait in the designated room until the lord of the manor had concluded his audience with the 3 disciples ahead. Please, take your time, my lord. I am in no hurry, Xu Taiping replied with a nod and a faint smile. The steward promptly withdrew, leaving Xu Taiping's gaze fixed upon the cup of tea on the table. From both its aroma and hue, it appeared to be an utterly ordinary cup of clear tea, devoid of any peculiarities. However, in the eyes of Baiyu, who possessed the eye of heaven, the tea was shrouded in black mist, murky and suspicious. It is poisoned, Baiyu communicated to Xu Taiping with certainty. Despite having anticipated this, Xu Taiping remained astounded by the meticulousness of the unseen adversary. In the brief moment since his arrival at the Golden Scales Pavilion, this toxic brew had already been prepared for him, a feat unattainable by mere mortals. Aside from the royal family of the state of Chu, who else could orchestrate such a scheme? As Xu Taiping pondered this, he lifted the cup of tea. He gently pushed the floating tea leaves aside with the lid, then blew softly over the surface before taking a cautious sip. Mentally conversing with Baiyu. The clone should be immune to poison, right? I have never heard of a clone being susceptible to poison, Baiyu replied lightly. That is reassuring, Xu Taiping remarked as he drained the cup. At this moment, his true self was concealed, while his clone remained visible, as he wished to observe how these individuals intended to confront him next. Creaking open, the door was soon pushed ajar. A young cultivator entered, accompanied by 3 burly warriors. Striding in without preamble. My good fellow, did you happen to visit the Lost Treasures chamber earlier? The young cultivator inquired with a sly grin as he settled into a chair opposite Xu Taiping, crossing his legs casually. Meanwhile, the 3 warriors behind him efficiently executed their tasks. One closed the door, another set up formation flags in the corner, while the last affixed talismans onto the walls and windows. Their seamless cooperation and practiced movements indicated that they were no strangers to such undertakings. Yes, I did. What of it? Xu Taiping placed the teacup down, maintaining a calm gaze as he met the young man's eyes. It was evident that he had encountered the group lying in ambush at the Golden Scales Pavilion. As mentioned by Princess Xiao, since you have been there, you must accompany us for a brief visit. We wish to consult with you on certain matters. If you provide us with honest answers, we shall not only ensure your safe return, but also reward you handsomely, the young man said with a charming smile. His words mirrored precisely those penned in Princess Xiao's letter, leaving Xu Taiping with no doubt regarding its authenticity. This is indeed the Golden Scale Pavilion. Do you not fear the retribution from the Cloudy Mansion for your actions? Xu Taiping set down his teacup, curiosity etched upon his face as he regarded the young cultivator. Unlike his earlier experience at the abandoned dye house, he found himself within the Golden Scale Pavilion now, and thus felt inclined to engage in conversation with these individuals. Let us see how effective these soundless talismans are, the young cultivator grinned, glancing towards a tall man with a bushy beard at his left. At your command, the man replied, first clasping his fists together in salute, then casting a proud glance at Xu Taiping before taking a deep breath and letting out a thunderous roar. Amidst the explosive sound, Xu Taiping discerned the characteristic lion's roar. Evidently, this man had utilized a sound wave technique akin to the lion's roar. However, as the talisman affixed to the window shimmered with radiant light, the sound dissipated into nothingness. Once the lion's roar faded, the young cultivator, wearing a satisfied smile, turned to another man. Let us test the efficacy of this golden soup array flag. At your command, the man named also saluted the young cultivator with fervor. Soon thereafter, a bald man with broad shoulders approached the door and, with a sudden motion, delivered a powerful punch towards it. Bang! With a resounding crash. A faint golden glow enveloped the door, absorbing the full force of his blow without leaving a mark. Little brother, from this moment forth, no matter how loud you shout or how tumultuous the noise within this room may become, the outside world will remain oblivious to even the slightest sound. Thus, I advise you to comply and accompany us quietly. The young cultivator's expression grew cold, his tone laden with menace. And if I refuse? Xu Taiping stood up calmly, his demeanor unwavering. Then you may attempt to resist, the young cultivator replied, rising as well. The 3 burly men behind him closed in, their bloodlust surging like a rising tide. Judging solely by their aura, it was evident that these 3 men were at least at the martial saint level. One could not deny that the mastermind behind this scheme had meticulously planned, for in such a confined space, martial artists could unleash their prowess more effectively than cultivators. Moreover, facing 3 martial saints was daunting even for an ordinary cultivator. I shall give you one final opportunity. Surrender your golden scale seal, and willingly enter this sack to accompany us. The young cultivator produced a cloth bag from his sleeve and tossed it at Xu Taiping's feet. This bag is better suited for you to collect your own corpses, Xu Taiping chuckled, and as his words fell, he launched a punch towards the young cultivator. The young man, however, remained unperturbed, staring down Xu Taiping's incoming strike, fully aware that anyone who had consumed that tea would find their blood and true essence frozen. Bang! Yet, in the next moment, the young man's expression twisted under the impact of Xu Taiping's fist, and he was sent hurtling back, crashing violently against the wall of the room. However, with the presence of that absolute sound symbol and the golden soup formation flag, in the blink of an eye, the noise and commotion within the room abruptly ceased. He was not poisoned. The youth, whose face had nearly been crushed, finally uttered these words as he fell to the ground. At this moment, the 3 martial warriors also reacted. One struck with an open palm, another swung a fist, and the third lifted a leg, all simultaneously attacking Xu Taiping. With a resounding crash, under the combined force of the three, Xu Taiping's Xian Yuan avatar was unable to withstand such immense power and, like the youth, was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the wall of the room. The collaborative strike from the three martial saints was nearly impossible to resist in such a confined space meant for close combat. Upon witnessing Xu Taiping fall, the young cultivator's face lit up with joy, and he quickly formed a hand seal, shouting, "Earth fire enveloping." Just as the words left his mouth, a fierce flame erupted from beneath Xu Taiping's Xian Yuan avatar, engulfing him entirely. If Xu Taiping had exerted his full strength, his avatar could have withstood the earth fire momentarily, but it was evident that under the current circumstances, such an effort was unnecessary. Boom! Xu Taiping's Xian Yuan avatar subsequently exploded. Initially, the young cultivator wore a look of triumph. But upon seeing only a swirling mass of azure and yellow energy remaining in the flames, his expression changed drastically. Be careful, that is his avatar. Chapter 198, Golden Scales Pavilion, Master of Yuyun Prefecture, Qiu Shanyuan with a metallic tremor echoing through the air, the head of the martial warrior, Iron Tiger, was severed in a single stroke. The one wielding the blade was none other than Xu Taiping. You, how did you know we would ambush here? The young cultivator gazed at Xu Taiping in disbelief. Guess, Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Iron Bull and Iron Lion once again unleashed their full might. One swung a fist while the other raised a leg, desperately attempting to strike down Xu Taiping. With a swift movement, Xu Taiping evaded the kick from Iron Lion. Simultaneously, with a cracking sound of stretching bones, Xu Taiping's corporeal form surged from the dragon-walking realm to the dragon-leaping realm. He then clenched his arm, adorned with golden scales and as robust as that of a python, and struck back at Iron Bull's incoming punch. Boom! In a tremendous collision, Iron Bull's similarly formidable arm, akin to a large cooking pot, nearly exploded upon impact. His fist shattered, flesh tore open, revealing ghastly white bones beneath. Witnessing this, both Iron Lion and the young cultivator wore expressions of sheer terror, for Iron Bull was a cultivator of the martial saint realm. Even a sword from an ordinary cultivator would struggle to wound him. In the midst of their shock, Xu Taiping's other fist had already launched forward. Boom! This punch struck Iron Bull's head, shattering it into fragments. Second brother, Iron Lion exclaimed in furious outrage upon witnessing this scene. His eyes were bloodshot, and a swirling mist of crimson enveloped him. With a powerful sweep of his muscular thigh, like a long blade, he struck towards Xu Taiping, who had his back turned. Boom! At the same moment he unleashed his kick, Xu Taiping had already pivoted, delivering a formidable punch. Unlike his previous strikes, this blow was imbued with the lethal technique of the great sage fist, Baxia. Bang! The instant Xu Taiping's fist collided with the Iron Lion, the martial saint's body shattered explosively, transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, drenched upon the young cultivator. Covered in the sanguine residue, the young cultivator stood there, seemingly dazed. Xu Taiping's recent blow not only obliterated the Iron Lion's physical form, but also shattered the young man's resolve. Once that resolve was fractured, even if he possessed the strength to fight, or myriad techniques at his disposal, he could no longer muster the will to employ them. How is it that at your age you possess the physique of a martial deity, and such fighting spirit? The young cultivator stammered, leaning against the wall. Disbelief etched across his face. Fighting spirit? Xu Taiping paused for a moment. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the dragon whale physique. After all, at Tianhai Pass, he had withstood a strike from a demon lord-level whale demon due to this very physique. Yet, this notion of fighting spirit, he had scarcely recognized it himself until the cultivator mentioned it. Could it be that he had unknowingly acquired it during his battle with the demonic creatures? As Xu Taiping approached the young man, he murmured to himself. The fierce battle at Tianhai Pass, while brutal, had indeed been immensely beneficial for him. Setting aside the enhancement of his cultivation and physique, he had surpassed his peers in terms of mental fortitude. Moreover, after the battle subsided, General Zhang Tianze had taken time to instruct him in the art of fist fighting for 3 days. If he encountered the general again, he could seek further guidance. Xu Taiping decided to temporarily set aside these musings and strode directly to the young cultivator, crossing his arms and gazing down coldly. Who sent you? Even without intentionally displaying it, the presence of Xu Taiping, with his dragon whale physique beneath the ascendant dragon realm, radiated an oppressive aura that ordinary cultivators found hard to bear. I cannot say. Bang! Before the young cultivator could finish his sentence, Xu Taiping delivered a heavy kick to his abdomen. The force was not overwhelmingly strong, yet Xu Taiping employed the technique of 1,000-fold strength, driving the impact through flesh and directly assaulting the young man's meridians, tearing them apart inch by inch. Bang! Before the young man could recover from the pain, Xu Taiping struck again. Such a fragile resolve could hardly withstand this level of torment, and he soon began to yield. I will tell you, it's all bang. The moment he uttered those words, his head exploded with a resounding crack. As expected, Xu Taiping crouched down to examine the remnants of the young man's shattered skull, noticing a faint radiance of a rune dissipating within. Clearly, the mastermind behind their mission had placed a restriction upon them to prevent any disclosure of their identity. Meanwhile, at the Golden Scales Pavilion, within the Golden Scales Hall, upon receiving a newly admitted disciple, the esteemed Master Qiu Shunyuan picked up a bamboo slip resting on his desk and began to read aloud. Zhenwu Tian, Qingxian Sect, Xu Taiping. Upon recognizing the name, Qiu Shunyuan was momentarily taken aback, only for his eyes to brighten as he exclaimed, "This individual has truly arrived." He then addressed the attendant waiting below, instructing, "Summon the next disciple prepared for admission." "Yes," replied the attendant, who had just served tea to Xu Taiping. After a brief interval, the attendant mused to himself, "That young man has consumed my tea. Daoist Wu and the Tainyo trio should have resolved matters by now." Just as he stepped out of the Golden Scale Hall, he heard Qiu Shunyuan call out once more. "What more does the master require?" he queried, somewhat perplexed, as he turned back to face Qiu Shunyuan. "I shall accompany you to have a look," Qiu Shunyuan replied as he walked. "There is no need for you to make a special trip, master. I can handle it," the attendant said nervously. While he trusted his colleagues to manage the situation, he was wary of the master's exceptional cultivation. Should any detail slip through, it could spell trouble. It has been several centuries since Zhenwu Tian dispatched disciples to Yuyan Tian. "I am curious to see what manner of person this is," the master remarked with a smile. Realizing he could not dissuade the master, the attendant nodded in acquiescence, stating, "Allow me to lead the way for you, master." He held considerable confidence in the abilities of Daoist Wu and the Tainyo brothers. Chapter 199, Golden Scale Pavilion. Let us open the door and take a look at the Golden Scale Pavilion. Within the guest room awaiting the master's audience, the attendant said, "Please wait a moment. Master, I shall inform the young gentleman within." Approaching Xu Taiping's door, he cautiously sought permission from Master Qiu. Despite his confidence in his own people, he wished to assess the situation first. Should anything go awry, he wanted to be prepared. "Go ahead," Qiu Shunyuan nodded, agreeing that it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to enter unannounced. With that, the attendant felt a sense of relief and hurriedly approached the door, knocking firmly. "Young Master Xu, it is your turn to meet the master," he called into the room. However, after a considerable wait, there was still no response from within. Qiu Shunyuan frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure at what he perceived as a lack of courtesy from the Zhenwu Tian practitioner. Yet the attendant, upon noticing the silence, felt a surge of elation, for it indicated that the individual from Zhenwu Tian had already been escorted away by their own people. As for how he would explain the situation to the master, that would be straightforward enough. "Master, it seems there is no one inside. Perhaps a rogue practitioner, fearing exposure, has taken flight," the attendant said with a hint of irritation on his face. "Let us open the door and take a look," Qiu Shunyuan insisted, maintaining his resolve. "Very well," the attendant replied. At this moment, the steward was entirely composed. The silence within the room suggested only one possibility. Our people had succeeded. With a creak, he exerted some force and pushed the door open. However, the instant the door swung wide, he was taken aback. For what met his gaze was a room soaked in blood, with severed limbs strewn across the floor. These scoundrels, why had they not cleaned up before departing? The steward cursed inwardly. Nevertheless, as long as the cultivator within was dead, he still had a way to deceive the lord behind him. After all, in recent years, they had witnessed countless vendettas involving the Golden Scale Society, certainly not fewer than 1,000. Yet, as he meticulously scanned the room, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He realized that the dismembered limbs did not belong to the Zhenwu cultivator. They were from their own people. And there sat the Zhenwu cultivator, leisurely sipping tea while holding a few array flags. How could there be such a heavy stench of blood here? A cold voice suddenly echoed behind the steward. Simultaneously, A formidable aura emanated from the lord of the Chiu residence, akin to a surging tide. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping, who was sipping tea, set down his cup and raised a hand to greet the steward. "Sir, is it my turn now?" The steward, seeing this, hesitated not a moment. He swiftly formed a seal and exclaimed, "Lord, step back. This individual is a manifestation of a demon, and I shall expel him." No sooner had he spoken than a small azure sword erupted from his mouth, slicing through the air towards Xu Taiping. Bang! To the steward's astonishment, Xu Taiping, struck by the flying sword, merely transformed into a wisp of azure mist and dissipated. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a fist shadow came crashing toward his chest, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding thud. Yet, as his body brushed past the Lord Qiu Shunyuan, an invisible force, like a giant hand, pinned him firmly to the ground. The Lord then glanced at the incapacitated steward before turning to Xu Taiping at the doorway, inquiring, "Young man, could you elucidate what is happening here?" Xu Taiping scrutinized Qiu Shunyuan earnestly before replying, "Are you, perchance, the Lord of the Qiu residence?" "I am," Qiu Shunyuan affirmed with a nod. Xu Taiping, with a resigned smile, continued, "I had intended to inquire why your people from the Yuyan residence poisoned my tea and arranged for 4 assassins to ambush me within." At this, Qiu Shunyuan's expression turned icy, and he swiftly turned to the steward, disappointment etched on his face. "You were involved in this matter as well?" Upon hearing this, a resolute look crossed the steward's face, and he bit down hard. Then, with a resounding bang, his head exploded in a manner reminiscent of the previous young cultivator. Upon witnessing this scene, Master Chiu's expression darkened, as the suicide of this steward undeniably confirmed the suspicions harbored in his heart. "Might I inquire, Master Chiu, what precisely transpires here?" Xu Taiping observed the expression on Qiu Shunyuan's face, which suggested he possessed some knowledge, prompting him to inquire further. "Allow me to see your golden scale token." Qiu Shunyuan remained silent, instead raising his gaze to Xu Taiping and extending his hand. Xu Taiping produced the token given to him by Huang Ke, along with a small seal used as a token of trust. However, he did not relinquish it to Qiu Shunyuan, choosing instead to grip it warily in his hand. Qiu Shunyuan said nothing further, merely casting a glance from afar before retracting his hand and nodding. "Come with me to the Golden Scale Hall, regardless of whether this matter concerns you. Once you are on the Golden Scale list, no one will dare to harm you, not even those foolish royals." At these words, Xu Taiping felt a chill run down his spine. Although Master Qiu did not state it outright, he had implicitly pointed to the Chu royal family as the orchestrators behind the scenes. Furthermore, from his tone, it was evident that he also harbored considerable dissatisfaction regarding the situation, yet felt constrained by his position and unable to intervene. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Qiu." Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude before following closely behind him, hastening towards the Golden Scale Hall. Meanwhile, in the realm of Zhenwutian, at the abode of senior brother Duga Qingxiao of the Qingxian sect, within the bamboo grove of the secluded courtyard, Zhao Linglong, resting her chin on her hands, gazed at Duga Qingxiao, who was leisurely strolling and conversing with Ziyan. "Senior brother, these are the final days for the Golden Scale list to be published. Yet my junior brother's name has yet to appear. Could it be that your spirit mirror is malfunctioning?" "Impossible," Duga Qingxiao replied, shaking his head. "This spirit mirror was procured by Huang Ke from the 9 houses, specifically for observing this Golden Scale assembly. There are only 3 in all of Zhenwutian. Then this is indeed perplexing. Could it be that my junior brother—" A sudden wave of ominous premonition surged within Zhao Linglong. "Close your ravenous mouth." Zhao Linglong was simultaneously interrupted by Duga Qingxiao and senior sister Jiangji, who spoke in unison. Pa, my junior brother is certainly safe." Realizing her misstep, Zhao Linglong began to slap her mouth in distress. By the way, Su Ziyan, who had been idly chatting with Duga Qingxiao, suddenly recalled something and turned to look deeper into the bamboo grove. There, a long-haired woman clad in a green dress was engrossed in reading a book, her focus unwavering. Though the area was dimly lit, surrounded by withered yellow bamboo leaves, her presence transformed that corner into the most beautiful sight in the entire grove. "Bamuyu," Su Ziyan called out to the woman. "Sister." The woman gently closed her book, her gaze as tranquil as a still pond, meeting Su Ziyan's eyes. "I recall you mentioned something about Taiping a few years ago, did you not?" Su Ziyan inquired of Lin Bamuyu. 7 years ago, Lin Bamuyu corrected. "Indeed." It was 7 years ago when you told me that from the jade bracelet of Listening Wind Tower, you heard the voice of peace. Yet the circumstances over there were dire, and the sound soon faded away. Xu Zian nodded as she spoke. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Seven Peaks felt a tremor in their hearts, their previously relaxed expressions turning grave. Zian, why did you not inform me of this matter? Du Gu Qingxiao furrowed his brow as he gazed at Xu Zian. Because shortly thereafter, but you came to tell me that Taiping was safe and urged me not to disclose this to you all, lest it cause you unnecessary distress. Xu Zian hurriedly explained to Du Gu Qingxiao. Upon hearing this, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. However, the ever-perceptive Du Gu Qingxiao sensed that the situation could not be so straightforward, and thus turned his attention toward the depths of the bamboo grove where Lin Buyu sat, then inquired, Buyu, how can you be certain that our junior brother is unharmed? Lin Buyu, upon hearing this, silently raised the hand adorned with the jade bracelet from Listening Wind Tower, then calmly retorted, this jade bracelet, Qingxiao, you should recognize, correct? Du Gu Qingxiao promptly nodded, of course. When we ventured to the barbaric Thousand Buddha Kingdom, Xu Taiping and Lin Buyu presented this bracelet to me and Xu Zian, and it was precisely for this reason that they preserved our lives. In response, Lin Buyu lowered his arm and elucidated to the crowd. Once this jade bracelet is worn, if its master perishes, both bracelets shall shatter simultaneously. Hearing this, Du Gu Qingxiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. According to Buyu's assertion, as long as the bracelet in her possession remained intact, it signified that Xu Taiping was indeed safe. Everyone, do not be overly anxious. Our junior brother is blessed and shall undoubtedly make the ranking before the deadline. The elder sister Jiang Ji remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Seven Peaks nodded in agreement, continuing to share laughter and conversation while awaiting news from the spirit mirror. However, deep within the bamboo grove, Lin Buyu's expression suddenly shifted, and in a tone of mild dissatisfaction, he murmured, what blessed ones are favored by heaven? They know not that fortune in this world bears a price. Heaven does not bestow its favor without cause. Were it not for you, Lin Buyu, having burned a whole century of your fortune, Xu Taiping would undoubtedly have perished in that calamity. Yet, after uttering these words, Lin Buyu's demeanor swiftly reverted to one of calm indifference, and in a cold whisper, he warned, Lin Buyan, I shall caution you once more. Do not mention this matter to anyone, including Xu Taiping. As he spoke, Lin Buyu discreetly examined his palm, noticing that the lines had turned a dark brown. I am not so foolish as to burn my own fortune to aid another in overcoming tribulations. Should this be discovered, we may not survive until tomorrow. However, if the century of fortune you have sacrificed cannot be replenished in time, we shall undoubtedly face a calamity in the next 3 to 5 years that rivals that of the earth-shattering tribulation. At this moment, Lin Buyan communicated with Lin Buyu through their minds. It can be replenished, Lin Buyu replied calmly while turning the pages of a book. Are you truly considering rejecting Mingtian and returning to your former identity as a goddess? Have you thought this through? With your mad brother around, if you return, you may never escape again in this lifetime, Lin Bian said, a hint of anxiety lacing his voice. Who says I intend to go back? Lin Buyu retorted. If I do not refuse Mingtian, how shall I reclaim the 100 years of fortune lost? As long as Taiping can secure victory at the Golden Scale Conference, the fortune he acquires for Zhenwu Tian will be sufficient to compensate for most of my losses. Lin Buyu resolutely replied in her heart. If he can win, then with the foundational strength of Zhenwu Tian, combined with the fortune garnered from the Golden Scale list, we would indeed benefit greatly. However, the challenge of claiming victory on the Golden Scale list is no less daunting than what we must accomplish next. Lin Bian expressed his doubts. Do you truly believe that with the fortune I possess for the past century, I could survive the calamity of the earth as a solitary cultivator not yet in the realm of divine refinement? Can you? Lin Buyu suddenly posed the question to Lin Bian. Upon hearing this, Lin Bian fell silent for a long moment before he finally replied, I cannot. Yet even so, you are still gambling, wagering your own future. Upon hearing this, Lin Buyu's gaze remained unperturbed as she gently turned the page of the book in her hand. A hint of stubbornness gracing her lips as she retorted, I am willing. Do you have any authority over me? Chapter 201, The Golden Scale List. The convergence of the 5 realms. Lin Bian was rendered completely speechless. The Golden Scale List was stirring. Let me see. Do not be overly excited. It may not necessarily be Taiping. It could be other cultivators entering the list, a voice cautioned. Just then, the disciples of the Seven Peaks gathered in the octagonal pavilion suddenly exclaimed, converging around the stone table where the spirit mirror lay. Within the spirit mirror, a vast stone tablet appeared, emanating golden light in ripples that slowly expanded. Based on their recent observations, whenever this stone tablet exhibited such phenomena, new names would soon grace its surface. Oh no, it vanished. Just as everyone fixated on the mirror, anticipating Xu Taiping's name to appear. The image within the spirit mirror abruptly dissipated like smoke. A wave of panic surged among the crowd. Do not panic. This is merely a sign that the spirit mirror lacks sufficient spiritual energy. It requires you to invest golden essence. Master Sister Jiang Ji promptly explained to everyone. They had encountered similar situations while taking turns to guard the spirit mirror in recent days. However, upon checking her pouch, Jiang Ji found it devoid of any golden essence and turned her gaze toward Duge Qingxiao. I have exhausted mine as well, Duge Qingxiao sighed deeply. The crowd was suddenly filled with anxiety. They had not anticipated the spirit mirror would consume golden essence at such an alarming rate. You all stay here. I will borrow some from the sect leader, Duge Qingxiao decisively declared. I will also seek some from my master. Su Zian chimed in, following suit. In the depths of Yuyun Tian, within the Golden Scale Hall, master of the manor, it is confirmed without a doubt that this token, along with the seal, is indeed the pair we once sent to Zhenwu Tian. Moreover, the blood essence that has permeated it for many years rightfully belongs to this esteemed young Master Su. A white-robed steward, after meticulously inspecting the token and seal presented by Xu Taiping, respectfully returned them to the tray and delivered them to Manor Lord Qiu Shunyuan. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart trembled slightly. He realized that this token and seal could absorb the blood essence of cultivators in secret, and that the Yuyun Manor utilized this mechanism to verify the identities of disciples entering the ranks. He had not anticipated that the process of entering the ranks would be so stringent. Upon hearing these words, Qiu Shunyuan, seated at the head of the Golden Scale Hall, visibly relaxed. Due to the prior upheaval, even though he recognized the seal and token in Xu Taiping's possession, he did not dare to fully affirm that the individual before him was indeed the cultivator from Zhenwu Tian. After all, according to the correspondence from Zhenwu Tian's S9 mansions, Xu Taiping's cultivation level was far from sufficient to single-handedly eliminate 3 martial saints and a half-step refining god cultivator. Furthermore, this assassination attempt had their own people from Yuyun Manor acting as insiders. Now, however, he could finally rest assured. Since everything is confirmed, allow me to personally assist you in entering the ranks, dear Taiping. For you are the first cultivator from Zhenwu Tian to participate in the Golden Scale Conference in 5 centuries. Qiu Shunyuan exclaimed with a hint of excitement as he picked up Xu Taiping's Golden Scale seal. Although for ordinary cultivators or the royal courts of various nations, the presence or absence of cultivators from Zhenwu Tian at the Golden Scale Conference was of little consequence. For Yuyun Manor and its lord, the ability to gather the 5 directions of heaven and earth was directly tied to their fate and fortune. It could be said that the successful execution of this Golden Scale Conference, with the convergence of the 5 directions, would bring immense fortune and opportunities bestowed by the Yuyun Emperor, opportunities that had been accumulated over 5 centuries. How could he not be exhilarated? Had Qiu Shunyuan known that Xu Taiping was among those targeted by the conspirators, he might have confronted them directly. Thank you, Manor Lord Qiu. Xu Taiping bowed respectfully to Qiu Shunyuan. Although the Manor Lord had yet to explain why the people of Yuyun Manor were involved in the assassination, Xu Taiping could discern that this lord held a protective intent towards him. Nodding in response, Qiu Shunyuan gestured towards Xu Taiping's hand, saying, I require a drop of your essence blood to serve as the seal. Without hesitation, Xu Taiping extended a finger, channeling his true essence to extract a drop of blood to his fingertip, and then offered it to Qiu Shunyuan, asking, Is this sufficient, Manor Lord Qiu? Quite enough, Qiu Shunyuan affirmed with a nod. He then guided the drop of blood onto the seal before producing a jade tablet, already covered with numerous seals. After scrutinizing it carefully, he pressed the bloodstained seal onto an empty space on the tablet. Boom. Almost at the instant the seal was pressed down, a beam of golden light erupted from the jade disc, soaring skyward and striking a copper bell suspended above the Golden Scales Pavilion. The deep, resonant sound of the bell immediately reverberated throughout the entire city. In the next moment, on a massive stone tablet situated in the center of the vast square. The characters were meticulously inscribed, disciple of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping. Simultaneously, within the tranquil bamboo grove of the true martial heavens, Qingxian sect, Donggu Qingxiao and Su Zian eagerly gathered the borrowed golden essence coins, tossing them into the spirit mirror. Before long, the image of the stone tablet from the Golden Scales Pavilion gradually re-emerged within the mirror. Chapter 202. After entering the rankings, Chu Yudi and Chu Tiansheng, as the brilliance of the stone tablet intensified, those gathered around, including Zhao Linglong and several disciples from the Seven Peaks, held their breath, their eyes fixated on the spirit mirror, ears perked in anticipation. Finally, with the resonant chime echoing, the golden light from the stone tablet suddenly flared outward, accompanied by a voice imbued with authority that resonated from the tablet. Disciple of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping, has entered the Golden Scales Assembly. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd, having received news of their junior brother after 7 long years, could no longer contain their joy and erupted in cheers. Zhao Linglong wept tears of joy as she embraced her senior sister, while Donggu Qingxiao, whose grip had been tense, finally relaxed, his hand gently clasped by Su Zian. Their elation stemmed not only from Xu Taiping's successful ranking, but also from the confirmation that their junior brother, who had ventured alone into an unfamiliar realm, was alive and well. Deep within the bamboo grove, Lin Biyu gazed towards the octagonal pavilion, a faint smile gracing his lips. Look! The matchups for the first round of the Golden Scales Assembly have been announced. Zhao Linglong exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the spirit mirror. As Xu Taiping was the last to register, his name prompted the automatic generation of the first round's matchups. In a grand hall within the true martial heaven's 9 prefectures headquarters, attention shifted once more to the floating copper mirror. Xu Taiping's first opponent would be a young scion named Qi Hao from the esteemed Qi family of the southern Shu, who, under the tutelage of one of the 3 major sects, Xuanhu Mountain, possessed an unparalleled physique, akin to bronze skin and iron bones. He was among the most qualified cultivators to rank within the top 50 of the Golden Scales list from the state of Chu. Upon seeing this name, Huang Ke immediately retrieved intelligence gathered over the years from the Southern Chu's activities, his smile fading as he realized the gravity of the challenge ahead. To face such a formidable opponent in the first round, our true martial heaven's fortunes seem rather bleak, one of the elder guest officials from the 9 prefectures sighed. What is there to lament? Xu Taiping's journey over the past 7 years has undoubtedly been arduous, and simply being listed is commendable. At the very least, he has garnered a precious fortune for our Jinwu heaven. Amon, who has now been invited as a guest elder, appears rather indifferent. In his eyes, Xu Taiping's solitary venture to the Yuyuan heaven, followed by 7 years of trials culminating in his listing, is no small feat. The other guest elders nod in agreement. Amon is indeed correct. Regardless of the outcome, Jinwu heaven stands to gain. Lu Chuxian, the lord of the estate, chuckles as he taps the armrest of his chair. For Jinwu heaven, which has not shared in the fortune of the Yuyuan emperor for over 5 centuries, even the smallest piece of fortune is sufficient to nurture dozens of transcendents in the coming decades. With these numerous transcendents as a foundation, when the barrier of Jinwu heaven begins to lift, at least the 9 major sects will possess the means for self-preservation. Speaking of which, Elder Qian, your granddaughter has had a prior altercation with Xu Taiping, has she not? At this moment, Sun One, a guest elder from Huangfeng Valley, suddenly grins at an elderly man curled up in his chair, puffing on his pipe. The old man, named Qian Yi, hails from the pure Yang Sword sect, much like Amon, and is known in the cultivation world as the Sword Maniac. Years ago, during the Xianhu Secret Realm incident, his granddaughter had a misunderstanding that led to a fierce confrontation with Xu Taiping. Upon hearing this, Qian Yi first shot an annoyed glance at the instigating Sun One, then forcefully tapped his pipe on the arm of his chair and declared loudly, "If that lad Xu can win even one match, I'll gladly bow my head to the sect master of Qingxian sect." The crowd erupted in laughter. Though the 9 major sects often engage in intrigue, they are united in this matter. At the same time, in Yuyuan heaven, within the grand city of Dechu, in the Tongli Palace, this palace was bestowed upon Princess Chu Yudi by King Zhao for her valor in saving him 7 years ago. At this moment, in a study within the palace, the 2nd princess, Chu Yudi, and the 7th princess, Chu Tiansheng, are seated before a chessboard. Beside them sit an elderly scholar with white hair and a tall, strikingly beautiful woman with an air of authority. The elder, a learned man from Shiliang named Fan Jixing, is Chu Yudi's master, having attained the fifth realm of Confucianism and Taoism, equivalent to a transcendental cultivator. However, when it comes to combat, he is far from formidable. Scholars possess only the skill of eloquence. The woman beside Chu Tianqing is none other than Xu Taiping's junior master, Lu Rushuang. I'm tired of this. I refuse to continue. After much deliberation, Chu Tianqing suddenly upends all the pieces on the chessboard. Seventh sister, how can you lack the patience to play even a single game? Chu Yudi sighed. Elder sister, you have confined me and my master for 6 years. You promised that after the Golden Scale Conference commenced, you would release them. Why do you keep breaking your promises? Chu Tianqing crossed her arms, casting an irritated glance at Chu Yudi. Your Highness, you die. 7 years ago, I, along with several old friends, joined forces to expel that nocturnal demon. Yet, rather than bestowing any rewards upon us, your royal family has imprisoned me and my 2 righteous sons for this long, which is indeed disheartening. Lu Rushuang cast a cold glance at Chu Yudi. Chapter 203. After entering the rankings, the great scholar Fan Jixing. Master Lu, it is I who have confined you here. Unrelated to Her Highness, you die. Who could have anticipated that you would refuse to disclose the identity of the cultivator who activated the spirit bone steel? This concerns the fortunes of the great Chu royal family, leaving us no choice but to resort to such measures, filtering you one by one. The great scholar Fan Jixing flashed a grin at Lu Rushuang. Were you not already aware that he would appear at the Shi Zhai and participate in this Golden Scale Conference? Surely you have not failed to locate him? Lu Rushuang scoffed at Fan Jixing. Do not be hasty. Today marks the final day for entering the Golden Scale rankings. If he does not arrive, it signifies that the calamity has been averted, and we shall emerge victorious. As he spoke, Fan Jixing produced a scroll. He placed it upon the chessboard and slowly unfurled it. As the scroll unfurled, 3-tailed koi could be seen swimming throughout the painting, seemingly in search of an exit. However, rest assured, according to our agreement 6 years ago when we drew our boundaries, should we identify that individual who enters the Golden Scale list, I shall release you along with the Xianyun Martial Academy's siblings and the monk. Fan Jixing glanced at the fish within the painting and then, with a beaming smile, addressed Lu Rushuang. You had best keep your word, old scholar. Otherwise, even if you attain the 5th realm, I possess the means to end your life. As Lu Rushuang uttered these words, she turned her gaze towards Chu Yudi and continued, addressing the royal family of Chu. Her tone was remarkably calm. Yet the seated Chu Yudi could not suppress a shiver down her spine. A cultivator capable of contending with a nocturnal demon indeed had the right to speak thus. At that moment, with the resounding toll of a bell, an aged yet authoritative voice reverberated above the Tongli Palace. Disciple of the true martial heaven, Xu Taiping, has registered. Upon hearing this, both Lu Rushuang and Chu Tianqing's eyes brightened simultaneously. The second princess, Chu Yudi, felt her heart tighten and could not help but inquire. This person is actually a cultivator of the true martial heaven? In recent years, to resolve the uncertainties regarding Fan Jixing's divination concerning her third brother's aspirations for the Golden Scale Conference, she had risked her reputation by imprisoning Lu Rushuang and her own sister, meticulously sifting through thousands of individuals based on the divination to identify that cultivator. However, she never anticipated that this cultivator would originate from the true martial heaven, a realm nearly devoid of martial prosperity. Suddenly, without waiting for Lu Rushuang's response, the 3 koi from the painting leaped forth, transforming into a pair of siblings and a monk, materializing within the study. They were none other than the siblings Lu Yun and the monk Chongda. The emergence of these 3 from the painting signified the failure of the resolution set forth by Fan Jixing for the great Chu royal family. They could no longer impede the cultivator foretold by the divination from becoming an obstacle for the third prince in his quest for the Golden Scale Conference. Time and fate intertwine. The esteemed Huang Lao Dao rightfully earns his title as the foremost master of divination in the realm of Yuyun. Indeed, his predictions are unfailingly accurate. The learned Fan Jixing, burdened by a bitter smile, let out a long sigh. Mother. Upon seeing Lu Rushuang, the siblings Lu Yun rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces. It's all right. It's all right. Lu Rushuang gently embraced them, offering soft words of comfort. Then, she turned coldly to glance at Chu Yudi and Fan Jixing, stating, We have emerged victorious in this wager. I trust you will honor your word and refrain from further interference during the Golden Scale Conference." In response, Fan Zhixing solemnly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Master Lu. We have no intention of causing you harm." As for the cultivator Xu Taiping from Junwu Heaven, now that he has made the list, he will be under the protection of the luck bestowed by Emperor Yuyun. Even the royal family would dare not act against the will of Emperor Yuyun. Hearing this, Lu Ruoshuang let out a cold snort, then led the Lu siblings and the monk Chongda out of the palace without a backward glance. "Master, your divination has never erred. Are we to simply watch Xu Taiping become an obstacle on my third brother's path to triumph at the Golden Scale?" Chu Yudi gazed regretfully at the retreating figures of Lu Ruoshuang and the others. "My divination only foretold that he would be a hindrance to the third prince. Whether he can truly surpass the third prince at the Golden Scale Conference remains uncertain." Fan Zhixing replied with a gentle shake of his head as he rolled up his scroll. "The third prince's current cultivation, as you witnessed not long ago, is merely half a step into the spirit refinement realm, yet he can contend with the demon lord imprisoned within the Wangchuan prison. He is indeed a prodigy, a rarity among young cultivators." He added, "My third brother's innate talent is not inferior to any of his contemporaries across the 5 directions." In agreement, Chu Yudi nodded thoughtfully. "Yet, if that is the case, why did you, Master, so fervently seek to identify this individual?" she inquired, puzzled. Had it not been for Fan Zhixing's insistence, she would not have resorted to such means against her own sister, nor would she have angered the hero who expelled the night demons. The reason is simple. If we can ascertain the method to unlock the Mahapaluzan seal from this individual, we can ensure the Lingyue steel is firmly in the hands of the great Chu imperial family. This would grant the Chu royal family leverage in negotiations with cultivators across the realm, Fan Zhixing elucidated to Chu Yudi. Upon hearing this, a profound sense of regret washed over Chu Yudi's face. However, now that Xu Taiping's name was already inscribed on the Golden Scale list, even if she were to implore her father to intervene, there was little she could do against Xu Taiping. "It's all that 7th brother's fault for not revealing to me that he was Xu Taiping. Otherwise, we would have captured him long ago," Chu Yudi complained. Yet, amidst her grievances, she was acutely aware that she could not take action against Chu Tianqing. Although her sister was lacking in talent, she was still favored by their father. Had it not been for the Lu siblings serving as hostages, revealing this matter to her father might have led to unforeseen consequences. Chapter 204. The first opponent after entering the list, Qi Hao that evening, within the Xianyun Martial Arts Academy. Xu Taiping, Lu Rushuang, the 7th princess, Chu Tianqing, the county princess, Chu Xiaoxiao, Master Chongda, and the siblings Lu Yun gathered in one place. Initially, Xu Taiping had intended to seek out county princess Chu Xiaoxiao upon his return from Jinlin Hall. However, he unexpectedly received a long-awaited message from Master Chongda, instructing him to proceed directly to the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. Thus, this group convened together. It seems that merely because the scholar Fan Zhixing had cast an oracle indicating that I might obstruct the third prince in seizing the Jinlin society, the second princess Chu Yudi expended such effort to locate and capture me, even after hearing the complete account from my little master aunt and the others. Xu Taiping still found it somewhat incredulous, feeling it was a case of unwarranted misfortune. Fan Zhixing appeared to have ulterior motives, although I was not entirely clear on them. Little Master Aunt Lu Rushuang shook her head and remarked, "Your second sister has been led astray by that old scholar. She was once such a good person, but now her actions are ruthless, as if she has transformed into another being." Chu Tianqing expressed his disappointment, saying, "It is not that your second sister has changed, rather, it is you who remains unchanged, not at all resembling a member of the royal family." Little Master Aunt smiled as she patted Chu Tianqing on the head. "Indeed, Your Highness Tianqing, you are still just as you were in childhood, unchanged in the slightest." Chu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously in agreement. Having interacted with many princes and princesses from the palace since childhood, she had witnessed their transformation from innocent beings into cunning strategists. Thus, within this context, the unchanging Chu Tianqing suddenly became an anomaly. However, Taiping, since you have entered the Jinlin list, you will be under the protection of the fortune of the great Emperor Yuyun. Even the royal family would not dare to act against you during this time. You need only focus on preparing for the first competition in 2 days, Little Master Aunt Lu Rushuang advised Xu Taiping. "Thank you for the reminder, Master Aunt. I shall." Xu Taiping replied earnestly, nodding his head. Now that Master Ant and the others had been found, he could devote himself wholly to preparing for the upcoming Jinlin Society. By the way, Brother Taiping, do you know who your opponent in the first round is? Xu Xiaoxiao suddenly inquired. I haven't had the chance to check. Xu Taiping shook his head. Although he was aware that the match list had been released, he had been too eager to find little Master Ant and the others to examine it closely. It is Qi Hao, the youngest son of the head of the Qi family. He possesses a naturally strong physique and has been taken up the mountain as a closed-door disciple by the master of Xuanta Mountain since childhood. It is said that he has now attained the strength to compete for a position within the top 60 of the Jinlin list, Xu Xiaoxiao explained to Xu Taiping. As her brother was also participating in the Jinlin Society, she had gathered knowledge about all the disciples hailing from Yuyan Heaven. The Qi family? The one among the 5 great families of South Chu? Xu Taiping asked in astonishment. Precisely. Xu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Have you perhaps interacted with members of the Qi family? Little Master Aunt Lu Rushuang looked at Xu Taiping with keen curiosity. Xu Taiping, upon hearing this, forced a smile, thinking to himself that not only had he interacted with them, but he had also nearly dispatched their ancestor. Yet, this was not entirely his fault. If it were not for that old ancestor's scheme to ensnare him within the dragon trap tower, setting numerous ambushes to eliminate him, he would not have resorted to lethal measures. Fortunately, he had never revealed his true appearance before the Qi family, thus the likelihood of them recognizing him remained low. It was not as if he had any concrete evidence. He had merely heard rumors. Xu Taiping chuckled awkwardly, ultimately deciding to temporarily conceal the enmity with the Qi family from everyone, particularly as it involved the secrets of the Dragon Trap Tower. Without Sister Lingyue's consent, he felt it inappropriate to disclose anything to his little master and the others. I have also heard of this Qi Hao. His master, the head of Xuanhu Mountain, is likewise a master of the transformation realm. Taiping, you must exercise caution, little Master Lu Rushuang advised earnestly. Although she recognized Xu Taiping's prowess far surpassed that of his peers, all disciples eligible for the Golden Scale Conference were formidable, and he must not underestimate them. Moreover, she was acutely aware that each of Xu Taiping's victories was crucial for Jinwu Heaven, potentially altering its fate for the next century. Rest assured, sister, I will not exhibit the slightest complacency, Xu Taiping reassured Lu Rushuang once more. Brother Taiping, I will send you the intelligence on Qi Hao tomorrow, so you may prepare in advance, Xu Xiaoxiao proactively offered. Thank you, Princess Xiaoxiao, Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude. Do not mention it. Without you, Brother Taiping, our family might have perished in that catastrophe 7 years ago, Xu Xiaoxiao replied, waving her hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately grew interested, eagerly inquiring about the details of that disaster. Around the same time, within the Qi family's ancestral hall in the capital, the head of the Qi family, who was also Qi Hao's father, excitedly clapped a hand on Qi Hao's shoulder. Howard, you have drawn a favorable lot this time. Your first opponent is merely an unknown individual from Jinwu Heaven. Father, I have but one opponent, and that is the third prince, Chui Nan, Qi Hao, a tall figure, coldly snorted with disdain after paying respects to the ancestral tablets. He continued, aside from the third prince, I have no interest in any other cultivators, and I shall not allow them to survive even a tea's worth of time beneath my fists. Hearing this, the head of the Qi family laughed heartily. With your words, I can rest easy. Had you faced other opponents in the coming days, I might have advised you to exercise caution, but as for that nameless fellow from Jinwu Heaven, I truly cannot find a reason to dissuade you. Chapter 205. The first round at the Golden Scale Pavilion. 2 days later, the Golden Scale Conference commenced. This year, the number of disciples participating was quite substantial. In addition to the 320 from Yuyan Heaven, there were 68 from Juming Heaven, 68 from Chenglong Heaven, and even 23 from Xianhuang Heaven, which was currently engaged in battle with Jiu Yuan. Remarkably, even Jinwu Heaven, which had been silent for several centuries, sent forth a cultivator. The attendance was astonishing. I recall the last Golden Scale Conference had barely over 100 participants. During the previous Golden Scales Conference, as Yuyun Tian engaged in combat with Zhu Yuan, the other realms were embroiled in turmoil, rendering them incapable of dispatching any assistance. In this light, Yuyun Mansion's declaration that this year's Golden Scales Conference is a grand event occurring once every 5 centuries does not seem exaggerated. Indeed, this gathering not only boasts a multitude of participants, but is particularly remarkable as it brings together the 5 realms of the Upper Qing realm. If one were to reflect, The last time such a confluence occurred was indeed over 500 years ago. It is said that when the five realms assemble, the fortune of Yuyun Mansion flourishes, and its lord receives a martial blessing from the Emperor of Yuyun. I have heard this assertion as well. Thus, I believe that the disciple from Jinwu Tian was merely brought in by Lord Xiu to fill a quota. Surely not. If his cultivation were too lacking, the Golden Scales list would not acknowledge him. While his cultivation must possess some merit, it undoubtedly pales in comparison to the outstanding figures from the other realms. You must understand that Jinwu Tian's martial fortune has long since dwindled, and there are currently no transcendent cultivators among them. How formidable could a disciple emerging from such a place truly be? That is indeed a fair point. Otherwise, there would not be precisely one cultivator selected by the Golden Scales list. I have heard that this disciple, Xu Taiping, is to face the renowned martial prodigy Qi Hao from the Qi family today. Is that true? It is indeed true. The match roster has already been released, and you may verify it yourself. Qi Hao is infamous for his ruthless tactics. I fear Xu Taiping may find himself embarrassed today. You have not even seen the disciple from Jinwu Tian. How can you be so certain that he will be the one to falter? Perhaps it will be Qi Hao who ends up in disgrace. By a tea house on a bustling street in the capital, Luwan, awaiting the shopkeeper's meat pies to emerge, could no longer contain his rebuttal after overhearing the incessant chatter of several cultivators. Upon hearing Lu Wen's retort, the group exchanged glances before bursting into derisive laughter, their mirth dripping with scorn. When Lu Wen intended to continue his argument, but was interrupted by Lu Yun, who called out to him. She was seen collecting the meat pies in a basket handed to her by the shopkeeper, then grasping Lu Wen's arm as they walked. Let them speak. The competition will commence in less than half an hour. Princess Xiao Xiao has reserved a spot for us at the Golden Scales Pavilion. We must make haste. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen acknowledged with an "oh" and obediently followed Lu Yun. Sister, I believe Brother Taiping will win today. These people know nothing. Lu Wen could not resist expressing his frustration to Lu Yun. Sister also believes Brother Taiping will prevail. But it is best that we keep this knowledge to ourselves and not engage in debate with them, Lu Yun replied, turning to smile at Lu Wen. Xu Taiping's only appearance in the capital under his true identity was on the first day of his arrival, when he assisted in dealing with the intruder Ma Wenxuan. Of course, even then, he had employed a human skin mask to alter his appearance. Therefore, in this capital, only Lu Yun and her brother, along with Master Chongda, Princess Xiao Xiao, and the esteemed Song from Xi's studio truly comprehend his prowess. However, the understanding they possess of Xu Taiping is merely a reflection of the man he was 7 years ago. Only the crimson armored riders of Tianhai Town have witnessed his current prowess. Lu Yun, Lu Wen, have you arrived? The voice of the seventh princess resonated in their ears as they entered the Golden Scale Pavilion. Due to their association with Lu Ruoshuang, the three had quickly become acquainted. Your Highness, An and I have reached the Golden Scale Pavilion. We shall be there shortly. As Lu Yun quickened her pace, she responded through the transmission. Soon, after presenting their passes to the guards of the Yuyun Manor, the siblings finally arrived at the competition venue, the Golden Scale Platform. Big sister, this Golden Scale Platform is immense, resembling a vast, unroofed city. Lu Wen exclaimed, taken aback by the grandeur before him. He had anticipated the Golden Scale Platform to be no more than a slightly larger training ground, perhaps the size of a courtyard. But he was astonished to find it expansive enough to rival a city. Without the enhancement of true essence, one cannot discern the happenings on the opposite side. In the center of this area stood a colossal platform resembling a chessboard, its material akin to jade, giving it the appearance of a vast lake from a distance. How can there be such a vast expanse within the Golden Scale Pavilion? Lu Wen inquired, following closely behind Lu Yun as they approached the stands. His curiosity piqued. He recalled that it took him merely the duration of a tea break to circle around the Golden Scale Pavilion. Yet traversing the Golden Scale Platform in the same time would be utterly impossible. The Golden Scale Platform is, in fact, a manifestation of the divine artifact known as the Golden Scale Pool, which possesses its own distinct realm, Lu Yun clarified for her brother. Thus, we are currently within this treasure called the Golden Scale Pool? Lu Wen pondered, feeling a sense of wonder. Indeed, at that moment, a cheerful voice emanated from the stands ahead. The siblings looked up to see the seventh princess, Chu Tiancheng. Beside her sat the bored Chu Xiao Xiao and Lu Ruoshuang, who appeared to be deep in thought. A Yun, a Wen, I've saved you seats, come and join us. Lu Ruoshuang called out with a smile, waving them over. The two hastily made their way to her side. "Your Highness, Princess Xiao Xiao, here are freshly made meat pies for you to try." As On settled down, he handed over a piece of the meat pie wrapped in oiled paper to both Xu Tianqing and Xu Xiaoxiao. The siblings had purchased the meat pies after hearing Xu Tianqing lament about her hunger during their transmission. "Thank you, a yuan and a one." Xu Tianqing's eyes sparkled with delight upon receiving the meat pie, quickly snatching it up. "Mother, you should have a piece as well." A yuan offered a slice to Lu Ruoshuang. "A yuan, take a moment to rest. You've been busy all morning." Lu Ruoshuang took the meat pie and then pulled a yuan to sit beside her. Although a yuan and a one, like her husband, were merely veils of identity in the capital, since returning from the Blood Rain Forest, she had come to regard them as her own. "Mother, when does the competition with Taiping to go begin?" At that moment, Lu Wen suddenly inquired of Lu Ruoshuang. "Taiping's match should be the third one today. The first match has just concluded, and after this next round, it will be his turn," Lu Ruoshuang replied, her gaze returning to the golden scale platform below. Given that most of those qualified to watch the matches were cultivators, even from such a distance, the spectators could still see clearly who is competing in the next match. Owen asked again. "It is Bai Che from the Bai family of Yuyan Tian and Mu Yun from the Zhu Ming Tian Guangling Pavilion." Before Lu Ruoshuang could respond, Xu Xiaoxiao interjected. "I know Brother Bai Che. He is the young master of the Bai family's Changchun Hall and is truly kind. When I used to buy medicine there, he always instructed the shopkeeper to charge me only half the price," Owen expressed with gratitude. Among the young scions, the character of this young master from the Bai family was indeed commendable. Lu Ruoshuang nodded in agreement. Although she had been confined within the palace for most of her return, she had still managed to gather intelligence regarding the prominent families and sects through Princess Tiancheng. Moreover, they had Xu Xiaoxiao, who frequently visited the palace. "I heard long ago that Brother Bai Che has reached the half-step refining spirit realm. He should have no trouble winning this match, right?" Naturally, Owen hoped for his victory due to their acquaintance. Bai Che's talent was indeed remarkable. Though he possessed only a golden spirit bone, it was a rare red flame bone. He later became a disciple of a master from Qingyang Mountain, placing his cultivation prowess among the elite of his peers, yet victory was not guaranteed. Lu Ruoshuang furrowed her brow. "Why do you say that, mother?" Owen asked, puzzled. Lu Ruoshuang was about to respond when she noticed Xu Xiaoxiao's eager expression, as if to say, "Let me explain." Amused, she shook her head and said, "Princess Xiaoxiao, please enlighten my foolish son." Xu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously and, with a mysterious smile directed at the astonished Lu Wan, said, "Have you heard of the goddess from Zhuming Tian?" Owen nodded. "I have heard. It is said that only the goddess can communicate with the deity left behind by the great emperor during the ascension in Zhuming Tian. You know quite a bit." Xu Xiaoxiao was pleased with Owen's response. "Xiaoxiao, stop keeping us in suspense and speak quickly." The seventh princess, Tian Cheng, who was busy eating, lightly kicked Xu Xiaoxiao. All right, Your Highness, no need to rush." Xu Xiaoxiao blushed slightly and then explained earnestly. "This Mu Yun is the elder brother of the current goddess, Mu Yu Chun, from Zhuming Tian and the young master of the Guangling Pavilion, which ranks second among the immortal sects in Zhuming Tian." Upon hearing this, Owen's pupils widened in shock, followed by an expression of disbelief. Guangling Pavilion? Is that the sect where the first-generation master single-handedly sealed a demon abyss with a single sword? Unlike the practitioners of the true martial heaven, the cultivators of the ghost cloud heaven possess a certain understanding of various matters concerning the other realms. Indeed, Xu Xiaoxiao nodded, acknowledging that although the current Guangling Pavilion may never again witness a figure as extraordinary as its founding master, the sect's influence has far surpassed that of the past. It is merely a matter of time before the Pavilion Master's daughter, Mu Yuchen, is chosen as the divine maiden of the absolute nether heaven, solidifying her position as the foremost figure among the sects of the absolute nether heaven. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise gradually morphed into concern on On's face. Does this not imply that Brother Bai Che's situation is perilous? He expressed with a hint of worry. As long as the contest at the Golden Scales Conference has not concluded, anything is still possible. Do not jump to conclusions so early, Lu Ruoshuang gently reassured him, patting On's head. Indeed, mother, you are right, Lu Wen nodded vigorously, as the group engaged in light-hearted discussions regarding the disciples on the Golden Scales list. The voice of the Ghost Cloud Manor's master suddenly resonated above the Golden Scales platform. Today's second match features Bai Che from the Bai family of Ghost Cloud Heaven against Mu Yun from the Absolute Nether Heaven S. Guangling Pavilion. Chapter 207. The first match, Bai Che versus Mu Yun. Once a contestant falls from the high platform, the match is deemed over. If one party concedes, no lethal force may be employed. Contestants are prohibited from gambling. Violators will be expelled from the Golden Scales list. Contestants may not utilize divine weapons, divine symbols, or artifacts. Additionally, the total number of weapons and treasures carried must not exceed 3. Following the announcement by Master Qiu Shunyuan, a white-clad steward from the Ghost Cloud Manor ascended the Golden Scales platform to meticulously recite the rules of the contest. Must it always be recited in full? With over 100 matches, this will consume an inordinate amount of time. Unable to contain his impatience, began to fidget as the steward continued to articulate the rules with great detail. The rules of the Golden Scales Conference have long been posted outside the Golden Scales Pavilion. We have already perused them, Luwen remarked. You seem to be misinformed. In the Golden Scales pool, a day lasts merely 3 hours in the outside world. Moreover, the day and night here are governed solely by the Master's discretion. The matches can continue for as long as he desires, Chu Xiaoxiao elucidated for Luwen. The detailed recitation is necessary because once the contest commences, there is no adjudicator present on the platform. Compliance with the rules is solely determined by the Golden Scales list, and even the Master cannot intervene. It is one of the rules established by the Great Emperor of Ghost Cloud that the contest regulations must be recited before each round. If not completed, the participating disciples cannot stand upon the Golden Scales platform. Princess Chu Tianqing interjected with a supplementary comment. Although she was not familiar with many of the participants in the Golden Scales Conference, she was well aware of these rules. Only the first 3 matches require such recitation. The subsequent ones do not, Lu Rushuang added. Upon hearing this, Luwen nodded in realization. Since these are the Great Emperor of Ghost Cloud's regulations, he dared not express any disdain. What if someone disputes the ruling of the Golden Scales list? Lu Yun suddenly inquired curiously. They would be promptly removed from the Golden Scales pool. Should a situation arise where someone concedes yet still inflicts harm, it is even possible that they could be obliterated directly by the Golden Scales pool, Chu Xiaoxiao responded, addressing Lu Yun's query. Upon hearing the words, Lu Yun's face betrayed a look of astonishment. The Golden Scales pool was originally established by the Emperor of the Cloudy Abyss to nurture the dragon, and there were even rumors that a true dragon had once been raised within its depths. It was a divine artifact of great renown throughout the entire Upper Qing realm. With its judgment, most cultivators would not dare to dispute. At this moment, Lu Rushuang also spoke. The siblings, Lu Yun and Lu Rushuang, nodded in unison. Just as they were engaged in idle conversation, the white-clad steward on the Golden Scales platform recited the competition rules of the Golden Scales Assembly with meticulous clarity. Boom. As the white-clad steward departed from the Golden Scales platform, an incredibly sharp energy of pure metal surged forth from the center of the colossal platform, ultimately forming a wall that divided the Golden Scales platform into 2. Soon after, 2 piercing sounds of air being sliced through echoed as 2 figures darted onto the platform, each taking their position on opposite sides. The eldest brother of the Bai family, Bai Che, had entered the fray. Upon channeling his true essence into his eyes, Luwen was finally able to discern the figure on the platform. Bai Che was relatively youthful, appearing to be just over 20 years of age, tall and slender, with a refined visage that bore more resemblance to a scholar than a cultivator. At that moment, he was adorned in a pristine white robe, wielding a sword, quietly gazing at his opponent, Mu Yun. Mu Yun, tall in stature, was not particularly burly, yet when his arms and torso tensed beneath his garments, the distinct contours of his muscles became evident. This alone indicated that he was not merely an ordinary cultivator, but had also undergone rigorous physical training. It was highly probable that he was a master of body refinement. The weapon he wielded was undoubtedly the long blade, sheathed at his waist. This blade was unlike ordinary swords. Its hilt was exceptionally long, designed for 2-handed wielding, and the blade itself was equally lengthy, measuring at least 7 feet in total, towering over Mu Yun by a head. The competition could commence only when the sword energy wall dissipated. At that moment, the white-clad steward, now positioned in the viewing area, called out a reminder to Bai Che and Mu Yun. In response, Bai Che clasped his hands in salute, offering a courteous smile as he addressed Mu Yun. Brother Mu Yun, I have long admired your esteemed name. I kindly request that you show mercy during our duel. Hearing this, Mu Yun merely cast a fleeting glance at Bai Che, before responding with an expression as calm as a still pond. If you wish for me to show mercy, it would be better to concede outright. At this proclamation, a chorus of boos erupted from the surrounding audience. Some cultivators from the cloudy abyss were particularly incensed, hurling vitriol at Mu Yun. Witnessing this scene, Xu Taiping quipped. This Mu Yun, when he visited the palace to pay respects to Father Emperor a few days ago, bore that same impassive expression. He always spoke with an air of superiority. My second sister nearly came to blows with him. The Lu siblings were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Mu Yun would maintain such an attitude even in front of the king of Chu. This behavior seemed typical, as the absolute void heaven, like the true martial heaven, governed the realm and had always looked down upon secular dynasties. Having traveled through the realms, Lu Rushuang found this behavior unremarkable. Boom. Just as the clamor in the arena reached a crescendo, the wall of pure metal energy on the Golden Scales platform erupted violently. Clang. At the moment when the sword energy dissipated, accompanied by a resounding clang, Bai Che's longsword abruptly shot forth from its sheath, transforming into a brilliant beam of light that darted straight towards Mu Yun. Although Bai Che appeared courteous, he was, in truth, a decisive figure, merciless when it came to lethal combat. Chapter 208, The First Match. The supreme art of the Azure Emperor's dragon-slaying blade. Just as the flying sword was about to strike Mu Yun, he suddenly drew his longsword. However, rather than cleaving the incoming sword with a direct strike, he whirled his arm, gripping the hilt, in a sweeping motion before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he executed this maneuver, hundreds of silver sword shadows erupted from his arm's rotation. From a distance, it appeared as though a silver dragon, composed entirely of these shimmering sword images, had materialized before Mu Yun. With a thunderous crash, this silver dragon, forged from blade shadows, engulfed and shattered by Che's luminous sword light. Swish. In the instant the sword light fragmented, Mu Yun surged forth from the maelstrom of blade shadows, charging towards Bai Che with his sword raised high. Yet, Bai Che remained composed, wielding the sword sheath horizontally with one hand while pointing his sword towards Mu Yun with the other, commanding, "Sword, emerge." No sooner had the command left his lips than the air erupted with the sound of shattering formations. Countless beams of sword light burst forth from Bai Che's sword sheath, converging into a cascading torrent that plunged directly towards Mu Yun. Clang. With a sudden, thunderous resonance, numerous silver blade shadows scattered like startled birds in a forest, dispersing the waterfall of descending sword light with tremendous force. Swish. As the sword light shattered, Mu Yun, gripping his blade with both hands, surged forth from the multitude of silver sword shadows, aiming a strike at Bai Che's neck. The sword returned like a mountain. However, just as the long sword was about to descend upon Bai Che's head, he suddenly grasped his sword sheath with both hands and bellowed. In an instant, the countless beams of sword light that had surged forth retreated back into the sheath. Then, with a resounding boom, a colossal sword shadow emerged, resembling a shield, protecting Bai Che. Bang! Mu Yun's blade struck heavily against the sword shadow, leaving only a faint mark upon its surface. It was a supreme celestial artifact, the Guizong sword. Witnessing this scene, some cultivators who recognized Bai Che's longsword could not help but exclaim in awe. Even the young master Lu Ruoshuang was momentarily taken aback, expressing her surprise. The Guizong sword requires exceptionally stringent conditions for its master recognition. I did not expect this young scion of the Bai family to achieve it. Celestial swords are distinct from ordinary magical treasures, as they possess sword spirits. To fully master one, recognition from the sword spirit is essential. The Guizong sword is a renowned masterpiece among celestial swords, with exceedingly rigorous requirements for its master. Moreover, even upon successful recognition, the extent of the sword's power depends on the wielder's capability. At present, it seemed that Bai Che, capable of executing the techniques sword emerge like a waterfall and sword return like a mountain, had indeed proven himself to be a true sword cultivator. She added this insight with a knowing nod. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, a violent surge of energy suddenly swept forth from the golden scale platform, akin to a tidal wave. Following closely, Lu Ruoshuang beheld with astonishment that Mu Yun of the Guangling Pavilion, wielding a blade, unleashed a formidable momentum imbued with the essence of destruction, once again striking towards Bai Che. This time, with Mu Yun's downward slash. A colossal phantom of a coiling dragon emerged behind him, The Qingdi dragon-slaying blade? The name abruptly surfaced in Lu Ruoshuang's mind. It was a technique she frequently heard mentioned during her travels in the realm of Zhu Tian, renowned as one of the 7 absolute arts of the Guangling Pavilion, which claimed descent from the Qing Emperor. Whoosh! Just as Lu Ruoshuang recognized the blade technique, the sound of air being sliced apart echoed, and a massive scar from the blade cleaved through the sword shadow in front of Bai Che. With a sharp crack, Bai Che's arm, which gripped the Guizong's sword, shattered completely. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Bai Che crumpled to the ground. Surrender or perish. Mu Yun arrogantly placed the long blade against Bai Che's neck, declaring with pride. Though Bai Che felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, when faced with the choice between dignity and life, he ultimately made his decision. I concede. He raised his hand, reluctantly uttering the 3 words. This scene incited great indignation among the cultivators of Yuyuan Tian, who felt that Bai Che had brought shame upon their ranks. The 7th princess, Xu Tiancheng, however, appeared unfazed, having just finished a piece of meat pie. She licked her fingers and remarked coolly, living is the most important thing. Acting on a moment's bravado is the height of folly. A decade spent confined in a secret realm had imparted to her a profound understanding that the essence of life lies in survival. While that may be true, do return the meat pie you pilfered from me. I have yet to savor it. Lu Ruoshuang shot a disapproving glance at Xu Tiancheng before reclaiming the meat pie she had stealthily taken. Senior Ruoshuang, Princess Tiancheng, this is rather concerning. At that moment, Princess Chu Xiao, suddenly anxious, presented her spirit mirror to the 2, continuing, look, this is the matchup list from the Golden Scale rankings. If Brother Taiping wins the next match, his subsequent opponent will be the formidable Mu Yun. The 2 took the spirit mirror and furrowed their brows in unison. However, Lu Ruoshuang soon chuckled and shook her head, saying, for Taiping to triumph over Qi Hao in the upcoming match would already be a remarkable feat for him, and for Zhen Wu Tian. As for Mu Yun, he is too distant a concern to fret over at this moment. Upon hearing this, Princess Tiancheng and the others exchanged awkward smiles, agreeing with Lu Ruoshuang's rationale. Not so fast, however. Chu Xiao did not share their sentiment. After all, she had witnessed with her own eyes the extraordinary feat of Xu Taiping single-handedly slaying 2 ghostly rulers. Suddenly, a thought struck her. If everyone was thinking this way, perhaps I could make a significant wager? The impulse surged within her, and she could no longer suppress her gambling urge. Promptly, she took out a communication jade slip to relay a message to her subordinates. The content simple. Bet all her fortune on Xu Taiping. As Chu Xiao instructed her subordinates to place their bets, the voice of the lord of the manor, Qiu Shanyuan, resonated once more. The victor of this match will be Ming Tian from the Guangling Pavilion, Mu Yun. In the next contest, Jinwu's Taiqing Xian sect's Xu Taiping will face the Qi family of Yuyuan Tian, Qi Hao. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Ruoshuang and the others immediately adopted serious expressions, their gazes betraying a hint of tension. Among those feeling the same apprehension were the disciples of the 7 Peaks, gathered in the bamboo grove of the Yuxian Pavilion at the Taiqing Xian sect in Jinwu Tian. Little junior sister, you're about to crush my hand. Jiangji chuckled helplessly as she patted Zhao Linglong on the shoulder. Sister, what should we do? I feel like my heart is about to leap out. Zhao Linglong exclaimed, wrapping her arms tightly around Jiangji's. Do not fret. As long as our junior brother can successfully ascend the Golden Scale platform, this journey to Yuyuan Tian will be deemed a triumph. Jiangji gently reassured her, patting Zhao Linglong's shoulder soothingly. Chapter 209, the second match. Xu Taiping versus Qi Hao. It had been 7 years since their last encounter, and one could only wonder how much Taiping had changed. At that moment, Dugu Qingxiao settled beside the stone table, his eyes filled with anticipation as they rested upon the spirit mirror. Lin Buyu joined him, having set aside her book to quietly observe the mirror's surface. With a long exhale, Zhao Linglong suddenly released a sigh of relief and remarked, 14 years ago, we were here, worrying whether Taiping could ascend the mountain. Little did we know he would now be in Yuyuan Tian, battling on the Golden Scale platform. Her words prompted the others to reminisce about 14 years prior, as they recalled watching Xu Taiping participate in the selection of the 7 Peaks. Thus, regardless of the outcome, it was a moment worthy of celebration that Taiping stood upon the Golden Scale platform. Su Zian smiled as she gently patted Zhao Linglong on the shoulder. Indeed, Zhao Linglong's expression relaxed entirely. At that moment, The white-clad steward from Yuyun Manor, standing on the golden scale platform, finally completed the lengthy recitation of the competition rules. Simultaneously, the wall formed from the essence of the Gungjin sword energy once again divided the golden scale platform into two halves. With a whoosh, two figures, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, soared to either side of the golden scale platform. However, due to the high vantage point, even with the spirit mirror magnified to a diameter of 7 or 8 feet, the specifics of these two individuals' appearances remained obscured. Second senior brother, can you bring it in closer? Zhao Linglong urged Dugu Qingxiao anxiously. I'll give it a try, Dugu Qingxiao nodded, then proceeded to control the scene within the copper mirror, inching closer to the two figures. Given the limitations of the spirit mirror's size and the vastness of the golden scale platform, they would need to magnify the images one by one to discern their true forms. Ultimately, Dugu Qingxiao decided to first reveal the identity of the individual on the western side of the golden scale platform. As the images gradually enlarged, they beheld a remarkably burly youth clad in a brown leather armor, firmly gripping a pitch-black axe. Upon closer inspection of the young man's visage, his chiseled features, prominent ears, and thick brows, his gaze resembled that of a famished beast, long deprived of sustenance. This is not peace, Zhao Linglong asserted with unwavering conviction. This must be the adversary in the forthcoming contest, Qihao. Dugu Qingxiao nodded, yet furrowed his brow, remarking, from a purely physical standpoint, this individual is at least of the martial saint realm. The dark-hued axe he wields exudes an ancient aura, likely an artifact from the primordial era. Hearing this, the crowd felt a tightening in their chests. Not only does he possess the physique of a martial saint, but he also wields an ancient celestial weapon, prompting concern for the upcoming battle of their junior brother. As Dugu Qingxiao spoke, he performed a hand gesture, directing the spirit mirror to shift its focus toward the eastern side of the golden scale platform, gradually enlarging the image. Ultimately, a familiar figure materialized before their eyes. It was Taiping. The appearance of their junior brother had not changed much. He appeared somewhat leaner, slightly taller, and with a straighter posture. Remarkably, he was still clad in the same robe he wore upon entering the Qingxian sect. The disciples of the Seven Peaks initially engaged in animated discussions, but upon noticing the somewhat tattered robe adorning Xu Taiping, they were inexplicably overcome with emotion. Whether in victory or defeat, when our junior brother returns, we must celebrate him heartily. Indeed, it suffices that he returns safely. Upon truly seeing Xu Taiping, the collective yearning for triumph dissipated, replaced by a singular hope for his safe return. The number of rounds he could win at the Golden Scale Conference became inconsequential. Of course, not everyone shared this sentiment. Brother Taiping, my entire fortune is riding on you. You must win this match. In the stands of the Golden Scale platform, Chu Xiaoxiao, upon receiving word from her subordinates that all her savings had been wagered on Xu Taiping's victory, became extraordinarily exhilarated. Xiaoxiao, what are you muttering about? Inquired the seventh princess, wrapping her arm around her shoulder in surprise. Your Highness, I am praying to the Buddha for Brother Taiping's victory. Chu Xiaoxiao replied with a sheepish smile. Naturally, she would not disclose her bet on Xu Taiping to the seventh princess, lest her mother discover it and impose a 6-month confinement upon her. What use is praying to the Buddha? They cannot concern themselves with us in the cloudy abyss. We should beseech the great emperor of cloudy abyss instead, countered Chu Tianqing, who then clasped his hands together and murmured, Great Emperor, Great Emperor. I am willing to have Xiaoxiao consume nothing but vegetables for 10 years in exchange for Brother Taiping's triumph. Chu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a mournful expression, she replied, Your Highness, can we negotiate a different condition with the emperor? 10 years of vegetarianism would be worse than death. Chu Tianqing initially chuckled, but then his expression turned serious, stating, Qihao possessed the physique of the martial sect at the tender age of 8, along with the rare Xuanmu bone from the Golden Spirit Bone. After years of training under a master on Shuanta Mountain, the odds of Brother Taiping prevailing in this match are exceedingly slim. Now in the realm of spirit refinement, her vision and perception far surpassed those of Chu Xiaoxiao. Master Lu, do you share this opinion? Chu Xiaoxiao nervously turned to Lu Rushuang, who nodded in acknowledgement before addressing her. You may not be aware, but Taiping possesses the most ordinary white spirit bone. Achieving the refinement of spirit realm with such a bone is already a remarkable feat. At these words, a shiver ran through Chu Xiaoxiao, as she thought to herself, white spirit bone. However, she quickly regained her resolve and countered. Even if his cultivation talent does not match that of Qi Hao, his martial prowess must surely surpass it. After all, she had witnessed the formidable power of Xu Taiping's martial arts. Indeed, Taiping's greatest advantage was his physique, which rivaled that of a martial sage. Chapter 210. The second match. Xu Taiping, you are my father. Lu Rushuang initially affirmed Chu Xiaoxiao's assertion, but then shifted the conversation, stating, yet, physique is also Qi Hao's strong suit. The Xuanhu Mountain is renowned in the cultivation world for its dual training in Qi refinement and body strengthening. Its disciples not only excel in techniques, but also possess a physique that rivals their contemporaries. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned ashen. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as the barrier of sword energy at the Jinlin platform shattered, marking the commencement of the match. It's over. Chu Xiaoxiao gazed at the two figures leaping towards one another atop the Jinlin platform, her body collapsing heavily against the chair's back. Once the match commenced, she could not withdraw her bet. If Xu Taiping truly could not surpass Qi Hao, as Lu Rushuang and Chu Tianqing had suggested, she would be forced to sell the Wangfu. Bang! At that moment, a violent collision reverberated from the Jinlin platform. Lowering her gaze, she beheld Qi Hao, whose physique had suddenly surged to over 10 feet tall, sending Xu Taiping hurtling backward with a single punch. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoxiao nearly whimpered, biting down hard on her lip to stifle her emotions. Meanwhile, her mentor Lu Rushuang and the seventh princess, Chu Tianqing, appeared far more composed, having mentally prepared themselves in advance. In the adjacent spectator box, however, raucous cheers erupted, clearly emanating from the offspring of the Qi family in the capital. Without an advantage in physique, Taiping faced a daunting challenge in this match. Lu Rushuang murmured to herself, stroking her chin. For an ordinary martial artist, a physique akin to that of a martial sage was nearly the pinnacle of achievement. Boom. At that moment, Qi Hao unleashed another punch at Xu Taiping. The impact resonated with a loud crash as Xu Taiping raised his arms to block, only to be sent flying off the ground by the sheer force of Qi Hao's blow. Just as Xu Taiping's feet left the ground, Qi Hao delivered a kick that sent shockwaves through the air. As he executed the kick, Qi Hao's vitality surged once more, his height increasing by another foot or two, and the leg that extended outward thickened considerably. Bang! Although Xu Taiping managed to brace himself with both palms at the critical moment against Qi Hao's incoming kick, the recoil sent him hurtling backward like a cannonball, on the verge of being ejected from the Jinlin platform. At the last moment, he suddenly slammed his palms downward, his body sinking straight down and crashing onto the Golden Scales platform. The audience gasped as Chu Xiaoxiao, witnessing this, clasped her hands to her chest, gasping for breath, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, and murmuring incessantly, "That scared me to death. That scared me to death. Xiaoxiao, are you unwell? Should I send someone to take you home?" The seventh princess, Chu Tianqing, noticed and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Chu Xiaoxiao's forehead, then asked with concern, I'm fine. No need to go back." Chu Xiaoxiao firmly rejected, disregarding Chu Tianqing's peculiar gaze, and with her hands clasped together, she trembled and prayed, "Brother Xu, young hero Xu, great benefactor Xu, you must hold on. As long as you win, I will call you father." Upon hearing this, both Chu Tianqing and Lu Rushuang were taken aback. Just as they were about to question Chu Xiaoxiao further, a sudden explosion of energy erupted from the Golden Scales platform below, a result of qi and blood surging to new heights. They then saw Qi Hao's body rise another foot or so, surrounded by swirling white mist, a clear sign of overwhelming vitality. With an air of pride, Qi Hao raised his hand, pointing at Xu Taiping, and declared, "I'm giving you a chance. Admit defeat now, or my next punch will not simply send you flying from the Golden Scales platform." His words were not merely the boast of arrogance. He genuinely believed he was offering Xu Taiping a chance to leave the Golden Scales platform alive. Many practitioners in the surrounding stands did not find anything wrong with Qi Hao's statement, as the displayed strength of both parties clearly indicated Qi Hao far surpassed Xu Taiping. Hearing this, Xu Taiping, standing at the edge of the platform, first glanced at the unfathomable depths of the pool below, then examined his already cracked palms, before looking up at Qi Hao with determination. "Didn't we just begin? How about we exchange a couple more punches?" For him, the Golden Scales Conference presented an excellent opportunity to test his strength, as it was rare to find an opponent of comparable physique elsewhere. Seeking death, Qi Hao scoffed impatiently. Just as he had told the head of the Qi family that night, his focus was solely on the third prince, Chuinan. All other opponents were merely stepping stones before confronting the prince. As Qi Hao finished speaking, he forcefully pushed off the ground, and with a thunderous explosion of energy, his towering figure appeared above Xu Taiping like a wisp of cloud, delivering a heavy punch downwards. In the face of this punch, Xu Taiping naturally did not dare to respond with mere testing tactics. Without hesitation, he transformed his dragon whale physique from a dormant to an ascending form. Then, amidst a fierce surge of qi and blood, he swung his fist in a powerful counter, meeting Qi Hao's punch head-on. Bang! Amidst a resounding crash, the onlookers were left in astonishment as they witnessed, after a brief stalemate, Qi Hao's formidable punch being shattered by Xu Taiping. His body was subsequently sent flying backward with a loud thud. The spectators, including Lu Rushuang, were momentarily frozen in disbelief. Chu Xiaoxiao, in particular, began to question whether the scene before her was merely an illusion. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she confirmed that it was indeed Qi Hao who lay on the ground, prompting her to raise her hand in unrestrained excitement, exclaiming, "Xu Taiping, you are my father." Chapter 211. The second match, Qi Hao being overpowered senior brother. What just happened with that punch? Ajin Wu Tian, Zhao Linglong, and the other disciples, filled with joy, were also engulfed in confusion. Their understanding of martial arts and body refinement methods was minimal, leaving them puzzled as to how their junior brother's punch could overcome Qi Hao's force. From the recent display, it was evident that Taiping's physique had reached a significant level of mastery, exhibiting tremendous advancement in his martial technique compared to 7 years prior. Donggu Qingxiao, observing through the spirit mirror, revealed a hint of astonishment in his gaze. His earlier remarks had been rather conservative, for, based on that singular punch, he perceived a monumental gap in power between the current Xu Taiping and the one from 7 years ago, at least a century's worth of cultivation for an ordinary practitioner. This implied that Xu Taiping had achieved the equivalent of a century's worth of experience in just 7 years. Such a remarkable enhancement could not be attributed solely to reckless trials or stringent training. Seated opposite Donggu Qingxiao, Lin Biyu also discerned the transformation within Xu Taiping. Donggu Qingxiao cast a profound glance at Lin Biyu and nodded silently in acknowledgement. Boom! At that moment, another violent clash resonated from the spirit mirror. The crowd fixated their gaze, witnessing Qi Hao, who had just been sent flying by Xu Taiping's punch, now seemingly unscathed and launching a counterstrike with a swift punch aimed at Xu Taiping. While the spectators outside the spirit mirror, including Donggu Qingxiao, were taken aback, Lu Rushuang, positioned on the observation platform, could distinctly perceive how Qi Hao infused the force of the surrounding environment into his strike. As he unleashed his punch, it manifested into a colossal tiger shadow. This was the signature technique of Xuanhu Mountain, the tiger ancestor fist's ultimate move, binding the tiger. Lu Rushuang recognized the martial art Qi Hao employed and understood that once an opponent's attack harnessed the forces of nature, evasion became futile regardless of one's agility. The only recourse was to confront the blow head-on, a strategy she had discussed with Xu Taiping the previous night. As Qi Hao's punch descended, Xu Taiping suddenly crossed his hands above his head, adopting the stance of the great sage fists shouldering the mountain. Instantly, his blood energy, mingled with true essence, coalesced into a colossal golden bull demon phantom, enveloping him entirely. Bang! Qi Hao's binding tiger strike landed heavily upon the illusory figure of the bull demon. Yet the apparition merely swayed a few times before regaining its composure. The force of Qi Hao's punch was directly transmitted to the golden scales platform beneath Xu Taiping's feet, causing the ground to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the recoil from the bull demon's illusion caused Qi Hao to stagger back a couple of steps. It was in this moment of vulnerability that Xu Taiping withdrew his mountain-bearing fist stance and swiftly transitioned to the thunderous rage stance, delivering a powerful punch towards Qi Hao. Unlike the imposing Basha style, the thunderous rage required no build-up, striking with incredible swiftness. A resounding thud echoed as Xu Taiping's fist forcefully struck Qi Hao. However, the singular might of the thunderous rage was far inferior to that of the Basha, and upon impact, it failed to breach Qi Hao's leather armor, leaving him unscathed and steadfast. Yet was this all? Upon sensing the force of Xu Taiping's punch, a flicker of disappointment suddenly crossed Qi Hao's gaze. The earlier Basha style had left him in awe, prompting him to unleash his full strength in the binding tiger. Thus, in his disillusionment, anger took over. Feeling mocked, Qi Hao unleashed a full-force strike, executing the killing tiger technique towards Xu Taiping. This technique radiated ferocity and strength, akin to the power capable of shattering mountains. Bang! Just as Qi Hao's fist was launched, Xu Taiping's next punch from the thunderous rage landed heavily upon him. While this punch still did not possess the ability to injure Qi Hao, the force permeated through his beastly hide armor and struck him squarely. The impact was just enough to disrupt the momentum he had gathered for another punch. Before Qi Hao could re-establish his stance, Xu Taiping's next punch had already struck him again. Even with the physique of a martial saint, Qi Hao could withstand blows from cultivators below the divine refining realm without suffering substantial harm. Thus, Xu Taiping's third punch also failed to inflict significant damage. However, Qi Hao's expression had shifted from earlier ease to one of solemnity. He attempted to break free from Xu Taiping's relentless onslaught, seeking to alter the passive situation. But Xu Taiping unleashed his fourth, fifth, and sixth punches, raining down upon him like a torrential downpour. In that instant, Qi Hao realized he had no opportunity to gather strength for a counterattack, nor could he find a moment to escape. He discerned that while each of Xu Taiping's punches appeared ordinary on the surface, they were remarkably seamless in their execution, rendering any interruption impossible. More critically, the power and momentum of each strike were compounding with each successive blow. After Xu Taiping unleashed over 100 punches in a matter of breaths, the force of his strikes had escalated to a level that could summon the might of the heavens and earth behind him, reaching a point where Qi Hao could no longer afford to remain passive without risking injury. Upon witnessing this scene, one initially perceived Xu Taiping's strikes as mere trifles against the cultivators, who fell into a profound silence. Even the onlookers from the Qi family's loft were engulfed in a heavy stillness. It was evident to all that Qi Hao was being thoroughly subdued by Xu Taiping. The favored son of the Yuyuan heaven found himself overwhelmed by an unnamed contender from Zhenwu heaven, a reality that many from Yuyuan heaven struggled to accept. Chapter 212. The second match, the wrath of thunder in the extreme realm. At that moment, Qi Hao's father, the head of the Qi family, wore a grim countenance. His fingers clutched the railing with such intensity that it shimmered with glowing runes. Bang! As Xu Taiping unleashed his 300th punch, Qi Hao's defenses were finally breached, shattering even a protective treasure meant to safeguard him. Xu Taiping's fist had amassed a force potent enough to extinguish the life of an ordinary martial saint. The expressions of the Yuyuan heaven cultivators, along with those from other realms, shifted from disbelief to sheer terror. If a martial saint was rendered helpless before Xu Taiping, what fate awaited these frail cultivators should they engage him in close combat? The realization that Xu Taiping could obliterate even a heavenly-grade protective artifact intensified their dread. Bang! At that moment, Xu Taiping, having accumulated the momentum of over 300 punches, struck Qi Hao, his iron-like arm smashing through Qi Hao's defenses. The impact sent Qi Hao reeling backward, exposing a significant vulnerability before Xu Taiping. In the next instant, Xu Taiping's subsequent punch, infused with the force of 300 strikes and a hint of thunderous might, surged towards Qi Hao once more. He will die? This thought resonated among the majority of spectators as they sensed the overwhelming power behind Xu Taiping's punch. The head of the Qi family felt a tingling dread wash over him, prompting him to disregard the rules of the Golden Scale ranking and shout towards the Golden Scale platform. However, do not hold back. If you do not unleash that move, you shall perish. No sooner had he uttered these words than an invisible hand struck him heavily, causing a mist of blood to erupt around him. This was the punishment for transgressors of the Golden Scale ranking. Yet, the head of the Qi family was undeterred. For at that moment, he sensed a shift in Qi Hao's aura emanating from the Golden Scale platform. Boom! A violent explosion echoed as tendrils of verdant spiritual energy suddenly radiated from Qi Hao, accompanied by a surge in his blood vitality. In an instant, he grew to a height of 3 meters, towering like the mythical giants of the ancient Quafu clan. This is the Sun Ewood recovery technique, attainable only by those possessing the Sun Wood spirit bone. Cultivators must convert their true essence into Sun Wood spiritual power and store it within the spirit bone over a period of 16 years, only to be unleashed once. Originally, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had been grinning due to Xu Taiping's advantage, suddenly stood up in shock upon witnessing the scene before her. This was a life-saving technique employed by the practitioners of the Xuanmu spiritual bone, and she could hardly believe that it had been forced out by her elder brother, Taiping. Princess Xu Tianqing, at that moment, wore an expression of astonishment. This was dire. The Xuanmu spiritual power could significantly enhance a martial artist's vitality. If Qi Hao unleashed a full-force strike now, he might wield the might of a martial god. Chu Xiaoxiao was instantly overwhelmed with panic. Even Lu Ruoshuang frowned, as she could distinctly sense that Qi Hao's current vitality and spiritual energy fluctuations had far surpassed those of an ordinary martial saint or a refining god stage practitioner. However, to the surprise of the three, Xu Taiping's fist momentum was not dispersed by the sudden eruption of Qi Hao's vitality. His fists continued to strike Qi Hao with the speed of lightning. Yet, despite the ferocity of his blows, Qi Hao stood firm, like an ancient giant, unmoving. Boom. After enduring hundreds of Xu Taiping's punches, Qi Hao suddenly produced a colossal axe. Channeling all his vitality and true essence, he bellowed, "This was originally prepared for Chu Yinan. You should feel honored to perish beneath my heaven-cleaving axe." With that, a thunderous sound erupted as Qi Hao swept the axe horizontally towards Xu Taiping with the force of creation itself. The might of this strike nearly engulfed the entire Golden Scales platform, leaving Xu Taiping with no choice but to either withstand it or concede. "Concede, Taiping," Lu Ruoshuang exclaimed anxiously, rising to her feet. Beside her, Chu Xiaoxiao clutched her heart tightly, her face as pale as parchment, feeling as though her breath could cease at any moment. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Xu Taiping did not concede. Instead, at the moment Qi Hao swung the axe, he merged the momentum of thousands of punches into a single strike. After being refined and improved by the spiritual bone tablet, this technique, known as the Wrath of Thunder, differed fundamentally from the previous techniques like the Ring of Heaven or the Charging Bull Assault in that it could both withstand a multitude of opponents and break through them with a single blow. The difficulty of this technique lay in whether one could amalgamate the force of 1,000 punches into one without losing an ounce of power. Achieving this would mean mastering the ultimate realm of the technique. 3 months prior, Xu Taiping had only a rudimentary understanding of this technique until the fateful battle at Tianhai Pass against the demonic creatures. In that life-or-death struggle, he had unleashed at least 100,000 punches. It was these countless strikes that allowed him to grasp the essence of that singular blow. Recalling the sensation of striking at that ultimate realm, the previously scattered momentum of his punches was suddenly unified into one. Boom! As a clap of thunder resonated, arcs of lightning enveloped Xu Taiping's fist, making it appear resplendently radiant. Simultaneously, the unique aura emanating from the Wrath of Thunder now reached its pinnacle, spread out in an instant. Ultimate Realm. Upon sensing this extraordinary aura, many esteemed practitioners in the audience rose to their feet in astonishment, all gazing intently at the Golden Scales platform, nearly in unison. Xu Taiping, facing the tremendous blow of Qi Hao's colossal axe, ultimately transformed his strike into a magnificent shadow of thunderous fists. With a resounding impact, he unleashed his thunderous punch against the descending axe. The sound of the clash reverberated through the air as the astonished onlookers beheld Xu Taiping's thunder-infused fist shatter the giant axe wielded by Qi Hao, subsequently crashing heavily against his robust chest. Another thunderous roar erupted as Qi Hao's vital essence was dispersed by this formidable blow, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, directly colliding with a nearby pavilion. Amidst the deafening explosion, the pavilion's protective barrier was astonishingly breached. When had a mere martial artist acquired the power to penetrate the defenses of the Golden Scales platform? Gazing at the collapsed section of the pavilion, many onlookers' first thoughts were not of Qi Hao's fate, but rather the astounding feat of Xu Taiping shattering the Golden Scales platform's defenses with a single martial strike. Chapter 213. Defeating Qi Hao. The first in 800 years did Taiping truly triumph over Qi Hao? Within the bamboo groves of the Yuxian residence, even after the master Qiu Shunyuan announced the results of the contest, Zhao Linglong remained incredulous. The reactions of several other senior brothers and sisters mirrored her disbelief. Even the formidable Duga Qingxiao was taken aback. He had considered the possibility of Xu Taiping's victory, yet never anticipated he would achieve it in such a manner. Taiping's recent punch bore some resemblance to the charging bull formation, yet was distinctly different, representing an entirely new martial technique. This implied that he had cultivated a novel style to its utmost pinnacle within these 7 years. Dugu Qingxiao gazed into the spirit mirror, observing Xu Taiping standing alone on the golden scales platform, murmuring to himself. When a martial art reaches its zenith, it is effortlessly perceptible, especially to a master like Dugu Qingxiao. Why dwell on it, second brother? Taiping has already won, Zhao Linglong exclaimed joyfully, encouraged by her enthusiasm. The other disciples from the Seven Peaks joined in the jubilant celebration. Dugu Qingxiao shook his head with a wry smile, pondering. You all may not yet realize the magnitude of Taiping's recent punch. It was not merely a display of ordinary mastery, but an extraordinary strike fueled by the essence of a martial artist. Reflecting on this, he redirected his gaze to the spirit mirror, gradually magnifying the faces of the spectators in the pavilion. He soon discovered that their expressions were as vividly remarkable as he had imagined. With a single punch at the peak of martial prowess, he had vanquished a prodigious talent from the Yuyun realm. Little junior brother, you have delivered a resounding slap across the face of the Yuyun realm's cultivation community, Dugu Qingxiao mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, cultivators from any realm tend to be exclusionary, and he could easily envision the reaction from the Yuyun realm's practitioners. Regrettably, he thought, if only he could accompany his junior brother to the Yuyun realm. He too wished to witness the prowess of the cultivators from other realms. With a hint of wistfulness, he withdrew his gaze. Beside him, Su Zian seemed to discern his thoughts and immediately grasped his hand, smiling as she remarked, perhaps when the time of the Ascendant Cloud Conference arrives, you shall stand alongside our junior brother to confront the cultivators from various realms. The imminent dissolution of the Zhenwu Heaven Barrier had become somewhat of an open secret, and once the barrier was lifted, they would be free to traverse the myriad realms. Dugu Qingxiao, taken aback by her words, soon revealed a glimmer of hope in his gaze and earnestly stated, in the coming decades, I must devote myself to diligent practice. Otherwise, I risk hindering our junior brother's progress. If possible, he truly wished to stand on the arena of the Ascendant Cloud Conference, like Xu Taiping today, and engage in friendly competition with cultivators from the 5 realms. The other disciples of the 7 Peaks, upon hearing his words, nodded in contemplative agreement. Second brother, today is a day of great joy for our junior brother's victory. Let us not dwell on the matter of cultivation. I shall fetch some wine from Father's cellar, so we may celebrate. The previously solemn atmosphere was once again shattered by Zhao Linglong's jubilant voice. Indeed, it was time to celebrate. Xu Taiping's advancement to the second round of the Golden Scales Conference marked him as the first among Zhenwu cultivators in 8 centuries. Dugu Qingxiao did not refuse Zhao Linglong's suggestion this time. Due to the decline of martial fortunes, most Zhenwu cultivators had to accumulate strength over time. Young talents either perished too soon or succumbed to darkness. Zhao Qian, the current sect leader of Qingxian, and the once promising Su Chan served as prime examples of this phenomenon. In the grand hall of the 9 houses headquarters, Lu Chuxian, the lord of the house, shouted exuberantly upon Xu Taiping's declaration of victory, disregarding decorum. The auras of a dozen guest elders surged, nearly lifting the roof of the great hall. As elder Zhenwu cultivators, particularly those who had access to news from various realms, they had long endured ridicule from cultivators of other worlds, branded as caged birds, believed to be lambs to the slaughter once the Zhenwu barrier fell. They had bottled up this resentment for hundreds, even thousands of years. Today, however, Xu Taiping's decisive punch undoubtedly released all that pent-up frustration. His strike served to demonstrate to the cultivators of other realms that the Zhenwu cultivators were neither caged birds nor easy prey to be slaughtered at will. I've long harbored disdain for the Qi family, who recently sent a disciple to convey their demand that our Huangfeng Valley submit to them once the Zhenwu barrier shatters. What are they, after all? Despite their established reputations as formidable cultivators, those invited to serve as guest elders at the 9 houses still retained a youthful fervor. In the center of the hall, Huang Ke, responsible for guarding the spirit mirror, felt a surge of excitement but could not help but reflect. Who would have thought that the boy entrusted to my care by Qingxiao all those years ago would now become the very hope of the entire Zhenwu heaven? He spoke without exaggeration. Today, Xu Taiping's victory signifies that Zhenwu Heaven will gain an additional share of martial fortune from the Golden Scale ranking, effectively doubling their benefits. This surplus of martial fortune will bless thousands, if not tens of thousands, of Zhenwu Heaven cultivators. One might wonder, is it possible for Taiping to secure yet another victory? The The calm Lord Lu Chuxian suddenly inquired with excitement among the esteemed guests and elders within the hall. Chapter 214. Defeating Qi Hao, conquering without battle? If he could triumph again, he would ascend the ranks. Ascending the ranks is distinctly different from merely entering. Once ranked, one's name will be etched on the golden scale for 60 years, impervious to erasure. Both the cultivator and their realm will bask in at least 60 years of protection under the auspices of the Emperor Yuyun's martial fortune. Should we ascend the ranks? When the barrier is lifted, our Jinwu heaven cultivation community would no longer be in such a passive position. Upon hearing this, the esteemed guests and elders began to murmur excitedly amongst themselves. However, just as their discussions reached a fervent pitch, a Meng furrowed his brow, dousing their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. I have some understanding of Taiping's cultivation strength. His unique essence and the sword techniques he has yet to unveil are indeed exceptional among his peers. However, his next opponent is none other than Mu Yun, the young master of the Guangling Pavilion. At this point, he cast a deep glance at Lord Lu Chuxian before continuing. The Mu family of Guangling Pavilion descends from the ancient Qing Emperor, and they consistently secure a place within the top 6 during the Golden Scale Conference. Upon hearing this, the previously animated discussions among the esteemed guests and elders fell into an abrupt silence. While they might not know Mu Yun personally, they could hardly be unaware of Guangling Pavilion, a sect renowned even across 5 realms. A Ming, it is essential to nurture hope. Perhaps Taiping will once again surprise us as he did today. Lord Lu Chuxian remained optimistic. Xu Taiping's success in the first round had already exceeded his expectations. Thus he could accept any outcome that followed. Indeed, from the moment I first met this young man, he has continually astonished me. A Ming nodded expressionlessly, returning to the realm of Yuyun, just as Duga Qingxiao had remarked. Xu Taiping's punch had ignited fervor not only in Yuyun heaven, but also among the other realms of cultivation. Many cultivators present received messages from their respective sects the moment the competition concluded, all inquiring about who Xu Taiping was. The attention Jinwu heaven received from the various realms was scant, rendering Xu Taiping akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky in their eyes. I recall now. It is he, suddenly exclaimed Mu Yuchen, the divine maiden of Guangling Pavilion, her eyes sparkling with recognition from the west side of the Golden Scale platform. Chinner, have you perhaps met him? Mu Yun, having concluded his match, turned to his sister with curiosity. Brother, do you remember the day before the Forgotten Relics Pavilion, when I mentioned that cultivator with a soul as pure as snow, whose thoughts I could not perceive through my heart-observing technique? Mu Yuchen inquired of Mu Yun. Recalling a vague impression, Mu Yun nodded, reminiscing about the events of that day. Although he had disguised himself, his essence remained unchanged. Thus he was certain that the individual he encountered at the entrance of the Shi studio was indeed the same. Your strong concern for this matter indicates that I must tread carefully in tomorrow's battle, Mu Yun acknowledged. Brother, why not allow me to pay him a visit? If we can persuade him without engaging in combat, it might help you reveal fewer of your strategies. After all, our upcoming opponents will only grow more formidable. Mu Yuchen earnestly proposed to Mu Yun. How do you intend to compel him without a fight? Mu Yun furrowed his brow. Naturally, with our wealth and treasures. Not to mention my unparalleled beauty, Mu Yuchen said, raising her chin with a hint of pride. Even behind a veil, her enchanting beauty was unmistakable. Dear sister, as a divine maiden, you must conduct yourself with more decorum and grace, Mu Yun suggested, pinching the bridge of his nose. But brother, it is just the two of us here. You cannot fathom how exhausting it is for me to maintain this facade every day. Mu Yuchen sighed and casually began to crack sunflower seeds, entirely unbefitting of a divine maiden. Very well, if he is indeed a greedy and lustful person. He is unworthy of battling with me. Mu Yun nodded, agreeing with Mu Yuchen's proposal. By the way, brother, the next contender, Zhang Moyan from Shiliang, possesses the strongest innate talent in the last century. You must pay close attention. Mu Yuchen suddenly sat up straight, her expression turning serious as she looked at Mu Yun. Of course, had it not been for my desire to witness her competition, I would have returned long ago, Mu Yun replied solemnly, his gaze returning to the Golden Scales platform below. Meanwhile, after descending from the Golden Scales platform, Xu Taiping made his way to the viewing platform where his junior sister, Lu Ruxiang, was seated. Brother Taiping. No, father, Brother Taiping, you are my father. As soon as she reached the upper level, Chu Xiaoxiao rushed forward to embrace Xu Taiping's arm, babbling nonsensically. What on earth is happening? Xu Taiping looked to the seventh princess and junior sister for assistance. This little gambler of yours wagered her entire fortune at the betting house while you were competing against Qi Hao. The seventh princess, Xu Tianqing, said, both amused and exasperated as she pulled Xu Xiaoxiao back. So she lost the bet and has gone mad? Xu Taiping asked, bewildered. Not lost, brother Taiping. I won. I bet everything on your victory. Xu Xiaoxiao immediately retorted at the mention of losing. How much did you win? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity as he sat beside his junior sister, smiling at Xu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 215, The Fourth Match. The metal sword Bon Zhang Moyan, upon hearing his question, Xu Xiaoxiao proudly extended 5 fingers towards Xu Taiping. 5,000 gold coins. No, it's 50,000. Xu Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, shaking her head. Xu Taiping was equally astonished upon hearing this. He never anticipated that a single gamble could yield such substantial gains, and suddenly, he found Xu Xiaoxiao's unusual behavior to be entirely justifiable. Brother Taiping, do you have confidence for the next match against Mu Yun of the Guangling Pavilion? At this moment, Xu Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Xu Taiping, eagerly inquiring while helping him massage his legs. Come on, don't bother brother Taiping. Before Xu Taiping could respond, Xu Tianqing pulled her away and began calculating how to fairly divide the winnings they had just acquired. You've worked hard, Taiping. At this juncture, the junior sister suddenly smiled at Xu Taiping. Upon hearing her words, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart and replied with a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. This match was manageable, not too taxing. The junior sister shook her head and, with a meaningful glance, remarked, what I referred to was not merely this contest. I was speaking of the 7 years since we parted ways in the Blood Rain Forest. Xu Taiping's display of vigor and mastery during the recent contest far surpassed what they had witnessed 7 years ago, leading Lu Rushuang to conclude that he must have undergone extraordinarily arduous training during their separation. After all, progress in martial arts cannot solely rely on fortune. Indeed, brother Taiping, where did you go during those 7 years after we parted in the Blood Rain Forest? The seventh princess, Xu Tianqing, looked at Xu Taiping with genuine curiosity. She had inquired about this matter a few days prior, but each time, Xu Taiping had deftly evaded a direct answer. In truth, those 7 years were not as arduous as you might envision. Xu Taiping seated himself beside the junior sister and placed the dragon trapping tower on the table, saying, for those 7 years, I did not leave the Blood Rain Forest. I was hidden within this dragon trapping tower, diligently honing my skills. Upon hearing this, both the seventh princess and the junior sister were taken aback. The seventh princess then lowered her voice, filled with astonishment, brother Taiping. So the dragon trapping tower is in your possession. The junior sister, Lu Rushuang, appeared equally astonished and said, so, the person who caused such devastation to the Qi family recently was you? They had not known that Xu Taiping possessed the dragon trapping tower, and thus, when the Qi family made a grand effort to apprehend individuals in the Blood Rain Forest, they never considered that Xu Taiping might be inside. Xu Taiping did not deny it. Instead, he nodded and explained, long ago, I encountered a fortunate opportunity from the Buddhist sect and received a meditation seal that enhanced my cultivation speed by over 10-fold. The Qi family did not anticipate my rapid advancement, catching them off guard. At this revelation, the 4 individuals in the small pavilion were left in stunned silence. They had not imagined that Xu Taiping had secluded himself in the dragon trapping tower for 7 years after their parting. Yet, despite Xu Taiping's nonchalant demeanor, they understood well that to deliver such a blow to the Qi family patriarch, he must have paid a tremendous price. But wait, brother Taiping, why didn't you seek us out after you escaped from the Qi family? At this moment, the seventh princess discovered another issue. I apologize, but this matter pertains to a secret that I cannot disclose for now, Xu Taiping replied, a hint of regret in his voice. Regarding the events in Tianhai town, it is best not to reveal anything to the outside world during the Golden Scales Conference, as it may bring unnecessary troubles to both the Western Liang Kingdom and myself. As per Zhang Tian's instructions before his departure, this is fundamentally your private affair, so there is no need for any apologies. The little master ant said with a smile as she shook her head. The seventh princess, realizing she had asked too many questions, quickly offered her apologies to Xu Taiping. However, since you have the ability to escape from the hands of the Qi family's ancestor, even with the assistance of the Blood Rain Forest restrictions, It at least proves that you possess the qualifications to contend for a position on the Golden Scales list. Lu Rushuang suddenly looked at Xu Taiping with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Previously, her expectations for Xu Taiping were low because she worried he might overexert himself in the competition for the Golden Scales position. But now, knowing he could escape from the Qi family's ancestor, she felt no reservations. So, Brother Taiping, you have a chance of surpassing Mu Yun in the next round, don't you? Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly gazed at Xu Taiping with renewed fervor. The recent victory had awakened her appetite for success. Now, if Xu Taiping expressed confidence in his ability to win, she might even dare to wager her family's estate on him. Princess Xiaoxiao, please do not act impulsively. I truly lack confidence against Mu Yun in the next match. If you're going to bet, you might as well place your wager on Mu Yun. Xu Taiping waved his hands repeatedly. Chu Tianqing, standing nearby, pinched his little cousin's rosy cheeks and sternly warned, your royal uncle has worked hard to build his fortune. Do not squander it all away. No more gambling. Do you understand? Oh, I understand, Chu Xiaoxiao replied, looking somewhat aggrieved. Compared to her, Chu Tianqing exhibited considerably more maturity. He was right. Xu Taiping's next opponent, Mu Yun from the Guangling Pavilion, would be far more challenging than Qi Hao. One could tell that from Mu Yun's previous match against Bai Che. Lu Rushuang's expression turned serious as well. I also observed while waiting to take the stage. He is indeed formidable. Moreover, Bai Che could not compel Mu Yun to exert his full strength, making it difficult to gauge the true odds of victory. Xu Taiping nodded solemnly. While I sincerely wish to see you ascend the ranks, you must prepare yourself for the possibility of defeat, Lu Rushuang advised Xu Taiping with a serious demeanor. Her mention of preparing for defeat was a reminder for Xu Taiping to know when to concede. One should not sacrifice their life for a mere position. Little Master Ant. I understand. My senior brothers and sisters are waiting for me to return and celebrate, Xu Taiping assured Lu Rushuang with a smile. Upon hearing his response, Lu Rushuang's expression relaxed. As a mentor, her ability to assist Xu Taiping was limited. The only thing she could do was ensure he returned safely to the Qingxian sect. Moreover, you must pay close attention to the upcoming match. Lu Rushuang suddenly directed her gaze towards the Golden Scales platform below. What makes this match so special? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. In the upcoming contest, one of the participants is a rare talent in martial arts and cultivation from the Yuyuan Tian Shiliang Kingdom. A prodigy not seen in a century. It is rumored that the Grand General Zhang Tianza of the Shiliang Town Sea Tower intended to take her as his disciple. However, due to her extraordinary innate abilities, he feared he might not be able to teach her properly, and thus personally sent her to the esteemed sword master Bai Yulo of Shiliang. After which there have been no further updates about her. Lu Ruoshuang explained to Xu Taiping, could the person you speak of be Zhang Moyan of Shiliang? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity. He had previously seen some descriptions of Zhang Moyan in the list provided by the seventh princess, which bore some resemblance to what Lu Ruoshuang had mentioned. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshuang nodded and remarked, if the rumors are to be believed, Zhang Moyan is likely to possess the rarest of Gungjin sword bones. At this revelation, Xu Taiping felt a shiver run through him. Their sect leader Zhao Qian possessed the Gungjin sword bone. Thus he was acutely aware of the terrifying potential it harbored. It is known that Zhao Qian has bound his sword heart for centuries, surpassing even the former leader of the Qingxian sect, Zhou Tong. Just as they were conversing, the voice of the Manor Lord Qiu Shunyuan resonated. In the fourth match, Yuyuan Tian as Zhang Moyan will face Lu Xiao from the Zhuming Tian Sanyuan sect. With this declaration, two figures soared from the east and west, landing simultaneously on the Golden Scale platform, while the wall of sword energy, formed from Gungjin, once again divided the platform into two halves. As the sword energy walls dissipated, the match commenced automatically. This time, the white-clad steward of Yuyuan Manor did not recite the lengthy contest regulations. He merely uttered a single sentence before vanishing from the Golden Scale platform. Is that Zhang Moyan? What a stunning woman, more exquisite than my third royal brother. Upon confirming that Zhang Moyan stood on the eastern side of the Golden Scale platform, the seventh princess, Chu Tianqing, suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Moyan was clad in a dark long robe, with a sword suspended at her waist and a spear in hand. Her hair was tied high in a ponytail, and her stature was exceptionally tall, at least 8 feet. Her face was sharply defined, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary handsomeness. Were it not for her curvaceous figure, one might easily mistake her for a youthful gentleman. The reactions of the female cultivators present were almost identical to that of Princess Xu Taiping upon seeing Zhang Moyan. In an instant, the assembly of female cultivators erupted into a flurry of whispers and chatter. However, Xu Taiping's focus on Zhang Moyan did not dwell on her appearance, but rather on the fierce battle intent she radiated, reminiscent of the red-armored cavalry of Tianhai Pass. Although she concealed it well, Xu Taiping's profound impression of that crimson battle intent meant that even a slight hint could not escape his spiritual perception. Boom. At that moment, the sword energy wall on the golden scale platform suddenly shattered. With a whoosh, almost instantaneously as the wall of sword energy crumbled, Lu Xiao of the San Yuan sect drew his sword. Boom. In the span of a breath, a flurry of blade shadows erupted like a swirling tempest, rushing towards Zhang Moyan with a roar, as Lu Xiao unleashed his longsword. Had Lu Xiao truly cultivated the San Yuan sect's Guiyuan blade to its utmost pinnacle? Upon sensing the terrifying momentum of Lu Xiao's strike, infused with the unique aura that only the utmost realm can possess, the expression of the young apprentice, Lu Ruoshuang, shifted to one of surprise. As a fellow practitioner of the blade, Xu Taiping discerned the pinnacle of Lu Xiao's technique, recognizing it as the epitome of swordsmanship's force. It bore a striking resemblance to his own demon-slaying blade's chaotic style. Once the momentum surged, it would overwhelm the opponent. This presented a perfect opportunity to observe how Zhang Moxian would counter such an imposing force, preparing him for any future encounters. Xu Taiping's gaze then fell upon Zhang Moxian, who, in the face of Lu Xiao's tempestuous blade, exhibited remarkable calmness. She simply brandished her spear, poised on one toe, her body slightly leaning forward. The spear tip aimed directly at Lu Xiao, adopting a thrusting stance. Just as Lu Xiao's momentum seemed poised to engulf her, Xu Taiping sensed a sudden eruption of vital energy emanating from Zhang Moxian, akin to a volcanic eruption. The ensuing wave of vitality unleashed a fierce gust that swept across the entire Jinlin platform, leaving every cultivator who felt this surge in awe, himself included. Was this the vitality of a martial god? In the next instant, a thunderous sound resonated as Zhang Moxian thrust her spear, unleashing a massive silver spear shadow that traversed the entire platform. Lu Xiao's formidable momentum shattered in an instant, and he himself was pierced through by Zhang Moxian's spear, impaled upon its tip. Witnessing this spectacle, countless cultivators in the stands fell into stunned silence. With a single thrust, she had dismantled Lu Xiao's peak momentum. With a single thrust, she concluded a contest that others would have to exert every ounce of effort to survive. This legendary prodigy from Xiliang had not even resorted to her favored sword, evoking an inexplicable sense of helplessness among the onlookers. How old is she? Xu Taiping suddenly inquired of Lu Ruoshuang beside him. 16, Lu Ruoshuang replied gravely. A 16-year-old martial god? Xu Taiping felt a chill run down his spine. He had often heard that the Jinlin assembly produced numerous prodigies, yet today, Zhang Moxian had delivered a sobering awakening. Focus on the next match against Mu Yun, Lu Ruoshuang said, casting a wry smile at Xu Taiping. She had initially intended to prepare him mentally, but Zhang Moxian's performance had reached a level capable of unsettling the resolve of many cultivators. Do not worry about me, apprentice sister. During this time, I have encountered opponents even more formidable than Zhang Moxian. Xu Taiping reassured her with a gentle smile. In his view, while Zhang Moxian was undoubtedly powerful, the outcome of a fight where one did not regard life and death remained uncertain. He pondered internally whether this contest was worth risking his life. On the opposite stand, Mu Yun of the Guangling Pavilion had been quietly observing Zhang Moyan on the Golden Scales platform for quite some time before finally turning to Mu Yuchen beside him and saying, Chinner, find a way to persuade Xu Taiping to forfeit the upcoming match. I cannot reveal too many of my cards before facing Zhang Moyan. Mu Yuchen's expression, typically lighthearted, was now unusually grave. Upon hearing this, she nodded earnestly and replied, Elder brother, rest assured. I shall spare no effort to accomplish this task. Hearing her words, Mu Yun, who had been deep in thought, suddenly paused, then quickly cautioned her, do not act recklessly, especially in a manner that could harm yourself. Mu Yuchen shot him a glance and retorted, Elder brother, I am known as the divine maiden of the absolute void. I would never engage in such reckless behavior. Mu Yun sighed in relief, nodding, that is good. Just do your best in this matter, even if it does not succeed. I am not certain I would lose to Zhang Imoyan. 2 days later, on the eve of the second round of the contest, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Hidden Immortal Hall. You are the divine maiden of the absolute void? At the entrance, Lu Wen stammered as he gazed at the elegantly dressed maiden before him, whose beauty and poise resembled that of a celestial being. May I inquire if a gentleman named Xu Taiping resides within your hall? Mu Yuchun smiled softly, and, with a voice as melodious as a gentle breeze, inquired of Lu Wen. That smile nearly caused the inexperienced Lu Wen to swoon. Why yes, please wait, I shall fetch him at once. He completely forgot the admonitions from his little master and dashed into the hall, calling out as he ran, Brother Taiping, the divine maiden is here to see you. In the grand hall of the Hidden Immortal Hall, Xu Taiping pushed a cup of tea toward Mu Yuchun and said, Miss Mu, please have some tea. Thank you, young Master Xu. Mu Yuchun received the cup with grace. May I ask the purpose of your visit today, Miss Mu? Xu Taiping inquired directly. After the previous contest, many cultivators had sought him out, but few matched the stature of Mu Yuchun. A few days ago, my elder brother and I witnessed your match and were utterly astounded, so we felt compelled to pay a visit. I only managed to find time today, she replied, taking a sip of her tea and smiling warmly. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Elder brother, she actually wishes to persuade you to concede. Xu Taiping furrowed his brow at the thought. However, considering the connection between Mu Yuchun and Mu Yun, he soon felt at ease. Young Master Xu? Seeing Xu Taiping frown, Mu Yuchun wondered if she had misspoken. A trivial level of cultivation. I hope I have not embarrassed you, Miss Mu. Xu Taiping said with an awkward smile. Once again, the voice of Pinyin echoed. Big brother, she exclaimed, perplexed. How curious. I am so close to him. Yet he remains utterly composed. Is he not a man? Hey, the renowned beauty of Zhuming Tian is sitting right before you. And you little rascal, should at least show some excitement. It's perfectly fine. Even if you drool in public, I shall not mock you. As she spoke, Pinyin deliberately mimicked the tone of Mu Yuchun. Hearing this, Xu Taiping's lips involuntarily twitched a couple of times as he mused. What a contradiction this goddess is. However, truth be told, in terms of beauty, Xu Taiping believed that this Mu girl, despite her skill and adornment, paled in comparison to his silent junior sister. As for the reason behind his lack of infatuation, he genuinely wished to question why one should be smitten at all. He was no mere sparrow, compelled to feel enamored simply upon encountering a lovely woman. Of course, he rationally deduced that it might relate to the jade bone grass bracelet on his wrist and his lotus eyes. With these two items, he seldom experienced such extreme emotions. While Xu Taiping pondered, Mu Yuchun suddenly waved her hand and remarked in surprise, I did not expect today's weather to be so sweltering. With that, she removed the veil that had adorned her face. Although the veil was already quite sheer, its removal rendered Mu Yuchun's already breathtaking visage even more captivating. Even the sister, Lu Yun, who had approached with pastries, momentarily stood transfixed. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping was more speechless, thinking, it is nearly late autumn. Could you not find another excuse, my lady? Simultaneously, Pingyin's voice rang out again. Big brother, this Mu girl just berated you in her mind. She called you a dim-witted goose and a rotten log, suggesting that you should abandon the path of cultivation for that of Buddhism. She also mentioned that she would employ the hard observation technique to discern your thoughts, claiming that being this close should suffice. Xu Taiping paid little heed to the first comment, but upon hearing the mention of the hard observation technique, a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. He considered, could it be that this goddess Mu Yuchun possesses a similar ability to Pingyin's heart communication? Upon reflection, it was not surprising for the goddess of Zhuming Tian to possess such divine prowess. Young Master Xu, let us speak plainly. I have come to seek your assistance in a matter. Mu Yuchun suddenly set down her teacup, her demeanor turning serious as she gazed intently at Xu Taiping. Miss Mu, please go ahead, Xu Taiping replied calmly, nodding. From the moment Mu Yuchun entered, he had already surmised her intentions, so he was not taken aback. I wish to request that you withdraw from tomorrow's competition. If you agree to withdraw, feel free to state any demands. As long as it is within our capabilities at Guangling Pavilion, we shall certainly fulfill your wishes, Mu Yuchun stated earnestly. As she spoke, a glimmer of golden light flashed in her eyes. Big brother, she is employing the hard observation technique, but it seems she cannot sense anything at the moment. The thoughts in your heart must be sealed by your left eye. At this moment, The voice of Ping An echoed once more in Xu Taiping's mind. Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping let out a sigh of relief. Although he had previously confirmed with Ping An that his left eye could conceal his innermost thoughts, he could not guarantee that Mu Yuqin before him would be unable to perceive them, for Ping An's mastery of mind communication was still quite rudimentary. Miss Mu, I must respectfully decline your offer. What treasure in this world could possibly compare to ascending the golden scale list? Xu Taiping firmly rejected Mu Yuqin. Simultaneously, he deliberately closed his left eye and thought to himself, with my peak physique in the martial saint realm and my perfected fist technique, defeating that Mu Yun would be child's play. Why should I beg for the charity of treasures? After mentally articulating this, he promptly opened his left eye beneath the eye patch, once more cloaking his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, after Xu Taiping's outright rejection, an expression of displeasure crossed Mu Yuqin's face. However, just as her words were halfway spoken, her irritation dissipated upon finally hearing Xu Taiping's inner voice. In her heart, she scoffed, a peak physique in the martial saint realm and a perfected fist technique. Yet you believe you can surpass my brother? Such delusions. Do you truly know what realm my brother's martial prowess resides in? The martial god realm. Moreover, the sword technique you witnessed earlier was merely one of the most ordinary forms of his practiced arts. Mu Yuqin's words, of course, were conveyed to Xu Taiping in their entirety by Ping An. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy. The reason he had intentionally allowed Mu Yuqin to hear his thoughts was to provoke her into revealing information regarding her brother, Mu Yun. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. With the contest approaching, Mu Yuqin fortuitously delivered crucial intelligence at this moment. She was no goddess, but rather a timely rein. Young Master Xu, to speak frankly, my brother does not regard you as a worthy opponent. His true concern lies only with that Zhang Moyan from Shiliang. He fears that revealing too many of his tactics before encountering Zhang Moyan would be detrimental, which is why he sent me to persuade you to concede voluntarily. Thus, I implore you to consider this carefully, lest you suffer a greater loss and end up with nothing to show for it, Mu Yuqin said with a subtle smile. At this moment, her thoughts mirrored Xu Taiping's. She believed that even if she could not compel Xu Taiping to concede, at the very least, she could glean more intelligence about her brother through her mind-reading technique. Consequently, her words took on a sharper edge. Miss Mu, your sibling duo seems rather presumptuous, do you not think? Xu Taiping coldly regarded Mu Yuqin, simultaneously closing his lotus-like eyes once more, deliberately revealing his thoughts to her. Is it merely because you hail from the Guangling Pavilion that you hold me in such contempt? You siblings surely do not realize that while my physique may outwardly appear to be that of a martial saint, I possess a secret technique that can elevate my vitality to the martial god realm. Though it can only be sustained for 10 breaths, it is more than sufficient to defeat your brother. Who among us does not keep some hidden prowess up their sleeve? Upon hearing Xu Taiping's heartfelt expression, Mu Yuqin was first taken aback and then elated, silently reflecting. This young man actually possesses the ability to momentarily exhibit the physique of a martial god? How fortunate! I must remember this to inform my elder brother later. It will undoubtedly prove invaluable. She felt that her journey here was exceedingly worthwhile. While jotting down this observation, she contemplated further. This young man's method of enhancing his vitality bears some resemblance to my elder brother's techniques, though my brother can sustain it for at least the duration of a teacup, which is far superior. Moreover, my brother's martial prowess does not solely rely on this. The 6 Ding summoning spell and the 10 absolute blade formation are his true foundations. After hearing Mu Yuqin's thoughts relayed through Ping An, Xu Taiping was not only delighted but also alarmed. Setting aside the mention of the 6 Ding summoning spell, the very term blade formation was sufficient to raise his vigilance. Long ago, he had heard the crimson-haired blade demon mention that a blade formation is one of the strategies employed by blade cultivators to confront enemies several times their strength. He resolved to consult his junior martial sister and the blade demon elder about this matter. At that moment, Mu Yuqin continued to provoke Xu Taiping, saying, Young Master Xu, this is not arrogance, but rather the truth. If you insist on entering the arena, my elder brother will have no choice but to end the battle swiftly, employing the most formidable techniques to defeat you. At that time, do not say anything about the fortunes of the golden scale ranking. You might not even preserve your life. Xu Taiping, feigning a fierce expression of anger, coldly scoffed. That may not be the case. Simultaneously, he shut his lotus eyes once more, pondering. If he is truly that formidable, I could always deliver my divine sky palm thunder to him, and we could perish together. He certainly did not possess such a technique. He uttered this merely to deceive Mu Yuchen. After all, this divine sky palm thunder is derived from the celestial level thunder spell of the five elements cave's primordial spirit, something he had only read about in books. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuchen's expression noticeably shifted. She was evidently intimidated by the fabricated divine sky palm thunder Xu Taiping had conjured. Xu Taiping nearly succumbed to laughter. Yet to extract more valuable information, he restrained his amusement and continued to play along with the divine goddess of the abyss. Just as Mu Yuchen was reluctant to reveal all her cards before Zhang Moyan, Xu Taiping also aspired to triumph over Mu Yuchen as decisively as possible. Who wouldn't he wish to ascend further on the golden scale ranking? Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Xian Yun Martial Arts School, young Master Xu, are you truly not reconsidering? Mu Yuchen looked at Xu Taiping with a face full of regret. There's no need. The day is growing late. Miss Mu, please return. Xu Taiping declined quite resolutely. Upon hearing his words, Mu Yuchen sighed, then turned to take her leave. However, as she turned her back to Xu Taiping, her lovely lips curved into a subtle smile. At that moment, instead of feeling anger at Xu Taiping's rejection, she radiated excitement and exhilaration. Big brother, she insulted you again, calling you a fool, unaware of your own foolishness. She also mentioned that knowing all your hidden cards, her elder brother would only need to exert 3 parts of his strength to defeat you tomorrow. As Mu Yuchen turned around, her innermost thoughts were relayed verbatim to Xu Taiping by Pingan. Did she say anything else? Xu Taiping inquired silently, observing Mu Yuchen's retreating figure. No, after that. She just giggled foolishly, Pingan responded. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping crossed his arms and sighed. Mu Yun is indeed blessed with a wonderful sister. I wonder how he would feel if he knew that the secret of his bedwetting at the age of 8 has been divulged by his sister to his adversaries. Pingan pondered seriously and replied candidly. Is it really that embarrassing to have wet the bed at 8? Xu Taiping glanced at Pingan, who had perched himself on his shoulder, and chuckled while gently patting his head. Fear not, it's merely shameful, not disgraceful. At these words, the little monkey pinged and sighed with relief. The following day, at the entrance of the Golden Scale Pavilion, Mu Yuchen bid farewell to her elder brother, Mu Yun, with a smile. Chinner, my brother has been waiting inside. Thanks to you, I have been spared much trouble. Brother, you must be cautious of his palm thunder technique. I have inquired with the elder accompanying us. Though it can only be used once, its power is immense. Even a martial god might sustain severe injuries from it. Mu Yuchen warned her brother earnestly. Being siblings, she was naturally concerned for his safety. Do not worry. I discussed this with several elders last night. Although the palm thunder is formidable, it can only be unleashed upon contact with the palm. I merely need to avoid that hand, Mu Yun reassured her, gently patting her shoulder to ease her mind. Then, I wish my brother great success. Mu Yuchen smiled, clasping her hands in a gesture of goodwill, and then leaned closer to whisper, Brother, I have wagered 300,000 gold coins on you this time. We shall see a profit. Hearing this, Mu Yun laughed heartily and confidently gestured behind him. Sister, await my good news. Ah, such deep sibling affection, remarked the 7th princess, disguised in male attire, as she playfully hooked her arm around Chu Xiaoxiao's neck, nodding towards the retreating figures of the Mu siblings. After learning that Mu Yuchen had threatened Xu Taiping the previous day, her opinion of the siblings had plummeted. Cousin, why are you also dressed as a man today? Have you taken a liking to that charming attire of Mo Yin? Chu Xiaoxiao teased. Did you not wear it as well? Chu Tianqing replied, playfully pinching her slightly plump cheeks. I only wore it because she looked good in it. Chu Xiaoxiao confessed earnestly, leaving Chu Tianqing momentarily speechless. Tianqing, Xiaoxiao at that moment. The little master Lu Ru Shuang, accompanied by the Lu siblings, approached them. Behind her was a monk, none other than Master Chongda of the Prajna Temple. Master Chongda, have you made contact with the Prajna Temple? After exchanging greetings with Lu Ru Shuang, Chu Tianqing cast a curious glance at Master Chongda. The past few days, Master Chongda had left the capital for the purpose of contacting the abbot of the Prajna Temple in the distant country of Aoyun. Ba, thank you, Princess Qi, for your concern. This monk has successfully established contact with the artifact hidden outside the city, Master Chongda replied with a smile and a nod. What is the situation like in Aoyun? Chu Tianqing inquired with great curiosity. The circumstances in Aoyun are dire. The demon monks of the Huiyun Temple have joined forces with the king of the Celestial Wolf and have nearly conquered more than half of Aoyun's territory. Wherever they pass, they invariably destroy the teleportation and communication arrays. This is why we have lost contact with the Prajna Temple for such an extended period, Master Chonda lamented. With the demonic forces so fiercely aggressive, how long can the warrior goddess Jiang Zuizue and the 4 great Buddhist temples hold out? Xu Taiping asked with evident concern. Our 4 great Buddhist temples are currently under the protection of the Kasayapa Buddha, so the demonic forces cannot breach our defenses for the time being. However, if Jiang Zuizue, the warrior goddess, were to lose her hold on Tianyuan City, the demons would inevitably open the exit to the abyss of demons. And it would merely be a matter of time before Aoyun falls into the realm of demons. Master Chonda's expression darkened significantly. The situation is indeed so grave. No wonder the cultivators of Aoyun who were to participate in the Golden Scale Conference have all returned, sighed Xu Taiping. Indeed, they have returned to defend Tianyuan City. Master Chonda confirmed with a nod. Do not worry, Jiang Zuizue is no ordinary warrior goddess. She is the champion of the last Golden Scale Conference, endowed with the martial fortune of the Yuyun sky for a century. With her at Tianyuan City, it is impossible for it to fall, Lu Rushuang remarked, glancing at the two with a calm demeanor. As someone who had faced such demonic news before, she remained far more composed than Xu Taiping and Master Chonda, having weathered many storms. Unless the sealed national decree of Aoyun is lifted, the cultivators from the southern Chu and western Liang cannot intervene, and we must rely solely on Jiang Zuizue. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. The first match of the Golden Scale Conference is today, and we must not miss it, Lu Rushuang said, giving Xu Taiping a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, their attention swiftly returned to the Golden Scale Conference. Master, if Taiping wins this match, he may become the first cultivator in a millennium to ascend the Golden Scale list. Xu Taiping expressed his anticipation while gazing at Lu Rushuang. Although Xu Taiping was not a cultivator of the Yuyun sky, he was nonetheless their senior brother, and her heart swelled with joy at the thought of his potential success. From the intelligence gathered thus far, it will be exceedingly difficult for Taiping to defeat Mu Yun, though Mu Yun is not the foremost cultivator sent by the Zhu Ming sect to compete. As the young master of the Guangling Pavilion, the strategies he possesses are beyond our imagination, Lu Rushuang remarked as they walked. Is it truly that challenging, Director Lu? At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao timidly stammered a question to Lu Rushuang. Based on yesterday's predictions, Taiping has only a 30% chance of victory. Lu Rushuang nodded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao felt her legs weaken. Had it not been for Xu Taiping's timely catch, she would have surely collapsed onto the ground. Xiaoxiao, you wouldn't have placed another bet, would you? Xu Taiping observed the pallor of her face and quickly realized the situation. Yes, yes. Chu Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Her face filled with sorrow as she nodded vigorously. How much did you buy? Xu Taiping asked with a furrowed brow. I wagered all the 50,000 I earned. Chu Xiaoxiao stammered. That's not so bad. After all, it's your own earnings. I noticed that there were very few people backing Taiping, so I thought I could make a substantial profit. Therefore, I pawned the house and restaurant that my father gifted me as my dowry, totaling 200,000 gold coins. Just as Xu Taiping had finally sighed in relief, he was nearly driven to despair by Chu Xiaoxiao's words. Hurry and withdraw. The contest hasn't started yet. There's still time. This time, I can't withdraw. It's over. Just wait to be expelled from the family by your mother. Master Lu, does Taiping truly have no chance of winning? Chu Xiaoxiao inquired once more, turning to Lu Rushuang. I cannot say there is none. I can only say the chances are very slim. Lu Rushuang replied with evident helplessness. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Xiaoxiao struggled to catch her breath and fainted. Chapter 220. Has Taiping been underestimated? Xiaoxiao, hold on. The contest hasn't even begun. Anything is possible. Xu Taiping comforted her while channeling his vital energy. Ba, Xiaoxiao. If you think this way, what if Taiping wins? The reward would be immense, far beyond your initial stake, perhaps hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Monk Chongda chimed in with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao regained consciousness and, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, exactly. If I lose, I might just be expelled from the royal residence, but if I win, I could become extraordinarily wealthy and avoid marriage. Meanwhile, at Jinwu Heaven, Qingxian sect, in the Yinshan residence, the disciples from 7 peaks gathered again, along with Lin Biyu and Su Zian from 6 peaks. to conserve their resources. They only activated the spiritual mirror during the contests involving Xu Taiping. Second senior brother, Taiping's opponent this time is a cultivator from Juming Tian, correct? Zhao Linglong inquired. Resting her chin on her hand, her expression filled with anticipation as she gazed at the enlarged image in the spiritual mirror. Yes, he is the young master from Guangling Pavilion of Juming Tian, named Mu Yun, replied Dugu Qingxiu, who was pouring gold coins into the spiritual mirror. I inquired yesterday with Huang Ke from the Nine Mansions. He mentioned that this young master Mu Yun possesses formidable skills and that Taiping will face considerable challenges in this match. Su Zian then pulled Lin Biyu to sit beside her at the table. Regardless, our junior brother has already secured one victory, even if he doesn't win this time. It's fine as long as he returns safely. The mood among Zhao Linglong and the other disciples was significantly more relaxed than during their previous viewing. I see him. I see our junior brother. Zhao Linglong suddenly exclaimed in delight while intently watching the spiritual mirror. The others turned their gazes toward the mirror at her shout. Soon, they saw the familiar figure of Xu Taiping appear in the image projected by the spiritual mirror. At that moment, Xu Taiping stood on the eastern side of the Golden Scales platform, hands clasped behind his back, quietly awaiting the white-clad steward of the Yuyuan Mansion to recite the rules of the Golden Scales ranking. Before long, the recitation concluded, and the white-clad steward flew away from the Golden Scales platform. In an instant, Zhao Linglong and her companions, who had initially felt quite relaxed, found themselves gripped by a wave of tension. The atmosphere became palpable as the sword Qi barrier atop the Golden Scales platform shattered with a resounding boom. Like in previous contests, the moment the barrier disintegrated, Xu Taiping and Mu Yun surged towards one another, their figures entwined in a fierce rush. However, before they could close the distance, the spectators beheld Mu Yun suddenly flicking his sleeve, casting forth an object from within its confines. Just as curiosity stirred among the crowd regarding what Mu Yun had released, several earthen figures materialized from the soil, encircling Xu Taiping. With a resounding thud, Xu Taiping shattered one of the earthen figures with a punch. Yet, almost immediately, the remaining figures converged upon him, while the disintegrated figure reformed into a human shape. This was the art of earth manipulation, transforming soil into soldiers, and this handful of earth was undoubtedly a treasure. Observing this scene, Dugu Qingxiu's expression turned grave. In a sudden turn of events, as Xu Taiping found himself besieged by the earthen figures, Mu Yun drew his blade with swiftness, issuing a fierce command, "Let the blade's shadow follow." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than dozens of blade shadows surged forth, encircling Xu Taiping from all directions. With a swift motion, Mu Yun's long knife swung down, and the previously suspended blade shadows descended upon Xu Taiping. A thunderous impact ensued as the multitude of blade shadows struck, shattering Xu Taiping's protective aura, and he ultimately bore the brunt of the assault with his own body. The earth-to-weapon technique and the lethal blade maneuver rendered Xu Taiping's fists ineffective. He had been thoroughly read by the young master of the Guangling Pavilion. Dugu Qingxiu felt a surge of anxiety. Just as Xu Taiping staggered from the previous strike, the earthen figures that had lunged at him suddenly exploded, transforming into mud that enveloped his entire being. Within the blink of an eye, Xu Taiping had been transmuted into a clay figurine, rendered completely immobile. Simultaneously, Mu Yun, wielding his long knife, descended from above, unleashing a ferocious strike that bore down upon Xu Taiping. "This is dire," Zhao Linglong exclaimed, rising abruptly in alarm. With a slicing sound, a brilliant blade of light pierced through the clay figurine that was once Xu Taiping. A crack resounded as a long gash appeared on the figurine, running from forehead to abdomen. Junior brother, Zhao Linglong stood there, momentarily unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The other disciples from the Seven Peaks shared her disbelief, their eyes fixated on the scene within the spiritual mirror. With a thunderous crash, the young master of Guangling Pavilion landed, causing the clay figurine to shatter into fragments. Yet, in the next moment, a look of terror crossed his features. For within the ruins of the figurine, there was nothing at all. Before Mu Yun could react, a fist descended from above, crashing heavily against his head. With a resounding impact, Mu Yun was sent sprawling, his head violently colliding with the Golden Scales platform. In a moment of revelation, the enigmatic figure of Dugu Qingxiu finally comprehended that the clay figurine encasing him was indeed a manifestation of Taiping. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. Suddenly, A brilliant azure glow enveloped Mu Yun, who had just been struck down by Xu Taiping's fist, dispersing the weight of the punch pressing down upon him. With a series of explosive sounds, a flurry of lightning-tinged punches erupted from Xu Taiping's muscular arms, relentlessly pounding down upon the prone Mu Yun. The Grand Sage Fist, Thunderous Fury. Chapter 221. Confronting Mu Yun. A revelation unveiled. The air resonated with thunderous roars. The speed of the thunderous fury was astonishingly rapid, and the force of each punch compounded upon itself, creating a relentless barrage that, to the spectators in the surrounding stands, resembled the unending roll of spring thunder. This was the quintessence of the thunderous fury. Mu Yun's body flickered with a yellowish aura several times. Yet each attempt was shattered by Xu Taiping's overwhelming force. He could only rely on his formidable physique and a treasure capable of transforming earth into weaponry to barely withstand the onslaught. This is impossible, Elder Zhou. Did you not analyze this with my brother last night? Xu Taiping's punches should not be able to suppress my brother's formidable earth power. The Celestial Maiden Lingyue expressed her astonishment, glancing at the elder clad in purple robes beside her. This young man did not exert his full strength in the previous round. In fact, he barely utilized 70% of his power, the elder replied gravely. Elder Zhou concurred, noting that although Xu Taiping employed the same technique, the intensity and might of his punches had significantly escalated. Another elder in gray robes nodded in agreement. Xu Taiping's technique emphasizes seizing and building momentum. Had he not been deceived by that earlier manifestation, the current situation would not be so precarious for the young master. Mu Yuchen pondered this and felt a pang of self-reproach, realizing that had she engaged Xu Taiping in further conversation the prior day, she might have learned of his ability to utilize the art of duplication. If Xu Taiping were allowed to accumulate power and unleash a punch akin to the one that defeated Qi Hao, the young master would be in dire straits. Meanwhile, Elder Tan observed the storm of lightning-laden punches descending upon Mu Yun from the Golden Scales platform, his brow furrowing with concern. Elder Zhou, Elder Tan, what should we do now? Mu Yuchen inquired anxiously. We can only resort to the summoning spell, Elder Zhou eventually replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. Originally intended as their trump card against Zhang Moyan, revealing the summoning spell today would significantly diminish its effectiveness in the next round should they face Zhang Moyan again. The only way to counter Xu Taiping's punches was through this spell, a fact that the young master was undoubtedly aware of. Elder Ten nodded in agreement. Do not worry, my lady. It appears that Xu Taiping's capabilities are limited to these. As long as we can break his momentum, the young master will undoubtedly secure victory in this contest without revealing too much before Zhang Moyan. Elder Zhou offered a word of comfort to Mu Yuchen, who stood nearby. At this moment, the concern of the group was not whether Mu Yun would be defeated by Xu Taiping, but rather how to contend with Zhang Moyan. In their eyes, Xu Taiping was simply no match for the young master. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted as the earthen shield that protected Mu Yun was shattered by a single punch from Xu Taiping, only to be painstakingly reformed. Alas, if the young master could fully refine the black sand left by the ancestor, he certainly would not have fallen prey to Xu Taiping's formidable might. Elder Zhou expressed his regret upon witnessing this scene. There was little to be done. The young master had only possessed the black sand for 6 months, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least 60 years to refine it. Elder Ten also shared in the sentiment of regret. With the black sand breached, the young master would have to make a choice. Elder Zhou nodded and crossed his arms, adopting a posture that suggested he was prepared to enjoy the spectacle unfolding on the Golden Scales platform. Though Mu Yuchen felt a pang of regret deep within, her expression relaxed, and she secretly urged her brother, give that brat a good thrashing. The more she observed Xu Taiping, the more irked she became. Boom. At that moment, the trio watched as Mu Yun, who had been valiantly resisting Xu Taiping's onslaught, suddenly became enveloped in golden runes, a powerful aura emanating from him. They exchanged glances, a knowing smile gracing their lips. To an ordinary observer, this might appear to be Mu Yun's final struggle, but only they three understood that this was one of the young master's most formidable techniques. The contest had effectively concluded. Unless Xu Taiping could disrupt the young master's invocation of the divine before the spell was cast, he was bound to fail, Elder Zhou remarked with a smirk. However, the next moment, as Xu Taiping's aura surged, rivaling that of a martial god, Elder Zhou's expression froze. although they had learned from Mu Yuqin that Xu Taiping might briefly wield martial god-level power. The timing of his choice to unleash such strength coincided precisely with Mu Yun's invocation of the divine, an occurrence far too coincidental. Could it be that he discerned my brother's intent to summon the divine? Mu Yuqin's countenance shifted to one of tension once more. Boom. Just as her thoughts escaped her lips, a deafening explosion reverberated, followed by Xu Taiping's punch, infused with intent, force, and will, all converging into a singular blow directed at Mu Yun. Much like his previous blow aimed at Qi Hao, this punch bore a unique and extreme essence. Yet, unlike the former, the potency and intent of this strike far surpassed that directed at Qi Hao by several magnitudes. He intended to interrupt the young master's invocation of the divine. Elder Zhou finally gasped in astonishment. This is impossible. How could he possibly know that my brother was about to summon the divine? Mu Yuqin's expression was one of bewilderment. But before she could ponder further, Xu Taiping's fist came crashing down upon the wall formed from the black sand of the Grand Ling Pavilion's ancestor. Bang! The force of the punch pierced through the black sand and struck heavily upon the arms of the young master, Mu Yun, which were adorned with golden runes. Despite the surge in his aura, which had intensified by 1 to 2-fold, he was unable to withstand Xu Taiping's blow. The impact sent him hurtling backwards, causing the golden runes to dissipate, a failed invocation of divine assistance. The so-called divine invocation spell, as its name implies, seeks to summon ancient deities to enhance one's power. This is one of the esoteric spells kept secret by certain sects and families, possessing tremendous power. However, if the casting process is interrupted, one must undertake a lengthy period of rituals and sacrifices to attempt it again, often taking at least half a month or even several years. Just as Mu Yun was about to be blasted off the Golden Scales platform by Xu Taiping's punch, he suddenly drew his long knife from his waist and forcefully stabbed it into the platform, halting his retreat. Chapter 222. Victory over Mu Yun, 7th Prince. We have struck gold. Barely stabilizing himself, he heard a thunderous sound as Xu Taiping, accompanied by a massive shadow of a fist, descended upon him. The knife array unleashed. On the brink of life and death, Mu Yun could no longer afford to hold back against the next wave of Zhang Moyan, resorting to his ultimate trump card, the 10 absolute knife array. However, just as he was about to deploy the array, a voice echoed in his ear. Brother Mu Yun, I heard you used to wet the bed at the age of 8. At the utterance of those words, the knife energy he had painstakingly gathered shattered in an instant. Simultaneously, Xu Taiping's fist struck with a resounding impact against Mu Yun's chest. This punch was executed with the tyrant style. Although he was protected by the black sand of the ancestral guardian of the Guangling Pavilion, the formidable strength of the tyrant style, combined with the techniques of the Thousand Layers force, caused Mu Yun's body to erupt in a mist of blood. Then came another thunderous sound as Mu Yun's body flew backward in a straight line. Bang! This time, beset by both physical and mental shocks. Even though Mu Yun still possessed the strength to fight, he ultimately could not remain on the Golden Scales platform, crashing heavily against the wall of the Golden Scales pool. How is this possible? How could my brother lose to such a mere, true martial heaven cultivator? Witnessing this scene, Mu Yuqin stood frozen in disbelief. There must be a traitor among us, allowing Xu Taiping to anticipate the young master's divine invocation spell. Indeed, from the recent events, even if the young master had failed the invocation, if he had unleashed the 10 absolute knife array with the body of a martial deity, he could have remained invincible. Yet, he was unable to cast his array. This is exceedingly unusual. The two elders were indignant. Suddenly, an idea struck Mu Yuqin, and he turned to the two elders with a look of astonishment. Elders, aside from the divine maiden's heart insight technique, are there any other methods capable of hearing the thoughts of others? Upon hearing this, the two elders initially furrowed their brows, contemplating for a moment. Then, Elder Zhou spoke. Yes, both the Taoist and Zen sects possess similar techniques, but they are extremely difficult to cultivate, unlike your divine maiden's heart insight, which can be transmitted. Upon hearing the initial words, Mu Yuqin suddenly recalled the monk from the Xin Yun Martial Arts Academy, and it struck her like a thunderbolt. Her innermost thoughts had been surreptitiously overheard. The realization of this, coupled with the sight of her elder brother being carried back in a pitiful state, filled Mu Yuqin with a mixture of shame and fury. Xu Taiping, how dare you toy with me? You shall not have an easy time in the forthcoming contest. With that, she seized Elder Zhou, inquiring Elder Zhou. According to the match roster of the Golden Scale ranking, our Yi Feiyu from the Zhu Tian Taihao sect is set to face Xu Taiping in the 4th round. Correct? Indeed, Elder Zhou replied, furrowing his brow, yet he, like his master, was somewhat unhinged. Better that way. Mu Yuchen turned her cold gaze towards Xu Taiping, still standing on the Golden Scale platform below, and gritted her teeth, declaring, should Xu Taiping triumph over Zhang Moyan in the next round, I demand that Yi Feiyu eliminate him in the 4th round on the Golden Scale platform. Conversely, if Xu Taiping loses, I wish for Yi Feiyu to eliminate him within the capital. In any case, he must perish. Elder Zhou pondered for a moment before nodding. Leave this matter to me. However, Yuchen, you must compose yourself. You are the divine maiden of Zhu Tian, and outsiders may speak ill of you. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuchen exhaled deeply, regaining her dignified demeanor. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Zhou. I shall not lose my composure again. The thought of her earlier indiscretions only intensified her resentment towards Xu Taiping, for it was the first time in her life that a man had caused her to falter so many times. Meanwhile, on the opposite viewing platform, the young martial sister Lu Ruo Shuang and the 7th princess Chu Tiancheng were momentarily stunned by the rapid conclusion of the match between Xu Taiping and Mu Yun. It was only when Mu Yun was struck out of the Golden Scale platform by Xu Taiping's punch that they regained their senses. Master, did senior brother Taiping win? Chu Tiancheng asked incredulously, glancing at Lu Ruo Shuang. We underestimated Taiping. Who would have thought he would so thoroughly comprehend the Zhu Tian's young master? Lu Ruo Shuang nodded with a beaming smile. It was evident to all that Xu Taiping's victory today was not solely due to his prowess, but also his profound understanding of his opponent. This aspect was far more formidable than mere brute strength. A practitioner with both intellect and dual cultivation of martial and spiritual arts was a figure to be reckoned with by any present cultivator. Based on today's battle, Taiping had certainly earned his place among the top 60 of the Golden Scale ranking. Lu Ruo Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just as Chu Tiancheng and Lu Ruo Shuang were swept up in their exhilaration, an odd laughter suddenly broke through from the side. Turning to investigate, they found Princess Chu Xiaoxiao seated with her knees drawn up, giggling incessantly. Upon noticing Lu Ruo Shuang and Chu Tiancheng's gaze upon her, she wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and exclaimed with excitement, Director Lu, Your Highness, we are in for a windfall. Zhenwu Tian, Qingxian sect. In the bamboo grove of Yuxianju, the moment Xu Taiping claimed victory, jubilant cheers erupted, reverberating through the air. Zhao Linglong, with her fiery disposition, soared into the sky on her sword, beginning to relay the joyous news to the various peaks. If not for the intervention of the solitary Qingxiao, she might have even notified the secluded elders. The deafening cheers resonated within the grand hall of the 9 courts, where the Lord Lu Chuxian presided. A dozen peak cultivators of the divine refinement realm erupted with such overwhelming aura upon witnessing Xu Taiping's victory that it nearly lifted the roof off the hall. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, Huang Ke would never have dreamt that the usually taciturn sword Saindaming would roar several times in succession. However, upon reflection, it becomes understandable. The practitioners of Zhenwu Heaven have endured suppression from other realms for over a millennium. With her eyes slightly moist, Huang Ke sighed deeply and turned her gaze back to the spiritual mirror, saying, Taiping, now that you have made the rankings, carry our Zhenwu practitioners even further. Yet, within the Weiyang Palace of the Southern Chu's imperial city, laughter was absent. Master, has this lad gone too far? The 2nd princess, Chu Yuti, observed Xu Taiping in the spiritual mirror with a frosty expression, her gaze unyielding as she addressed the Confucian scholar Fan Zhixing beside her. Let us see the next round. Fan Zhixing replied with a smile, stroking a ring on his finger. His opponent in the 3rd round was none other than Zhang Moyan, the chosen disciple of Zhang Tianzi from Shiliang, the sole student of Bai Yulo. Emotionless, he remarked, indeed. Chu Yuti nodded in agreement. As long as Zhang Moyan is present, he cannot possibly advance to the next round. Chapter 223, Yi Feiyu, a mad dog brother. You said he said you urinate. Enough. Cough, cough, cough. In a luxurious courtyard where disciples of Guangling Pavilion resided in the northern street of the southern Chu capital, Mu Yun, lying on a sickbed, began to cough violently due to a remark made by Mu Yuchen. Brother, please do not be agitated. I shall not speak of it again. Mu Yuchen hurriedly approached. using her true essence to help stabilize Mu Yun's qi. Xu Taiping's earlier dominating move, although not a full-force strike, when executed with the body of a dragon whale in the ascendant dragon realm, coupled with the thousand-fold force, would injure even a true martial god, let alone Mu Yun, who was merely a half-baked warrior. At that moment, Mu Yun was nearly overwhelmed by the comment about bedwetting at the age of 8, leaving him in a state of disarray, which resulted in his severe injuries. You wretched girl, why can't you remember anything? Why do you insist on recalling this trivial matter about your brother for so long? Mu Yun suppressed his churning qi, looking at Mu Yuqin with an expression of utter confusion. Although he was not one to easily lose his temper, the fact that he spoke to Mu Yuqin in such a tone revealed the intensity of his inner fury. I just thought it was amusing. Mu Yuqin tilted her head to the side, her hands hanging down, fingers entwined. Amusing? Cough, cough, cough. Mu Yun nearly spat blood from anger upon hearing this. It's not amusing at all. Please do not be angry, brother. If you become enraged, your qi will become chaotic, and this injury may leave lingering effects. Mu Yuqin earnestly urged Mu Yun, and if there is any blame to be placed, it should be on Xu Taiping, who knew he could also wield such techniques of observation. She then added, taking a deep breath, and with a serious expression turned to Mu Yuqin and said, "Find a way to warn Xu Taiping to ensure he does not disclose this matter to the outside world." Mu Yuqin nodded in agreement, but expressed her reluctance, saying, "Yet, brother, are we truly going to let him off so easily? Although it wasn't a fair fight, he ultimately triumphed over me, and that is undeniable." Leaning against the bed, Mu Yun spoke with a calm demeanor. Moreover, his next opponent is Zhang Moyan from Shilyang, and even if I employ all my tactics, victory is not guaranteed. Xu Taiping is even less likely to win. It was evident that despite his loss, Mu Yun remained exceedingly confident in his own abilities. Nonetheless, what if he unexpectedly manages to win? I would rather not see that brat's name on the golden scale ranking, Mu Yuqin remarked with a slight pout, believing that even if Xu Taiping were to lose, his name would grace the ranking for many years to come. Have you been concealing something from me? Mu Yun raised his gaze, frowning at Mu Yuqin. Brother, I merely informed Yi Feiyu from Tai House sect, Mu Yuqin admitted without hesitation. Yi Feiyu? Why would you seek out that mad dog? He acts recklessly, just like his master. Mu Yun exclaimed as he sprang from the bed. Brother, do not be alarmed. I only gave him a heads up that if he encounters Xu Taiping in the 4th round, he should strike harder. I merely seek to vent my frustrations. Mu Yuqin quickly clarified. This is Yuyin Tian. He would scarcely dare to create chaos here. However, you should keep your distance from that mad dog. He, like his master, practices the 3 Obsessions Sutra and possesses an extremely volatile temperament. Do not be deceived by his current affections, should you ever displease him. Today's affection could swiftly transform into 10-fold animosity directed at you, Mu Yun warned with a grave tone. Brother, you are overthinking. I have never held any fondness for that lad. It has always been his own delusion. This time, I simply had Elder Zhou reach out to him, Mu Yuqin replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed. That is reassuring. Mu Yun observed her demeanor and nodded, feeling relieved. Please instruct Elder Zhou to refrain from informing Yi Feiyu further regarding this matter. And additionally, ensure they keep a close watch on junior brother Jiu. He is now the only one left with a chance of making it onto the ranking. He advised Mu Yuqin. Rest assured, brother, we have concealed I well. His previous opponent in the last round was quite ordinary and did not attract much attention. Especially with you diverting their gaze, Mu Yuqin smiled. On the surface, it appeared that Mu Yun was the greatest hope for Guangling Pavilion to ascend the rankings. But in reality, their true hopes rested on Ji Yi, the prized disciple of the pavilion master. After all, Ji Yi possessed the potential to be among the top 10 on the golden scale ranking. If he could navigate the first 4 rounds discreetly, there was a possibility he might secure a place in the top 3. She added. Upon mentioning Ji Yi, Mu Yun's expression noticeably brightened. He waved his hand and said, Chinner, you may leave. I need to rest and stabilize my blood energy. Mu Yuqin nodded in response. Elder Zhou, let us put aside the matter of summoning Yi Feiyu for the time being. After exiting Mu Yun's chamber, Mu Yuqin promptly took out a communication jade slip to relay a message to Elder Zhou. However, just as she was about to put away the jade slip and attend to her own affairs, it suddenly grew warm in her hand. So soon? Surprised, Mu Yuqin quickly grasped the slip, only to see an additional line of text appear. Yi Feiyu has gone to the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. Should he be recalled? Mu Yuqin's heart skipped a beat. Given Yi Feiyu's temperament, what business could he possibly have at the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall? Surely, it was to challenge them. Without hesitation, she used the communication jade slip to convey to Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou, please see if you can bring him back. I am heading to the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall immediately. After Mu Yun's earlier admonition, she recognized the difficulty in controlling Yi Feiyu. If any harm were to come to someone, the ensuing chaos would be hard to manage. Chapter 224, Yi Feiyu, so it is you Bang. At the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall, a slender, pale-faced youth with a hint of malevolence in his handsome features kicked open the hall's grand door while cradling a sword in his arms. Who are you? And why have you damaged my martial arts hall's entrance? The siblings, Lu Yun and Lu Wan, rushed out from within, their faces etched with astonishment. Bring Xu Taiping out. The boyish expression remained impassive as his cold gaze fell upon Lu Yun and Lu Wan. The siblings exchanged glances, and Lu Yun shook her head, replying, Brother Taiping is not present today. Please come another day. In response, the youth shot Lu Yun a frosty look before striding directly into the courtyard, declaring, There are people inside. I can sense them. You scoundrel, my sister has already said that Brother Taiping is not in. Lu Wan interjected, brandishing a practice staff to block the youth's advance. On you Bang. Just as Lu Yun was about to call Lu Wan back, the youth kicked him fiercely, sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing through the door of the hall behind him. You bully too much. Witnessing her brother's injury, Lu Yun could no longer remain composed. With a fierce shout, she drew her sword and lunged at the youth. Whoosh. Yet, as soon as her sword was thrust forward, the youth swiftly closed the distance, seizing her wrist with a firm grip. With a sickening crunch, he shattered Lu Yun's wrist. She let out a piercing scream. Boom. At that very moment, a figure burst forth from the hall, accompanied by a golden shadow of a palm that struck fiercely towards the youth. As the palm shadow approached, a flicker of derision crossed the youth's otherwise expressionless face. He raised his arm and, with a clenched fist, met the palm shadow with a forceful strike. Bang! The collision sent the youth staggering back a step, while the one who had thrown the punch was forced to retreat several paces. However, as he retreated, he had already rescued his sister, Lu Yun. Master Chongda, how is my brother? The first thought that crossed Lu Yun's mind after her rescue was still her brother. Do not worry. It is merely a flesh wound and not serious, Master Chongda reassured her as he helped Lu Yun sit down in the corridor outside the house. He then turned to the young man and said, Indeed, there is no one inside. If you seek Master Taiping, you may wait until tomorrow. He spoke truthfully. Today, Xu Taiping had gone to the palace with Lu Rushuang to peruse documents, hoping to gather more intelligence regarding Zhang Moyan. Upon hearing this, the young man merely cast an expressionless glance at Master Chongda, and then replied coolly, I am well aware he is absent, but since I have come, I cannot return empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Chongda felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the murderous intent radiating from the young man. Ba, Chongda intoned, simultaneously transmitting a message to Lu Yun. Enter the house, and close the door. Do not come out. Lu Yun hesitated for a moment, then nodded and swiftly ran inside. The Xianyun Martial Arts Hall was adorned with a simple barrier, and once the door was shut, considerable effort would be required to reopen it. The young man did not prevent Lu Yun from closing the door, but instead continued to gaze at Master Chongda. After a long pause, he spoke expressionlessly, Monk, your ears are quite nice. Do me the favor of severing them for me. Ba. Chongda smiled slightly at this remark, then shook his head and replied, The body and hair are gifts from one's parents. How could one so casually bestow them upon another? At these words, a sudden chill swept across the young man's expressionless face, and with a sharp sound, a beam of sword light shot towards Master Chongda with the speed of lightning. In that critical moment, Master Chongda activated his Prajna golden body technique, raising his arm enveloped in golden Buddhist light to firmly intercept the sword strike. Please leave, benefactor. The now towering figure of Master Chongda glared fiercely at the young man. The youth, with an expression devoid of emotion, met Master Chongda's gaze. His eyes filled with disdain as he retorted, I hold a particular disdain for you bald monks. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding clang of a sword erupted, and the sword that Master Chongda had gripped suddenly trembled violently. Boom! In that instant, streams of sword light surged forth from Master Chongda's palm, followed by a loud explosion as his hands were shattered by the force. With a swift motion, the young man flicked his sword, cleanly severing one of Master Chongda's ears, and the other. Boom! Just as the young man was about to cut off Master Chongda's remaining ear, a leg, swift as a whip, struck him forcefully. Despite the sword energy and the aura of magical artifacts surrounding the young man, he could not evade this sudden kick. Ultimately, he was propelled away with a loud thud, crashing against the wall. Spitting out blood, the young man propped himself up with his sword and raised his eyes to the figure that had unexpectedly appeared in the courtyard. A young girl, clad in dark horse attire, stood tall with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, resembling a long spear. Upon recognizing her, the boy's previously expressionless face contorted with excitement as he exclaimed, "Zhang Moyan of Shiliang." Chapter 225, Yi Feiyu, apologizing at Guangling Pavilion soon after. Zhang Moyan of Shiliang engaged in a fierce battle with the wicked boy, who surprisingly matched her skill for skill. However, once Zhang Moyan unleashed her spear techniques, the boy could only defend himself, utterly unable to retaliate. The finesse of Moyan's spear play was nothing short of extraordinary, each thrust imbued with profound intent. In mere moments, the boy was left with 4 or 5 gaping wounds. Yet, after sustaining such injuries, the boy's strength seemed to surge, his murderous intent intensifying. At that critical juncture, the Celestial Maiden Lingyue from Zhu Mingtian arrived, and her casual words compelled the frenzied boy to cease his assault. Subsequently, Lingyue left behind some medicinal pills and departed with the wicked youth. Within the courtyard of the Hidden Immortal Martial Arts Academy, Xu Taiping listened intently to his sister Lu Yun's account while surveying the surroundings. The once pristine courtyard now lay in disarray, marked by scars from swords and holes from spears. The remnants of their clash vividly illustrated that the confrontation had been far more perilous than Lu Yun had described. After taking the bone recovery pill, "Your wrist should heal within 3 days," said Lu Rushuang, gently patting Lu Yun's cheek after assessing her injuries. "Thank you, mother," Lu Yun replied, nodding obediently. "Master Chongda, how fares your injury?" Xu Taiping inquired of the meditative monk seated nearby. "Rest assured, Taiping, though it will take some time. With the bone recovery pill and my practice of the Vajra technique from the Prajna temple, my hands and ears should recover within a month," Master Chongda replied with a smile. Xu Taiping observed the monk's bandaged hands and similarly wrapped ear, a flicker of anger passing through his gaze. "We owe much to Miss Moyan," he remarked. After tending to Lu Yun's wounds, Lu Rushuang rose. "From my Yun's description, that wicked boy's strength rivals my own, and he strikes with great ferocity." Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. "Is there such a figure at Guangling Pavilion?" He looked at Lu Rushuang with a puzzled expression. The wicked boy was ultimately taken away by Mu Yuchen, and considering the prior conflicts over the competition, it is reasonable to speculate that she summoned him. However, whether he is indeed a disciple of Guangling Pavilion remains uncertain. Lu Rushuang shook her head. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the newly repaired gate of the Hidden Immortal Martial Arts Academy. Xu Taiping and Lu Rushuang turned in unison towards the entrance. "Please, come in," Lu Rushuang called out, while Xu Taiping instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "May I inquire, who is the esteemed Master Lu and who is the Honorable Mr. Xu Taiping?" An elderly man, his hair and beard entirely white, yet possessing a remarkably robust physique, entered the courtyard with a warm smile. "Who are you?" Lu Rushuang met the old man's gaze. The elder, sensing her scrutiny, replied with a hint of apology. "I am Zhou Yan, an elder of the Guangling Pavilion." Upon hearing the name Guangling Pavilion, Lu Rushuang suddenly smiled coldly. "What? Are you dissatisfied with the disturbance caused by the recent envoy and intend to create a scene yourself?" As she spoke, the aura emanating from Lu Rushuang surged dramatically, her fiery essence enveloping the entire Hidden Immortal Martial Hall like molten lava from a volcano. Although the capital imposed significant restrictions on practitioners of the transformation realm, this was the Hidden Immortal Martial Hall, her domain. Feeling the overwhelming presence of a formidable practitioner radiating from Lu Rushuang, Elder Zhou was taken aback, internally reflecting. How is it that the master of this modest martial hall possesses power rivaling that of leaders from prominent clans? Hastily, he waved his hands. "Master Lu, you misunderstand. I have come to offer my apologies, not to cause trouble." Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuang did not retract her formidable aura, but instead coldly regarded Elder Zhou. To strike someone and then offer them a sweet? Guangling Pavilion certainly has a grandiose sense of self-importance. Not only Elder Zhou, but even Xu Taiping was taken aback by the intensity of the aura and killing intent emanating from Lu Rushuang. He was aware of his junior martial ant strength, but never imagined it could reach such heights. Master Lu, please allow me to explain, Elder Zhou said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and then bowed respectfully. Today, Yi Feiyu came to seek trouble, and he was not incited by our Guangling Pavilion. This individual is a disciple of the supreme Ming Tian Taihao sect, known for his erratic behavior. Upon hearing that Miss Yu Chun had been wronged, he came directly to the Xianyun Martial Hall to demand an explanation. As soon as Miss Yu Chun and I learned of this, we rushed to the hall, but we unfortunately arrived too late. His words were indeed truthful. Mu Yuqin intended for Yi Feiyu to confront only Xu Taiping, and through the competition of the Golden Scales Association, but unexpectedly, Yi Feiyu had barged in and wreaked havoc, injuring their people. He speaks no lies. A voice resonated in Xu Taiping's mind at that moment. Upon hearing this, the killing intent emanating from Lu Rushuang diminished significantly. Elder Zhou, sensing the shift, exhaled deeply and presented a brocade box containing 2 vials of healing elixirs and a ring to Lu Rushuang, saying, regardless, this incident arose from our side. Here are 2 celestial-grade healing elixirs and a sum of 100,000 gold coins. I hope Master Lu will graciously accept them as a small compensation for the losses incurred by the Xianyun Martial Hall. Seeing the sincerity of Guangling Pavilion's apology, Lu Rushuang's anger subsided further. I believe it would be more appropriate for you to bring that Yi Feiyu from the Taihao sect to apologize in person, Xu Taiping stated with a detached gaze directed at Elder Zhou. The elder's expression grew somewhat awkward. Not only could they not control Yi Feiyu, but even the elders of the Taihao sect might find it challenging to rein him in. Although the matter was not instigated by your people, it indeed arose due to your Guangling Pavilion. Thus, I shall accept this item. As for Yi Feiyu of the Taihao sect, I shall personally pay him a visit to seek clarity, Lu Ruoshuang remarked as she accepted the brocade box. Observing this, Elder Zhou immediately exhaled in relief. The acceptance of the brocade box signified that the matter had reached a conclusion. Although Guangling Pavilion wields significant influence in the realm of Zhu Ming, this is still the territory of Yu Yun, and he had just discovered a tenuous connection between the Xianyun Martial Academy and the royal family. Therefore, at least during the Jinlin conference, they preferred not to antagonize Lu Ruoshuang. Little master, you readily agreed to reconcile with them because you were concerned it might hinder my competition tomorrow, weren't you? Xu Taiping inquired, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Elder Zhou's departing figure before turning to Lu Ruoshuang. Indeed, that was partly the reason, Lu Ruoshuang did not deny. Upon seeing the injuries on a Yun and Master Chongda, Xu Taiping felt a pang of guilt, based on his understanding of Little Master's character. If her own disciple had been wronged, she would undoubtedly seek justice personally. Taiping, do not overthink it. I have not severed ties with Guangling Pavilion. Firstly, their apology was sincere. Secondly, the perpetrator was indeed not one of their disciples, but rather a madman. As the conversation reached its conclusion, Lu Ruoshuang's expression suddenly turned frosty. Are you familiar with this Yi Feiyu? Xu Taiping was only aware that Yi Feiyu was among the potential adversaries he might encounter, but little else. Yi Feiyu is a disciple of the Taihao sect, which is the foremost sect in the realm of Zhu Ming. If I intend to confront the Taihao sect for an explanation, I must make some preparations in advance. Lu Ruoshuang's countenance grew somewhat grave. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping mused inwardly that, indeed, Little Master had no intention of letting this matter rest. After tomorrow's competition, regardless of the outcome, please allow me to accompany you when you seek justice from the Taihao sect. He smiled at Lu Ruoshuang. Of course, Lu Ruoshuang returned his smile. However, returning to the topic, she suddenly expressed her confusion. But why did that Mo Yin come to our Xianyun Martial Academy? At that moment, Lu Yun abruptly stood up and addressed Lu Ruoshuang. Mother, Miss Mo Yin said she came to see Brother Taiping. She has something she wishes to thank him for in person. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshuang again turned her gaze towards Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping was initially taken aback, then realized, it seems she is already aware of this matter. Chapter 226, the third round, defeated by Zhang Mo Yin the following day. During the third round of the Jinlin conference, those observing Xu Taiping's match felt quite at ease. For the elders of Zhen Wutian and the disciples of Qingxian's sect, Xu Taiping's ascent to the Jinlin list was a momentous event not seen in a millennium. Consequently, they approached his upcoming match with a calm demeanor, regardless of the outcome. The same applied to Little Master Lu Ruoshuang and her followers, like the others from Zhen Wutian. They were exceedingly pleased with Xu Taiping's current achievements. Advancing further would be splendid, yet should he not, there would be no regrets. The 7th princess, Xu Tianqing, and the county princess, Xu Xiaoxiao, sisters who have long since amassed a considerable fortune. Your Highness, what do you suggest I do with this 600,000 gold coins? Xu Xiaoxiao chuckled, unable to suppress her glee at the thought of such a sum. Even for their royal household, this represented a substantial amount. Share it with me. Xu Tianqing said candidly. Your Highness, what do you mean by sharing? What is mine is yours. Xu Xiaoxiao laughed playfully. Such sweet words, yet you should produce the money. Xu Tianqing retorted with a roll of her eyes. By the way, you didn't place a bet on today's match, did you? She suddenly asked. A hint of anxiety creeping into her tone. Your Highness, I am not foolish. It was clear that Taiping would not win this match. Betting on it would yield little profit, so why bother? Xu Xiaoxiao spoke with the demeanor of a seasoned gambler. But have you considered how much you could win if Taiping were to triumph? Xu Tianqing teased. No more betting, no more betting. This 600,000 gold coins is sufficient for me. From this day forth, the gambling queen Xu Xiaoxiao shall retire. She declared, crossing her arms defiantly. However, if Brother Taiping loses today, he will miss the chance to confront Yi Feiyu, and I wish to see him give that Yi Feiyu a thorough thrashing, she added. A tinge of regret in her voice. At that moment, Xu Xiaoxiao and Xu Tianqing had both heard about Yi Feiyu's intrusion into the Xian Yun Martial Arts Academy, injuring the Lu siblings and Monk Chongda. Indeed, it is unfortunate. While Brother Taiping may not necessarily triumph over Zhang Moyan of Shiliang, defeating Yi Feiyu should be well within his capabilities. Xu Tianqing nodded in agreement. Earlier that morning, upon witnessing the injuries of the Lu siblings and Monk Chongda, she had nearly rushed to the palace to seek her father's assistance, had it not been for Lu Rushuang's intervention. Even if the royal family could not intervene in the golden scale competition, she could at least request her father to send someone to teach the disciples of Tai Hao sect a lesson. You need not trouble Brother Taiping with this matter. I have already informed your other masters. Lu Rushuang, the junior master, remarked lightly after taking a sip from her teacup. Upon hearing this, Xu Tianqing's eyes brightened. Master. Do you mean that the Grand Master, Second Master, and Third Master are all coming to the city? The Grand Master, Second Master, and Third Master she referred to were the cultivators who had been trapped in the secret realm with her, each having taught her in their own way. Thus she ranked them by age. They had all recovered from their injuries and were indeed planning to come to observe the golden scale competition. So this was a fortuitous coincidence. Lu Rushuang nodded. Excellent. With several masters assisting us, surely we can compel Tai Hao sect to surrender Yi Feiyu and make amends to a Yun and a Wan. The news of her master's impending arrival exhilarated Xu Tianqing. At that moment, the next match was announced. Yuyan Tian's Zhang Moyan versus Zhenwu Tian's Xu Taiping. After 5 or 6 rounds of competition, it was finally time for Xu Taiping to face Zhang Moyan. Upon hearing this announcement, the previously relaxed expressions of those in the stands turned suddenly serious. Even with modest expectations, the impending contest still rendered them somewhat anxious. By the way, Master Lu, during a casual conversation with a Yun this morning, she mentioned that Taiping has some acquaintance with Zhang Moyan. Is this true? Suddenly recalling something while gazing at the golden scale platform, Xu Xiaoxiao turned to inquire of Lu Rushuang. Indeed, Zhang Moyan did pay a visit to Taiping yesterday. Lu Rushuang nodded, then continued. However, Taiping claimed he does not know Zhang Moyan. As for their acquaintance, Taiping only mentioned having lent a hand to a friend of Zhang Moyan's with some minor matters, but he was unwilling to elaborate on the specifics. Oh, I see, Xu Xiaoxiao said, a hint of disappointment on her face. I was hoping there was some rapport between them. Do you think Zhang Moyan might hold back? What are you pondering? This is the golden scale contest. No bond could outweigh the fortune granted by the golden scale ranking, Xu Tiancheng retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Xu Xiaoxiao. I'm merely speculating. My dear cousin, she chuckled. Simultaneously, she swiftly retrieved a communication jade slip from her sleeve and glanced at it, which revealed a line of text. Princess. All the gold and silver have been wagered on Taiping's loss. Upon reading this, she exhaled softly, inwardly reflecting. Although my individual bets may not yield much, I have placed many. Surely, I shall reap a handsome profit this time. It is said that a gambler cannot easily abandon their vice. Boom. At that moment, the sword energy barrier surrounding the golden scale platform suddenly shattered. Those experienced in watching battles recognized this as the signal for the contest to commence. However, to the astonishment of the spectators in the stands, Taiping and Zhang Mo Yin did not engage immediately. Taiping himself was equally surprised. "Greetings, Taoist Taiping. I am Zhang Mo Yin from Xiliang," said the tall and valiant Zhang Mo Yin, smiling as she cupped her hands in salute. "Miss Mo Yin, you are too kind," Taiping replied, still feeling perplexed yet returning the gesture. Zhang Mo Yin shook her head and, with a serious demeanor, remarked, 3 months ago. "Had it not been for your steadfast defense of Tian High Pass, my Xiliang would likely have fallen into the clutches of the demonic realms." Hearing this, Taiping was momentarily taken aback. "It was not as dire as you suggest. I was merely acting in self-defense." Taiping remained humble, believing he had merely contributed a fraction of effort, while the true saviors of Tian High Pass and Xiliang were the brave fallen red-armored cavalry. Zhang Mo Yin, however, shook her head once more, then clasped her hands and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "On behalf of the countless citizens of Xiliang, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Taoist Taiping for your protection." Her words reverberated like thunder across the golden scale platform. The stunned onlookers only processed Zhang Mo Yin's respectful gesture towards Taiping after a moment, leading to an uproar among the crowd. Just as Lu Ru Shuang and others were engulfed in confusion, Zhang Mo Yin's subsequent declaration transformed their bewilderment into sheer astonishment. In this round of competition, the loser is Zhang Mo Yin. Chapter 227. Exposure at Tianhai Customs. Your Highness, I must have misheard, right? On the viewing platform where Lu Rua Shuang and her companions were seated, Princess Chu Xiao appeared utterly bewildered. "Although I wished to pose the same query, it seemed you had indeed heard correctly." Zhang Mo Yin was the one who conceded. With an expression of shock, Chu Tiancheng turned his gaze away from the Jinlin platform and inquired of his master, Lu Rua Shuang. "Master, do you know anything about this?" Lost in contemplation, Lu Rua Shuang was interrupted by Chu Tiancheng. She glanced at him before shaking her head. "I truly know nothing." However, at this juncture, her gaze returned to the Jinlin, fixating on Zhang Mo Yin, who was casually chatting with Xu Taiping, arms crossed and a relaxed demeanor. She pondered aloud before conceding. Zhang Mo Yin expressed gratitude to Taiping, thanking him for his benevolence towards the people of Xiliang. This suggests that Taiping must have ventured to Xiliang during those 3 months he escaped from the confined Dragon Tower. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiancheng's expression shifted to one of surprise as he looked at Lu Rua Shuang. "Master, just a few days ago, I inadvertently came across a confidential report on my father's desk, stating that the Jinhai Tower was besieged by the Shark King and his demonic followers, with the core of the Burning Sea Formation, the foundation of Jinhai Tower, under attack. Could Taiping's actions possibly be related? Perhaps he helped resolve the siege?" As he spoke, a look of terror filled Chu Tiancheng's beautiful eyes. If such a debt of gratitude existed, then Zhang Mo Yin's thanks would indeed be warranted. But could Taiping truly accomplish such a feat? As Lu Rua Shuang considered this, her gaze gradually shifted from Zhang Mo Yin to Xu Taiping. "That seems somewhat implausible," Chu Tiancheng said with a sheepish smile. Suddenly, Chu Xiao, beside them, burst into tears. Both Chu Tiancheng and Lu Rua Shuang turned to look at her. "Xiao, Taiping has won. There's no need for such intense emotion." Chu Tiancheng approached her, perplexed. "I am not." Chu Xiao sobbed, struggling for breath. "What are you not?" Chu Tiancheng was increasingly confused. "I deceived you. I bet on Taiping losing." She gasped, her sobs causing her to cough violently. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiancheng's lips twitched as he cautiously inquired, "How much did you wager?" 70,000, and I still owe you 10,000, Chu Xiao replied, her tears momentarily ceasing as she gestured pathetically. "Xiao, you gambler. Go to the devil." Chu Tiancheng kicked her lightly. Had Lu Rua Shuang not intervened, the two sisters might have come to blows. Why? Why did Zhang Mo Yin concede? Meanwhile, in a private viewing box, even after the host Jiu Shan Yuan announced the results of the competition, Mu Yuchun remained in disbelief. Brother, could it be that there was some sort of private deal between them? She turned to look at Mu Yun, who was reclining in a chair, her expression suggesting she sensed a conspiracy. Behind Zhang Mo Yin stands the majestic Shanghai Tower, and with the esteemed background of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall, it seems he lacks the qualifications for a transaction. Mu Yun had contemplated this possibility, but quickly dismissed it. Could it be that Zhang Mo Yin is infatuated with Xu Taiping at first sight? Surely not. Although Xu Taiping is not unattractive, his complexion is rather dark, and it is hard to fathom that Zhang Yin would take a liking to him. Mu Yuchun, perplexed, seated herself beside Mu Yun. Why are you preoccupied with such absurd thoughts? Mu Yun shot her a glance of disdain. Yet he understood that now, with his sister poised to inherit the title of Divine Maiden, she felt emboldened to speak freely in his presence. He softened his tone, adding, such a pure-hearted individual as Zhang Yin would never entertain such a notion. Mu Yuchun nodded in agreement. Indeed, how could she, at such a tender age, possess such remarkable cultivation otherwise? Young master, miss, an urgent report has arrived from Guangling Pavilion. At that moment, Elder Zhou, who had been mostly silent, stepped forward, presenting a jade plate to Mu Yun. An urgent report from Guangling Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun suppressed the pain coursing through him and straightened his posture. He had not anticipated receiving news from Guangling Pavilion while in the Yuyun realm. Brother, could it be that Guangling Pavilion is in trouble? Mu Yuchun's anxiety began to surface. Let me take a look. Mu Yun gestured for her to remain calm while he accepted the jade plate from Elder Zhou. This jade plate was one of the rare treasures that allowed their group to communicate directly with the Guangling Pavilion, a privilege even Elder Zhou did not possess. After employing a special method to infuse a strand of true essence into the jade plate, several lines of text materialized at its center. 3 months ago, the Western Liang Kingdom was on the brink of annihilation at the hands of the Jiao demon. In a moment of crisis, a young practitioner, alongside a group of the Tianhai town's crimson armored riders, valiantly defended the Tianhai Pass. According to intelligence gathered by Guangling Pavilion in Yuyun Realm, this practitioner is the key to the defense of Tianhai Town. Given his age, it is highly likely he will appear at the Golden Scales Conference. If that is indeed the case, he will pose a significant obstacle to Xiao Ye's aspirations of victory. You must remain vigilant. However, do not provoke this individual. If the information is accurate, this news has been deliberately released by Zhang Tianze himself, and his intentions are unmistakable to bolster this young man. Upon reading the first line, Mu Yun felt a chill run down his spine. 3 months ago, the near destruction of Western Liang. How could they have been unaware? A sense of dread enveloped him. Western Liang shares a border with Southern Chu. If Western Liang were to fall, Southern Chu would inevitably face an invasion by demonic forces, placing them in grave peril as well. Brother, it mentions a young practitioner assisting the Crimson Armored Riders in defending the Tianhai Pass. Just now Mu Yuchun, having finished reading the text, suddenly conceived a startling thought. Her gaze drifted towards Xu Taiping on the Golden Scales platform, and she murmured in disbelief, just moments ago. Zhang Yin expressed her gratitude to Xu Taiping for saving countless lives in Western Liang. Could this be the same incident? Upon hearing this, Mu Yun's expression shifted sharply as he connected the two matters. It is inconceivable. A military formation battle is not merely a contest among cultivators. How could he, being merely half a step into the realm of divine refinement, possess such capability? Just as Mu Yun was about to speak, the jade disc he held in his hand suddenly emitted a resonant hum, and waves of azure light rippled outward from the disc. This indicated that a message was forthcoming. Mu Yun hastily infused another strand of true essence into the jade disc. Immediately, another hum resonated, and a mist began to rise from within the disc, revealing a mirage-like scene amidst the swirling vapor. Upon closer inspection, the image depicted a city riddled with countless wounds. Before the city, a multitude of demonic creatures surged forth like a tide toward the already breached city gates. Yet, amidst this onslaught of fiends, a squadron of crimson-armored cavalry stood resolute. Alongside a towering figure resembling a beast, a cultivator shielded by the radiance of the Buddha, who relentlessly struck back against the encroaching demons with powerful blows. Whenever the divine light surrounding him waned, he would roar for another attempt, rising again and again despite the ravages of battle. Even as his flesh was torn and bloodied, and his bones laid bare from savage bites, he would persistently rise, undeterred by the specter of death. Upon discerning the name of the city behind the man, Tianhai Pass, even as mere observers, Mu Yun and his sister were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Chapter 228. Exposed. I am elder of Tai House sect. After a moment's pause, Mu Yuchun pointed toward the imposing figure on the city tower and said, Brother, that face seems unmistakably familiar. In truth, upon seeing Xu Taiping's form, Mu Yun had already recognized him. As a fellow martial artist, he held a vivid impression of Xu Taiping's formidable physique. If it truly is him, then my defeat is not unjust. Yesterday, during our encounter, he did not even utilize his complete physical prowess. Mu Yun's gaze remained fixed on Xu Taiping's formidable dragon whale form. Merely gazing upon this physique instilled a profound sense of awe. Not only was it the physique, but the unyielding ferocity of his fist intent was unparalleled. In all his years, he had seldom encountered a martial artist of such caliber. At this point, Elder Zhou also spoke up. Elder, what are our chances if a Yi were to confront him? Mu Yun furrowed his brow and regarded Elder Zhou. A Yi excels in the mastery of spells and celestial treasures, rather than sheer physical prowess. In a one-on-one battle, I believe his chances are greater, as a Ye's spiritual bone ranks among the top 3 across the 5 realms. Elder Zhou expressed his confidence. Hearing this, Mu Yun felt a sense of relief. However, should Xu Taiping be within reach, do your utmost to avoid offending him. After all, when the battlefield against the celestial demons reopens, a powerful martial artist like Xu Taiping will be a safeguard for your survival, Elder Zhou said earnestly, looking directly at Mu Yun. Mu Yun nodded in agreement, and then turned to Mu Yuqin, speaking with equal gravity. Did you hear that? Mu Yuqin immediately nodded repeatedly, raising his hand in assurance. Brother, rest assured. I will prepare a grand gift tomorrow and personally apologize. In the bamboo forest of the Yuxian residence, within the realm of Zhenwu, Zhao Linglong and others were equally bewildered by Zhang Moyan's gratitude. However, they were genuinely delighted by Xu Taiping's victory. It appeared that our junior apprentice not only possessed remarkable cultivation, but also enjoyed extraordinary fortune. Indeed, fortune holds great significance. Just as the group was discussing their plans for further celebration that night, Duga Qingxiao, having received a message from the Yellow Sparrow, quietly placed a moonshadow stone upon the spirit mirror. Instantly, the image of Xu Taiping, fiercely guarding the Tianhai Pass with bloodied fists and flesh torn from his back, revealing white bone, along with the roaring cries of "Come again," emerged above the spirit mirror, leaving the disciples of the 7 Peaks in stunned silence. Lin Buyu, quietly standing at the back of the crowd, reached out to touch her jade bracelet and murmured, in the face of such a calamity, my century of fortune truly counts for little. This time, Lin Bian within her did not offer a rebuttal. After a long pause, Dugu Qingxiao suddenly rose and directed his gaze toward the direction of Chiyua Pavilion, saying, this must be the reason Zhang Moyan conceded to Taiping. Our junior apprentice's victories have never relied on mere fortune, or rather, his fortune is earned punch by punch. In the distant Yuyan Tian, someone uttered words strikingly similar to those of Duga Qingxiao. Sitting before her desk, the second princess Chu Yudi gazed at the spirit mirror in silence for a long time before suddenly lifting her head, exhaling deeply, and leaning back in her chair, murmuring, old Taoist Huang was indeed correct. Martial fortune must be contended for with one's fists. At that moment, a deep, hoarse voice resonated through the transmission talisman. Reaching her ears, do you realize you nearly caused a great calamity? Upon hearing this, Chu Yudi smiled wryly and replied through the talisman, Father, I am willing to accept any punishment. In the imperial city, within the palace, after just reprimanding the second princess, Prince Zhao still wore a troubled expression. Rest assured, old Zhu, I will not show favoritism simply because she is my daughter. She will face the appropriate penalties. After taking a deep breath, Prince Zhao looked up at the imposing elder standing with his back to him, speaking with genuine sincerity. The elder was none other than the martial god, Zhu Huai. I believe your majesty will uphold your word. Zhu Huai nodded, turning to face Prince Zhao. Old Zhu, while Yudi indeed erred, was it truly necessary for you to rush here to the palace? Prince Zhao inquired, sensing that Zhu Huai had more to convey. Your majesty, see for yourself. Zhu Huai replied, producing a moonshadow stone and squeezing it with force. An image of a sunset over the sea materialized between them, accompanied by a somewhat languid voice emanating from the scene. Old Zhu, I entrust my little brother to your care for a few days. If he is bullied, I, as his elder brother, would also feel quite ashamed. As the narrative unfolded, the scene above the moonshadow stone suddenly began to waver, revealing a visage that appeared somewhat fatigued, adorned with stubble. Upon sighting this face, King Zhao's demeanor shifted markedly. Indeed, the individual before him was none other than Zhang Tianzi. Old Zhu, allow me to present to you the grandeur of the West Luhai. Zhang Tianzi's visage broke into a sudden grin. Subsequently, the imagery within the ethereal projection expanded gradually, ultimately encompassing the entirety of the coastline where Zhang Tianzi resided. Yet, in that moment, King Zhao found himself devoid of the inclination to admire the beauty of the West Luhai. His eyes remained fixed intently upon Zhang Tianzi. More precisely, they were riveted upon the colossal head beneath Zhang Tianzi. The instant he beheld that head, a name surged forth in King Zhao's mind, one that had cast an ominous shadow over the entire Yuyun Tian, the Jellyfish Emperor. Old Zhu. Did Zhang Tianzi actually slay the Jellyfish Emperor? King Zhao gazed at Zhu Huai in disbelief. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Huai ultimately nodded and affirmed, indeed. In the southern capital, within the courtyard of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall, that is the crux of the matter. Xu Taiping succinctly recounted his experiences at Tianhai Pass to his disciples, never anticipating that Zhang Moyan would repay the favor from that fateful day by conceding defeat. He was equally unprepared for the fact that the events surrounding the calamity at Tianhai Pass had already spread throughout the capital. Given this revelation, he felt no need to conceal the truth from his disciples. In truth, my assistance was but minimal. The defense of Tianhai Pass was primarily due to the burning sea formation of the Jinhai Tower and the valiant soldiers of Tianhai Town who fought without regard for their lives. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, Xu Taiping swiftly clarified further. Senior brother, you consider this mere trifling assistance? Chu Tiancheng regarded Xu Taiping with incredulity. Just as the group was about to inquire further into the details of that day, a resounding knock echoed through the doors of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. Who goes there? Lu Rushuang rose warily. I am Huang Zong, an elder of the Tai House sect. Here today with my disciple Yi Feiyu to express our apologies for yesterday's events. A voice from outside declared. Chapter 229. To apologize, you are unworthy of being my adversary. In the courtyard of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall, Elder Huang Zong, a diminutive and somewhat hunchbacked elder, entered with utmost sincerity, bowing deeply to Lu Rushuang. However, his disciple Yi Feiyu remained impassive, standing aloof as if detached from the situation entirely. Elder Huang Zong, what game are you and your esteemed disciple playing today? Lu Rushuang, arms crossed, regarded the two with a frigid glare. Sensing Lu Rushuang's anger, Elder Huang Zong quickly cast a sidelong glance at Yi Feiyu and then, with a solemn expression, commanded, Feiyu kneel. Yet Yi Feiyu remained seemingly oblivious, standing there motionless with an expressionless visage. Feiyu, Huang Zong barked sharply. Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyu's lifeless eyes blinked for the first time, and he turned his wooden face towards Huang Zong, stating, I shall not kneel. At this, the elder's gaunt face darkened ominously. Do not presume that leaving the realm of absolute despair renders you untouchable. As he spoke, Huang Zong produced a jade talisman, holding it firmly in his palm before squeezing it tightly. With a thunderous roar, the aura surrounding Yi Feiyu erupted uncontrollably, and chains of spiritual energy surged from the ground, ensnaring him entirely. With a resounding thud, the chains yanked forcefully, causing Yi Feiyu to collapse to the ground. Yet, even in such a state, he stubbornly remained on one knee, lifting his gaze with a frigid stare directed at Lu Rushuang, proclaiming, What are you to make me? Yi Feiyu kneel? You merely rely on Zhang Tianzi's fleeting reputation to intimidate. I command you to silence. Huang Zong thundered, forcefully pressing Yi Feiyu's head into the ground. Boom. Bound by the chains, Yi Feiyu felt a surge of vitality, and, with a crackle of his joints, he straightened against the oppressive foot of Huang Zong, raising his head to gaze at Xu Taiping, remarking, And you? Me? Xu Taiping met Yi Feiyu's stare without flinching. You are unworthy to be my opponent in the next round. The emotionless Yi Feiyu regarded Xu Taiping with palpable disdain. A man who must rely on a woman to win a match. If I were you, I would be utterly ashamed. He added with a scornful tone. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping remained unfazed, but the seventh princess, Chu Tiancheng, was filled with righteous indignation as she turned to Huang Zong, questioning, Elder Huang, is this how your Tai House sect offers apologies? Huang Zong's face was ashen, and he silently recited an incantation before once again forcefully stamping Yi Feiyu's head into the ground. This child, due to the nature of his cultivation, lacks composure. I hope that Master Lu and young brother Taiping can forgive him. Huang Zong once more expressed a sincere apology to Lu Rushuang and Xu Taiping. Elder Huang, we do not seek to act unreasonably, nor will we condemn all disciples of your Tai House sect for the misdeeds of one. What we desire is for Yi Feiyu to sincerely apologize to my two children and Master Chongda. Lu Rushuang paused, gradually shifting her gaze from Yi Feiyu to Huang Zong, stating, If he cannot achieve even this, do not feign sincerity in seeking forgiveness at my Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. I will personally bring people to your Tai Hao sect tomorrow to claim justice for my children and Master Chongda. Upon finishing her words, Lu Rushuang did not hold back, revealing her formidable aura. Her 10 years in the realm of the formless had not been in vain. The insights gained over a decade, combined with 7 years of dedicated cultivation, have elevated her mastery beyond that of an ordinary practitioner. Consequently, akin to Elder Zhou of the Guangling Pavilion. Upon sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from Lu Rushuang, Huangzong's demeanor and gaze underwent a notable transformation. No longer indecisive, he resolved to abandon Yi Feiyu for the sake of the other disciples of Tai Hao sect participating in the Golden Scale Conference. Although Tai Hao sect possesses considerable strength within the Zhuming Tian, they find themselves in the realm of Yuyun Tian, where even the mightiest dragon struggles against the local serpent. Moreover, he had recently come to learn that Xu Taiping had the formidable support of the martial deity, Zhang Tianzi. Should the numerous young prodigies accompanying him meet their demise here, the loss to Tai Hao sect would be incalculable. With a sigh, Huangzong crushed the jade pendant in his hand, releasing a green light that coalesced into a vague silhouette before Yi Feiyu. Observing this, Lu Rushuang and Xu Taiping instinctively retreated a step, for even a mere apparition emanated an aura of profound terror, reminiscent of the sensation imparted by the old diviner on the street. Disciple, the indistinct figure called out to Yi Feiyu in a voice imbued with coldness. Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyu, who had been under Huangzong's foot, suddenly trembled uncontrollably. Huangzong then lifted his foot, remaining silent as he stood aside, fully aware that the appearance of this figure would compel Yi Feiyu to comply. Master? Yi Feiyu, shaking with fear, knelt on the ground and slowly raised his head to gaze at the shadow, his eyes filled with terror, akin to a once ferocious leopard reduced to a quivering, ill-fated cat. You shall atone for the harm you have inflicted upon them, and you shall do so until I am satisfied. After delivering this chilling mandate, the figure dissipated into nothingness. Disciple obeys. Even after the apparition vanished, Yi Feiyu remained profoundly respectful, bowing deeply to the ground. With the disappearance of the figure, the overwhelming pressure that had enveloped the courtyard also dissipated, causing Lu Rushuang and Xu Taiping to visibly relax. Could it be that this individual was your Tai Hao sect's leader? Lin Xinggu? Lu Rushuang inquired, a hint of confusion gracing her features as she looked up at Elder Huangzong. How dare you address my master by name? Without awaiting Huangzong's response, Yi Feiyu, filled with indignation, lifted his head and rebuked him. Bang! No sooner had Yi Feiyu spoken than his head was once again brought down beneath Huangzong's foot, who coldly remarked, Do you wish for me to summon the sect leader once more? Upon hearing this, Yi Feiyu's face, twisted in anger, reverted to one of sheer terror, prompting him to fall silent. Master Lu possesses keen insight. Huangzong nodded with a smile and continued, Since the sect master has spoken, this young man will certainly provide an explanation to you, the master of the pavilion. With that, he released his foot from pressing down on Yi Feiyu. Amidst the puzzled gazes of Lu Rushuang and Xu Taiping, Yi Feiyu gradually straightened up. After casting an emotionless glance at Lu Wan and Lu Yun, he placed his hands on the ground and slowly stood to his feet. I kicked that boy in the abdomen. Now, let me return the favor. After uttering these words with a tone devoid of emotion, Yi Feiyu delivered a powerful punch to his own abdomen. With a resounding thud, the blow resulted in a burst of blood mist from his midsection, with crimson liquid seeping through his garments. This scene caused both Xu Taiping and Lu Rushuang to frown, as they discerned that Yi Feiyu's punch was not only unreserved, but also more forceful than the kick he had delivered to Lu Yun. With a sputter, Yi Feiyu expelled the foul blood from his mouth, wiped his lips with his hand, and then raised his right hand, declaring, I shattered that girl's wrist, this hand. I returned to him. With that, before the eyes of Xu Taiping and Chu Tianqing, he audibly crushed his own wrist, the sound of splintering bones eliciting an involuntary shudder. Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Tianqing dared not look, both retreating behind Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping and Lu Rushuang exchanged glances, yet neither spoke, choosing instead to silently observe Yi Feiyu. Suddenly, Yi Feiyu drew a short blade from his waist and pressed it against his ear, maintaining his emotionless tone as he stated, I severed that monk's ear. This one, I returned to him. No sooner had these words left his lips than he swiftly cut off his own ear. Blood began to flow from the wound, quickly staining half of his face crimson. Enough. Upon realizing that this was Yi Feiyu's method of atonement, Xu Taiping deemed it unnecessary to continue. Yet Yi Feiyu seemed oblivious, impassively retrieving the severed ear from the ground and tossing it into his mouth. As he chewed, his gaze remained icy as he fixed his eyes on Xu Taiping, asking, "What is it? Wasn't I instructed to atone? Are you still dissatisfied?" Xu Taiping met his gaze with calmness and replied, "You are not atoning to us. You are atoning to your sect master." Hearing this, Elder Huang Zong's expression darkened, and he expressed his discontent, saying, "Young brother Taiping, our disciples of Taihao sect have come this far. If you are still dissatisfied, wouldn't that be excessively unfeeling?" Lu Ruoshuang glanced at Xu Taiping and shook her head. Yi Feiyu's actions, at least on the surface, seemed beyond reproach. Consequently, Xu Taiping chose to remain silent. Observing this, a faint smile curved upon Yi Feiyu's otherwise expressionless face as he remarked, "Xu Taiping, if you find this method of atonement unsatisfactory, feel free to teach me during the competition in a few days." He paused momentarily, then slowly raised both hands, channeling his vital energy to manipulate the sword. With a sharp clang, the long sword at his waist was suddenly drawn from its sheath, soaring into the sky from the small courtyard. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing air, the sword descended like a streak of lightning, carrying with it a wave of sword energy that severed his outstretched hands, reducing them to mere fragments. This strike was a requital for that monk. Yi Feiyu held up his bloodied stumps, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he gazed at Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping remained silent, while Lu Rushuang's expression turned ashen. "Young friend Taiping, Master Lu, disciple of Taihao sect, Yi Feiyu acknowledges his wrongdoing and, in his pain of severed ears and hands, seeks your forgiveness. I implore you both to be magnanimous and grant him mercy." Huang Zong smiled cheerfully, bowing deeply to the two. At this moment, they discerned that the Taihao sect had not come to apologize, but rather to provoke. "Xu Taiping, we shall meet in the next round." Bloodied and battered, Yi Feiyu dropped his severed arms, a malevolent smile creeping onto his blood-streaked face. "Even without hands, I can still kill you. You worthless fool who relies on women to achieve victory." As he turned, he abruptly suppressed his smile, his gaze icy as he added, "Remember, I am a madman." Chapter 231. The Fourth Round. Yi Feiyu the madman 2 days later. What is taking so long? Why have they not arrived yet? At the entrance to the Jinlin Pavilion, disguised as a man, Xu Tianqing anxiously peered towards the entrance, seemingly awaiting something. "Your Highness, there is no need to wait any longer." Xu Taiping, standing beside him, responded with a faint smile and shook his head. "Brother, you truly can wait a little longer. This Moonshadow Stone contains footage of Yi Feiyu battling a refined spirit realm cultivator. It will undoubtedly benefit you in today's competition," the seventh princess, Xu Tianqing, insisted earnestly. "Xu Taiping of Qingxian sect, if you do not enter soon, you will be disqualified from the Jinlin ranking. Please proceed to the arena without delay," urged a white-clad steward at the entrance, his tone laced with impatience. "Please hold on a moment. I will be there shortly." Xu Taiping first cupped his hands in respect to the steward, then turned to Xu Tianqing and his junior sister Lu Rushuang, saying, "We truly cannot afford to wait any longer." Lu Rushuang nodded in agreement. "In truth, we have gleaned most of what we can about Yi Feiyu's skills and techniques. Just remember this. He is a madman, and the 3 madness sutras he practices can only be mastered by one who is insane. He will resort to any means necessary to secure victory." Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod. "Thank you for the reminder, junior sister. I will keep it in mind." He inwardly mused. "Come to think of it, they also called me Little Madman during the Jinwu tournament. Perhaps it is fate." Then, he turned to the Lu siblings. Noticing An's still pallid complexion and Ying's hand still bandaged, he reached out to pat their shoulders, offering a gentle smile. "If he refuses to apologize, then today we shall compel him to do so willingly." After Yi Feiyu's visit, the moods of Yun and Owen noticeably plummeted over the past 2 days. Although they remained obedient and said nothing, Xu Taiping observed everything keenly. Since the opponent had already provoked him at his doorstep, he felt no need for politeness. It is worth noting that Yun, Owen, and Master Chondo were all entangled in this matter because of him. Upon hearing this, Yun hurriedly shook his head, saying, "Brother Taiping, you need not go out of your way for us." Without allowing Yun to finish his words, Xu Taiping swiftly entered the golden scale pool with a flicker of his form. Shortly after his entrance, Princess Chu Xiaoxiao rushed to the door in a flurry. "Where is Brother Taiping?" she exclaimed, clutching a moonshadow stone, breathless. She had been waiting at the entrance of the Golden Scale Pavilion for someone to deliver the stone. As the time arrived, they had already entered. Xu Tianqing sighed regretfully, then took the moonshadow stone from Chu Xiaoxiao's hand, inquiring, "Is this the one?" Chu Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, nervously reminding him, "Your Highness, this moonshadow stone can only be activated once, so do not infuse it with true essence." Xu Tianqing nodded and placed the moonshadow stone into his sleeve, saying, "Master, let us ascend as well. We shall observe from the viewing platform." However, junior sister Lu Rushuang shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the entrance. "Wait for someone," she stated. "Wait for someone?" Xu Tianqing asked, puzzled, following her line of sight to see a tall girl clad in dark robes, striding towards them. Zhang Moyan. His surprise was evident upon recognizing her. "It is indeed her. We happened to meet yesterday, and she mentioned she would join us for the match today," junior sister Lu Rushuang confirmed. Meanwhile, at Jinwu Heaven, Qingxian sect. After a 3-day interval, disciples from the 7 peaks, along with Su Zian and Lin Buyu from the 6th peak, gathered once again at the Yuxian residence. Following Zhang Moyan's voluntary surrender in the previous match, Xu Taiping's ranking fortuitously secured him the 60th position on the Golden Scale ranking. Isn't the competition still ongoing? How is this ranking determined? One queried. This is the Golden Scale ranking, reflecting the fluctuations of aura exhibited by cultivators during their trials on the Golden Scale platform, among other factors. Since Taiping did not participate in the last match, he naturally occupies the last position. The Golden Scale ranking truly lives up to its reputation as a divine artifact. Not only the ranking, but the entire Golden Scale pool is said to exist independently from the realms of heaven and earth. Dugu Qingxiu engaged in conversation with several male disciples from the 7 peaks regarding the rankings. If junior brother were to win until the end, how many more rounds would he need to compete in? Zhao Linglong, growing somewhat bored, stifled a yawn and, resting her chin in her hands, curiously posed this question to her senior brothers. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words, as they had only hoped that Taiping would pass the first round, never contemplating that he might rank or continue to strive for a higher position thereafter. "Let me calculate," one of them finally proposed. Dugu Qingxiao cast a glance at the matchup list on the Golden Scale ranking, mentally calculating, before raising his head to address Zhao Linglong, to contend for the championship. "Including today's match, we still need to play 4 more rounds." Upon hearing this, the crowd momentarily fell silent, only to burst into hearty laughter moments later. If our junior disciple can triumph in this round, it will indeed be a cause for great celebration for the Qingxian sect. The championship, however, is beyond our wildest dreams. Zhao Linglong chuckled. Chapter 232, the 4th round, the 3 obsessions of Taihao sect. The higher the rank of our junior disciple, the more pleased she felt. Yet she dared not entertain such fantastical notions. In truth, if Taiping could overcome Yifeiyu, he would indeed be qualified to vie for the championship. After perusing the roster on the Golden Scale ranking, senior sister Jiang Ji suddenly exhibited a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "Senior sister, perhaps you have yet to hear of Yifeiyu?" Dugu Qingxiao suddenly smiled at senior sister Jiang Ji. "No," Jiang Ji nodded, then curiously inquired, "What of it?" "I only learned from a recent message that Yifeiyu is a disciple of the Taihao sect, the foremost sect of the Juming Tian, and his master is the sect leader himself. The cultivation method he practices is one of Taihao sect's most renowned techniques, the 3 obsessions," Dugu Qingxiao stated with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zhao Linglong and Jiang Ji maintained relatively calm reactions, while Lin Buyu, seated quietly in the bamboo grove, felt an involuntary stir in her robe. Immediately, a voice echoed in her mind. "This person is actually a disciple of your lunatic brother, and he has also mastered the 3 obsessions. Taiping may encounter significant trouble in today's match." After absorbing this information, Lin Buyu remained silent, instead turning her palm over to gaze at the dark lines within it. "Little ancestor, do not act impulsively. You have already consumed 100 years of your fortune. If you deplete it further, you may find it difficult to survive in the Jinwu heaven." Upon realizing Lin Buyu's intentions, Lin Bian became instantly tense. Moreover, prior to reaching the divine spirit realm, one can only cultivate the first chapter of the 3 obsessions, which primarily focuses on the physical body and vital energy. In this regard, Taiping may not necessarily be at a disadvantage, Lin Bian continued. Indeed, Lin Buyu quietly agreed. then closed her open palm once more. Senior brother, do you know what makes the three obsessions so special? At that moment, Zhao Linglong, from across the bamboo grove, nervously posed a question to Duga Qingxiao. Hearing this question, Lin Buyu softly murmured, "The Three Obsessions, also known as the Three Corpse Sutra, has its first chapter titled Living Corpse. Upon mastering this chapter, one can cultivate a body that remains unchanged among the undead. This unchanging body not only does not decay, but also, when power is unleashed, can regenerate severed limbs rapidly. In certain aspects, it may even surpass the physical prowess of a martial god in the martial realm. Furthermore, upon completing this chapter, there exists a slight chance to master two forms of divine abilities, the Two Wounds Incantation and the Mad Ghost's Blood." Meanwhile, on the spectator stands of the Golden Scale Pool in the Yuyun Heaven, Mu Yun of the Guangling Pavilion was likewise explaining the three obsessions of Taihao sect to his sister, Mu Yuchen. "What are the Two Wounds Curse Body and the Mad Ghost Blood?" Mu Yuchen inquired with great curiosity. "You must have heard of the Two Wounds Curse, right?" "Indeed. It allows the afflicted to endure pain that exceeds twice their own capacity. The Two Wounds Curse originates from the Three Obsessions scripture. Its Two Wounds Curse Body does not even require the opponent to be cursed, as it automatically inflicts pain exceeding twice their own on them." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuchen was taken aback, contemplating, with the bone transformation combined with this Two Wounds Curse Body, would it not be invincible? Mu Yun chuckled and shook his head. "Not invincible, but certainly troublesome. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wishes to provoke a practitioner of the Three Obsession scripture." Mu Yuchen nodded in agreement. Although she had known Yi Feiyu for a long time, it was her first realization of the terrifying nature of the Three Obsession scripture. "And what of the Mad Ghost Blood?" she suddenly asked again. Upon hearing the term Mad Ghost Blood, Mu Yun's expression shifted, as if recalling some unpleasant experience. After a long pause, his demeanor turned serious. "I hope he has not mastered the Mad Ghost Blood. Otherwise, there would be no need for this contest." Meanwhile, on the opposite viewing platform, Chu Tianqing and his companions wore solemn expressions after having just finished viewing the segment captured by the Moonshadow Stone. "It is indeed the Mad Ghost Blood. I once encountered it in the archives of the Town Sea Tower," said Zhang Maxian, crossing her arms and sitting upright, her brows slightly furrowed. "Master, what should we do?" Chu Tianqing glanced at Lu Rushuang, his face pale. The scene from the Moonshadow Stone, where Yi Feiyu ignited the Mad Ghost Blood and brutally tore apart a peak divine refinement realm cultivator, had profoundly impacted her psyche. She had never imagined that a cultivator of the divine refinement realm could be so fragile. "Last night, I mentioned this to Taiping. He assured me he would exercise discretion," Lu Rushuang remarked, directing her gaze towards Xu Taiping, who stood upon the Golden Scales platform. At that moment, Xu Taiping was indeed on the Golden Scales platform. Unless he conceded, no one within the Golden Scales pool could halt the contest. "If he has earned my uncle's approval, Brother Taiping should be a person of discernment." Zhang Maxian concurred, as the group's attention turned toward the stage, in a corner of the small pavilion. Chu Xiaoxiao trembled slightly as she inscribed a line on a jade slip with her spiritual sense. "Big brother, fortune lies within risk. Wager all the dowry on Brother Taiping." Simultaneously, the voice of the mansion lord, Qiu Shanyuan, resonated above the Golden Scales platform. "In this fifth match, Xu Taiping of the True Martial Heavenly Azure sect faces Yi Feiyu of the Absolute Void Heavenly Taihao sect." As his words concluded, a massive wall of sword energy rose upon the Golden Scales platform, separating Xu Taiping from the cold-eyed Yi Feiyu. Chapter 233. The distinction between extreme realm and ultimate intent. One was the personally taught disciple of the Taihao sect's master, while the other was a cultivator favored by the Western Liang war god. Following the dissemination of Xu Taiping's exploits at the Tianhai Pass, this match had become the focal point of the Yuyun Heaven and even the entire Shanqing realm. Numerous sect leaders, who previously showed little interest in the earlier rounds of the Golden Scales meeting, had gathered to witness the spectacle, including the Southern Chu war god, Zhu Huai. Before reaching the realm of divine refinement, unless one possesses unique innate qualities, the enhancement of physical strength and bloodline remains the sole path for cultivators to elevate their combat prowess. This is precisely why the Golden Scales is revered as the final sanctuary of martial practitioners. Observing Yi Feiyu and Xu Taiping, separated by a wall of sword energy on the Golden Scales platform, the martial deity Zhu Huai crossed his arms, and murmured with a grave expression, "Rest assured, master. Since the moment I embarked on my cultivation journey, I have been preparing for the Golden Scales event, never once neglecting my physical conditioning or the refinement of my qi," replied the third prince, Xu Yinan, standing beside Zhu Huai, with a carefree smile. "I have watched your 7 years in the military with keen eyes, and I initially did not believe anyone could pose a threat to you." Zhu Huai paused, shifting his gaze slowly to Xu Taiping on the platform before continuing. "Yet, since this individual is favored by Zhang Tianze and has indeed fought against numerous foes before the Tianhai Pass, you must approach this with utmost seriousness." In response, Xu Yinan nodded gravely. Simultaneously, he cast his gaze towards Yi Feiyu and remarked appreciatively, "Naturally, Xu Taiping is also notable, but in my student's eyes, Yi Feiyu may prove to be even more formidable. After all, one is a rational being, while the other resembles a rabid dog." Boom. Just as the two continued their discourse, the wall of sword energy on the Golden Scales platform suddenly erupted. Instantly, Zhu Huai, the third prince, and the other spectators fixated their attention on the arena below. Clang! Almost simultaneously with the explosion of the sword energy wall, Yi Feiyu abruptly unsheathed his sword, merging his form with the sword light as he soared through the air, piercing directly towards Xu Taiping. Within a mere breath, the sword light had reached Xu Taiping's front. It was evident that, beyond martial arts, Yi Feiyu had also mastered the sword. Faced with this assault, Xu Taiping had no particularly advantageous options. He immediately transformed into the physique of a sleeping dragon and struck forth with a basic great sage fist. Bang! As anticipated, this sword strike was merely a probing attack from Yi Feiyu, for as Xu Taiping's punch unleashed, the sword light instantly shattered. However, in the moment the sword light dispersed, Yi Feiyu's revealed form experienced a sudden surge of vitality. In the blink of an eye, his previously slender physique transformed into a robust figure akin to a monstrous beast, his garments tearing apart to reveal muscles resembling those sculpted from rock. Yet, compared to an ordinary person's skin, Yi Feiyu's complexion appeared excessively pale, and even the rising vitality emanating from him was frigid. Most peculiarly, his pallid skin bore an array of runic patterns resembling ant-sized symbols, which from a distance appeared as bizarre tattoos. Cultivators familiar with the Three Obsessions Sutra would recognize that this was the indestructible skeletal physique achieved after the first completion of the sutra. Crack, crack, crack. The moment Yi Feiyu manifested this indestructible form, his previously severed arms had already regenerated, swiftly grasping the sword that Xu Taiping had sent flying with his punch. And then he slashed towards Xu Taiping with a fierce strike. Whoosh! Amidst the resounding clash of air, dozens of crescent-shaped sword energies surged forth, accompanying Yi Feiyu's strike towards Xu Taiping. "Wait, Taiping!" At the moment Xu Taiping was about to unsheath his blade in response to Yi Feiyu's assault, he was halted by the voice of the blade's spirit within him, who spoke with a hint of excitement. "This young man bears an aura akin to yours at the pinnacle of martial realms. Do not rush into action. First ascertain the truth of this. If it is indeed the case, it shall be the most opportune moment to transform the pinnacle into the essence of intent." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart quivered. Blade spirit, is not the essence of intent synonymous with the pinnacle? He retreated a step, invoking the wind wall through the Zhongwan ring, while mentally confirming with the blade spirit. Not quite. The pinnacle represents a state where one's techniques reach their utmost potential. However, once the essence of intent is grasped, each strike of your blade and every punch will manifest as a blow from the pinnacle itself. Though this explanation seemed convoluted, Xu Taiping, having already mastered several pinnacle techniques in both swordplay and martial arts, felt a profound shock. It was imperative to understand that to execute techniques at the pinnacle level, he must continuously adjust to ensure an impeccable synchrony among his physicality, mind, and martial arts. Even with such adjustments, the possibility of failure loomed large. Thus, he typically resorted to pinnacle techniques only when he held considerable confidence. Yet, according to the Blade Spirit's recent assertion, it appeared that mastering the essence of intent would allow him to freely wield techniques at the pinnacle level, a notion that was almost unfathomable to him. Just as in the contest of true intent among practitioners of the transformation realm, a similar fierce struggle occurs among martial artists of the pinnacle, where two practitioners with akin auras engage in battle, providing the greatest chance to grasp the essence of intent. Such opportunities are rare and cannot be sought after, Taiping. It is better to risk observation than to miss out. The blade spirit's voice resonated once more. Xu Taiping understood the blade spirit's intent. Among his current abilities, many could potentially slay Yi Feiyu, such as the Xianyuan clone or the Great Sun Golden Flame. However, should it pertain to a contest of the pinnacle, he must engage Yi Feiyu in a fierce exchange of fists and blades beneath that pinnacle. Very well. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xu Taiping resolved himself. If what the blade spirit claimed held truth, attaining the essence of intent would greatly benefit his martial journey. Suddenly, Yi Feiyu unleashed another strike, accompanied by hundreds of ferocious sword energies, cleaving through the air towards him. This time, however, Xu Taiping refrained from throwing a punch. Instead, as the wind wall formed around him through the Zhongwan ring, he crossed his arms and adopted the defensive stance of the Great Saint Fist to counter Yi Feiyu's sword. With a resounding impact, as Yi Feiyu's blade descended, the wind wall shattered around Xu Taiping, while the long sword and dozens of sword energies struck him directly. Despite the protective aura of the Great Saint Fist's stance, a gash was carved into his arm. Simultaneously, the immense force emanating from Yi Feiyu's blade sent Xu Taiping staggering back several dozen yards. Chapter 234. Contest for the Essence of Intent. He is no madman. Yet during his flight backward, the wind wall from the Zhongwan ring, the ice wall from the cloud riding technique, and the fist barrier from the Great Saint Fist once again shielded him in succession, as the fierce and unrestrained sword of Yi Feiyu once again struck towards him. Xu Taiping merely retreated a few steps, sustaining minimal injury. However, this defensive stance proved to be of little efficacy against the relentless onslaught of Yi Feiyu. With a series of swift and powerful strikes, akin to Xu Taiping's own thunderous fury, Yi Feiyu unleashed a sword technique evidently tailored for him by the Taihao sect. Once he seized the momentum, his swordplay transformed into a tempest, growing increasingly rapid and ferocious. The tide of battle swiftly turned, with Xu Taiping being pressed relentlessly, reduced to mere defensive maneuvers without the opportunity to counterattack. From a distance, as the ferocity of Yi Feiyu's sword intensified, the entirety of the golden scale platform seemed engulfed in a storm forged from sword energy. Xu Taiping, fully aware of Yi Feiyu's two-injury curse physique, opted for a defensive approach. In the stands, Mu Yuchen recalled the three obsessed scriptures that Mu Yun had just introduced to him. However, employing a defensive strategy against the inheritor of the three obsessed scriptures was futile, with their bodies impervious to decay and destruction. Exhausting their strength proved exceedingly challenging. This sword technique, driven by seizing momentum, once unleashed, would likely determine the outcome of this contest. With a sigh of regret, Mu Yun wished to witness Xu Taiping's true essence, as demonstrated in his fierce battles at Tianhai Pass. Yet, as cultivators of the half-step refining spirit realm, victory often hinged on a singular thought. A mere misstep could lead to ruin. Suddenly, after unleashing a flurry of thousands of sword strikes, Yi Feiyu drew another sword from his waist, while the blade in his other hand emitted a resonant hum. With a cold command, he shouted, "Break." As the command echoed, the myriad sword energies dispersed across the golden scale platform converged upon his sword, transforming into a colossal shadow of a blade that surged towards Xu Taiping. With a thunderous crash, the protective barriers of wind, ice, and the might of the Great Sage Fist shattered simultaneously. As Xu Taiping beheld the descending sword strike, an expression of enlightenment replaced any fear in his eyes. "Thank you, Senior Knife Ghost, for your guidance. Yi Feiyu's ultimate path indeed mirrors my own." Upon sensing the profound essence within Yi Feiyu's sword, even without the Knife Ghost's prompting, Xu Taiping felt an inexplicable sense of fate. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of the moment he first unleashed an ultimate punch during the Seven-Peak selection against Yi Xian. "Go forth, Taiping. This is your opportunity in martial arts. Fear not death. Only by mastering the ultimate intent can your path in martial arts progress further." The Knife Ghost roared passionately within Xu Taiping's mind, seemingly more exhilarated than Xu Taiping himself. Inspired by the Knife Ghost's fervor, Xu Taiping faced Yi Feiyu's sword momentum, raised his fist, and centered his mind. In a single breath, he elevated his fist's might and intent to the ultimate realm, launching a singular, powerful punch toward the sword shadow. With a resounding impact, the collision of fist and sword echoed through the air. Though both strikes were executed in a state of extremity, Xu Taiping's punch was evidently inferior to Yi Feiyu's accumulated sword momentum, which had been forged over thousands of strikes. Thus, in a mere instant, Xu Taiping's force was compelled by the sword's might. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of sword energies, summoned forth by Yi Feiyu's longsword, simultaneously cleaved towards Xu Taiping. Even the formidable body of a dragon whale could not withstand such lethal sword energies, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of sword marks appeared upon Xu Taiping's body, staining his garments with crimson blood. The strike delivered by Yi Feiyu left a grievous wound on Xu Taiping's chest, deep enough to expose bone. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. They could not comprehend why Xu Taiping, having the option to maintain a defensive stance and potentially avoid severe injury, chose to attack at such a moment. Was Xu Taiping truly foolish? On the observation platform, Mu Yuchen gasped in confusion. Yet beside her, Mu Yun's eyes widened in realization, and after a moment, he spoke with a hint of dread. Could it be that in this contest of martial intent, Xu Taiping intends to contend with Yi Feiyu for the ultimate martial essence? As a semi-divine martial practitioner, Mu Yun discerned the striking similarity between the extreme auras of Yi Feiyu and Xu Taiping, allowing him to swiftly grasp the intention behind Xu Taiping's actions. Just as Mu Yun stood in alarm, Yi Feiyu's sword once again descended upon Xu Taiping. At this moment, Xu Taiping had completely abandoned any form of defense, resembling a blood-soaked beast driven to madness, recklessly throwing punches at the sword strikes unleashed by Yi Feiyu. Boom. Much like the previous strike, Xu Taiping's hastily gathered punch force could not breach the sword's might. In an instant, several more wounds adorned his body. Yet, despite the injuries, Xu Taiping did not opt to retreat. Instead, he launched another punch toward the tempestuous sword shadows descending from Yi Feiyu. Boom. With yet another sword strike, Xu Taiping's wounds multiplied, yet his intent and momentum surged with ferocity. Boom. At this juncture, the shadows of sword and fist clashed once more on the golden scale platform. Though Xu Taiping's fist shadow shattered yet again, Yi Feiyu's sword shadow also disintegrated after breaking through Xu Taiping's force. In that moment, even Mu Yuchen, possessing little knowledge of martial arts, could discern that Xu Taiping was gradually reversing the situation through this exchange of injuries for momentum. Who, then, is the true madman? Observing Xu Taiping, enveloped in a mist of blood, yet standing firm, raising his fist once more to strike at the tempestuous sword shadows of Yi Feiyu. Mu Yuchen stood there transfixed. Meanwhile, Mu Yun, sensing the surge of Xu Taiping's force through his reckless strategy, felt a lump in his throat and murmured, "He is no madman. All of this is likely part of his grand design. Like Zhang Tianzi, he is a born martial artist." Meanwhile, at last afforded a moment of respite, Xu Taiping felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, causing his dragon whale physique to transform from the dormant state of a sleeping dragon into the soaring realm of a rising dragon. In an instant, a violent wave of blood energy erupted with a resounding explosion upon the golden scales platform, heralding the true clash of martial arts' ultimate essence. Witnessing this, Mu Yun could not help but step forward, his gaze fixed intently upon the golden scales platform below. Chapter 235, Contest of Ultimate Intent. Dare you compete with me? With a powerful stride, Xu Taiping propelled himself forward, instantly elevating the blood energy of his dragon whale physique to the soaring dragon realm. The force of his footfall sent tremors through the golden scales platform, causing the protective runes to shimmer into visibility. Crack, crack, crack. As the sounds of bones and muscles grinding together resonated, Xu Taiping exhaled deeply while assuming the stance of the Grand Sage Fist's overlord form. Under the searing intensity of his blood energy, crimson mist emanated from his body, rising in ethereal wisps. From a distance, his figure resembled a pillar of fire, standing resolutely at one end of the golden scales platform, merely by adopting a fighting stance. The onlookers in the surrounding stands could distinctly sense the very essence of the golden scales pool converging into Xu Taiping's fist momentum. This transformation transpired within a mere breath or two. As the crowd marveled at Xu Taiping's metamorphosis, he, engrossed in the intent of his fists, abruptly opened his left eye, revealing the lotus pupil within. Boom. The aura that had been concealed by the lotus pupil erupted with the force of a volcanic eruption, sweeping across the entire golden scales pool. Yi Feiyu, dare you engage in this contest with me? Amidst the collective astonishment of the spectators, Xu Taiping's voice suddenly resonated like a clap of thunder upon the golden scales platform. This declaration jolted many martial artists present into awareness. For instance, Zhang Moyan, seated beside Lu Rushuang, was taken aback to witness a contest of ultimate martial intent at the Golden Scales Assembly. Indeed, her uncle's insight was not misplaced. Zhang Moyan leaned slightly forward in her chair, her eyes unblinking as she focused intently on Xu Taiping upon the platform. Lu Rushuang too had come to a realization. Yet even now she found it hard to believe that their Qing Xin sect had produced such a pure martial artist. "You, how dare you contend with me?" At that moment, Yi Feiyu's voice, laced with madness, erupted on the Golden Scales platform. Even before Xu Taiping had assumed his fighting stance, Yi Feiyu had sensed a similar aura emanating from him, instinctively igniting a desire to obliterate his opponent. Swish! As the words fell from his lips, Yi Feiyu, whose sword intent had not yet dissipated, swiftly drew a long sword from his waist. In the moment the sword was unsheathed, his body, suspended in midair, suddenly propelled itself downward with a fierce stomp. Boom! In an instant, amidst the explosive sound of energy, Yi Feiyu, wielding dual swords, opened his eyes wide. His face contorted with a twisted smile as he unleashed a cyclone-like sword energy, cleaving downward towards Xu Taiping below. As Xu Taiping's body surged with energy, he abruptly extended his arms while Yi Feiyu's dual swords descended. He concentrated all the strength amassed in every bone and muscle of his corporeal form into his fist, launching a powerful strike against the myriad sword shadows that filled the sky. As he unleashed this formidable punch, the force and intent coalesced into a colossal fist silhouette, crashing forth alongside his own. The impact of the fist against the sword shadows produced a thunderous sound that sent shivers down the spines of many cultivators, while the ensuing shockwave transformed into a fierce gale that rushed towards the surrounding spectators. Shields formed from azure halos rose in succession before the stands, catching the onlookers entirely off guard. They had not anticipated that even in the fourth round of the competition, the aftermath of their clash would activate the protective array of the Golden Scales pool. To their astonishment, Yi Feiyu's sword shadows were shattered by Xu Taiping's single blow. With the sword force dissipated, Xu Taiping's fist met no resistance as it struck heavily against Yi Feiyu's indestructible form, causing flesh to tear and blood to erupt in a mist. In the contest of martial intent, Xu Taiping had claimed a significant victory. The martial deity, Zhu Huai, observing Xu Taiping's decisive punch, felt his already serious demeanor grow even graver. In this battle, regardless of who emerged victorious, both would pose the greatest obstacle to the third prince's ambition for supremacy. Zhu Huai struck the railing of the stands with palpable force. "Master, is it possible that the significance of martial intent has been somewhat exaggerated in its impact on practitioners?" The third prince queried, perplexed. He believed that even if these two had comprehended martial intent, the extent of their enhancement would ultimately be quite limited. "You shall not maintain that view once the victor is determined," Zhu Huai replied, shaking his head gravely. In the midst of their discourse, Xu Taiping, who had just broken through Yi Feiyu's sword force, suddenly manifested a series of runes the size of ants, forming a spell pattern upon his body. In an instant, his surroundings erupted in a cloud of blood mist, leaving him similarly wounded. "Both have suffered injuries to their spell bodies," the third prince remarked, furrowing his brow. "In my estimation, compared to martial intent, Yi Feiyu's spell body and the sealing of demonic blood deserve greater scrutiny." Zhu Huai refrained from disputing the third prince's assertion, instead allowing a slight smile to grace his lips. "Watch closely. A martial artist worthy of contending for martial intent will not falter before a mere spell body." As if to validate Zhu Huai's words, the pain from his injuries only momentarily staggered Xu Taiping, who quickly regained his footing and propelled his fist once more toward Yi Feiyu. The expression on Yi Feiyu's face twisted into a visage of mania, his frenzied screams accompanying the violent sword shadows, manifesting as a tempest of blades that relentlessly struck towards Xu Taiping. From the vantage of the high platform, it appeared that Xu Taiping was confronting a storm wrought from razor-sharp swords. Many cultivators felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing this scene. The lethality of sword cultivators is already astonishing, and at this moment, Yi Feiyu had elevated his swordsmanship to its zenith, embodying the very essence of a sword cultivator's deadly prowess. Some cultivators endeavored to position themselves in Xu Taiping's place to simulate the scenario, but after merely a few breaths, they were drenched in sweat and abandoned their attempts. If they were to evaluate Yi Feiyu at this moment, they would describe him as an unyielding automaton of slaughter. Boom. Just when the cultivators anticipated that the tempest of sword blades, conjured by Yi Feiyu, would decisively turn the tide and mercilessly crush Xu Taiping, a formidable fist shadow, imbued with an aura of absolute mastery, struck heavily against the tempest of blades. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, a second fist shadow, a third, and a fourth, each punch relentlessly battered against the storm of sword energy. Chapter 236, Contest of Intent, Mortal Frame, Divine Power in an Instant. The clash of sword chi and the power of fists erupted with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of rolling thunder on a spring day, reverberating continuously across the Golden Scales platform. The protective array runes on the platform were likewise caught in a relentless cycle of shattering and mending. Brother, did you not say that the pain inflicted upon those cursed bodies would be returned twofold, even threefold or fourfold, to the attacker? Yet why does it appear that Xu Taiping is unscathed? On the viewing platform of the Guangling Pavilion, the divine maiden Mu Yuchan looked down in astonishment. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Mu Yun let out a long breath before responding with a grave expression. It's not that he is unscathed. The injuries on him are continuously increasing, but, at this point, Mu Yun abruptly fell silent. But what? Mu Yuchan pressed eagerly. He has endured, Mu Yun said, his demeanor suffused with reverence. Endured? Mu Yuchan was taken aback. She could scarcely fathom how Xu Taiping could continue to unleash each punch, infused with the essence of mastery, while enduring pain several times greater than what Yi Feiyu bore. However, her brother's subsequent murmured words offered her an answer. This is the true pinnacle of a martial artist. Even in dire straits, even when the pain pierces to the bone, one can still strike. Naturally, the techniques of a cultivator also possess their extremes. But only the martial artist, wielding a mortal body to exert a power rivaling that of the divine, embodies the most resplendent and dazzling light in this world. It is the sole radiance of our human race that can draw the attention of the celestial beings above. This, indeed, is the profound significance behind the establishment of the Golden Scale Society by the Emperor of the Cloudy Skies. Bang! At the very moment Mu Yun finished speaking, Xu Taiping, whose body bore no unscathed part, unleashed his 3600th punch against the tempest of sword energy before him. This was not his limit. Yet as he struck out this punch, forcing the storm of sword chi to recede, his spirit suddenly trembled. The long-awaited sensation of ethereal clarity, akin to standing atop a mountain, amidst the clouds, and within the cosmos, has once again graced him. If it could be said that Xu Taiping's earlier punch directed at Yi Xian had granted him the privilege to stand at the foot of the mountain of cultivation, then this current strike signifies his ascent to the peak that resides in the clouds. At this moment, he has drawn closer to the sky, shrouded in layers of clouds. Boom. Nearly simultaneous with this feeling, Xu Taiping's dragon whale physique seemed to resonate with the profound intent emanating from him, spontaneously transforming from the ascending dragon realm to the wrathful dragon realm. Subsequently, as if to release the accumulated pain within him, Xu Taiping channeled the might of 3,600 punches into a single blow, letting out a powerful roar. Yet, what sent chills down the spines of the onlooking cultivators was that this seemingly instinctive roar was accompanied by the formidable resonance of a dragon's might, surveying all beneath it. A true dragon's body, Zhang Moyan, seated in the stands, abruptly rose to her feet. Concurrently, under the impetus of this profound intent, Xu Taiping delivered his amalgamated punch toward the tempest of sword energy before him. Boom! To the astonishment of the gathered cultivators, that tempest of sword energy was directly pierced through by his punch. Bang! Facing the might of Xu Taiping's strike, Yi Feiyu's dual swords shattered in unison, and his indestructible form was obliterated by the blow, leaving only his head soaring high into the air. In this contest of martial arts' ultimate intent, Xu Taiping emerged victorious. Those cultivators who grasped the underlying significance of this ultimate martial intent stood in reverence, their gazes filled with respect toward the blood-soaked Xu Taiping on the Golden Scale platform. Despite his injuries, despite the almost imperceptible aura of blood vitality around him, he conjured an illusion of standing in a sacred domain. However, although the contest of ultimate martial intent had concluded, the trial itself was far from over. With a cry reminiscent of a ghostly wail, the entire Golden Scale platform was suddenly enshrouded in a net woven from blood. It was the blood of the mad ghost. Upon witnessing this sanguine net, Lu Rushuang and Zhang Moyan, among others, were jolted from the overwhelming power of Xu Taiping's earlier punch. Death. At that moment, a shrill roar rang out as a long blade forged from blood began to mercilessly slash towards Xu Taiping on the platform. The blood of the mad ghost utilizes blood as its weapon, forming a cage within the area enveloped by its crimson essence, gradually consuming the blood vitality of the trapped cultivators until they are assimilated into it. Mu Yun of the Guangling Pavilion explained to Mu Yuchan beside him. If that is the case, then does it not imply that Xu Taiping still lacks a chance of victory? Mu Yuchan remarked, her eyes filled with regret. One might have said so earlier, but that is no longer certain, Mu Yun replied, shaking his head. Though far from the golden scale platform, his spirit still sensed the piercing aura of ultimate intent radiating from Xu Taiping. What is it that distinguishes a martial artist who has mastered ultimate intent? Let us observe closely, Mu Yun murmured, crossing his arms over his chest. Beside him in the lofted viewing platform, the third prince, Chu Yi, harbored similar thoughts. Just as they pondered, a cacophony of blade cries erupted on the golden scales platform. The onlookers, with expressions of sheer astonishment, witnessed Xu Taiping wielding thousands of fiery blade shadows as they swept across the platform. The chaotic cicada slash of the demon-slaying blade, combined with the blazing sun-golden flame technique, resonated through the air. Boom. In an instant, as the blade light passed, vast networks of blood turned to ash. Meanwhile, Yi Feiyu, reduced to nothing but a head after employing the frenzied ghost blood, let out a heart-wrenching scream under the searing heat of the sun-golden flame. Nevertheless, he continued to manipulate the frenzied ghost blood to assault Xu Taiping. Yet again, the cacophony of blade cries resounded, and thousands of blade shadows swept across the golden scales platform once more. This time, the sound of cicadas did not cease. For a moment, the crowd was left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that the ultimate blade technique, so fervently sought after by others, could be unleashed by Xu Taiping with such ease. Boom. At last, just as the final remnants of blood on the golden scales platform were about to be obliterated by the blade shadows, Yi Feiyu, with nothing but a head remaining, suddenly bellowed in utter unwillingness. I concede. Jinwu Heaven, Qingxian Sect. Second senior brother, am I dreaming? Did our junior brother truly win? Zhao Linglong gazed incredulously at her companion. Duga Qingxiao. He won. Duga Qingxiao was momentarily stunned before nodding emphatically. Winning this round would secure a place in the top 30 of the Golden Scales ranking. Could it be that our Zhenwu Heaven cultivators would also enter the ranks of the top 30? Su Zian, standing nearby, wore a similarly incredulous expression. Chapter 237. Watching the battle, riding the dragon's celestial moon cocoon now, turning to the side of the Yuyun Heaven. Following Zhang Moyan's voluntary concession in the previous match, many cultivators believed Xu Taiping to be merely a figurehead, lacking true strength. However, after witnessing this contest, those cultivators chose to remain silent. After all, the renown of the two-injury curse body and the sealing ghost blood was not something just anyone could withstand while shattering the blood prison of the frenzied ghost blood. Brother, I never expected Yi Feiyu to falter at this stage. In the lofted platform where the disciples of the Guangling Pavilion gathered, Mu Yuchen still gazed at Xu Taiping, bloodied and battered, as he descended from the Golden Scales platform, disbelief etched on his face. Indeed, when we arrived, the Taihao sect fervently proclaimed that Yi Feiyu would at least rank in the top 10. A smirk of schadenfreude crept onto Mu Yun's face. While the Guangling Pavilion and the Taihao sect maintained a seemingly cordial relationship, their clandestine power struggles were no less fierce than those of other sections. However, I suspect the Taihao sect must have reserved some hidden trump cards. Mu Yuchen turned to Mu Yun. If there are indeed hidden cards, we should be able to discern them in this round, much like how Dongfang Yuejian and Zhu Qiongma of the Riding Dragon Heaven, who had initially concealed their strengths so well, were forced to reveal their true capabilities by two disciples of the Xianhuang Heaven in the previous round. Mu Yun stroked his chin thoughtfully. I recall that in the forthcoming round, the Eastern Moon Cocoon will be facing the disciples of the Xianhuang Heaven. Mu Yuchen suddenly remembered something, swiftly retrieving his spiritual mirror for a quick examination. With delight, he pointed at the match roster displayed on the mirror, exclaiming, Brother, look! I was not mistaken. The upcoming match features the Eastern Moon Cocoon from the Qinglong Heaven against Gong Shubai from the Qianji city of the Xianhuang Heaven. Mu Yun turned to glance, then nodded affirmatively, stating, if the intelligence from our Guangling Pavilion is accurate, Gongshu Bai is the son of the former city lord of Qianji City. This match may very well compel the Eastern Moon Cocoon to exert its full strength. With a smirk, he gazed down at the Golden Scales platform, adding, "This bodes well for our Xiao Yi. Those who emerge victorious from this round and enter the top 30 will undoubtedly be exceptional individuals." In another section of the viewing pavilion within the Golden Scales pool, the Southern Chu martial god, Zhu Huai, regarded the figure of Xu Taiping on the Golden Scales platform with a grave demeanor. His concern for Xu Taiping stemmed not only from Zhang Tianzi, but primarily from the enigmatic words of the Huang Lao Dao 7 years prior. Timing is fate. As well as the fact that the champion of this Golden Scales conference would emerge from an unknown contender. Master, this disciple from the Jinwu heaven is indeed formidable. At that moment, the third prince stepped forward, standing beside the martial god Zhu Huai, continuing, "However, compared to the two individuals from Qinglong heaven who are to compete next, I believe they still fall short. After all, these two have mastered the profound truths accessible only to those at the transformation realm, and they wield two ancient celestial artifacts. I too practice martial arts, yet I must concede that a vast chasm remains between martial powerhouses and cultivators." He further remarked, "Moreover, prior to this competition, both of these individuals were relatively unknown." Zhu Huai did not contest this claim. He nodded, acknowledging, "You are correct. The Eastern Moon Cocoon and Zhu Qiongma of Qinglong Heaven, despite their successful concealment in previous rounds, are undoubtedly cultivators who have grasped profound truths. Only those who have attained Zhu Huai's level, or possess the substantial influence of the third prince, would be privy to such knowledge. Before reaching the transformation realm, practitioners are merely referred to as cultivators or qi refiners. Only those who have transcended the refining spirit stage or have comprehended a profound truth may be designated as cultivators." At this juncture, Zhu Huai paused momentarily, then shifted the topic, stating, "However, you may not yet be aware that after comprehending the ultimate essence of martial arts, if someone offers guidance, a martial artist can effortlessly grasp a rudimentary domain power, such as the sword cultivator's 10 steps to killer the saber cultivator's 1 cut, 2 halves." Upon hearing this, the third prince was momentarily taken aback, then earnestly inquired of Zhu Huai, "Master, does the ultimate essence of martial arts truly possess such utility?" Zhu Huai nodded, elaborating, "However, I am merely positing a possibility. After all, those who can grasp the ultimate essence of martial arts are exceedingly rare. In the entire Yuyan heaven, only Zhang Tianzi and Jiang Chui have comprehended the ultimate essence, and the methods of domain have been lost to time, making this possibility exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, despite the minuscule likelihood, one must remain vigilant." As he concluded, Zhu Huai's gaze turned exceedingly stern. "Thank you, Master, for your counsel. Should I truly encounter this individual, I shall exercise utmost caution." At this moment, the third prince completely abandoned his previous disdain for Xu Taiping. Zhu Huai nodded in satisfaction, and then chuckled inwardly. Such a profound mastery of the origin of swordsmanship is not easily acquired. The essence of martial arts is merely a stepping stone, without a mentor's guidance. It is unattainable. His earlier remark was primarily intended to caution the third prince against complacency. The next match would see the dragon-riding heavens Dongfang Yuejian pitted against the Xianhuang heavenly Gongshu Bai. At this juncture, the voice of the lord of the manor, Qiu Shanyuan, resounded once again over the golden scale pool. Upon hearing this voice, both Zhu Huai and the third prince's expressions immediately turned serious, their gazes fixed intently on the golden scale platform below. "Your Highness, let us temporarily set aside the matter of Xu Taiping. It is highly likely that Dongfang Yuejian will be your opponent in the next round, and you must pay particular attention." Zhu Huai spoke with a grave tone. Chapter 238. Observing the battle, the ingenious techniques of Qianji City disciple understands. The third prince replied earnestly, nodding his head. He then added solemnly, "Gongshu Bai of Xianhuang Tian possesses considerable strength. He has a chance of placing in the top 10 in previous years. I hope he can draw out the true strength of Dongfang Yuejian, and I would like to witness the essence she has cultivated." After today's match, he chose not to rest, but deliberately stayed to observe the fight, primarily to gauge the true capabilities of Dongfang Yuejian and Zhu Qiongma. After all, within the 5 directions of heaven and earth, the dragon-riding heaven boasts 36 celestial caves and 72 blessed lands, its martial prowess far surpassing that of the other 4 realms. were it not for the disciples of the Golden Scale Society being restricted to below the refining spirit level. It is likely that half of the names on the Golden Scale rankings would be claimed by practitioners from Dragon Riding Heaven. Little Shirgu, Seventh Highness, Xu Taiping, who appeared somewhat fatigued, greeted the assembled crowd in the pavilion of the Hidden Immortal Hall with a smile. Taiping, were you not told to rest? Lu Rushuang exclaimed, rising abruptly. According to their prior agreement, Xu Taiping was to return to the Hidden Immortal Hall for recuperation after the match, while they would record the upcoming battles using moon shadow stones to present to him upon his return. The next round's matchups on the Golden Scale rankings will be restructured. Each contender could potentially become my opponent, thus I wish to observe a few more matches before departing. Xu Taiping replied with a smile, as he took a seat on the chair brought by Chu Xiaoxiao. Thank you, Princess Xiaoxiao, he expressed his gratitude. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoxiao vigorously shook her head, her expression earnest as she declared, Father, no, Taiping Gij, from today forth, you are my real brother. Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback by her declaration and then cautiously inquired, Did you win again? Yes, Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, nodding vigorously. Taiping Gij, for the next match. You must return my money first. At that moment, Chu Tianqing pulled Chu Xiaoxiao away, preventing her from further interrupting Xu Taiping. Taiping Gij. Zhang Moyan then clasped her hands in greeting towards Xu Taiping. Moyan, you are here as well, Xu Taiping said, somewhat surprised, as he returned her greeting. My master has permitted me to stay until the conclusion of the Golden Scale Conference. I have come to observe during these free days. Zhang Moyan replied with a calm smile. Indeed, Taiping, in the upcoming match, there is a particular practitioner of whom you must be wary. The young disciple, Lu Rushuang, suddenly turned to Xu Taiping with a serious expression. Is it the Eastern Moon Cocoon? Xu Taiping speculated. Miss Mo Yin, please elaborate to Taiping. Young disciple Lu Rushuang gestured towards Zhang Mo Yin. Zhang Mo Yin nodded and, with a similarly grave demeanor, stated, Taiping, your guess is correct. The practitioner you need to pay attention to is indeed the Eastern Moon Cocoon, while she may not necessarily be your opponent in the next round. Our elders from Shiliang sensed an unusual aura during her match yesterday. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's expression shifted, and he inquired, What kind of aura? Zhang Mo Yin glanced at the young girl who had already ascended the Golden Scale platform before responding. It is the essence of magical intent that can only be sensed in practitioners who have reached the transformation realm. Xu Taiping was taken aback. Regarding this magical intent, Fairy Lingyue had mentioned to him long ago that it is the key to becoming a practitioner of the transformation realm. Can practitioners below this realm also comprehend magical intent? Xu Taiping curiously asked the young disciple. Indeed, the comprehension of intent, like the ultimate intent, is determined not by cultivation level, but by talent and opportunity. The young disciple affirmed. Understanding this, Xu Taiping felt enlightened. However, once a practitioner grasps the essence of magical intent, even the most ordinary flame they conjure holds far greater power than that of their peers at the same level. Zhang Mo Yin added, If that is the case, then I must pay close attention. Xu Taiping nodded, directing his gaze towards the Golden Scale platform below. If what Zhang Mo Yin said is true, many of his current strategies against practitioners' spells may become ineffective. Boom. Not long after, the wall of sword energy on the Golden Scale platform exploded violently. Soon, Xu Taiping witnessed Gongsu Bai from the Xianhuang Tian Qianji city, seated in a war chariot crafted by the Gongsu family's Qianji technique, controlling two enormous humanoid puppets as they charged towards the Eastern Moon Cocoon. As they neared, the towering puppets, standing 2 to 3 zhang tall, drew gigantic blades from their waists and swung them toward the Eastern Moon Cocoon. Boom. At the moment the blades descended, the runes on the massive puppets ignited with brilliance, and a powerful wave of energy began to emanate from them. Simultaneously, a torrent of heat, akin to molten lava, surged upward from the colossal blades, resembling fierce flames. Whoosh! With a sound of tearing air, the twin blades crossed paths, engulfing the petite figure of the Eastern Moon Cocoon. Bang! Just at that critical moment, a blue feather suddenly materialized before the Eastern Moon Cocoon, and in an instant, a massive wall of wind appeared to shield her, successfully blocking the dual assaults. Boom! The violent collision generated a tempestuous wind and heat that swept across the entire Golden Scale platform. In this scene, the onlookers were rendered speechless, captivated by the colossal humanoid puppets controlled by Gongsu Bai and the plume of feathers before Dongfang Yuejian. Even Xu Taiping felt fortunate to have remained, witnessing this remarkable contest firsthand. Suddenly, Gong Shubai maneuvered the two gigantic puppets once more, drawing long blades from their waists. With a simultaneous strike, the four blades descended upon Dongfang Yuejian. The deafening sound of their descent filled the air, as the fiery blades nearly engulfed half of the golden scales platform, once again swallowing the diminutive figure of Dongfang Yuejian. In the blink of an eye, the barrier of wind formed before Dongfang Yuejian shattered, leaving only the blue feather to guard her. The moment the barrier broke, the four flaming blades struck down upon her, shattering the feather above her head into countless fragments. Despite the distance, the cultivators in the stands could feel the overwhelming force emanating from the long blades wielded by the puppets, amplified by the shockwave. Yet, as the feather disintegrated, it erupted into a violent gust of wind, forcefully pushing the four enormous blades away from Dongfang Yuejian. In that brief moment of reprieve, she suddenly withdrew a brush from her sleeve. With her slender, delicate fingers, she expertly wielded the brush, and with a graceful flick of her wrist, she inscribed over 100 runes using her own essence as ink. These runes, glowing with a verdant hue, swiftly coalesced into a grand mountain character. At that precise moment, the two colossal puppets, under Gong Shubai's command, steadied themselves and swung their blades once more at Dongfang Yuejian. Though their technique lacked elegance, it was characterized by speed, weight, and the tremendous power of the true fire that enveloped them. Even seasoned sword cultivators felt a shiver of trepidation at the sight, fearing that should a dozen of such puppets emerge, even a martial deity would struggle against them. As the puppets swung their blades, the two mountain characters composed of runes suddenly soared through the air, soaring above the puppets. Just as the cultivators were puzzled by Dongfang Yuejian's actions, a resounding thud echoed as the two enormous puppets were brought to their knees, unable to lift their long blades. Observers beheld the ethereal forms of two mountains appearing beneath the rune-formed characters, complete with visible flora, birds, and drifting clouds, creating the illusion that two mountains were indeed pressing down upon the puppets. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd in the stands fell into a brief silence, before erupting into a cacophony of astonished exclamations. As the scene unfolded, even within the lofty vantage point of the Xian Yun Martial Arts Hall, the young mistress abruptly rose from her seat and hastened to the railing, her gaze fixed intently upon the golden scale platform below. Zhang Mo Yin, beside her, reacted similarly, swiftly advancing to the edge of the railing. What remarkable phenomenon does this one stroke opens the heavens entail? Curiosity piqued, Xu Taiping approached the two to inquire. My master once told me that one stroke opens the heavens is one of the rare techniques, a source method inherited from the ancestors of humanity, preserved since the ancient times on the spirit bone steel. Zhang Mo Yin elucidated to Xu Taiping. Such an illustrious origin? Xu Taiping was taken aback. The scarcity of these ancient spirit bone steel source methods, which have endured to this day, is attributed to the destruction of the steel itself. Thereafter, they could only be passed down through master-disciple relationships. However, the cultivation of each source method from the spirit bone steel is exceedingly arduous. There have been sects that, in their quest to preserve a single source method, scoured the 5 realms for a successor, only to helplessly witness the method slip into oblivion. Meanwhile, the young mistress, Lu Rushuang, gazed at the golden scale platform, where Dongfang Yuejian had illustrated 2 towering peaks with her brush, and continued her explanation to Xu Taiping. So this Dongfang Yuejian can indeed be deemed a figure of unparalleled grace. Xu Taiping suddenly realized why Lu Rushuang and Zhang Mo Yin had exhibited such fervor upon this discovery. Lu Rushuang nodded, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features. 2 to 3 centuries ago, rumors circulated that the one stroke opens the heavens of the Tai cave heaven had lost its successor and was on the verge of vanishing, like several hundred other source methods. Yet, it appears that before the previous cave master ascended, a successor was found, preserving yet another source method for our humanity. Zhang Mo Yin, in agreement, nodded emphatically. This is indeed a blessing for humanity, a fortunate occurrence. Though Xu Taiping was largely unaware of the historical context, he felt a sense of unease as he observed the 2 peaks depicted by Dongfang Yuejian on the golden scale platform. Suddenly, beneath the weight of these peaks, the 2 puppets, previously subdued, erupted in flames under Gong Shubai's control. In the next moment, The onlookers witnessed the puppets raise their heads in unison. Their mouths agape as they expelled fiery projectiles like a torrential rain towards Dongfang Yujian. Amidst the cascade of flames, Dongfang Yujian deftly traced her brush along the ground. In an instant, a phantom of a phoenix soared into the air, skillfully maneuvering through the deluge of fire. However, it seemed that the two mountain symbols had exhausted their power, shattering with two resounding cracks. In a heartbeat, the two humanoid puppets, previously constrained, stood upright once more under Gong Shu Bai's command. It is still due to their insufficient cultivation. Otherwise, those two mountain symbols alone could have obliterated these puppets of celestial treasure caliber, Lu Rushuang remarked at that moment. It is also due to the formidable prowess of Gong Shu Bai that, according to the descriptions I gleaned from my master's collection regarding the puppets of Qinji City, it is already quite a feat for a soul below the refinement realm to manipulate such a treasure-level puppet. Yet, Gong Shu Bai astonishingly manages to control two simultaneously, displaying a strength of spirit that far surpasses that of his peers within the same realm, Zhang Mo Yin added. In Chapter 240, watching the battle, with the purple-robed celestial garment and the extermination sword, Xu Taiping, nearby, chuckled and shook his head, saying, "If Dongfang Yuejian's cultivation truly reaches the level where she can fully unleash the one stroke to open the heavens, then there may be no need for the subsequent contests of the Golden Scale Society." Lu Rushuang and Zhang Mo Yin exchanged awkward smiles upon hearing this. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, Gong Shu Bai directed a puppet's palm towards the skies above the Golden Scale platform, and then fiercely pressed a mechanism on the war chariot with his foot. Instantaneously, the sound of whistling arrows pierced the air as countless fiery arrows shot forth from the palm of the enormous humanoid puppet, leaving Dongfang Yuejian perched upon the phoenix, with no avenue for escape. Meanwhile, on the Golden Scale platform, the other humanoid puppet, brandishing twin blades, poised itself, ready to strike as soon as Dongfang Yuejian descended. Nonetheless, despite the intense situation, Dongfang Yuejian, her face veiled by a light green gauze, maintained her composure. Just as she was about to be forced off the Golden Scale platform by the fiery arrows, she gently touched her forehead with her pen. Boom! In an instant, countless intricate symbols enveloped her entire form, followed by an ethereal garment shimmering with purple radiance manifesting around her. Simultaneously, a silver longsword's ethereal image appeared in her other hand. The moment she donned the celestial garment and lifted the sword, an ominous wave of energy surged forth, akin to a torrential flood breaching its dam, sweeping across the entire Golden Scale pool. Boom, boom, boom. The protective array in front of the Golden Scale pool spectator stands activated sequentially, with barrier after barrier of azure runes materializing to shield against the violent gusts of wind that erupted. This is an ancient divine artifact, the purple-robed celestial garment and the extermination sword. Someone exclaimed in astonishment, inciting a renewed uproar among the spectators surrounding the Golden Scale platform. Meanwhile, the young disciple Lu Rushuang gaped in disbelief, eventually exclaiming, "These celestial garments and the sword indeed resemble the ancient divine artifacts. The purple-robed celestial garment and the extermination sword. Could it be that this girl's one stroke to open the heavens has reached the level of conjuring divine weapons?" Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow and asked, "Isn't it against the rules of the Golden Scale Society to use divine weapons?" However, Zhang Mo Yin interjected, shaking her head. The purple-robed celestial garment and the extermination sword that Dongfang Yuejian manifests are drawn forth by her one stroke to open the heavens technique, thus not violating the regulations of the Golden Scale rankings. Xu Taiping's heart suddenly comprehended. Boom! Amidst the clamor of astonishment, Dongfang Yuejian, clad in the ethereal garment suffused with purple radiance, standing upon the phoenix and wielding the extermination sword, charged towards Gong Shu Bai below, ready to strike amidst the hail of fire arrows. At this moment, Dongfang Yuejian appeared transformed, shedding her previously delicate demeanor to embody the formidable spirit reminiscent of the ancient celestial warrior, the Nine Heavens Zuan, who fought fiercely against her foes. With a swift motion, the sound of a sword slicing through the air resonated, as a powerful blade of energy surged forth, dispelling a hail of arrows and delivering a heavy blow to Gongsu Bai's war chariot below. The impact caused the chariot to morph into a massive sphere, encasing him entirely. However, despite this transformation, A resounding explosion ensued as Dongfang Yuejian's strike shattered the spherical chariot into fragments. Stop! Stop! I concede, Miss Dongfang, I admit defeat. Gongsu Bai called out, his hand raised in surrender as he saw Dongfang Yuejian preparing to unleash another strike. Upon hearing his plea, she sheathed her sword and gracefully descended to the ground. Upon landing, she exhaled deeply, the ethereal images of her purple-robed celestial attire and the sword of extermination dissipating. It was evident that even the mere conjuration of these apparitions had taken a significant toll on her vital essence. I humbly accept your concession, young Master Gongsu. Dongfang Yuejian smiled, offering a respectful nod. Indeed, I am humbled by your prowess, Gongsu Bai replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his smile. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, the two colossal humanoid puppets, which Gongsu Bai had previously released from his control, began to move independently. Miss Dongfang, be cautious. The puppets are no longer under my command. Gongsu Bai shouted, alarm etched across his face. Almost instantaneously, the two gigantic puppets drew their blades, unleashing sweeping arcs of razor-sharp energy that engulfed Dongfang Yuejian. Weakened and caught off guard, she found herself unable to employ her previous celestial techniques to conjure her protective attire or sword. In her moment of desperation, a figure flashed across her mind. With renewed determination, she grasped her brush and, channeling the last remnants of her essence, executed a swift stroke. Boom! As her brush fell, a towering figure, standing 3 zhang tall, muscular yet battle-worn, emerged to shield her from harm. As the blades descended from the puppets, the formidable figure raised its fist, embodying the might to vanquish legions, and struck with incredible force against the oncoming attacks. With a thunderous impact, the puppet's blades were shattered by the figure's punch, leaving the surrounding audience in stunned silence. All eyes turned toward the spectator area of the Xian Yun Martial Academy, where the members fixated their gaze upon Xu Taiping. After meticulously assessing the striking figure conjured by Dongfang Yuejian's technique, Xu Taiping, with a perplexed expression, finally spoke. Me? Indeed. The figure conjured by the Eastern Moon Cocoon, using the art of painting the heavens, is none other than Xu Taiping. To be precise, it is he who stood before the Tianhai Pass, confronting a horde of demons in the form of a dragon whale. Chapter 241, Zhou Yuanqing. Why do I have no recollection of you? Brother, during that critical moment, the Eastern Moon Cocoon astonishingly depicted Xu Taiping. Could it be that she harbors a secret affection for him? After the conclusion of the 4th round of trials, Mu Yuchan, now free from pretense, sat cross-legged in her chair, even barefoot, as she curiously inquired of Mu Yun. Seeing this, Mu Yun sighed. Picking up her scattered shoes and arranging them neatly before her chair, he then settled himself with a serious demeanor, saying, Sister, could you not entertain such trivial thoughts? Is that the crux of today's contest? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuchan looked perplexed, tilting her head in confusion. Isn't it? Mu Yun took a deep breath and exhaled slowly before meeting her gaze once more. Of course not. While I can sense your brother's annoyance, Mu Yuchan remained unperturbed, smiling brightly as she pressed. Then, brother, do enlighten me about the true focus of this contest. Nodding solemnly, Mu Yun replied. The essence of this contest lies in the fact that the Eastern Moon Cocoon not only wields the ability to summon legendary artifacts through her art, but she can also recreate the likenesses of any cultivator she has encountered. This means she could potentially conjure 1 or even 2 perfect replicas of you to compete against. Moreover, judging by how effortlessly she was able to depict Xu Taiping in a moment of crisis, it is evident that this requires significantly less true essence than that expended in crafting artifacts. Upon hearing this, the previously carefree expression on Mu Yuchan's face shifted to one of gravity. Additionally, as Mu Yun poured himself a cup of tea and drank deeply, he continued, furthermore, considering that the Xu Taiping she illustrated was capable of repelling 2 celestial puppets of Qianji City with a single punch, it suggests that the true martial heavenly azure sect's Xu Taiping may not have exerted his full strength in his bout against Yifeiyu. At these words, Mu Yuchan's countenance turned serious. As she slipped on her shoes, she murmured, So, the Eastern Moon Cocoon must have depicted Xu Taiping in a moment of peril simply because he is formidable. Mu Yun shot her a sidelong glance. What else could it be? Embarrassed, Mu Yuchan chuckled, crossing her arms in a contemplative pose. Let us hope that during the 5th round, Xiaoya can steer clear of these 2. Otherwise, she might inadvertently reveal her true capabilities. Mu Yun nodded, though the fifth round is rife with powerful contenders, such as the third prince of Nanchu and Zhu Qiangjie from Qinglongshan. There remain about 15 or 16 individuals whose strength and cultivation are a notch below. If Xiaoya is fortunate, she may avoid them. Suddenly, Mu Yuchan recalled something, slapping her thigh. The new matchup roster for the Golden Scales ranking has been released. With that, she produced her spiritual mirror, summoning the image of the Golden Scales ranking. Upon hearing the words, Mu Yun quickly moved closer. The matchups were automatically determined by the Golden Scale list, and since no one could intervene, it was one of the greatest uncertainties of each Golden Scale conference. Remarkably, Xiaoya's opponent in this round was neither Dongfang Yuejian, nor Xu Taiping, nor the third prince, and Zhu Qianma. Upon recognizing the name of Ji Yi as Xiaoya's opponent on the list, Mu Yuqin joyfully raised his fist. Beside him, Mu Yun also let out a sigh of relief. However, when his gaze fell upon Xu Taiping's name and that of his next opponent, he suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Why do I not remember this person?" After uttering this, the confusion in his eyes swiftly transformed into terror, and beads of sweat emerged on his forehead as he exclaimed, "Could it be that this person has employed that incantation to deceive us all?" Moments earlier, in the front courtyard of the Xian Yun Martial Arts School, Lu Ruoshuang and Xu Taiping were seated at a stone table discussing the day's competition while awaiting the spiritual mirror to reveal the upcoming matchups. "In terms of that punch, it may not be weaker than my full-force strike," Xu Taiping said with a furrowed brow. When he fought against the demonic creatures at the gates of Tianhai City, he had done so with a heart resigned to death, thus the power was self-evident. "That is indeed somewhat alarming," Lu Ruoshuang concurred, her brow furrowing as well. The depiction of Xu Taiping drawn with a single stroke surprisingly matched his actual strength. Should they encounter each other in the forthcoming contest, Xu Taiping's chances of victory would be slim. "Let us hope we do not face her in the next round," she murmured. "By the way, Your Highness, have you received any specific details regarding the loss of control of the Gongshu by puppet?" Xu Taiping directed his gaze towards Chu Tiancheng, who was engrossed in a chess game with Chu Xiaoxiao. "No," Chu Tiancheng replied, shaking his head. "I have only heard that Dongfang Yuejian and Gong Shubai have been summoned by the Yuyun house, and those two puppets have been sealed away." Xu Taiping nodded thoughtfully at this information. "Do you suspect that someone tampered with Gong Shubai's puppet?" Lu Ruoshuang inquired. "Such coincidences should not occur in Yuyun Tian," Xu Taiping replied. "Your reasoning is sound, yet to dare to meddle at the Golden Scale Conference, especially with someone who is the heir of the Cheng-Long Tian Yuan method, indicates that the means and power of this mastermind are beyond our involvement. Thus, we should remain vigilant about this matter without delving too deeply into it," Lu Ruoshuang cautioned Xu Taiping. "Understood, Master," Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod. He was indeed aware of the point that Lu Ruoshuang had just reminded him of. His continued concern over this matter stemmed from the alarming similarity between the scene of the puppets losing control on the Golden Scale platform and the moment when he had been ensnared by the 7-kill calamity. Consequently, his spirit instinctively became alert. If Dongfang Yuejian had truly fallen victim to a calamity reminiscent of the 7-kill calamity, then she could only seek her own fortune. Xu Taiping pondered silently in his heart. Even after having experienced it once, he still feels a lingering trepidation each time he recalls the event. Just then, the spirit mirror on the table emitted a sudden hum, and a cerulean glow began to emanate from its surface. The matchups are about to be revealed. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xiaoxiao and Chu Tiancheng rushed forward, their eyes fixated on the spirit mirror. Chapter 242, Zhou Yuanqing. My elder brother is Xu Taiping at this moment. Xu Taiping and Lu Ruoshuang also turned their gazes toward the mirror. Following the conclusion of the fourth round, the list of matchups would be reconfigured for each subsequent round, making it impossible to predict one's next opponent, or even the one thereafter, as had been possible before. It has appeared, within the cerulean glow of the spirit mirror. Pairs of names began to materialize. Xu Taiping's next adversary, as found by Chu Tiancheng, was the Shiliang Xindao sect, Zhou Yuanqing. As he read the name aloud, Xu Taiping felt a jolt of surprise. The mention of the Xindao sect sent a tremor through him, for it was the same sect from which Mou, who had once kidnapped Duan Xiaoyu, hailed. Wait a moment. Why do I have no recollection of Zhou Yuanqing before this round? Xu Taiping expressed his astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshuang also appeared bewildered. I seem to have no impression of this name either. During these days, aside from the competitions, they had been diligently studying the disciples listed on the Golden Scale ranking, making it inconceivable for them to have overlooked Zhou Yuanqing. Could it be that someone cast a mind veil curse on him before the competition? Lu Rushuang suddenly pondered. What is the mind veil curse? Xu Taiping inquired, looking curiously at his junior sister, Lu Rushuang. The mind veil curse is a form of magic that causes those around to unconsciously overlook or forget a particular matter. However, this spell is shrouded in secrecy and poses significant backlash to the caster. Once the spell wears off, the caster may lose their sanity, which is why most sects have classified it as a forbidden spell, Lu Rushuang elucidated to Xu Taiping. What could the Xiandao sect possibly intend to achieve by employing such a perilous spell? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. In the Golden Scale Conference, the sooner one is noticed, the more likely they will be targeted in subsequent matches. The Xiandao sect must hold Zhou Yuanqing in high regard to resort to such a curse. Otherwise, it would be as if the entire sect had lost their sanity to use a spell capable of ruining a transformation realm expert in a single casting. Lu Rushuang's expression grew grave. One casting could destroy a transformation realm expert. The others in the courtyard gasped in astonishment. While it may not lead to the immediate demise of such an expert, it would take at least 50 or 60 years for them to regain their mental faculties. During that time, without protection, they could easily fall victim to enemies. Lu Rushuang nodded in affirmation. The Xiandao sect is indeed ruthless. Princess Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim. Oh no, I have the images from the last round of matches, except for Zhou Yuanqing's. Chu Tianqing rummaged through a pile of moon shadows. His face tense as he glanced at Lu Rushuang and Xu Taiping. Do not blame yourself. After casting the bewitching spell, unless one deliberately seeks out that individual, they are bound to overlook them. Lu Rushuang gently patted Chu Tianqing's shoulder. Indeed, Your Highness, do not bear any guilt, for as Princess Xiaoxiao remarked, none could have anticipated the ruthlessness of the Xiandao sect. Xu Taiping offered a slight smile to Chu Tianqing. Brother Master, the competition is still a day or two away. I can return to the palace to investigate further regarding Zhou Yuanqing. Chu Tianqing remained resolute, unwilling to concede defeat. Well, any information we can uncover is better than entering the fray blindly. Lu Rushuang nodded in agreement, then turned to Xu Taiping. It will be a labor of love for you, Your Highness. Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude. In his estimation, the Xiandao sect had undoubtedly concealed additional intelligence regarding Zhou Yuanqing. After this competition, regardless of the outcome, we must find a way to inquire about Xiaoyu from the Xiandao sect. Just as Xu Taiping contemplated this, a loud knocking reverberated at the door of the Xian Yun Martial Arts Academy, followed by the sound of a youthful voice calling from outside. Is anyone there? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, and Chu Xiaoxiao stepped forward to open the door. They were greeted by a young girl with horn braids, holding a small cloth bag, her mouth busy chewing on candy. Just now, a big brother over there asked me to deliver these to you. The little girl waved the bag in her hand. Where's the big brother? Chu Xiaoxiao inquired as she peered outside. I don't know. The girl giggled and then scampered away. Who is it that sends a little girl with a delivery? Chu Tianqing took the bag from Chu Xiaoxiao's hands, curiosity evident on his face. Let me take a look. Xu Taiping extended his hand towards Chu Tianqing. His robust physique rendered him impervious to common poisons or hidden weapons. Very well. Chu Tianqing passed the bag over. Upon opening it, Xu Taiping found a moonshadow stone and a sound-transmitting jade slip. A moonshadow stone? Holding the stone, Xu Taiping felt increasingly perplexed. Let us see what the sender wishes to reveal to us, Lu Rushuang suggested to Xu Taiping. Agreed. Xu Taiping nodded, channeling his true essence into the moonshadow stone. Instantly, an image began to materialize above his palm. A dimly lit cell where a bloodied and battered girl sat curled up, hugging her knees. As the group pondered the identity of the girl, she suddenly received a lash from an unseen assailant. The girl raised her head, unleashing a torrent of curses at her tormentor. Witnessing this scene, confusion still lingered in the hearts of Lu Rushuang and the others. Yet Xu Taiping's expression morphed from confusion to shock and raw fury. For the girl was none other than Duan Xiaoyu, who had been taken by the Xiandao sect's steward, Mo Hai. If you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, just wait. My brother will surely find you and exact his revenge. Who is your brother? Here lies the realm of Yuyun. What prowess does he possess? My elder brother is Xu Taiping. In the scene, a cacophony of incoherent insults erupted between Xiao Yu and those individuals, akin to thunder, rendering Xu Taiping's ears ringing. Chapter 243. Confrontation with Mou. not a blaze of anger, but a fire of jealousy. Taiping, do you know this young lady? Upon sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Xu Taiping, the little master Lu Ruoshuang promptly inquired in a hushed tone. I do. Xu Taiping nodded. He then recounted the tale of Mo Hai, a scion of the Mo family from Shiliang, who, due to ancestral grievances with Duan Tianya, had defied the edict and ventured into Zhenwu heaven, plotting the annihilation of the Tiandao sect. The Mo family of Shiliang? I recall they have languished in decline for 2 to 3 centuries, remarked Lu Ruoshuang. These shameless rogues, unable to contend with the cultivators of Yuyuan, dare to bully the sects of Zhenwu heaven. As a fellow practitioner of Zhenwu heaven, Lu Ruoshuang was incensed to learn of Mo Hai's intention to obliterate the Tiandao sect. However, she swiftly regained her composure and turned to Xu Taiping, asking, "But what does this have to do with the young lady?" Xu Taiping produced the soul fire of Mo Hai from his gourd and continued to elucidate to Lu Ruoshuang. Although my predecessors from the Xiaoyao sect arrived just in time to apprehend Mo Hai, I had not anticipated that his sister, Mo Yu, would also arrive in Zhenwu heaven. She abducted the daughter of the Tiandao sect's leader, the very girl depicted in the Moonshadow Stone, Duan Xiaoyu. Mo Yu serves as an attendant of the Xiandao sect in Shiliang. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshuang's understanding deepened. It must be that Mo Yu recognized you during the Golden Scale Assembly and subsequently informed the Xiandao sect, leading them to conspire against you. At this moment, Chu Tianqing speculated, there is an overwhelming likelihood. Xu Taiping glanced at the sound transmitting jade slip in his possession. With both the Moonshadow Stone and the jade slip arriving at such an opportune moment, the intentions of the opposing party were unmistakable. The roster for the upcoming matches had just been announced, and yet the Xiandao sect had already dispatched these items, indicating they had devised strategies against each potential adversary long before. Lu Ruoshuang's expression darkened. Since when did the Xiandao sect engage in such machinations? Princess Chu Tianqing, perplexed, remarked, I do not know much about the Mo family of Shiliang, but I am somewhat familiar with the Xiandao sect. It has always been a mediocre second-rate sect, with its leaders lacking ambition and its disciples rarely exhibiting any nefarious tendencies. In essence, it is an exceptionally ordinary sect. Were it not for Zhou Yuanqing being chosen as Xu Taiping's opponent in the Golden Scale rankings, I would hardly have paid attention to this sect. Your words shed light on the matter, as the Xiandao sect's actions at the Golden Scale Assembly indeed appear highly suspect, suggesting that there might be unseen forces at play. Princess Chu Xiaoxiao concurred. The true extent of the forces behind the Xiandao sect remains an enigma that we cannot delve into at present. Taiping, it would be prudent for you to initiate contact with them to ascertain their intentions. Lu Ruoshuang once again directed her gaze towards Xu Taiping. Very well. He assented, as this was indeed his intention as well. The discussions they had just engaged in were merely conjectures based on the available evidence. The reality could only be discerned through direct communication. Who are you to deliver this Moonshadow Stone? What is your purpose? Xu Taiping inquired directly, infusing the jade slip with his vital energy before addressing Mo Yu on the other end. Before long, the jade slip in his hand shimmered with a green light, followed by a voice that struck Xu Taiping as somewhat familiar. I never anticipated that a nameless individual from the true martial realm would one day ascend to the Golden Scale rankings. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was certain that Mo Yu was indeed the one on the other end. This matter aligned with their suspicions. The Shiliang Xiandao sect intended to use Duan Xiaoyu as leverage against him. Indeed, I too did not foresee that the once imperious Mo Yu of the Xiandao sect would resort to such tactics to threaten me. Xu Taiping replied coldly. Silence. Who do you think you are, a mere martial artist from the true martial realm, daring to speak to me in such a tone? A somewhat hysterical voice came from the jade slip after a brief moment. It seems, Miss Mo Yu, that these past years have not been particularly kind to you. Xu Taiping inquired with a calm demeanor. I have no time to waste on you. Mo Yu's voice seemed to regain its composure. Moreover, I am no longer an enforcer of the Xiandao sect, nor do I have any ties to them. My only intention in having those 2 items delivered to you is to ensure your disgrace in the upcoming competitions. Oh, what has the Xiandao sect promised you to make you so willing to sever ties so decisively? Xu Taiping asked with a cold smirk. What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend your words. Mo Yu retorted with a chilling laugh. I am quite curious to hear how you plan to bring about my disgrace. In the next round of the competition, you may only utilize your blood essence and corporeal form, without the aid of your vital energy or protective treasures. Otherwise, I will have Duan Xiaoyu eliminated immediately. Mou responded with a laugh. Then I might as well concede outright, Xu Taiping replied nonchalantly. Even with a physique at the martial god level, relying solely on blood essence against an ordinary practitioner may suffice, but it is impossible against someone in the top 30 of the Golden Scale rankings. For instance, in the recent battle between Dongfang Yuejian and Gongsu Bai, had they not employed their vital energy for protection, they would have perished instantly. Concede? You seem to be overly optimistic. I cannot allow you to escape disgrace. It is essential for quelling my anger, Mou scoffed. Perhaps that anger is merely envy? Xu Taiping shot back. Be silent. With that, Xu Taiping's words further enraged Mou. Chapter 244. The negotiation with Mou. Do you truly believe I would tarnish my reputation for the sake of a mere Duan Xiaoyu? Xu Taiping inquired coldly. Wouldn't you? Mou retorted mockingly. You seem to know me quite well, Xu Taiping remarked, furrowing his brow as he detected an unusual tone in her words. Mou appeared to sense this shift as well and quickly diverted the conversation, stating, my patience is limited. Should you continue to evade the topic, I may resort to having someone remove one of Duan Xiaoyu's eyes before we continue our discussion. Xu Taiping chose not to provoke Mou further, adopting a serious tone instead. You cannot truly believe that a mere moon shadow stone would convince me that Duan Xiaoyu is in your possession. Upon hearing this, Mou's laughter echoed from the communication jade slip. If not, shall I send you a finger of hers? Xu Taiping dismissed her frivolity and directly articulated his demands. For me, having entered the top 30 of the Golden Scale ranking, exchanging a life for the outcome of a match is not out of the question.
Provided this transaction is genuine, and I can see a living Duan Xiaoyu afterward. Soon, Mou's voice resonated again to the jade slip. Speak, what are your demands?
Xu Taiping pondered seriously for a moment before responding. I wish to meet Duan Xiaoyu and have a conversation with you. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and after what felt like an eternity, Mou's voice returned. I will not meet with you, nor will I permit you to see Duan Xiaoyu, but I can provide you with another moon shadow stone as proof that she is indeed in my possession. This time, it was Xu Taiping's turn to fall silent. As he contemplated his strategy, the voices of Baiyu and Ping resounded in his mind. Xu Taiping, you need not meet face to face. Even from a distance of 1 or 2 miles, I can perceive her presence, provided I can sense her aura. Brother, I am the same. As long as I can detect her aura, even from afar, I can hear her thoughts. During this time, Baiyu's heavenly eye technique and Ping's heart sense had both seen considerable advancements. Upon hearing their words, Xu Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up the jade slip from the table and continued relaying his thoughts. Firstly, I can forego meeting you in person. However, we must agree on a location where I can sense your life force, ensuring I am indeed engaging in a transaction with a living person. Secondly, to prevent you from denying our agreement, you must write down Duan Xiaoyu's location in advance and swear a blood oath while communicating with me, guaranteeing the accuracy of the location you provide. As for how to ensure I do not see it before the match, that is a matter for you to consider. Having conveyed his message, Xu Taiping placed the jade slip back on the table and awaited a response in silence. Upon hearing that Xu Taiping was willing to forego the match to save Duan Xiaoyu, everyone in the courtyard, including Lu Rushuang, appeared profoundly moved. Senior brother, are you not going to reconsider? The 7th princess, Xu Tianqing, softly inquired, testing the waters. There's no need, Xu Taiping replied with a faint smile directed at Xu Tianqing. If you truly believe it is worth it, I shall assist you in managing the affairs following the contest, my dear disciple. Lu Rushuang gazed solemnly at Xu Taiping. Should Xu Taiping indeed pledge allegiance to the Xiandao sect, he would inevitably face inquiries from the Yuyuan prefecture after the competition, along with an avalanche of disparagement. It is imperative that someone manages this situation. Thank you, master. Xu Taiping replied with a smile and a nod. For the time being, he lacked absolute confidence, and given the secrecy surrounding his profound abilities, he refrained from disclosing his plans to his junior disciples. In truth, even without a strategy, and absent the assistance of Baiyu and Ping'an, as long as he could ascertain that Xiaoyu was in the hands of these individuals, he would still acquiesce. To him, sacrificing a measure of fortune and reputation paled in comparison to the life of a friend. I now harbor some doubts. It seems there exists someone beside MOU who comprehends me well enough to know that I would disregard my reputation and the opportunity to ascend the Jin Lin list in order to rescue Duan Xiaoyu. Xu Taiping mused inwardly. In his view, uncovering the clues about this individual might prove more significant than discovering MOU. Just then, Chu Xiaoxiao, who had been leaning on the table, suddenly sat upright and pointed at the luminous jade slip on the table. Xu Taiping picked up the slip and infused it with his true essence. I can inscribe the current location of Xiaoyu and swear a blood oath to ensure the accuracy of the inscription, but I will never take the risk of allowing you to sense my blood energy. Upon hearing this, those around him furrowed their brows. Isn't this person being overly cautious? The seventh princess, Chu Tiancheng, remarked in frustration. Xu Taiping seemed to have anticipated this reaction, promptly producing the soul fire of Mo Hai and enveloping it with a flicker of the blazing golden flame from his palm. He then transmitted a message to MOU amidst the anguished cries of Mo Hai's primordial spirit. As your elder sister, you would not wish to witness your brother's soul tormented by the flames of truth day after day, would you? Soon, the jade slip resonated with MOU's frantic screams. Bastard! I will tear you to shreds. Xu Taiping maintained a tranquil demeanor, uttering nothing, merely intensifying the golden flame in his palm. In an instant, the cries of Mo Hai's primordial spirit echoed like a wailing infant, growing ever louder. Before long, the jade slip illuminated once more, and MOU's voice, filled with rage, resounded. I can agree to your terms, but do not think you can use my brother's soul as leverage against me. Over these past 7 years, I have lost far more than you can imagine. The next day, in the capital of Nanshu, at Keiyu Street, in the Lu Kuju Inn, I have arrived at the inn you mentioned, and I am alone. It is time for you to reveal your blood energy, is it not? Xu Taiping transmitted as he ascended the inn. This establishment was precisely where MOU had communicated to him that morning, indicating their agreed-upon rendezvous. Before long, MOU's voice resonated within the jade slip. Do not rush. I have prepared a grand gift for you in room 3 on the 3rd floor of Lu Kuju. After you have perused this gift, we can discuss matters in detail. A grand gift? Xu Taiping furrowed his brow. Meanwhile, the little monkey and Baiyu emerged from the gourd, taking their positions on either of Xu Taiping's shoulders. Xu Taiping, do not fret. As long as I can sense her vitality, I shall certainly locate her. Baiyu fervently assured Xu Taiping through their telepathic connection. I too. Ping and nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, Xu Taiping responded, then strode purposefully up the stairs, stating, let us first ascertain what she has left on the 3rd floor. Chapter 245. The Guest House, the Bronze Box, and the Bone Bracelet. At the guest house, room 3, a staff member greeted them as they entered, presenting a wooden box to Xu Taiping. This is what your friend requested us to deliver to you. Please accept it. Thank you, Xu Taiping replied, nodding as he took the wooden box and discreetly placed it on the table. At that moment, the jade slip he used to communicate with MOU began to glow once more. As he gently tapped the wooden box, he infused the jade slip with a surge of his vital essence. Soon, MOU's voice resonated. Have you seen the contents? Xu Taiping did not respond immediately. Instead, he set the jade slip aside and opened the wooden box. Inside lay a palm-sized bronze box, a bone bracelet intricately carved with the images of exotic beasts, and a contract marked with a blood handprint. No other items were present. After confirming the contents, Xu Taiping picked up the communication jade slip once more and conveyed to MOU. Now, tell me, what do these items signify? Quickly, the jade slip illuminated again. Although the bronze box is merely a spiritual treasure, it possesses a unique divine power. Any attempt to force it open will result in the destruction of its contents. Furthermore, the owner of the bronze box will be immediately aware of such an attempt. Thus, I have placed a letter within, detailing Duan Xiaoyu's current whereabouts. Do not worry. The box's restrictions will be lifted after the competition concludes, allowing you to retrieve it with ease. Xu Taiping was not surprised to discover such a treasure among the people from the Xiandao sect. After MOU's explanation, Baiyu leapt from Xu Taiping's shoulder. Perching on the edge of the wooden box, its eyes fixed intently on the bronze box. After a moment, it turned to Xu Taiping and declared, Taiping, I can see through this bronze box. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a wave of relief wash over him. The success of his current scheme hinged on Baiyu's celestial vision. As long as MOU agreed to write down Duan Xiaoyu's imprisoned location, Baiyu's powers could potentially penetrate any seal she imposed. However, The numerous restrictions on the bronze box would require a significant expenditure of his demonic energy and vitality. Therefore, it would be prudent to first verify MOU's identity with Baiyu's celestial vision before proceeding to examine the box in detail. Baiyu then leapt back onto Xu Taiping's shoulder. Its celestial vision was slightly stronger than Ping An's heart sense, barely reaching the second tier. But each activation was still limited in duration. Indeed, without confirming MOU's identity, we cannot guarantee the truth of her claims, Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. The immediate priority is to ascertain the identity of MOU. Subsequently, from the transmission jade slip, the second voice of MOU resounded. I, MOU, hereby swear that what is inscribed in this letter indeed pertains to the hiding place of that little fish, and it shall remain unchanged at least until the conclusion of the Golden Scale Association competition. Should I violate this oath, the heavens and earth may strip me of all my fortune. Almost simultaneously with the utterance of these words, the paper bearing the blood handprint within the wooden box ignited spontaneously. This served as a symbol of the oath's fulfillment, as well as an assurance that MOU was not lying. Shortly thereafter, the third voice of MOU emerged. You must know that vows made in the realm of Yuyun are guaranteed to manifest. Therefore, Xu Taiping, I have fulfilled your request. Now it is time for me to express my demands. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping furrowed his brow slightly, for it was evident that MOU had added further conditions. Otherwise, such words would not have been spoken. Nevertheless, Xu Taiping ultimately picked up the transmission jade slip and replied succinctly, Speak. Soon, MOU's voice once again echoed from the jade slip. That bone bracelet is forged from the spirit bone of an ancient giant elephant, inscribed with a unique formation. Once imbued with blood essence, the weight of the bracelet becomes equivalent to 30% of that of the elephant spirit. You are aware that the Golden Scale platform can sense whether a cultivator has been subjected to restrictions. Even a deliberate sealing of one's vitality can be detected. Consequently, the competition may very well be thwarted by the Yuyun estate. However, if you wear this bracelet, the rules of the Golden Scale ranking will not bind you. Therefore, on the day of the competition, you must wear this bracelet at all times. Otherwise, I will immediately dispatch someone to take away Duan Xiaoyu and subject her to a slow and torturous demise. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping grasped the bone bracelet. He merely infused a slight trace of his blood essence into it, and his hand became unexpectedly heavy, almost slipping from his grasp. Moreover, he discovered that even without consciously infusing blood essence, the bracelet would absorb his vitality, gradually increasing in weight. Thus, within just a breath or two, the floor of the room creaked under the newfound burden. Xu Taiping hurriedly dispelled the blood essence within the bracelet. How long had the Xian Dao sect been plotting for this Golden Scale competition to have prepared such an item? He returned the now lightened bracelet to the wooden box. Concurrently, the transmission jade slip illuminated once more, and MOU's voice followed. In addition, even if you wish to concede, you must wait until half a stick of incense has burned after the competition commences. Otherwise, you shall not lay eyes on the living Duan Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Baiyu, who had been perched on Xu Taiping's shoulder, could no longer contain his indignation and exclaimed, Zhou Yuanxing of the Xian Dao sect clearly intends to humiliate you at the Golden Scale Association. This affront is intolerable. Urge MOU to reveal her vitality. I shall pursue her even at the cost of depleting my own essence. At this moment, Ping An, equally incensed, leaped onto Xu Taiping's head, declaring, Big brother, second brother, and I too. Xu Taiping gently patted Ping An's head and reassured both it and Baiyu. Do not be anxious. As he spoke, he once again grasped the jade slip of communication and conveyed to MOU on the other end. I reiterate my words from yesterday. I am willing to fulfill your request, but you must allow me to sense your blood vitality. I need to ascertain whether the individual with whom I am transacting is indeed you, MOU. This demand was entirely reasonable, in Xu Taiping's view. Even if MOU were reluctant, she would not harbor any suspicions. A moment later, the jade slip illuminated, and MOU's voice resonated. I am located to the northeast of the guest house. Almost simultaneously with her words, Xu Taiping directed his spiritual consciousness toward the northeastern direction. Soon, he perceived a fluctuation of blood vitality that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was nonetheless somewhat familiar. It was indeed MOU, the very person with whom he had exchanged blows at the Tiandao sect. Through his perception, he discerned that MOU was situated at least 3 to 4 miles from the guest house. possibly even outside the city limits. By the time he pursued her, she would undoubtedly have fled. Consequently, he relinquished the thought of chasing after her and exchanged glances with Baiyu and Pingyan, signaling them to employ their spiritual abilities. He then took up the communication jade slip once more and conveyed to Mou, "You are hiding so far away that I cannot pursue you. However, to confirm your existence as a living person, I must ask you a question." At this moment, Ping An's ears perked up toward the northeastern direction, and his blood vitality and spiritual power began to emanate. "Proceed," came Mou's slightly smug voice from the jade slip. Xu Taiping calmly inquired. "This entire affair, it's not orchestrated by you, Mou, nor by your Xiandao sect, is it?" Upon posing this question, the brilliance of the jade slip abruptly dimmed, yielding no further response. Yet, not long after Xu Taiping's words fell, Pingyan spoke up. "Brother, that woman, upon hearing your question, chuckled eerily and said, 'Su-chan, oh Su-chan, you truly possess foresight,' having anticipated that he might deduce this possibility." Hearing this, Xu Taiping's heart trembled, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that Su-chan is involved in this matter? How did she arrive in Yuntian?" At that moment, Baiyu's voice echoed in Xu Taiping's ear. "Xu Taiping, it is indeed her, the very woman who abducted Xiaoyu that day." Due to the considerable distance, Baiyu had only caught a glimpse, and tears of blood streamed from the corners of her eyes, rendering her unable to continue utilizing her celestial vision. Her location is in an abandoned courtyard on the outskirts of the city. "Should we pursue her?" Baiyu inquired. "There's no rush. Confirming her identity is sufficient. We must avoid alarming the snake before rescuing Xiaoyu," Xu Taiping replied, regaining his composure and rejecting Baiyu's suggestion. Pursuing her now might not guarantee capture and would expose his awareness of Mou's whereabouts. He needed to await a more opportune moment and place. Perhaps at the Golden Scale meeting. Having exerted such effort to ruin my reputation, how could she possibly refrain from attending the Golden Scale meeting in person? Xu Taiping murmured to himself, his gaze chillingly resolute. At this moment, Ping An's voice echoed once more in his ears. "Brother, that woman has just thought to herself again. It has been so long, yet he has not pursued me. It seems that Xu Taiping lacks the means to investigate my whereabouts. You, Su-chan, should now feel at ease, shouldn't you? Despite possessing such formidable cultivation and strength, why is Su-chan still so cautious? What exactly is she afraid of?" Hearing these words, Xu Taiping felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He could envision that had he chosen to give chase earlier, not only might Duan Xiaoyu's current location have been shifted, but the sole clue leading to Su-chan could very well have been severed. Then, the jade slip he had held for so long dimmed suddenly flared to life once more, and Mou's voice emerged. "I have conveyed everything necessary. You need only follow my instructions at the Golden Scale Conference. As for the rest, do not inquire further. It will serve neither you nor Duan Xiaoyu well. Consider this matter carefully." Almost simultaneously with the emergence of this voice, Pingyan tumbled off Xu Taiping's shoulder with a soft thud. "Pingyan, are you all right?" Xu Taiping exclaimed, as he lifted Pingyan, sensing that his vital energy and spiritual power had been completely depleted. "You foolish boy. How could you exhaust all your blood and spirit energy? Quickly, take a grass rejuvenation pill." Baiyu shoved a grass rejuvenation pill into Ping An's mouth, while Xu Taiping circulated his true essence to aid in the absorption of the medicine's potency. Brother, Pingyan, who had just regained a modicum of vitality, suddenly lifted his head with a look of urgency and managed to speak. "That woman, after sending you a message, thought to herself, even if you learn of Duan Xiaoyu's hiding place, once the competition begins, I will have someone chop her up and feed her to the dogs." Upon uttering these words, the little monkey, Pingyan, fainted on the spot. Unlike Baiyu, when he utilized his mind communication, he had not considered the toll on his blood and spirit energy. He had exerted himself to the point of risking his life. Xu Taiping promptly placed Ping An into the Qing Hulu for recuperation and turned to Baiyu, stating, "We must ascertain the location where they are holding Xiaoyu before the competition." Baiyu, upon hearing this, confidently assured him, "Absolutely no problem." The following day, in the evening, after a day of rest and the revitalizing effects of the grass rejuvenation pill, Baiyu finally managed to utilize his heavenly eye to discern Duan Xiaoyu's hiding place without damaging the bronze box. However, this location was somewhat unexpected for Xu Taiping. "Taiping, do you have a way to locate the place where Duan Xiaoyu is being held before tonight?" "In the courtyard of the Hidden Martial Arts Institute. The young master Lu Rushuang inquired anxiously of Xu Taiping, aware that this might pertain to Xu Taiping's secrets. She refrained from questioning him further about how he had sought out the location of Duan Xiaoyu's confinement. Indeed, I have found the location where Duan Xiaoyu is being held, Xu Taiping said, having pondered silently for a long time, as he raised his head and nodded at Lu Rushuang. Is that true? If we can rescue Miss Xiaoyu before the competition tomorrow, we need not fear the threats of the Xiandao sect. Upon hearing this, not only was Lu Rushuang overjoyed, but even the seventh princess, Chu Tianqing, was filled with elation. Where is it? Lu Rushuang immediately asked. In the branch of the Xiandao sect in the land of Izumo. Within the confines of the Mad Wolf village, Xu Taiping responded with a grave expression. Is it really in the land of Izumo? Moreover, I recall that the Mad Wolf village has now declared its defection from the Xiandao sect, aligning itself with the Wolf King. How can we possibly save them? Chu Tianqing exclaimed in astonishment. If we are to confront them here, we must contend not only with the members of the Xiandao sect, but also with the minions of the Wolf King. One day's time is hardly sufficient. At that moment, Lu Rushuang also furrowed her brow. She had confidence in her ability to lead her comrades to storm the Mad Wolf village. Yet with merely a day at their disposal, breaching the village would be a formidable challenge, let alone rescuing Duan Xiaoyu. Little master, even if you rush over, time will surely be insufficient. This time, I may need to enlist the assistance of some friends, Xu Taiping said, shaking his head. Friends? Lu Rushuang had never heard of Xu Taiping having any acquaintances in the land of Izumo. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the gate of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall was knocked upon, followed by the voice of Monk Chongda resonating from outside. Benefactor Taiping, I have brought you what you requested. Xu Taiping hurriedly rose to open the door. Immediately, the assembly beheld Monk Chongda, who had been recuperating in the Buddhist hall and was seldom seen. Standing at the entrance with a jade plate cradled in his hands, smiling. Master Chongda, this is indeed the jade plate capable of connecting with the major temples of the land of Izumo, is it not? Xu Taiping gazed at the jade plate with elation. Indeed. Monk Chongda nodded with a smile. Taiping, do you wish to seek assistance from the major temples of the land of Izumo? Lu Rushuang inquired, astonished. Exactly. Xu Taiping affirmed with a nod. However, I recall that the major temples of the land of Izumo have closed their doors to evade the demonic entities. Even with Master Chongda's assistance, they may be reluctant to send disciples out of the temple. The seventh princess expressed her concerns. Amitba. Upon entering the courtyard and placing the jade plate into Xu Taiping's hands, Monk Chongda joined his palms in prayer and smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to Xu Taiping, saying, the esteem of benefactor Taiping surpasses that of this humble monk. Chapter 247. The Transmission, the 5 Major Buddhist Temples of the Land of Izumo. Hearing this, Lu Rushuang and Chu Tianqing looked at Xu Taiping with expressions of confusion. Prior to this, they were only aware of Xu Taiping's acquaintance with Monk Chongda, forged during the incident at Ma's Martial Arts Hall, and were unaware of the deeper connections Xu Taiping had with the major temples of the land of Izumo through Monk Chongda. Master Chongda is jesting. During my visit to the Yuyun Heaven, I certainly provided some minor assistance, yet this matter is of substantial consequence. If the head monks are unable to dispatch anyone, it is entirely understandable, Xu Taiping stated with earnestness as he placed the jade plate upon the table. He was acutely aware of the extent to which he had aided during the incident at Pilu Temple, hence he did not seek to claim credit. This was also the reason why he seldom engaged with the major Buddhist temples. Amitba, benefactor Taiping speaks true. It is I who have misjudged, Monk Chongda replied, nodding with his palms together. In his view, the words of the guardian of heaven must hold their own wisdom. Xu Taiping's sentiments resonated with Lu Rushuang and Chu Tianqing, who found them to be quite reasonable. The Mad Wolf stronghold has now become a formidable den of malevolence. It is entirely reasonable for the major temples to have their own considerations. Should they offer assistance, it would be most welcome, yet if not, we shall devise alternative strategies. Lu Rushuang nodded and took a seat at the stone table. Over the past few years, I have gleaned some understanding of the relationship between the Zen Buddhism of the Outcloud Nation and the imperial court. It is said that due to the incident involving the Fire Cloud Temple in earlier years, the court has persistently suppressed several other major Buddhist temples. The Valkyrie Jiang Cui, in particular, harbors a deep resentment towards Zen practices, as a close relative of hers perished at the hands of the Fire Cloud Temple. Consequently, for an extended period, The Buddhist Zen practices have been held in disdain by the Outcloud nation, resulting in a drastic reduction in the number of temples that once flourished throughout the realm. Due to these various factors, when the Outcloud nation faced an invasion by demonic entities, the Zen sects were reluctant to ally with the court. Were it not for this, the current plight of the Outcloud nation would undoubtedly be less dire. Xu Tiancheng sat beside Lu Ruoshuang, pouring water for his master while he spoke. Xu Taiping, who was infusing true essence into the jade disc, listened to Xu Tiancheng's narration and felt a sense of intrigue. This was the first time he had heard such insights regarding the relationship between the Zen sect of the Outcloud nation and the imperial court from someone outside the 5 major temples. It was also the first time he learned of the Valkyrie's aversion to Zen practices. Ba, the monk Chongda interjected, 7th prince is correct. However, the fault does not lie with our Zen sect. It is the obstinacy of the Valkyrie Jiang Chui that hinders us. Not only is she unwilling to collaborate with our major temples, but she also remains ever wary of us. After repeated encounters, the 5 major temples have long since been disheartened. Now that they can no longer endure, they seek to send our monks to their demise, which the abbots naturally refuse. At this juncture, the situation in the Outcloud nation is a tangled mess. Unless the Valkyrie Jiang Chui lifts the ban on foreign intervention, the fall of the Outcloud nation into a demonic domain is merely a matter of time, Lu Ruoshuang sighed. To be frank, my father has long set his sights on the bountiful territory of the Outcloud nation. Once Jiang Chui meets her end, General Zhu Huai's army will sweep through without hesitation, Xu Tiancheng remarked casually, resting his head in his hands. Such occurrences are not unusual in the realm of Yuyuan, and given that none present were outsiders, she felt no need to hold her tongue. At this, the gathering fell into a contemplative silence. The annihilation of a nation is a weighty matter for any party involved. Buzz, at that moment, with Xu Taiping's infusion of true essence, the jade disc, which could only be held in both hands, finally stirred to life. The names of the 5 major temples, Pai Lu Zen Temple, Prajna Zen Temple, Fen Yin Zen Temple, Cig Zen Temple, and Baima Zen Temple, appeared in ancient script along the edges of the jade disc. Master Taiping, this communication jade disc is designated for use during times of turmoil. It may only transmit messages once per month. Whether you choose to contact the abbots of the 5 temples simultaneously or just one, it remains a singular message. The temples will be able to sense your presence during communication, so there is no need to worry about them not recognizing you. Furthermore, simply lifting the jade disc with both hands will allow your consciousness to discern its usage. Master Chongda explained the jade disc's functionality to Xu Taiping. Thank you, Master Chongda, for your guidance. Xu Taiping nodded slightly, and then cupped the jade dish in his hands. As anticipated by Chongda, he could distinctly sense 5 different auras, akin to the presence of 5 individuals standing before him. It would be prudent to reach out collectively to see which temple could spare personnel, especially given the ongoing turmoil in the kingdom of Outcloud. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xu Taiping made his decision. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have felt confident. Yet amidst the chaos of war, he could not ascertain whether the major temples would be able to lend assistance. Nonetheless, he resolved to give it a try. If it proved fruitless, he would find another way. Lu Ruoshuang nodded in affirmation, encouraging Xu Taiping to remain at ease. With a nod, Xu Taiping used his consciousness to communicate through the jade dish to the 5 major temples of the kingdom of Outcloud. Abbot Guangza. This is Xu Taiping from the Qingxian sect. I humbly seek your assistance, as a dear friend of mine is imprisoned in the Mad Wolf stronghold. Might your esteemed temple be able to dispatch personnel for his rescue? If so, please ensure your arrival before the hour of the rooster the day after tomorrow. As Xu Taiping's thoughts flickered, lines of text materialized upon the jade dish in his hand. The contents were largely similar, save for the change in the title of the abbot for each message. The jade dish used for communication during wartime was far less convenient than in peaceful times. Each message had to be articulated individually. After a brief interval, Xu Taiping successfully transmitted his messages to all 5 temples. Indeed, your divine essence is remarkably profound, Taiping. Last month, I sent a single message to our abbot, and it nearly drained my spirit. I am astounded that you managed to communicate with 5 at once without displaying any signs of fatigue, Chongda remarked, observing Xu Taiping's composed demeanor with great intrigue. Controlling a regular communication jade slip could indeed be somewhat taxing. Xu Taiping nodded and took a sip of Longdan liquor. having consumed it for over a decade. His spirit was naturally more robust than that of an average cultivator. Please wait a moment, Taiping. This jade dish requires at least the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to relay the messages to the kingdom of Outcloud, Master Chongda advised. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod. Simultaneously, he retrieved another jade slip from his gourd and began to transmit a message. Master Xianji. This is Xu Taiping. I apologize for the abruptness, but the matter pertains to the life of a dear friend, hence I implore you to assist me once more. This time, Xu Taiping was reaching out to the young monk Xianji. Apart from the major Buddhist temples in the kingdom of Outcloud, he had only a few acquaintances who were powerful, and Xianji, residing in Yunin Temple, was closer to the Mad Wolf stronghold. Most crucially, after his miraculous return from death, Xianji's cultivation had ascended to the level of a Vajra in the Buddhist realm. Although Xu Taiping did not possess extensive knowledge of the intricacies of Buddhist cultivation, according to General Zhang Tianzi's explanation at that time, the abbots of the major temples in the kingdom of Outcloud were approximately at the same level. For this reason, he deemed Xianji a suitable candidate for his plea for aid. Otherwise, given Xianji's previous level of cultivation, he would likely have been inadequate to confront the demonic creatures of the Mad Wolf stronghold. Master Taiping, is it true that Master Xianji is the one who rescued us together with you in the Bloodrain Forest? After Xu Taiping set down the communication jade slip, the seventh princess, Chu Tiancheng, could not contain her curiosity and inquired. Indeed, it is he. Xu Taiping nodded with a smile. It truly is him. How wonderful. The young monk is still alive. Chu Tiancheng expressed her joy. Taiping, this Master Xianji must also be a member of the Buddhist community. I wonder which temple he hails from? The monk Chongda asked Xu Taiping with intrigue. Master Xianji comes from the Yunin Temple in the western Liang. Xu Taiping did not withhold this information. Yunin Temple? Upon hearing that Master Xianji originated from Yunin Temple, everyone, including monk Chongda, was taken aback. In the realm of cultivation within the Yun heaven, the reputation of Yunin Temple is not lesser than that of the 5 great Zen temples of the Outcloud Nation. However, the monks there prefer to remain low-key, hence their obscurity among ordinary cultivators. Nevertheless, Taiping, I must speak frankly, the monks of Yunin Temple are not particularly adept at dealing with demonic entities. Chongda monk reminded Xu Taiping. His intent was not to belittle Yunin Temple, but rather to state a fact. You need not worry about this. Master Chongda, Master Xianji has now attained the Vajra realm. Even if he is not skilled in combating demonic creatures, his formidable powers will undoubtedly serve as a significant asset on this journey, Xu Taiping replied earnestly. Vajra realm. Apart from the abbot, there is another at the Vajra realm in Yunin Temple. Upon hearing this, the expression on Chongda monk's face could no longer remain composed, filled with astonishment. Beside them, Lu Rushuang also wore a look of surprise. Taiping, can you be certain? The last time we met Master Xianji, he was not at the Vajra realm. Lu Rushuang sought confirmation from Xu Taiping. During the battle at Tianhai Pass, Master Xianji was present. It was during this encounter that he selflessly lured away numerous demonic entities, ultimately achieving a great transformation and breaking through to the Vajra realm, Xu Taiping explained. Amipa. So this Master Xianji has indeed attained such an opportunity. Chongda monk pressed his palms together in respect. Lu Rushuang, no longer doubting the monk's cultivation, then spoke with great joy. With the assistance of a master at the Vajra realm, even if it is just myself and those old companions, the chances of rescuing Xiaoyu will be significantly enhanced. Xu Taiping nodded. If the 5 great temples of the Outcloud Nation cannot send personnel, we have no choice but to proceed this way. Of course, for them at this moment, whether Master Xianji is willing to assist remains an uncertainty. Just then, the jade slip in Xu Taiping's hand emitted a quivering sound. Clearly, the young monk had responded. Xu Taiping quickly infused it with his true essence, and immediately heard the familiar voice of Master Xianji emanating from the jade slip. Brother Xu, what is there to be concerned about? We share a bond that transcends life and death. I just conferred with the abbot, and Yunin Temple will dispatch 18 Sutra Guardians to accompany me. They will surely aid you in rescuing your sister Xiaoyu. Alas, it is a pity that I had planned to attend the Golden Scale Association's competition these past 2 days, but it seems I must postpone that. Brother Xu, please do not falter before my return. Upon hearing these words, Master Chongda, the little disciple, and Princess Chu Tiancheng were all momentarily stunned. their eyes revealing a shared astonishment. 18 guardians of the scriptures? Surely, the abbot of Yunin Temple must be mad. Master Chongda exhibited a slight loss of composure. Is this a substantial number? Xu Taiping inquired with curiosity, having little knowledge of the guardians at Yunin Temple. Chapter 249. In the midst of communication, is this truly our abbot? Chu Tianqing promptly asked Xu Taiping. It indeed was Xu Taiping's first encounter with the concept of the guardians at Yunin Temple. He nodded, recalling that during his time with Master Xuanji, they were either fleeing from danger or enduring tribulations, leaving no room for such discussions. At Yunin Temple, only those disciples endowed with the greatest talents and most profound connections to Buddhism are deemed worthy of being selected as guardians. Each abbot is chosen from among these disciples. Chu Tianqing excitedly elucidated. Moreover, the number of guardian disciples has traditionally been fixed at 18. If Master Xuanji was not jesting, this would mark the first occasion in centuries that all 18 guardians emerged together. Lu Ruo Shuang, equally filled with excitement, added her affirmation. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping hastily seized the communication jade slip to inquire with Xuanji. Xuanji, you cannot be jesting, can you? The simultaneous emergence of 18 guardians is no trivial matter. Before long, Xuanji's voice resonated once more from the jade slip. Brother Xu, this is indeed the intention of our abbot. According to him, you are a person of affinity with the Buddha, deserving of Yunin Temple's utmost support. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head in confusion. Why does this young monk sound so sentimental after having faced death? Little disciple, I find it hard to believe that Master Xuanji is being insincere. Xu Taiping began to explain to the little disciple, only to find that all present were staring at him with expressions of disbelief. Brother Taiping, what on earth have you done to warrant such gratitude from the abbot of Yunin Temple? Please enlighten me. Chu Tianqing suddenly leaned closer, his large, curious eyes fixed on Xu Taiping. I do share a bond of mutual hardship with Master Xuanji, but that is merely a personal connection between us. With little bearing on Yunin Temple, Xu Taiping replied, equally perplexed. Let us not dwell on this matter. Regardless, having established a benevolent connection with Yunin Temple is undoubtedly a fortuitous event, Lu Ruo Shuang interjected, drawing Chu Tianqing aside. With a Vajra-level Zen practitioner and the support of 18 guardians, our burden shall be considerably lighter. It is entirely possible we might save the little fish before the Golden Scale Conference commences, she remarked with a beaming smile. Indeed, no matter how one views it, this is a favorable turn of events. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. The presence of the 18 guardians from Yunin Temple was indeed an unexpected boon for him. In that case, even if the 5 great Buddhist temples of the Yun Kingdom are unable to spare personnel, we need not worry. Chu Tianqing exclaimed with enthusiasm. Master Chongda, seated across from them, offered an awkward smile in response. Upon witnessing the situation, Lu Ruo Shuang promptly communicated discreetly with Chu Tianqing, urging her to refrain from speaking out of turn. Master Chongda remarked, indeed, it is quite normal for the several abbots in the Kingdom of Outcloud to be unable to spare manpower amidst the ongoing turmoil. Lu Ruo Shuang, with a hint of regret, addressed Master Chongda. Certainly, the abbots have already rendered me considerable assistance, and I have yet to express my gratitude. Xu Taiping nodded solemnly in agreement. May Amitabha bless you, Taiping. Let us exercise patience a while longer, Master Chongda replied, his hands pressed together, his tone slightly anxious. While others may be oblivious to Xu Taiping's true identity, he was acutely aware that he was the chosen protector of the Buddha, an individual capable of conversing with the ancient Buddha Kasyapa. If the 18 guardians of the scriptures at Yunin Temple were not involved, it would be understandable given the chaos in Outcloud. However, with Yunin Temple exerting such considerable effort, should the 5 great Zen temples fail to respond at all, the favor of the heavenly protector would surely lean towards Yunin Temple in the future. It would suffice for 1 or 2 temples, particularly our own Prajna Temple, to offer a response. Just as Master Chongdo was mired in anxious thoughts, the jade disc resting on the table suddenly emitted a tremor, followed by a radiant azure glow. It has arrived, Master Chongdo exclaimed with delight. Oh, how splendid! The 5 great Buddhist temples have also responded. Chu Tianqing and Lu Ruo Shuang exchanged joyful glances, for each additional ally increased their chances of success. However, as the names of several temples appeared beneath the jade disc, accompanied by lines of text, both Chu Tianqing and Lu Ruoshuang were momentarily taken aback. Abbot Hui Ming of Pai Lu Temple, greetings to the Heavenly Protector. It is indeed an honor for Pai Lu Temple to be considered by you, and I shall personally hasten to Fenglang Zhai to rescue the esteemed Miss Yu. Abbot Guangzhe of Prajna Temple, it is a privilege to receive communication from you. Heavenly Protector, rest assured, the matters you have mentioned will be entrusted to Prajna Temple, and I shall dedicate myself to the rescue of Miss Yu. Furthermore, when might you visit Prajna Temple? Recently, we have been beset by demonic creatures, and your presence would undoubtedly uplift the morale of our monks. Heavenly Protector, I am Abbot Hong Xiai of Fenin Temple. I am pleasantly surprised that you still remember me. Please rest assured regarding the matter of Fenglang Zhai. I shall fetch the sacred relic of Fun Yin Temple and ensure the rescue of Miss Yu. Abbot Ji Qing of Cig Temple, greetings to the Heavenly Protector. It is a joy to finally receive news from you. Just the other day, the ancient Buddha Kasyapa appeared in my dreams, urging me to keep a watchful eye on your endeavors. Fear not, for I will hasten to Fenglang Zhai with my monks. Although we have faced frequent demonic incursions, we have been blessed by the protection of the ancient Buddha Kasyapa, and our monks have been well prepared. This small Fenglang Zhai dares not act with impunity. Heavenly Protector, Abbot Qingda of Baima Temple has received your command. This mere Fenglang Zhai shall certainly be subdued by Baima Temple. However, Heavenly Protector, could you assist Baima Temple in requesting some merit from Master Kasyapa? Our monks' cultivation has not been as swift as it once was. Not only were Chu Tiancheng and Lu Ruoshuang astonished, but even Master Chongda was left speechless by these declarations. Are these truly the esteemed monks I am familiar with? He uttered, his mind in a state of disarray, without having personally experienced the revered radiance of Kasyapa Buddha. One could hardly comprehend the profound significance of the term heavenly guardians in the hearts of these monks. Certainly, Xu Taiping himself could not grasp it either. I recall these monks were not always thus. Could it be that Master Kasyapa has imparted something to them? Just as Xu Taiping was enveloped in confusion, he suddenly sensed two intense gazes fixated upon him. Upon raising his head, he beheld the young nun Lu Rushuang and the seventh princess, Chu Tiancheng. Taiping, did you merely assist them in a trivial manner? Lu Rushuang, who typically refrained from prying into others' secrets, could not help but inquire after reading the words of the 5 great temple monks inscribed on the jade disc. Chapter 250, the 5th round, Xu Taiping versus Zhou Yuanqing 2 days later, during the 5th round of the Golden Scales Conference. Second senior brother, that Chu Yinan from earlier is indeed the 3rd prince of Chu you mentioned, correct? Zhao Linglong, filled with astonishment after witnessing the recent match, asked the side of the silent Duga Qingxiao in the bamboo grove behind the Yuxian residence of the Qingxian sect. Indeed, Duga Qingxiao nodded. In that contest, the 3rd prince did not reveal any profound techniques, yet his opponent was utterly unable to prevail. It is quite peculiar. Zhao Linglong expressed her confusion. This scenario can only suggest that the 3rd prince's cultivation surpasses that of his opponent by a considerable margin, reaching a level that ordinary cultivators cannot fathom, remarked senior sister Jiangji, furrowing her brow. Sister Jiang is correct. The sensation I received from this 3rd prince mirrors that of facing the sect leader, Su Zian added. Senior brother, did you feel similarly during his match? Zhao Linglong turned to Duga Qingxiao once more. While I did not find him entirely inscrutable, he is remarkably adept at concealing his abilities. Were it not for the strong cultivation of that disciple from Qinglong Tian, compelling him to abandon his previous composure, we might not have even perceived this slight peculiarity, Duga Qingxiao replied, his brow knitted. In the first match, the disciple named Zhu Qiang from Qinglong Tian imparted a similar impression to me. Lin Buyu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. He is likely among the most formidable cultivators in this 5th round. Alongside Chu Yinan and Dongfang Yuejian, Duga Qingxiao concurred. Fortunately, in this round, Taiping has drawn a relatively ordinary disciple from Yuyan Tian. He may well secure a position among the top 15 on the Golden Scales list, Zhao Linglong said, stretching with an expression brimming with anticipation. It is said that any who enter the top 15 will not only receive 3 times the fortune of those in the top 30, but may also select a celestial treasure from the treasury of the Yuyan Emperor. Is that not so, Qingxiao? Su Zian inquired, her curiosity piqued. Historical records of rewards do indeed support this claim, and according to Huang Ke, this Golden Scales Conference marks the first gathering of the 5 realms in 8 centuries. Yuan Mansion may very well open its most precious treasure halls. Duga Qingxiao informed his fellow disciples. Nevertheless, I hope that Taiping remains vigilant and does not let down his guard. This week, Yuan Qing has managed to break into the top 30 of the Golden Scales ranking, indicating that he is no ordinary competitor. In contrast to Zhao Linglong and the others, senior sister Jiang Ji exercises far more caution. Regardless, our junior brother has secured his position within the top 30 of the Golden Scales ranking. Whether he wins and continues to compete or loses and returns to celebrate, we can simply watch with peace of mind. Fourth senior brother Zhou Liang remarked with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Their expressions relaxed as they cast their gaze toward the spirit mirror on the table. Meanwhile, in the realm of Yuyun, at the viewing platform of the Golden Scales Assembly, the young disciple, perched atop the head of Princess Chu Xiaoxiao, was anxiously inquiring of the little master, Lu Ruoshuang, about the situation in the Western Liang Kingdom. At that moment, Lu Ruoshuang held a jade plate in her hands. Her eyes closed in deep concentration as she sensed something. You must not disturb my master. The communication array used for messaging from the Outcloud Nation has been nearly destroyed, and it requires a cultivator's own consciousness to communicate, consuming a significant amount of spiritual essence. Princess 7, Chu Tiancheng, remarked with displeasure, casting a disapproving glance at the bird. She then affectionately patted the head of her little monkey, Pinyin, saying, "You are still the most well-behaved." Pinyin blinked his eyes, first looking at Princess 7, then turning to the white feather above Chu Xiaoxiao's head, saying, "Second brother, she is not lying." Upon hearing this, Baiyu was instantly filled with rage, but, fearing to disturb Lu Ruoshuang, had to swallow his anger. After contacting Xu Taiping regarding Yun'in temples, Xianji, and the 5 major temples of the Outcloud Nation, Xu Taiping had introduced them to the Little Master and Princess 7. However, he did not disclose their capabilities as the Eye of Heaven and Heart communication, instead describing them as 2 somewhat similar abilities. "But what about you? Have you found MOU?" Princess 7 asked sternly while rubbing Ping En's head. "It's infuriating. The Golden Scales pool is filled with barriers and restrictions. It's not that easy to find," Baiyu retorted, casting a glance at Princess 7. "Your Highness, I haven't heard anything either," Ping En added, somewhat apologetically. According to the tasks assigned by Xu Taiping before their arrival, Lu Ruoshuang was responsible for communicating with Xianji of Yun'in Temple to confirm the rescue situation regarding the little fish in the Western Liang, while Baiyu and Ping En utilized their respective abilities at the Golden Scales venue to search for MOU and the highly likely appearance of Su Chan. Once found, Lu Ruoshuang's old comrades, who lay in wait at various stands, would spring into action. "Don't worry, little Ping En, take your time and listen," Princess 7 gently reassured him. The double standards of Princess 7 incited Baiyu's ire, leading him to tousle Princess Chu Xiaoxiao's hair into a bird's nest. Meanwhile, Princess Chu Xiaoxiao, having misjudged 2 matches in a row, was now in a state of profound distraction, repeatedly muttering, "How could it be a loss? How is that even possible? It makes no sense." Just then, the voice of Qiu Shanyuan, the Lord of Yuyun Mansion, resonated once more above the Golden Scales stage. In the next round, Xu Taiping of the true martial Azure Xian sect will face Zhou Yuanqing of the Yuyun Tian Xianblade sect. Immediately thereafter, the white-clad steward of the Yuyun Mansion commenced once again to recite, with tiresome repetition, the edicts of the Golden Scale list. Any disciple listed on the Golden Scale must not engage in gambling. Violators shall be automatically removed from the Golden Scale. Any disciple listed on the Golden Scale must not impose restrictions on others in external contests. Violators shall be automatically removed from the Golden Scale. The Golden Scale can perceive the fluctuations of your fortunes. Therefore, I implore you not to harbor any illusions. As the familiar decrees became almost memorized, the mood of the 7th princess, Chu Tiancheng, grew increasingly agitated, her anxious gaze directed towards her master, Lu Ruoshuang. For if they could not rescue little fish swiftly, Xu Taiping, who would soon take the stage, would have to confront the detestable Zhou Yuanqing of the Xian Dao sect under duress. At that moment, Lu Ruoshuang, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly exhaled a long breath and opened her eyes. "Master, what is the situation in the Shiliang Kingdom?" the 7th princess inquired, leaning closer to Lu Ruoshuang. They had only just arrived at the Mad Wolf Valley half a stick of incense ago, having evaded several pursuers. However, to ensure little fish's safety, the abbot of the Burning Sound Temple had to use the sacred artifact, the heart-purifying bell, to cast a killing ban. A process that would require half a stick of incense to unfold, and they were currently waiting. Lu Rushuang spoke gravely. In the 5th round, may I request Brother Zhou to bestow his fist once more? Xu Tianqing expressed concern. If we wish to rescue little fish safely, this is the only course of action. Lu Rushuang nodded. As the two conversed, the white-clad steward concluded reciting the Golden Scale's edicts, and Xu Taiping and Zhou Yuanqing swiftly ascended the Golden Scale platform. Observing this, Lu Rushuang exchanged a glance with Xu Tianqing and decisively stated, "Issue the command to Taiping." Xu Tianqing nodded in agreement. She approached the railing of the pavilion's viewing platform. Placing the little monkey pinyin atop her head, her hands crossed over her chest. Unable to communicate telepathically with the disciples on the Golden Scale, Xu Taiping had previously arranged a series of gestures with them before entering the contest. At that moment, Xu Tianqing's gesture of placing pinyin on her head with her arms crossed signified that the rescue was progressing smoothly and that they had reached the Mad Wolf Valley, but needed more time. If she were to raise the monkey high, it would indicate that little fish had been rescued. On the Golden Scale platform, Xu Taiping casually glanced in the direction of the young disciple's viewing area. With his enhanced vision, he immediately caught sight of Xu Tianqing's crossed arms and pinyin atop her head. After a brief glance, he turned back, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "As long as progress is steady, I can hold out for this duration." According to the simulations of the past 2 days, even with the combined efforts of the Yuan Temple and the 5 major temples of Shiliang, rescuing little fish before the contest today would prove exceedingly difficult, especially given the rampant demons in the current state of the Outcloud Kingdom and the destruction of the teleportation array. Even with several hosts attempting to stealthily reach the Wolf Valley, such an endeavor is not easily accomplished. Let it be regarded as a trial. Xu Taiping glanced at the elephant bone bracelet adorning his wrist, while simultaneously sensing the vitality coursing within him. He could distinctly perceive that this bracelet imposed not only the burden of requiring blood energy, even for basic movements, but also exerted a suppression on his internal vitality. This suppression effectively confined his physical prowess to the dragon-lying realm. In this realm, aside from the defensive capabilities of his flesh and bones, which equated to that of a martial god, his other attributes could barely be considered at the peak of the martial saint level. Coupled with the weight of the bone bracelet, it became exceedingly difficult for him to unleash the strength characteristic of the martial saint. As Xu Taiping contemplated how to endure in this sealed body until he could rescue Duan Xiaoyu, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Xu Taiping, let me warn you once more. You may only utilize your blood energy and must not draw upon your true essence. Otherwise, you will soon behold the corpse of Duan Xiaoyu. By the way, you must be quite curious about how we breached the restrictions of the Golden Scale platform. There's no need for curiosity. For us, it is a remarkably simple method. Thus, it would be prudent for you to comply and refrain from harboring any delusions of making this matter public." Upon hearing these words, Xu Taiping's gaze gradually turned icy. Undoubtedly, choosing this moment to convey such a message in this manner was an unambiguous threat. At that instant, the wall of sword energy that had separated him from Zhou Yuanqing abruptly dissipated. He then saw Zhou Yuanqing, hand resting confidently on the hilt of his sword, stride towards him without a hint of trepidation. "Xu Taiping of the Qingxian sect, is it? I have long admired your reputation." As he walked, Zhou Yuanqing smiled and performed a courteous gesture towards Xu Taiping. Likewise, Xu Taiping replied expressionlessly, returning the gesture. This was his first encounter with Zhou Yuanqing in person. Externally, Zhou Yuanqing appeared tall and handsome, much like many other disciples of prominent families, yet he possessed no particularly distinguishing features. "I have heard that you excel in fist techniques. So why don't we engage in a friendly sparring session to showcase our skills?" Zhou Yuanqing remarked with a feigned smile. As he spoke, he assumed a fist stance, and his vitality surged to unprecedented heights in an instant. Within mere moments, his blood energy had reached the pinnacle of the martial saint level. Simultaneously, his previously slender physique transformed into one resembling that of a formidable beast. Indeed, the selection made by the Xiandao sect was not of the inept. Sensing the overwhelming vitality emanating from his opponent, Xu Taiping's expression grew increasingly serious, and he also adopted the stance of the Grand Saint Fist. Although he could not employ true essence, he could still utilize the techniques of the Grand Saint Fist, albeit with a reduction in power by about 50 to 60%. It was merely slightly superior to ordinary fist techniques. Boom. Just as Xu Taiping assumed his stance, Zhou Yuanqing ceased any further pleasantries and unleashed a devastating punch, consolidating his intent and power, striking forcefully towards Xu Taiping. The punch was delivered with unparalleled ferocity. Xu Taiping, acutely aware of his current predicament, realized he could not withstand it directly. Thus, he deftly shifted his stance, adopting the dashing mountain style of the Great Sage Fist, preparing to gauge his opponent's techniques. Bang! However, as soon as he assumed the stance, his arms, raised defensively before his chest, were violently struck aside by a single punch, propelling him off the ground and sending him reeling several yards. Bang! Before Xu Taiping could regain his footing, Zhou Yuanqing's figure flickered above him, and with a mighty blow, he struck Xu's chest. Bang! Amidst the resounding impact, Xu Taiping's body crashed heavily onto the golden scale platform. This time, Zhou Yuanqing did not rush to pursue. Instead, he calmly adopted a fighting stance, waiting for Xu Taiping to rise, all while maintaining a sardonic smile. Brother Xu, surely you are not yielding to me, are you? This is the Golden Scale Conference. Do not be so modest. In an instant, the cultivators in the surrounding stands were left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Xu Taiping, who had previously forced the madman Yifeiyu to concede, was now rendered utterly defenseless against Zhou Yuanqing. Only the members of the Xian Yun Martial Arts Academy wore expressions of seething anger. This scoundrel, do you not know whether you are allowing him to win? Baiyu fumed, flitting about the stands in agitation. Similarly enraged, Chu Tiancheng turned to his junior sister, Lu Ruxiang. Master, has the person not yet been rescued? With a grim expression, Lu Ruxiang shook her head and replied with a fierce determination, do not fret, the killing suppression spell has already been enacted. With so many experts attending to the rescue, it will not take long. If all goes well, it will only require the duration of a tea break. Upon hearing this, Chu Tiancheng finally relaxed. Senior brother, hold on just a little longer. You only need to endure for the duration of a tea break. She held the little monkey tightly, hoping for its safety. Meanwhile, Xu Taiping on the golden scale platform remained remarkably calm. Rising from the ground, he wiped his mouth and, while resuming his fighting stance, murmured to himself, Xu Taiping, you have become overly reliant on your vital energy and treasures for protection. Otherwise, with the finesse of the dashing mountain style, you would not find yourself in such a dire situation. Remember when you faced door-opening realm cultivators with merely basic techniques before breaking through? He admonished himself not to wait until the little fish was rescued to unleash his full power. Now was the time to exert his utmost. With this thought, he raised a hand and beckoned to Zhou Yuanqing. Brother Zhou, I kindly request another punch. Chapter 252, The Mad Wolf Village. Do not panic, Senior Brother Ba. Thanks to the cooperation of my fellow brothers, the killing suppression spell has been successfully cast. In a dense forest on the outskirts of the Mad Wolf Valley in the outlying cloud country, the pallid-faced Hong Ci, palms pressed together, exhaled a sigh of relief while gazing at the four other monks before him. The protectors, including the abbot Guangza, exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of relief. Ba, with your invocation of the killing suppression spell, Brother Hong Ci, the dignity of our outlying Cloud Zen sect has been preserved. Abbot Guangza clasped his hands, exhaling deeply. Initially, they had believed that only the 5 great Buddhist temples would participate in rescuing Duan Xiaoyu, but to their surprise, the Lord Protector had also summoned the Yun'in Temple from the Western Liang Kingdom. The Yun'in Temple has indeed sent a venerable monk of the Vajra realm, along with their invaluable scripture guardians, who are usually reserved for more sacred duties. Upon their convergence, the scripture guardians intended to launch a direct assault on the stronghold. However, they were halted by the representatives of the 5 great Buddhist temples of the Outcloud Nation, citing concerns that such an action could provoke the inhabitants of the Mad Wolf stronghold, potentially putting the young maiden, Little Fish, in harm's way. While their intentions did include the protection of Little Fish, the underlying motive was primarily to share in the merits of saving her among the 5 Buddhist temples. From their perspective, as long as Master Hongxi could successfully execute the stopping kill spell, their approach would undoubtedly be more prudent than the reckless assaults of the 18 brash monks from Yun'in Temple. However, the formidable stopping kill spell had rarely been successfully cast by Hongxi in his lifetime, which is why the group felt such trepidation. Let us proceed, esteemed brothers. Our junior's abilities are too limited, and the stopping kill spell can only quell the most superficial of murderous intent. Furthermore, Casting it upon the 5,000 to 6,000 inhabitants within that stronghold can only sustain its effects for a brief moment, Hongzi remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he urged the other abbots to hasten. The others nodded in agreement and began to stride purposefully towards the outskirts of the forest. Brother Guangza, do you think there is any special significance to the fact that the Protector of Heaven has summoned Yunin Temple to join forces? The abbot of Beima Temple, Qingda, inquired with a hint of concern. I doubt there is any particular significance. It is said that Xuanji is merely a friend of the Protector of Heaven from the Western Liang, and there are no further connections, Guangza replied as they walked. But how did they come to meet? A mere coincidence? Ba, we do not ponder such matters in our meditation, Qingda whispered, lowering his voice. Upon hearing this, the other 4 abbots halted in their tracks, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned to Qingda. He then directly communicated with them. Brothers, do you not see? This is a trial from the ancient Buddha Kasayapa for our lineage of Zen practitioners in the Outcloud Nation. If we fail, the blessings of the ancient Buddha may very well shift to Yunin Temple. At this revelation, the 4 abbots felt a chill run through them. In the past 6 or 7 years, despite the chaos that had engulfed the Outcloud Nation, under the guidance of the occasionally manifesting Kasayapa Buddha, the number of monks in their 5 temples had not diminished, but rather increased, with many achieving breakthroughs in their cultivation. Without this divine support, they would have had no strength to venture forth to save others. Thus, upon hearing that the blessings of the ancient Buddha might shift to Yunin Temple, the abbots grew anxious. This cannot be. We were the ones who first discovered the legacy of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa, Hongzi exclaimed, his emotions slightly heightened. Do not be alarmed, Brother Hongzi, the abbot of Prajna Temple reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. In my view, you are correct to some extent. What aspect is that? Hongzi asked. This is indeed a trial from the ancient Buddha Kasayapa for our lineage of Outcloud Zen practitioners. But the crux of this matter does not lie in whether Yunin Temple will seize our merits, but rather in the Mad Wolf stronghold itself. Guangji continued as he walked. Pray, Brother Guangji, elucidate why the key to this trial from the ancient Buddha Kasayapa lies within the Mad Wolf stronghold. Hongzi could not help but press for further explanation. The remaining 3 abbots fixed their gaze intently upon Guangji. Within the confines of the Mad Wolf stronghold, there existed a formidable entity that even the ancient Buddha, Itagarba, feared. The young maiden, who had been captured, was the reason for soliciting assistance from Yunin Temple. The strength of this entity was likely beyond our imagination, Guangji Abbot stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the other 4 abbots displayed expressions of dawning realization. Ba, it is fortunate that Brother Guangji discovered this in time. Otherwise, we might have been tragically careless, Abbot Hongzi said, his hands clasped in prayer. A look of dread upon his face. He then promptly struck his chest with a protective talisman, donning a monk's robe that radiated a serene light. Simultaneously, a formidable dagger, exuding an intimidating aura, appeared in his hand, the chilling energy it emanated causing frost to form upon the surrounding flora. Indeed, the Weituan Mingguang armor and the Luojia Shaso blade from the Burning Sound Temple are truly as legendary as their reputation suggests, Guangji remarked with a nod of appreciation, before shifting his gaze to Abbot Qingda of the White Horse Temple. Without hesitation, Qingda produced a pair of Vajra pestles, their surfaces crackling with electric energy and an aura of destruction that sent shivers down the spine. Ba, splendid work, Brother Qingda. This pair of Vajra pestles has proven invaluable in our previous battle against the Fire Cloud Temple, Guangza remarked, his previously solemn demeanor easing slightly. Finally, his attention turned to Abbot Huiming of the Pilu Temple. Brother Guangza, the only item I can bring from Pilu Temple is this King Ming seal, which, when fully activated, can contend with 1 or 2 demon lords, Huiming confessed with a hint of embarrassment. Although Pilu Temple boasted a bodhisattva, it was indeed the weakest among the 5 Zen temples in terms of combat prowess. Brother, take it with you. Once we enter the stronghold, do not hesitate. Whether human or demon, strike it well. After all, every bit helps, Guangji reassured Huiming. Brothers, he then said, with renewed seriousness, addressing the 4 abbots. Since this Mad Wolf stronghold harbors something that even the ancient Buddha, Itagarba, fears, it is undoubtedly fraught with peril. Therefore, once we enter, we must show no mercy. Should they persist in their slaughter, we shall be left with no choice but to send them to their demise. With that, he produced a ceremonial banner from his sleeve and raised it high. A mere flick sent a tempest roaring through the forest, uprooting several towering trees. Chapter 253. The Mad Wolf Stronghold. Something is afoot. Remember, we have but one chance. We cannot afford a hasty confrontation, lest we find ourselves entombed here, Guangji continued. Amitba. In response, the four abbots joined their hands in prayer, nodding resolutely as they hastened towards the forest's edge. Boom. As the four emerged from the woodland, they beheld the entrance of the Mad Wolf Valley, where several werewolf demons, their powers equivalent to that of demon lords, led a horde of hundreds attempting to invade the valley. At that moment, steadfastly guarding the entrance were monk Xuanji and 18 scripture keepers from Yunin Temple. The werewolf demons had arrived with alarming speed. Indeed, there was something extraordinary lurking within the Mad Wolf stronghold. The four abbots who witnessed this scene became increasingly resolute in their suspicions. Suddenly, the abbot of Guangji brandished the temple banner in his hand, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that surged forth from the valley, circling around the 18 guardians of the sutras and crashing violently into the pack of wolf demons. With a thunderous boom, the foremost of the demon lords was instantly reduced to a mist of blood by the tempest. Some of the remaining wolf demons met a similar fate, while others were swept up by the whirlwind. However, the majority were directly expelled from the valley. Thank you for your assistance, Abbot Guangji. Master Xuanji smiled as he expressed his gratitude to the heads of the 5 great Zen temples of Outcloud Nation. Yet, the 5 were not inclined to engage in idle chatter with Xuanji. They pressed forward towards the entrance of the Mad Wolf stronghold. Only Guangji turned back to offer a cautionary word to Xuanji. Master Xuanji, we leave this valley in your capable hands. Wait, Abbot Guangji. Let us join forces to breach the stronghold. Our chances of success would be significantly enhanced, Xuanji called out to him. Master Xuanji, this is a trial that belongs to the 5 great Buddhist temples of Outcloud Nation. We cannot involve you in this. You need only guard the valley's entrance. Rest assured, even if we were to perish here, we shall undoubtedly rescue Miss Little Fish. With a determined expression, Guangji turned away, waving his banner once more. Summoning the other 4 abbots and dozens of elite monks from the 4 great temples to soar towards the Mad Wolf stronghold, exuding an aura of lethal intent. What has come over these masters? Is it truly necessary to take such measures against a mere Mad Wolf stronghold? Master Xuanji observed the imposing assembly of monks from Outcloud Nation with a look of bewilderment. Who dares to intrude upon my Mad Wolf stronghold? Have you grown weary of life? At the entrance of the Mad Wolf stronghold, a group of blade-wielding guards confronted the abbots and their entourage. The distance from the valley's mouth was at least several miles, and the guardians of the sutras had set up a concealment formation. Thus they had yet to perceive the unusual occurrence. Exchanging glances with the other abbots, the abbot of Pilu withdrew the horse-headed king's seal, his countenance grave. Brothers, allow me to scout ahead. The others nodded in agreement. Hey, you monks, are you deaf? If you don't leave now, do not blame us for being merciless. The blade-wielders attempted to intimidate the abbots with their words while simultaneously using communication jade slips to contact the powerful beings within the stronghold. Upon hearing that there were transformation-level experts within, the normally languid abbot of Pilu cast aside his hesitation and promptly threw the horse-headed king's seal into the air. Boom. The moment the seal was cast, it expanded exponentially, ultimately crashing down with a resounding thud, piercing through the guards and the stronghold's gate, leaving them in a state of terror. Well done, Brother Huiming. Now it is our turn. Guangzi cast an approving glance at Huiming. Instantly, he waved the ceremonial banner once more, summoning a tempest that swept up the monks from the 5 great temples, crashing into the crazy wolf fortress. Upon entering the stronghold, several elders from the Xiandao sect, accompanied by a throng of disciples, charged forward. Esteemed masters, we are practitioners of the Xiandao sect, not the traitors who have defected to the half-wolf demons. Upon seeing the formidable presence radiating from the 5 abbots, the elder from Xiandao sect promptly abandoned any thought of resistance, attempting to placate the monks with deceitful words. Brother, he speaks falsehoods. The abbot of Bema Temple, possessing an exceptionally keen spiritual awareness, immediately discerned the elder's lies. This fortress indeed harbors ill intentions. In that case, we need not hesitate. Let us send them to their demise. The assembly felt their suspicions confirmed anew. In unison, the 5 abbots unleashed their sacred Buddhist artifacts, hurling them towards the group of practitioners with reckless abandon. The Xiandao elder, at least a peak practitioner of the spirit refinement stage, could not withstand even a fleeting moment before being reduced to naught but a head. Until his last breath, he could not fathom how the Xiandao sect had provoked these mad monks. Brother, at the very heart of this fortress, 300 feet below ground, lies a dungeon. I sensed the presence of a gravely wounded woman there. Miss Xiaoyu must be imprisoned within. After placing his palm against the ground to sense further, the abbot of Beima Temple, Qingda, turned to his fellow abbots, his face alight with excitement. You bald donkeys, how has my Xiandao sect wronged you to warrant such lethal intent? Before anyone could respond, an ancient voice, accompanied by a terrifying aura, reverberated from the grand hall ahead. Suddenly, a blade shadow, stretching over 100 feet in length, erupted from the hall with a thunderous roar. Esteemed colleagues, to survive this calamity, we must not hold back. Sensing the formidable energy within the blade shadow, Abbot Guangzi declared solemnly, fervently waving his ceremonial banner. The other abbots, without a moment's hesitation, summoned their most potent artifacts, launching them towards the blade shadow. Boom! The combined might of the 5 abbots caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. The formidable being within the colossal blade shadow, still bewildered by the unfolding events, was shattered by their collective force, nearly losing its very soul in the process. Chapter 254, The Crazy Wolf Fortress. The people have been rescued. Esteemed masters, to be on the safe side, we must not allow that soul to escape. With heightened vigilance, Abbot Guangzi, sensing the aura of the soul, summoned his ceremonial banner once again, followed suit by the other abbots who repeated the invocation of their artifacts. Esteemed masters, let us discuss this rationally. Boom! Amidst the pleas for mercy from the soul of the transcendent being, the 5 once more unleashed their power, their terrifying might tearing the soul asunder. However, it seemed this Xiandao sect's transcendent being had some protective treasure, enduring yet again, to withstand our second combined strike. This crazy wolf fortress is indeed peculiar. The ancient Buddha Kasayapa is surely testing us. Abbot Guangzi's expression hardened. The remaining hosts bore grave expressions. At that moment, Xianji entered the wolf den with 18 guardians of the Yun-In temple. Host Guangzi questioned whether such tactics were suitable for dealing with the wolf denver. When he witnessed the nearly obliterated wolf den, he found himself at a loss for words. Master Xianji, your arrival is timely. Upon seeing Xianji, Host Guangzi's face lit up with joy, and he pointed to the ground below, saying, Young lady, you should be imprisoned in the dungeon approximately 300 zhang beneath us. Please hasten and retrieve her. What about you, Host Guangzi? Xianji inquired. Noticing Guangzi and the other hosts still appeared to be on high alert. Unless that primordial spirit is vanquished, this realm may attract an even greater calamity. Host Guangzi replied solemnly. The other hosts nodded in agreement, their auras surging once more, their magical artifacts radiating brilliant light. In the depths of the chasm, the primordial spirit of the transformational elder from the Xiandao sect, sensing the terrifying presence of the hosts, shouted desperately, Esteemed masters, I am but an ordinary cultivator. How could I bring about any disaster? I implore you, in your great compassion, spare me. Upon hearing this, Host Guangzi's expression hardened, and he rebuked. If we extend you our compassion, who will bestow mercy upon the countless citizens of the Cloud Nation? With a sweeping motion of his hand, he declared, Brothers, today we shall exhaust all our power to obliterate this primordial spirit. The hosts raised their voices in unison, chanting sacred verses, then joined Host Guangzi once more, unleashing their strongest artifacts and lethal techniques upon the primordial spirit in the chasm. Amipa, the heads of the 5 great Buddhist temples of the Cloud Nation indeed possess noble intentions, Master Xianji remarked with deep respect. Without further ado, Master Xianji indicated the ground beneath them, commanding, Brothers, let us pierce through to the depths below. In the Wolf Den's dungeon, 2 disciples of the Xiandao sect, tasked with guarding Duan Xiaoyu, exchanged anxious whispers upon hearing the tremors above. What is that commotion? Could someone be attacking the stronghold? One murmured. Fear not. We have powerful experts from the Xiandao sect here, and I hear one of them is in the transformation realm, replied the other. Suddenly, Duan Xiaoyu, shackled in her cell, burst into laughter. I told you, my brother would come to rescue me, she declared defiantly, glaring at her captors. Crack. One of the guards struck Duan Xiaoyu with a whip. Do not be anxious. In half an incense stick's time, we shall send you on your way. You can accompany your so-called brother Taiping on the road to the Yellow Springs, one guard sneered. his gaze betraying a hint of greed as he reached to touch her face. Do not lay a finger on her. The other guard admonished sharply. Did I not warn you? She consumed a peculiar herb, serving as a remedy for her, yet a poison for us, lethal upon mere contact. Her prolonged evasion was solely due to this. It is truly a pity to see her perish so needlessly. A guard, with a wicked grin, flicked his hand, intent on confronting the young lady, Duan Xiaoyu. Bah, you wretched cur, vile creature, born of a mother yet raised without one. Duan Xiaoyu spat at him and unleashed a torrent of curses. Enraged by her words, the guard swiftly drew his long knife, pressing it against her chest, threatening. In a moment, I shall carve your flesh piece by piece. Bang! Before he could finish his threat, a thunderous noise erupted from above the prison cell. Illuminated by the torchlight, they observed a fissure had mysteriously appeared in the ceiling. Bang! Before the guard could react, another deafening crash ensued, as the door to the cell was smashed through, and a figure descended from above. You bang! Just as the guard attempted to speak, he was violently hurled against the wall by a kick from the newcomer. It was none other than Master Xianji. Is it you, Miss Xiaoyu? Xianji smiled gently at the astonished Duan Xiaoyu. After a moment of stunned silence, she weakly nodded. Is it truly you? I am a friend of Xu Taiping. He sent me to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaoyu stood frozen in place. She had often told the guards that Xu Taiping would come to save her, mostly as a means of self-comfort, for without such thoughts, she could not have endured these years. You are not deceiving me, are you? After a prolonged pause, she still found it difficult to believe. Xianji offered no further explanation but produced a communication jade slip linked to Xu Taiping, infusing it with a strand of true essence. Immediately, Xu Taiping's voice resonated from the jade slip. Xiaoyu, this Master Xianji is my friend. Do not fear. He will take you home. Upon hearing his voice, Duan Xiaoyu was once again rendered speechless. After a long while, she finally broke into tears. Amitba. Xianji clasped his hands in prayer, reciting a mantra, then retrieved another communication jade slip to convey. Senior Liu, I have successfully rescued her. Let Xu brother release his restraints. On the viewing platform of the Golden Scale Arena, where the Xian Yun Martial Arts Hall was situated, under the anxious gaze of the seventh prince, Xu Tianqing, Lu Rushuang, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, finally opened them. Master. Xu Tianqing was nearly in tears as he rushed to Lu Rushuang. His urgency stemmed from the fact that on the Golden Scale Arena, Xu Taiping was barely holding his own against Zhou Yuanqing, relying solely on sheer willpower. The person has been saved, Lu Rushuang declared in a tone laced with anger toward Xu Tianqing. Chapter 255, Battling Yuanqing, the fist technique yet to reach mastery. Half a stick of incense ago. On the Golden Scale Arena, Xu Taiping's request for Zhou to grant him another punch was undoubtedly perceived as a provocation. Boom. Thus, upon uttering these words, Zhou Yuanqing's expression darkened, and he delivered a heavy punch downward. In that moment, even though Zhou Yuanqing did not exert his full strength, he nonetheless unleashed at least 70 to 80% of his formidable power, propelled by the peak of martial sanctity and his proficient fist technique. As he struck, the sound of explosive force reverberated, far surpassing the might of his previous blow. Yet again, Xu Taiping chose not to evade but instead employed the to absorb the impact. At this juncture, he had completely resigned himself to the role of a martial artist devoid of true essence, reminiscent of his earlier struggle against the ghostly adversary at Qingzhou residence. The outcome was inevitable. With a resounding thud, Xu Taiping's body was once more sent tumbling backward by the immense force of Zhou Yuanqing's punch. The sole improvement was that this time, thanks to he successfully redirected the power of Zhou Yuanqing's strike into the golden-scaled platform beneath his feet, preventing him from being airborne as he had been with the first blow. However, the onlookers remained oblivious to this subtle advancement. All they witnessed was Xu Taiping, once again, in a state of disarray beneath Zhou Yuanqing's fist. Consequently, the murmurs of astonishment and confusion grew louder and more numerous. Some speculated that Zhou Yuanqing possessed a technique to counter Xu Taiping effectively. Others believed that Xu Taiping's prior victory over Yi Feiyu was merely a stroke of luck. There were even whispers suggesting that Xu Taiping had engaged in some clandestine agreement with Zhou Yuanqing, perhaps intending to contest the outcome before the Yuyuan Manor after the match. Among those harboring similar thoughts was Mu Yuqian from Zhuming Tian. Brother, is Xu Taiping deliberately conceding to Zhou Yuanqing? He was certainly not this feeble in the previous bout. Mu Yuqin remarked with a hint of indignation. She had already been perturbed by Xu Taiping's victory over Mu Yun, and witnessing what appeared to be a secret collusion with Zhou Yuanqing only exacerbated her displeasure. Were it not for the grave consequences of willingly conceding, the risk of being devoured by the fortunes of the golden scale rankings, they had discreetly instructed their factions and sects to refrain from participating in the contest, opting instead to withdraw beforehand. Mu Yun shook his head. This point is explicitly mentioned in the rules recited by the white-robed officiant before each match. Mu Yuqin was well aware of this, yet her frustration remained unabated. Moreover, prior to the contest, I conducted a discreet investigation, revealing no prior interaction between Zhou Yuanqing and Xu Taiping. Even their respective followers and associates had not crossed paths. Mu Yun added, his brow furrowed with concern. Could it be that Zhou Yuanqing possesses some inscrutable means to suppress his opponent? Mu Yuqin's expression grew grave. If there is indeed something amiss, the golden scale rankings would expel both from the platform. The fact that the two remained on the stage indicated their compliance with the established rules. Mu Yun interlaced his fingers and gently cradled his chin, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the golden scaled platform below. In the realm of Jinwu, within the Inxian residence, the Brothers of the Seven Peaks echoed similar sentiments. Xu Taiping could not have conspired with Zhou Yuanqing regarding the golden scale event. There must be another explanation. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lin Buyu remained steadfast in his conviction. Upon hearing her words, the crowd nodded in agreement, for none understood Xu Taiping's character better than they did. Junior brother, you just mentioned that Zhou Yuanqing hails from which sect? Jiangji suddenly recalled something and turned to gaze at Duge Qingxiao. The Xiandao sect, Duge Qingxiao replied. The Xiandao sect? That name grows increasingly familiar. Wait, I remember now, Jiangji exclaimed, her fingers pressing against her forehead as she lifted her head, her eyes widening as she addressed the group. Junior brother, do you recall? 7 years ago, Huang Ke mentioned that before leaving Jinwu Heaven, Taiping had aided the Tiandao sect in repelling 2 cultivators from the Yuyan Heaven. Indeed, I remember Huang Ke mentioning that the attackers were a pair of siblings, with the sister being from the Xiandao sect. Dugu Qingxiao suddenly awakened to the realization. Moreover, that sister from the Xiandao sect abducted the daughter of the Tiandao sect's leader, Duan Xiaoyu, during her escape, Jiangji added, her expression growing serious. At that time, the Qingxian sect was in disarray, and everyone had their own matters to attend to. Even she only learned of this through Huang Ke after Xu Taiping's departure from Jinwu Heaven. Could it be that the Xiandao sect is using Duan Xiaoyu to threaten Taiping? Zhao Linglong, ever forthright, voiced her speculation. I shall inquire with Huang Quebec. Duge Qingxiao promptly took out a communication jade slip to contact Huang Ke from the Jufu. Outside, discussions erupted among the spectators, while the match continued unabated. Bang! Zhou Yuanqing's fist shattered Xu Taiping's guard, followed by a heavy kick to Xu Taiping's abdomen, lifting him 3 feet off the ground before he crashed down. As Xu Taiping fell, Zhou Yuanqing aimed another powerful kick downwards. However, Xu Taiping reacted swiftly, rolling aside to evade the blow. Yet before he could rise, Zhou Yuanqing's fist came crashing down once more. Bang! This time, Xu Taiping managed to adopt the Duan Mountain stance just in time to block the strike. Despite his flesh tearing under the impact, he successfully dissipated at least 40% of the force into the ground, staggering back several paces but remaining on his feet. Indeed, my martial arts are not yet perfected. Though battered and bruised, Xu Taiping's eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, completely oblivious to the unfairness of the contest. Chapter 256, Battle with Yuanqing. I shall not disgrace my master's command. Zhou Yuanqing, though unaware of Xu Taiping's subtle advancements in martial arts, found himself filled with loathing at the sight of Xu Taiping's unwavering gaze, still bright and devoid of fear. Such should not be the expression of a defeated opponent. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze turned cold, and his blood energy surged once more, causing his body to swell and heighten abruptly to a stature of 10 feet. Like Mu Yun and the others, as a disciple held in high regard by the entire Xiandao sect, he too had mastered a method to temporarily enhance his blood energy, attaining the physique of a martial god. Bang! Under the might of the martial god physique, the power of Zhou Yuanqing's fist surged dramatically, tearing through the flesh of Xu Taiping's defending arm. Despite Xu Taiping's remarkably resilient dragon whale physique, he found himself unable to withstand such formidable assaults in a state of diminished vitality. Bang! 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 Subsequently, Zhou Yuanqing unleashed a flurry of punches that caused Xu Taiping's bones to crack audibly. From a distance, he appeared akin to a human sandbag, placed upon the Golden Scales platform. As Zhou Yuanqing's martial prowess became evident, and the Golden Scales platform showed no inclination to expel either combatant, the spectators surrounding the arena gradually transformed their disdainful gazes into expressions of awe directed at Zhou Yuanqing. Consequently, many began to revise their prior opinions, perceiving this contest not as one tainted by clandestine dealings, but as a genuine display of Zhou Yuanqing's ability to suppress Xu Taiping's vitality and true essence. Moreover, it was clear that his martial techniques far surpassed those of Xu Taiping. However, apart from the little sister of the Xianyun Martial Arts School and the senior brothers of the Seven Peaks, there remained a small faction that discerned the subtle changes in Xu Taiping's fighting style. Brother, if this continues, Xu Taiping's physique is likely to be ruined, remarked Mu Yuchen from the Grand Ling Pavilion, her gaze fixated on Xu Taiping, whose body was battered and bloodied, with one eye nearly obliterated. A flicker of compassion crossed her eyes. I now believe he truly cannot contend against Zhou Yuanqing. Otherwise, why would he endure such a plight without conceding? Mu Yuchen sighed and turned her attention to her brother, Mu Yun. Brother? To her surprise, Mu Yun's expression was one of sheer horror. His eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost, fixated on the Golden Scales platform below. Brother, is Zhou Yuanqing truly that formidable? Mu Yuchen, assuming her brother had discerned Zhou Yuanqing's hidden capabilities, asked anxiously. No, it is not Zhou Yuanqing who is formidable, Mu Yun replied, shaking his head vigorously without turning around. It is Xu Taiping. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Xu Taiping, but he seems utterly powerless against the onslaught. You do not understand, though he appears beleaguered. His fighting technique is visibly advancing with remarkable speed, Mu Yun exclaimed with excitement. As fellow top-tier martial arts practitioners, every movement Xu Taiping made on the platform was, in their eyes, worthy of the phrase beyond description. But he looks utterly defeated, Mu Yuchen expressed her confusion. Sister, try to envision Xu Taiping as an ordinary person, one who can only utilize his vitality to confront a martial deity, Mu Yun advised her. In truth, at that moment, Xu Taiping's dragon whale physique, due to insufficient vitality, bore little distinction from that of an ordinary individual. Upon hearing her brother's words, Mu Yuchen, though skeptical, attempted to visualize Xu Taiping as merely a commoner endowed with vitality. If he were indeed an ordinary man, then Zhou Yuanqing's punch would surely shatter Xu Taiping's arm. Just as Mu Yuchen pondered this, Zhou Yuanqing's fist collided with Xu Taiping's raised arm, yet inexplicably, Xu Taiping managed to absorb the blow, his arm holding firm against the impact. Though only managing to withstand a mere breath or two, his body was ruthlessly sent tumbling to the ground by the force behind Zhou Yuanqing's punch. Nevertheless, this did not alter the fact that Xu Taiping had just withstood a blow from a martial artist of the divine realm with the physique of an ordinary man. The only change was that the runes inscribed on the golden-scaled platform beneath his feet suddenly illuminated, indicating that Xu Taiping had channeled the force from his arm into the ground below. How could this be possible, were it not for Mu Yun's guidance? Mu Yuchen would have never discerned this truth. Bang! At that moment, Zhou Yuanqing once again swung his fist down upon Xu Taiping's steadfast stance, yet this time, Xu Taiping absorbed the impact with a mere tremor of his body. Simultaneously, he successfully redirected the energy from Zhou Yuanqing's punch back into his own fist, delivering a blow to Zhou Yuanqing's chest just before he was propelled backward by the force. Boom! Amidst the cacophony of the impact, Xu Taiping was sent reeling, ultimately crashing to the ground, nearly tumbling off the golden-scaled platform. However, as Xu Taiping was struck back, Zhou Yuanqing also staggered several steps in retreat. Witnessing this scene, Mu Yun slowly rose, his face alight with excitement, and spoke with profound reverence, though I cannot fathom his motives. That punch just delivered was more deserving of the four characters of martial arts' ultimate realm than any other. At this moment, Mu Yuchen fell silent. While she could not perceive the exquisite nature of that punch as Mu Yun did, her formidable spirit allowed her to sense the unwavering will emanating from Xu Taiping. Akin to steel, at the moment he unleashed that blow. This realization was shared by another figure in the audience, the martial deity Zhu Huai, as well as the third prince, Chui Nan. To witness such a punch is indeed a stroke of fortune for any martial artist. Should you two have the opportunity to battle, I implore you to honorably and justly secure victory on my behalf, Xu Huai stated, his arms crossed, an expression stoic. After a moment of silence, the third prince nodded and replied, I shall not disappoint your expectations, master. Just then, Zhou Yuanqing appeared to be consumed by a mix of embarrassment and rage, drawing his long blade and launching a fierce strike towards Xu Taiping. Swish! The sound of slicing air resonated as, despite Xu Taiping's utmost efforts to evade, Zhou Yuanqing managed to inflict a long gash across his back. Provided he survived, of course. Observing this scene, the third prince remarked expressionlessly, let us hope he can endure. Chapter 257, Battle with Yuanqing. No one can threaten you anymore. The grand performance was approaching its conclusion. Upon witnessing Zhou Yuanqing draw his blade, the surrounding cultivators grew somewhat disinterested. To them, it seemed that Zhou Yuanqing had no intention of continuing the cat-and-mouse game and was prepared to bring this contest to an end. Swish, swish, swish. As the blade's energy sliced through the air, Xu Taiping was transformed into a veritable figure of blood, his body marred with wounds, exposing bone at the joints of his arms. The sight was so horrific that some female cultivators, unable to bear the gruesome spectacle, began to leave the venue prematurely. Yet, despite this, Xu Taiping showed no inclination to concede. Especially his pair of eyes, still bright as ever, appeared to be searching for an opportunity. Suddenly, at that moment, with a sound slicing through the air, Xu Taiping's feet were struck by a blade wielded by Zhou Yuanqing. Xu Taiping fell to the ground with a thud, unable to evade or flee any longer. The dragon whale physique, having lost its vitality, was merely somewhat more resilient than the average warrior, and it was already remarkable that it had endured to this point. As Xu Taiping collapsed, the arena fell into a profound silence. Save for the sound of Zhou Yuanqing's footsteps as he approached with his blade. It was over. Many in the crowd thought this way. Yet, Xu Taiping, lying on the ground, continued to struggle to rise. It seemed he had not yet surrendered. With broken feet and shattered bones, why did he refuse to concede? This baffled many, including Xu Taiping himself. At that moment, he had already forgotten about the little fish. His sole focus was on using his fists to overcome Zhou Yuanqing before him, until a voice from the stands jolted him awake. Senior brother. He propped himself up, slowly turning towards the source of the voice, and there he saw a young girl in the stands, her face streaked with tears, holding a small monkey aloft. Senior brother. Let go and fight him. No one can threaten you anymore. After uttering these words, she was struck by a fierce gust of wind that slammed against her chest. But she still held the monkey high, refusing to retreat even a step. Xu Taiping was initially taken aback, then a smile graced his lips as he softly murmured, Thank you, junior sister Tianqing. Immediately, he slammed his hand against the ground. With a cracking sound, the bone bracelet on his wrist shattered. This bracelet, aside from suppressing his vitality, bore no other powers. Suddenly, Zhou Yuanqing seemed to sense something, leaping high into the air, merging with his long knife, transforming into a colossal blade shadow that traversed the entire golden scale platform, striking down towards Xu Taiping. Boom! The instant the long knife descended, a deafening explosion reverberated from the golden scale platform. The surrounding cultivators, their faces filled with astonishment, beheld Xu Taiping's body, which had appeared broken and battered, suddenly rise to a height of 13 feet. His muscles bulged, and from his arms, dragon scales subtly emerged. The dragon whale physique, in the state of the angry dragon. This was Xu Taiping's first true exertion of his vitality on the golden scale platform. And it was the first time he genuinely manifested the angry dragon state of the dragon whale physique. Boom. After elevating his physique's vitality to the angry dragon state, Xu Taiping hesitated not for a moment, executing a powerful strike that met Zhou Yuanqing's blade shadow head-on. Perhaps it was the fury in his heart, or perhaps a newfound understanding of the great sage fist. But the force of Xu Taiping's punch had reached a terrifying level that sent chills down the spines of all present. Bang! With a resounding crash, Zhou Yuanqing's blade shadow shattered. Xu Taiping's punch surged forward, delivering a heavy blow against Zhou Yuanqing's pseudo-martial god physique. With a resounding crash, the blood and energy within Zhou Yuanqing's body were forcefully expelled by Xu Taiping's punch, exploding into a mist of crimson. However, in that moment of falling, Zhou Yuanqing, in a state of panic, crushed a piece of ancient jade at his chest. A shield, shimmering with a green radiance, enveloped him entirely. Bang! Xu Taiping disregarded the shield and delivered another powerful blow, shattering it instantly. You cannot kill me. If you do, you bang. Ignoring the risk of being expelled from the golden scale ranking, Zhou Yuanqing attempted to threaten Xu Taiping with Duan Xiaoyu. But Xu Taiping did not afford him the opportunity to finish his sentence. He struck down again with a devastating force, obliterating the shield completely. The residual force of this punch crashed heavily against Zhou Yuanqing's head, causing it to cave in partially. I concede. Crack. Zhou Yuanqing attempted to surrender, but Xu Taiping crushed his jaw, coldly stating, "You do not wish to." After this, he delivered another fierce punch to Zhou Yuanqing's chest, leaving it caved in. Even in a state of pseudo-martial god, with abundant vitality, the body would not deteriorate so swiftly. This was precisely what Xu Taiping desired to witness. Bang! He struck again, meticulously controlling his force, reducing Zhou Yuanqing's shoulder bone to countless fragments, with no visible wounds on the flesh. This blow inflicted such agony that Zhou Yuanqing rolled his eyes back. Stop! At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly roared from a spectator stand behind him. Xu Taiping's gaze flashed coldly, and he replied icily, "Though I am not waiting for you. If you dare come down, I shall kill." As he spoke, seemingly unfazed, he delivered yet another punch to the opposite shoulder of Zhou Yuanqing, who, now without a jaw, emitted a heart-wrenching scream from his throat. Boom! Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated from the spectator's stand behind Xu Taiping. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, pivoted, and drew it with a swift motion. Chapter 258, Decapitation of Yuanqing. The victor of this battle is Xu Taiping. Boom! Accompanied by a dragon's roar mingled with the sound of the blade, a golden-hued, several hundred zhang long blade shadow cleaved through the air towards the source of the menacing aura. The demon-slaying blade, dragon-slaying style. With newfound comprehension of extreme intent, Xu Taiping's dragon-slaying technique exhibited a noticeable enhancement in power. Boom! With a tremendous tremor, Xu Taiping's dragon-slaying blade shadow struck forcefully against a colossal skeletal claw shadow. Behind this immense claw shadow stood an elderly man in purple robes, his white hair billowing, exuding a terrifying aura that dispersed the incessant lightning falling from above the golden scale platform. Bang! The clash of the blade shadow and claw shadow resulted in a simultaneous shattering. However, the blade shadow fragmented more thoroughly, while the claw shadow was merely severed in half, showcasing the formidable prowess of the purple-robed elder. Had Xu Taiping hesitated even a moment longer or not summoned his full strength decisively, it was highly probable that he would have sustained severe injury beneath this claw shadow. The elder in the purple robe clearly did not anticipate that Xu Taiping could withstand his formidable claw. Hesitating for a moment, he refrained from immediately drawing the fearsome long knife at his waist. Just as he prepared to act, a voice akin to thunder resonated above the golden scales platform. "Xiandao ancestor, should you dare to make a move again, you shall remain here in the golden scales pool to feed the fish." This voice bore an indescribable authority, and the sound waves that accompanied it dispersed the gathered blade energy surrounding the Xiandao ancestor. Concurrently, with a series of piercing sounds, 4 white-clad attendants from the Yuyun Manor surrounded the elder, referred to as the Xiandao ancestor. "Young man, he has conceded. Why do you still intend to deliver a lethal blow?" The Xiandao ancestor's gaze shifted from the 4 attendants back to Xu Taiping. The golden scales pool was a forbidden place, considered perilous even for seasoned practitioners like them. Xu Taiping quietly met the Xiandao ancestor's gaze then, as if he had heard nothing, turned away and focused once more on Zhou Yuanqing, whom he had pinned beneath his foot. He then addressed Zhou Yuanqing, whose eyes were filled with terror. "You misheard. He did not concede. According to the rules of the Golden Scales Association, the contest is not over." With that, he raised 2 fingers, channeling the fiery essence of the sun, and forcefully swept his fingers along the blade of the broken water knife. Boom! Blazing flames erupted from the blade of the knife. He then lifted the flaming broken water knife, aiming it at Zhou Yuanqing's neck, and declared, "This strike belongs to the little fish." Insufferable wretch! The purple-robed elder erupted in fury upon witnessing this. Zhou Yuanqing was the sole heir of the Zhou family. He could not allow him to perish at Xu Taiping's hands. As he spoke, his robes billowed, and with a swift motion, he drew the long knife from his waist. The moment the knife was unsheathed, the entire golden scales pool trembled, a pressure imbued with an ancient aura sweeping across the expanse. However, Xu Taiping did not even glance at him, swiftly delivering a downward slash. Zhou Yuanqing's head rolled away, and his soul was consumed by the blazing sun flame. Reduced to ashes, the Xiandao ancestor never imagined that despite displaying such overwhelming might, he could not intimidate Xu Taiping. After a brief moment of shock, he began to roar in a frenzy, cleaving through the four white-clad attendants and lunging at Xu Taiping. Boom! At that moment, a colossal golden dragon surged from the depths of the pool, roaring as it swallowed the Xiandao ancestor whole before diving back into the water, disappearing from sight. The onlookers, who had anticipated a fierce battle, fell into a stunned silence at this turn of events. Then, once more, the voice of Yuyun Manor's master, Qiu Shuanyuan, thundered above the Golden Scales pool. I shall say it once more. Those who violate the rules of the Golden Scales ranking, whether you be an ancestor or a sect leader, or even if all the martial deities of the seven kingdoms gather, you shall obediently descend to feed the dragon. At the sound of that voice, even the venerable Wu god, Zhu Huai, felt a tremor at the corner of his mouth. As for the others, their reactions were even more pronounced. At that moment, as the words echoed, the master of the estate, Qiu Shuanyuan, also appeared on the Golden Scale platform. He gazed deeply at Xu Taiping and then solemnly whispered, "Is your injury severe?" Xu Taiping, somewhat taken aback, shook his head and replied, "It is merely a flesh wound. It is not serious." Upon hearing this, Qiu Shuanyuan nodded and suggested, "If it is not severe, shall we set this matter aside for now? After the Golden Scale Conference, I shall ensure that the Xiandao sect provides you with an explanation." Taken by surprise at such attentiveness from the estate master, Xu Taiping quickly shook his head, saying, "There is no need to trouble the estate master. My friends are assisting me in handling this matter, and it will soon be resolved." Clearly, Qiu Shuanyuan had discerned that Xu Taiping had been coerced by the Xiandao sect during the first half of the competition, resulting in his injuries. "Let your friends return. Handling such matters is better suited for the Yuyun estate." Qiu Shuanyuan waved his hand and then turned to survey the audience, announcing with a resonant voice, "In this contest, the victor is Xu Taiping." Throughout the 5 rounds of competition thus far, Xu Taiping was the only one whose victory was personally proclaimed by the master of the Yuyun estate, a gesture that spoke volumes about the intent behind it. "Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. My senior brother has won. What a relief, truly." In the stands of the Xianyun Martial Arts Academy, the 7th princess, Chu Tianqing, disregarded her own injuries and continuously waved her fists while holding the little monkey Pinyin. At that moment, the junior sister, Lu Ruoshuang, exhaled a long breath, releasing the tension that had built up within her. Although she believed that Xu Taiping would undoubtedly triumph once unshackled, it was only at this moment that she truly felt at ease. "Pinyin, did you hear that woman's voice?" Lu Ruoshuang suddenly recalled something and inquired of Chu Tianqing, who was holding the little monkey Pinyin. "I have been listening, but I did not hear it." Pinyin replied with a hint of shame, shaking his head. The junior sister gently patted his head in comfort. "I did not see any suspicious individuals either." Baiyu remarked with a look of regret. "It is not your fault. That person must have received word in advance and departed early," Lu Ruoshuang explained. After all, the commotion from the Mad Wolf stronghold was quite significant. It is only natural to catch wind of something. Just as they were deliberating on how to go down and meet Xu Taiping, the jade disc on the table suddenly radiated an intense light. "It must be Master Xianji inquiring about Taiping's battle," Lu Ruoshuang surmised. She then cradled the jade disc in her hands and infused it with her true essence. Following this, the voice of the young monk, Xianji, indeed echoed from the jade disc. "Elder Lu, Taiping has won, correct?" "Rest assured, he has won. And his injuries are not severe," Lu Ruoshuang promptly responded. Before long, a voice filled with relief emanated from the jade disc. "That is good." After Xianji spoke, he paused briefly before his tone grew serious as he said, "There is a matter that, should Taiping not be present, may require you, Elder Lu, to convey to him." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshuang's expression instantly changed, a wave of foreboding rising within her. She then activated the jade disc in her hand once more, and Xianji's voice echoed again from the disc. "Today, we encountered a creature disguised as a transcendent being at the Mad Wolf's hideout. From it, we gleaned some intelligence related to the 7-demon abyss, and one particular matter pertains to this Golden Scale Conference." Moments earlier, at the Mad Wolf's hideout, the abbot of the Prajna temple gazed into the deep pit before him, where a creature, resembling a mass of mud, writhed incessantly. With utmost reverence, he clasped his hands and recited a Buddhist mantra, Amitabha. The other 4 abbots followed suit, equally devout in their gestures. Just moments ago, they had intended merely to obliterate the soul of that transcendent being from the Xiandao sect, but unexpectedly, when that primordial spirit was finally extinguished through their relentless efforts, a primordial demon seed, which should only exist within the abyss, materialized. While they had heard tales of primordial demon seeds hidden within the souls of powerful beings, they had never imagined such ancient legends would unfold before them. Besides the guidance of the ancient Buddha Kasayapa, they could conceive of no other explanation. Not only they, but even Xianzhi and the 18 guardians of the scriptures stood dumbfounded. Initially, they thought the 4 abbots had lost their minds, desperately attempting to eliminate that primordial spirit, only to discover a primordial demon seed. This so-called primordial demon seed is akin to the black lotus that enables demon cultivators to transcend. It is a potent elixir for them. It is said that when the time is ripe, consuming it could directly elevate one to the level of a celestial wolf king. Indeed, it allows for an immediate breakthrough. Furthermore, following such an ascension, the subsequent cultivation speed of the demon cultivator would be astonishingly swift. Thus, the actions of the 5 abbots today were tantamount to averting a calamity that could have plunged the entire Yuyun realm into despair. It was a supreme merit sought after by many. Boom. At that moment, beams of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping each monk present, including Xianzhi. He could distinctly sense pure spiritual energy entering his body through the method of empowerment. Before him, the light surrounding the 5 abbots was as thick as a yard in diameter. Amitabha. The 5 abbots' voices trembled as they chanted the mantra in unison once more. Subsequently, Xianzhi felt the aura of the 5 abbots continuously ascend, ultimately breaking through Arhut realm, as he sensed the profound and pure spiritual energy emanating from the 5. The words Arhut realm surfaced in Xianzhi's mind. In the realm of Buddhist meditation, transcending the indomitable state indeed allows one to exchange merits for the divine powers disseminated by the Buddha throughout the world. However, this direct method of empowerment enables disciples to surpass the Arhut realm with formidable mystical capabilities, leading to profound revelations previously unheard. It is no wonder that the abbot summoned the 18 guardians of the scriptures to emerge together. He must have sensed the auspicious Buddhist affinity in this region. With a heart full of astonishment, Xuanzhi pondered, Senior brothers, the Buddha has not forsaken us. The 3,000 Buddhist realms, the pure land of ultimate bliss, have not abandoned us either. Upon realizing his breakthrough into the Arhut realm, the abbot of Bema Temple, Qingda, was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming loudly, Thank you, Kasayapa Buddha, for your compassion. Thank you, Heavenly Protector, for your guidance. Abbot Guangza, equally exhilarated, clasped his palms in reverence towards the southern Chu direction. Amitabha. Thank you, Kasayapa Buddha, for your compassion. Thank you, Heavenly Protector, for your guidance. The other 4 abbots also joined in reverence. Although this primordial demonic seed possesses some intelligence, it becomes exceedingly fragile and timid once detached from its demonic host. We might extract valuable intelligence related to the 7th abyss of demons from it. Xuanzhi suggested calmly to the abbots from the land of Outcloud. Upon hearing his words, the abbots stirred with enthusiasm, recognizing this as a magnificent opportunity to accrue merits and Buddhist affinity. They quickly employed their expertise to interrogate the primordial demonic seed. You need not resort to torture. I will divulge everything. The demonic seed conceded, as Xuanzhi had anticipated, without waiting for the abbots to act. First, tell me about the recent movements in your 7th abyss of demons. Are you planning to initiate the Blood Moon Tide and launch a full-scale assault on our Outcloud? Abbot Huiming was the first to inquire. Does the land of Outcloud even require the Blood Moon Tide to be unleashed? The demonic seed responded, astonished. Upon hearing this, Huiming's expression darkened as he forcefully threw the Ming Wang seal onto the demonic seed. Do not strike me. Although the 7th abyss does not intend to launch the Blood Moon demonic tide against Outcloud, we have already set a trap for your Golden Scale Society, determined to annihilate all your elite forces from the 5 directions. Chapter 260, the 6th round. A matter of intrigue, brother. There is news. That evening, as the 5th round of the Golden Scale Society's trials concluded, Mu Yuqin received a report from his subordinates. At that moment, Mu Yun sat beside a table adorned with a spirit mirror, patiently awaiting the announcement of the next round's competitors. Uncharacteristically, a well-mannered young lad sat beside him. "What news?" Mu Yun inquired, looking at Mu Yuchen with a hint of confusion. "Xiao Yi is also here," Mu Yuchen remarked, momentarily distracted by the youth. "Senior sister Yuchen. I came out to discuss the next round of trials with brother." The young lad smiled at Mu Yuchen. This lad was none other than Ji Yi, a rare prodigy in cultivation from the Zhu Ming Tianguang Ling Pavilion, a sight seldom seen in centuries. "What news indeed?" Mu Yun grew increasingly impatient. "It concerns the means by which the Xu Taiping is being threatened by the Xiandao sect," Mu Yuchen replied mysteriously. Upon hearing these words, Mu Yun's expression immediately grew serious as he urged, "Do not keep us in suspense. Speak swiftly." Beside him, Ji Yi also raised his head curiously to gaze at Mu Yuchen. 7 years prior, a former deacon of the Xiandao sect, long since expelled, inadvertently abducted a female cultivator from the true martial heaven and brought her back to the cloudy abyss. This woman happened to be a close friend of Xu Taiping. During the upcoming Golden Scales Conference, upon recognizing Xu Taiping, that expelled disciple intended to leverage this knowledge as a bargaining chip to extract benefits from the Xiandao sect. To ensure that his illegitimate son secured a prestigious position on the Golden Scales list and thereby revive the Xiandao sect, the old ancestor of the sect spared no expense. He directly commanded an elder at the transformation realm within the sect to cast a mind veil spell, ensuring that Zhou Yuanqing would not be deliberately targeted by disciples from other sections. Furthermore, he had spent over a decade gathering intelligence on the various disciples invited to the Golden Scales Conference, uncovering their weaknesses, and even implanting hidden ailments within them years in advance. Thus, when he discovered that the expelled female disciple possessed Xu Taiping's vulnerabilities, he promptly acquiesced to her demands, leading to the scene you witnessed during today's competition. Mu Yuchen meticulously relayed the information she had gathered to Mu Yun and Ji Yi. After a prolonged silence, Mu Yun finally spoke. "The individual who disseminated this information has concealed the most critical aspect." "What aspect?" Mu Yuchen inquired, puzzled. "How did the old ancestor of the Xiandao sect successfully circumvent the intricate regulations of the Golden Scales list?" Mu Yun's expression grew grave. With Mu Yun's reminder, Mu Yuchen too recognized this crucial detail, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. The cunning and scheming of the Xiandao sect's old ancestor were not unique. Numerous sects and powers across the realms had harbored similar ambitions over the years, yet their efforts faltered primarily due to the constraints imposed by the Golden Scales list. The fact that the Xiandao sect had succeeded this time undoubtedly indicated they had discovered a means to evade the regulations, which was indeed the most alarming revelation. By the way, how did Xu Taiping manage to remain unfazed by the threats posed by the Xiandao sect? Mu Yun abruptly turned to Mu Yuchen with a question. "This matter is somewhat enigmatic," Mu Yuchen replied, furrowing her brow before continuing. "Today, a spy from Shiliang, embedded within the Outcloud Nation, reported that a branch of the Xiandao sect, the Mad Wolf Stronghold, was suddenly besieged by a group of Buddhist monks. As far as I know, that Mad Wolf Stronghold had long since allied with the Wolf King, so being attacked by Buddhist monks seems rather ordinary," Mu Yun remarked, somewhat perplexed. If it were ordinary monks, it would be one thing. But among those attacking the Mad Wolf Stronghold were a high monk from the Cloud Hidden Temple and 18 scripture keepers, Mu Yuchen whispered. 18 scripture keepers? Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Mu Yun's face. And that is not all. The abbots of the 5 major temples of the Zen sect in the Outcloud Nation have also participated, Mu Yuchen added. Such a formidable display. All aimed at a single Mad Wolf Stronghold? Mu Yun expressed his bewilderment. But wait, what does this have to do with Xu Taiping? He suddenly realized that what Mu Yuchen was saying seemed unrelated to the competition involving Xu Taiping. The scouts reported that due to the barriers surrounding the Mad Wolf Valley, they were unaware of the happenings within the Mad Wolf Stronghold. However, upon the appearance of the monks, an injured woman suddenly emerged among the ranks, whose attire and accent suggested she was not a practitioner from the cloudy sky, but rather hailing from the true martial heaven. Mu Yuchen explained to Mu Yun. "So you believe that the woman rescued by the alliance of Yunin Temple and the 5 major temples of Chuyan Kingdom is indeed the friend of Xu Taiping?" Mu Yun inquired, fixing his gaze upon Mu Yuchen. "I find this rather enigmatic," Mu Yuchen replied with a hint of resignation. "Let us investigate this matter gradually. For now, our most pressing concern remains the upcoming competition." Mu Yun redirected his attention to the spiritual mirror on the table and continued. The 15 individuals participating next are not to be trifled with. From the next round onward, I fear that Xiao Yi may become the target of the practitioners from other sections. He glanced at the youth beside him. Rest assured, senior brother, we have reached the 6th round, and there is no need for further concealment. The youth responded with a calm smile. Mu Yun admired the youth's composure and nodded in approval. Speaking of which, with 15 participants this round, if luck is on Xiao Ye's side, perhaps he might advance without a fight directly into the next round, Mu Yuqin remarked with anticipation. Chapter 261. The 6th round. Can I comprehend the domain of the blade? At that moment, the spiritual mirror on the table illuminated, revealing the matchups for the new round. 15 individuals, 7 matches, 1 person receiving a bye. The names appeared sequentially within the mirror. Upon spotting Ji Ye's name on the list, Mu Yuqin's expression shifted to one of concern. Xu Taiping, disciple of the esteemed Changbai from the Dragon Riding Heaven, is likely to possess a source technique akin to that of Dongfang Yuejian, Mu Yun murmured, furrowing his brow. Mu Yuqin also wore a worried expression, especially upon noticing that Xu Taiping had received a bye this round, prompting him to pout slightly. Xu Taiping is fortunate. He doesn't have to compete this time. However, Ji Yi sighed in relief, saying, fortunately, I am not matched against that brother Taiping, otherwise, I fear I might not be adequately prepared. At this, both Mu Yun and Mu Yuqin exchanged puzzled glances at Ji Yi. Ji Yi, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, senior brother, senior sister, I haven't had the chance to tell you until now, but I have finally managed to play the Heavenly Demon Array melody these past 2 days. Really? Mu Yuqin and Mu Yun exclaimed in unison. Though somewhat unrefined, I can manage to play it as a melody. If I could have a few more days, I believe I could improve further. As long as I do not encounter a physically powerful warrior like Xu Taiping, I am confident I can hold my own against other practitioners, Ji Yi affirmed. Excellent, 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 Mu Yun exclaimed, slamming the table with excitement. The Heavenly Demon Array melody was inspired by the Qing Emperor, also known as the Supreme Void Emperor. During the initial Heavenly Demon conflict, when he collaborated with the 5 emperors to combat the 9 abyss demons. In later years, the Cloudy Sky Emperor remarked upon this melody as a source technique of the mortal realm. In the eyes of the Emperor of Cloud and Mist, the power of this composition, if fully unleashed, could even surpass many fundamental techniques inscribed upon the spirit bone steel. However, much like the numerous foundational arts etched upon the steel, this Heavenly Demon Array melody also necessitates exceptionally gifted disciples for its transmission. Consequently, many believe it to be lost in the depths of the abyss. Only a select few disciples of the Guangling Pavilion are privy to the truth. The Heavenly Demon Array melody has never been lost. It is merely that the last ancestor to master this melody cannot descend the mountain for certain reasons, awaiting a successor. And that successor, Ji Yi, is the one for whom they have waited for millennia. Xiao Yi, after a millennium, the Heavenly Demon Array melody can resonate once more. Even if we falter in the next round, our journey shall not be in vain. Mu Yun exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Ji Yi. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Xianyun Martial Arts School, does this mean I have directly entered the top 8 of the Golden Scales Conference? Xu Taiping expressed his surprise as he glanced at today's list on the spirit mirror. What? Brother Taiping, are you not competing in the next round? Who shall I place my bets on? Chu Xiao, eagerly awaiting the chance to recuperate her previous losses, wore an expression of disappointment. Stop gambling, Chu Tianqing admonished, gripping Chu Xiao's cheeks and shaking them vigorously, prompting laughter to erupt among those present. This time, Taiping, you can take the opportunity to rest and recuperate from your injuries while also observing your next opponent, said junior sister Lu Rushuang to Xu Taiping. I share that sentiment. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Additionally, you must heed the matter mentioned by the little monk Xianji. If the primordial demon seed did not deceive us, the Xianhua demon seed should be lurking among these 15 individuals. If possible, attempt to identify it without attracting its attention. Otherwise, the calamity brought by a Xianhua-level demon seed may be beyond the means of even the Golden Scales pool to contain. Lu Rushuang conveyed to Xu Taiping in a hushed tone. This information was one of the insights gleaned from the primordial demon seed by the monk Xianji. Xu Taiping nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, he was already informed about this matter and the Xianhua demon seed, as Lu Rushuang had previously elucidated it to him. The most troublesome aspect of this was that the Xianhua-level demon seed, akin to the shadow spirits he encountered in the desolate realm of the Thousand Buddha Kingdom, could not harm him when unnoticed. However, once noticed, they would pursue him relentlessly, making resistance exceedingly difficult. Even discussing this with junior sister posed risks. Should the demon be lurking nearby? Thus, despite their awareness of the situation, they dared not disclose it openly. The most pressing concern, however, lay in the claim of the primordial demon seed that the Xian Hua-level demon seed could enhance its strength during combat. For each opponent it vanquished, the demon seed would gain tenfold the power of its defeated adversary. If it were allowed to continue winning, even the Golden Scales pool might struggle to suppress it. Be particularly vigilant regarding this matter. The little monk Xian Ji has already informed the Lord of Cloud and Mist through Yuanyin Temple. Surely, a strategy will be devised by the Cloud and Mist House within the next few days, junior sister added. Xu Taiping silently nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Xian Ji discovered this. Otherwise, according to the words of the little master, once the Xian Hua demon seed grew powerful, the Golden Scales would be overwhelmed, and they might not even comprehend their demise. While Xu Taiping and the little master continued their discussion, the voice of the sword demon suddenly resonated within his mind. Tomorrow coincides with the full moon. Since you have grasped the essence, why not attempt to enter my blade domain? I can offer you some guidance to see if you can comprehend the rudiments of the blade domain. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping stood in a daze for a moment before murmuring in his heart, "Can I truly comprehend the blade domain?" Chapter 262, the sixth round. The blade domain of the sword demon. To cultivate the blade domain, one must master the martial art's ultimate essence, possess a divine physique, and possess a complete set of techniques cultivated to the utmost realm. None of these can be lacking. Within the blood-red blade domain, Xu Taiping and the sword demon sat cross-legged opposite each other. Now that you possess all three elements, it is only natural that you can cultivate. The sword demon crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze serious and imposing. "Forgive my impudence, sword demon, but why do you wish to teach me these things?" Xu Taiping finally mustered the courage to voice this question after careful contemplation. In truth, even now, his relationship with the sword demon was far from amicable. For instance, during practice within the blade domain, the sword demon would repeatedly take his life. The intent to kill was unmistakable. Had it not been for the restraint of the spirit moon fairy, Xu Taiping believed the sword demon would still seek to seize his body by any means necessary. "I shall not hide the truth from you," the sword demon replied, meeting Xu Taiping's gaze earnestly. "Over the years, each time we sparred, I was reminded of certain memories, particularly when you made progress in your techniques. The more you advanced, the more I recalled." At this point, the sword demon raised a hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and lightly gestured towards the surging blood river. With a thunderous sound, a series of dilapidated structures rose from the river. Having trained with the sword demon for over a decade, Xu Taiping recognized this as a sign of the sword demon's fragmented blade domain undergoing restoration. Thus, in my view, rather than seeking others to spar with in search of memories, it is far better to cultivate you into a blade master capable of contending with me. The sword demon continued, his arms still crossed, his expression grave. "Thank you for your honesty, esteemed elder." Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. The sword demon raised a hand, signifying that thanks were unnecessary, and continued with a serious demeanor. "The reason I have decided to guide you in cultivating the blade domain is that when you sense the ultimate essence, I suddenly recalled a great many things. This indicates that when you advance further, I may be able to recover my complete memories." He paused for a moment, then fixed Xu Taiping with a penetrating gaze, as sharp as a blade. "However, at that time, it is highly likely that I will break free from this cursed seal and may very well kill you." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping fell silent, seemingly in deep contemplation. Matters of life and death required utmost caution. "If you are afraid, then do not learn from me," the sword demon snorted coldly. In response, a faint smile crept onto Xu Taiping's lips as he raised his head and said, "I implore you, sword demon, to teach me the methods of cultivating the blade domain." Upon hearing this, the demon blade slightly relaxed his furrowed brow. "Not afraid?" he inquired in a deep voice, addressing Xu Taiping. The younger man pondered earnestly before responding. "You possess at most a 50% chance of defeating me, which makes it worth the risk." Xu Taiping shook his head with sincerity. "You, young man, appear humble and amicable on the surface, yet your inner disposition is even more audacious than mine. the demon blade remarked. This is commendable. As practitioners of the blade, we ought to be this way. Even if an ancient deity stood before us, wishing to slay me, they would only have a 50% chance of success. The demon blade's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. He then rose, pointing to the ground, and inscribing a circle with a radius of approximately 10 feet. The blade domain consists of 9 levels, the first of which is the most rudimentary, known as the 8th zhang. One of the abilities of this 8th zhang blade domain is to impose restrictions on all techniques within a radius of 10 feet. The demon blade gestured towards the circle on the ground, and then indicated Xu Taiping's blade at his waist. You may give it a try? Xu Taiping nodded, unsheathing his sword with a swift motion and executing the chaotic cicada slash towards the demon blade. Now, having grasped the ultimate essence, even a casual strike from him wielded tremendous power. However, just as that strike was about to land on the demon blade, the latter's ominous blade, unsheathed at an unknown moment, had already inflicted a cut upon Xu Taiping's abdomen. Witnessing this, Xu Taiping broke into a cold sweat, for he realized that the demon blade had not outpaced him, but had instead discerned his intentions and trajectory the moment he drew his sword. Within the blade domain, even the most rudimentary level allows one to foresee or sense the opponent's intent, irrespective of whether they wield a sword, a blade, or employ techniques. Thus, it becomes possible to impose restrictions on all techniques. The demon blade sheathed his weapon, resting his hands upon the hilt, and solemnly introduced the concept to Xu Taiping. I have learned much, Xu Taiping acknowledged with a nod. Beyond the restriction of techniques, the 8th zhang blade domain possesses another ability known as 10 steps 1 kill. This ability ensures that within a 10-step radius, one is perpetually a step ahead, thus enabling the execution of a killing strike within that distance. The demon blade continued to elaborate on the second capability of the 8th zhang blade domain. To always be a step ahead, Xu Taiping, having spent years in external training, understood the weight of those words. With the physique of a dragon whale and the demon-slaying blade, along with the great sage fist, he felt confident that as long as he could stay a step ahead, he would have the strength to contend with opponents even if they surpassed him by a realm. Of course, the outcome of victory or defeat was yet to be determined. The demon blade then gestured towards the circle on the ground. To achieve this, you must control your ultimate intent and envelop this 10-foot radius with it, merging your supreme blade techniques with your divine warrior physique, allowing your heart and will to move in unison within this area, thereby cultivating your unique 8th zhang blade domain. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping stepped into the circle, and with a serious expression, he respectfully clasped his hands towards the demon blade, saying, I humbly request you, esteemed demon blade, to impart your wisdom on the application of ultimate intent. Upon hearing this, the blade demon waved his hand dismissively and raised the sinister blade he wielded, saying, You will spend a year within this blade domain. For the first 6 months, I shall not reveal to you the methods of mastering the ultimate essence. You must comprehend it on your own. After all, enduring a few more deaths will eventually lead to some insights. Xu Taiping could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth upon hearing this, realizing that the next 6 months would likely be filled with trials. Chapter 263, the 6th round, the malevolent seed of the abyss. A few days later, during the 6th round of the Golden Scales Assembly, this contest appeared to be the most relaxed one the members of the Xian Yun Martial Academy had experienced since the inception of the assembly. A group of individuals gathered in the loft, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Taiping, you don't seem well. Is your injury still unhealed? Noticing Xu Taiping's pallor, which starkly contrasted with his previous vitality, the junior mistress Lu Ruo Shuang expressed her concern. No. It's just that I've been practicing the blade a bit late into the night, Xu Taiping replied with a smile, shaking his head repeatedly. For 3 consecutive nights, he had been dragged into the blade domain by the blade demon, facing countless deaths in various forms, making it a miracle that he retained any semblance of spirit. Yet, he was also grateful to the blade demon, had it not been for him risking his own energy to forcibly open the blade domain for 3 nights. His training would not have seen such modest progress. Dedication to your training is commendable, but do not overexert yourself. Otherwise, the costs may outweigh the benefits. Lu Ruo Shuang cautioned Xu Taiping with a grave expression. I understand, junior mistress, Xu Taiping nodded with a smile. At that moment, the voice of the Lord of the Assembly, Qiu Shuanyuan, echoed above the Golden Scales platform. In the 6th round of the Golden Scales Assembly, Cheng Long Tian Kong's Zhu Qiong Mo faces off against Zhu Ming Tian Guang Ling's Ji. Upon hearing this announcement, both Xu Taiping and Lu Ruo Shuang's eyes brightened. This Zhu Qiong Mo possesses both talent and cultivation comparable to Dongfang Yuejian. You must pay close attention, as he could very well be your opponent in the next round. Lu Ruo Shuang conveyed to Xu Taiping through thought. As she transmitted her message, a radiant rune glimmered beneath her feet, a special formation designed to shield their mental communication from external perception. I sense that Ji Ye's cultivation and talent are also formidable. I wonder how he will perform today. Xu Taiping remarked, directing his gaze towards Ji Yi. Martial artists possess an innate intuition that allows them to sense their opponents, unlike ordinary cultivators. Reminiscent of his previous contest with Yi Feiyu. Furthermore, based on our conjectures over the past few days, each of the cultivators competing today could potentially embody the malevolent seed of the abyss. You should keep a close watch as well. Lu Ruoshuang continued to advise Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement, and then inquired silently, if we locate it, will there be a way to capture it? Indeed. Lu Ruoshuang affirmed in response. Then, she added, Taiping, you might not be very familiar with the 9 abyss demon seeds, are you? Not particularly, Xu Taiping acknowledged. You should familiarize yourself with them now. Seizing the moment while the white-clad steward on the platform was reciting the rules of the Golden Scales list, the junior mistress began to enlighten Xu Taiping about the 9 abyss demon seeds. Apart from the ancient demons that lie dormant, the entities birthed from the 9 abyss manifest in 2 forms, demon embryos and demon seeds. In this narrative, the demonic embryo possesses the terrifying ability to grow independently without relying on a human vessel. However, following several fierce confrontations between celestial demons, the cultivators of the human race joined forces with those of the demon race to obliterate all the blood springs in the abyss that could nurture these embryos. As a result, sightings of demonic entities birthed from such embryos have become exceedingly rare. Conversely, the demonic seeds, due to the overwhelming number of entities that can be conceived within the abyss, pose a different challenge. At times, a mere blade of grass, a single fruit, or even a stone may be endowed with powers and transformed into a demonic seed under the corrosive influence of abyssal demonic energy. Thus, despite the 5 emperors leading their armies deep into the abyss in ancient times, they could not eradicate these seeds entirely. The demonic seeds are categorized based on their power: primordial demonic seeds, profound calamity demonic seeds, earthly calamity demonic seeds, heavenly calamity demonic seeds, and god-slaying demonic seeds. Among these, the primordial demonic seeds are the most commonplace, followed by the profound calamity demonic seeds. There exists a significant disparity in their strengths. For instance, the potency of primordial demonic seeds correlates with the demon cultivator they inhabit, while the profound calamity demonic seeds possess the ability to instantly obliterate the consciousness of their host upon possession. Furthermore, the profound calamity demonic seeds wield a power that is ineffable and imperceptible, akin to that of the Yin gods. They enhance their strength at an accelerated pace by vanquishing their adversaries. Regardless of whether they are profound calamity demonic seeds or primordial demonic seeds, their paramount weakness lies in their inability to exist apart from their corporeal hosts. As long as they remain undetected by their foes, they cannot employ their demonic powers to inflict harm. They must rely solely on the strength of the demon cultivator they inhabit. After hearing Lu Ruoshuang's exposition, Xu Taiping discerned that these demonic seeds bear a striking resemblance to the Yin gods found in the primal wilderness. Could there perhaps be a connection between the two? Xu Taiping, with an impassive expression, touched his left eye contemplatively, pondering whether he could inquire with Sister Lingyue later. At that moment, the white-clad stewards standing upon the Golden Scales platform had already departed, while Zhu Qiong Mo and Ji Yi had gracefully descended upon the stage. With a resounding crash, as the barrier of sword energy dissipated, both individuals experienced a sudden surge in their auras. As the sound of a sword's cry reverberated, Zhu Qiong, riding the clouds, unleashed a multitude of sword shadows from his flying sword, a formidable force akin to a raging tide spreading across the Golden Scales platform. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted as the thousands of sword shadows coalesced into a vast river, rushing forward to engulf the boy Ji Yi, who was shrouded in a circular halo. In the face of this formidable sword force, Ji Yi, the young prodigy clad in white, displayed no trace of panic. Calmly, he sat cross-legged in midair, placing an ancient zither upon his lap. With a decisive stroke of his hand across the strings, a sound akin to a sword's ringing erupted, and waves of sound waves emanated from the strings, transforming into countless flying swords that surged forward to meet Zhu Qiongmo's overwhelming sword force. Today, the prodigious Ji Yi of the absolute dark heaven cast aside pretense. Chapter 264. Observing the battle, the appearance of the divine weapon, the great sword of the giant gate. With a thunderous crash, the two clusters of sword shadows erupted simultaneously. After the explosion, the sword energy scattered and surged towards the barrier shielding the audience, striking it with a series of resounding impacts. Initially, everyone anticipated a one-sided contest, expecting that Zhu Qiongmo would swiftly secure victory. However, to their astonishment, as the match commenced, Ji Yi from the Guangling Pavilion delivered a surprising performance. Judging from that initial strike alone, his mastery of swordplay was on par with Zhu Qiongmo. It is no wonder that my master often says, the one wielding a sword may not necessarily be a swordsman, and the one who does not wield a sword may very well be one. Listening to the ethereal sounds akin to shattering silver vases, and gazing at the sword energies crisscrossing the golden scales platform, Princess Tianqing murmured in disbelief. It was not just Tianqing who was taken aback. Lu Rushuang and Xu Taiping, standing nearby, shared the same sentiment. According to their earlier observations, Ji Yi, like Mu Yun, was adept with a blade, showcasing remarkable knife techniques. Either Ji Yi had concealed his abilities, or Lu Rushuang shot a penetrating glance at Xu Taiping. He was indeed worth closer scrutiny. Xu Taiping understood her unspoken message and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At that moment, Zhu Qiongmo, suspended in midair, suddenly raised his sword finger and fervently recited an incantation, directing his sword finger sharply towards Ji Yi below. In an instant, all the sword energy surrounding him converged upon his long sword, transforming into a colossal sword shadow that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Ji Yi. This strike bore resemblance to the divine weapon used by the Jiao demon Lord Ling in the past. However, while Ling summoned a massive sword of divine weaponry, Zhu Qiongmo's attack was forged by channeling his own sword energy and intent, drawing upon the essence of the celestial weapon. Although it possessed only 3/4 of the potency of the divine strike, it was still formidable, particularly since the control of such a strike belonged to a demon lord of the Jiao. Zhu Qiongmo truly exemplified the prowess of a disciple from the esteemed Qingluan Tian Kong Ming cave. Sensing the might of the flying sword, Xu Taiping felt a jolt of apprehension. He pondered that if he were in Zhu Qiongmo's position, aside from a direct confrontation akin to the Mount Shan style, he would lack effective countermeasures. Taiping, utilize your utmost focus to keenly sense any fluctuations in Ji Ye's aura. If he harbors the Xian Hua demon seed within him, it is possible to detect the demonic energy emanating from him, Lu Rushuang conveyed to Xu Taiping. Understood, Xu Taiping silently replied, merging his consciousness with his utmost focus and releasing it outward. During his days of training within the realm of the Blade Demon, he had grown accustomed to this fusion of mind and intent. The advantage of this approach was that he could perceive his opponent's every movement without relying solely on sight. Thus, he was confident that he would detect any anomalies in Ji Ye's aura. At that moment, a sudden, urgent note from the zither resonated across the golden scales platform. Waves of sound enveloped Ji Yi, and a massive silhouette, formed from the verdant aura emanating from within him, surged forth to shield him, clasping Zhu Qiongmo's sword shadow between its palms. With a resounding explosion, the colossal sword shadow and the verdant figure clashed fiercely before erupting into a brilliant display of energy. Nevertheless, even amidst that shattered colossal figure, a faint yet palpable aura of pressure emanated, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread among all present. Master, what was that shadow formed from the sound of the zither just now? Why did I feel my vital energy surging uncontrollably after merely a glance? Chu Tianqing gazed in astonishment at his companion, Lu Rushuang. At that moment, Lu Rushuang wore an equally astonished expression. After a prolonged silence, as the melodies of the zither and the clang of swords resonated once more atop the golden scales platform, she murmured, could this piece be the legendary Jing? Before Lu Rushuang could finish her thought, Zhu Qiongmo unleashed another sword strike. This time, the sword shadow he manifested was so vivid that one could distinctly perceive the blade, the spine, and even the intricate patterns etched upon the hilt. The divine weapon, Giant Chu. Xu Taiping, who had initially been bewildered by the fact that Ji had managed to block Xu Taiping's sword with merely a zither note, found his astonishment eclipsed by the sword's shadow now coalescing before him. During the Qingshan Seven Peaks tournament, he had witnessed this divine weapon in the hands of his master, Zhou Tong, hence his swift recognition. However, the conundrum lay in the fact that Zhou Tong had devoted countless efforts and over a century to refine that divine weapon. In stark contrast, Xu Taiping had evidently conjured this weapon using his own sword qi instantaneously. The disparity between the two was monumental. Most critically, judging from the aura radiating from the sword, the giant Xu that Xu Taiping had forged in mere moments bore a potency that was not at all inferior to Zhou Tong's renowned weapon. The swordsmanship of the Kongming Cave shares a common origin with that of our Qingshan sect. Both draw the spirit of divine weapons into their beings to nurture the sword. However, their lineage appears to be far more complete than ours, Lu Rushuang remarked gravely. This kind of sword-nurturing technique is derived from the 36 weapon diagrams depicted on the spirit bone stele. Our ancient ancestors crafted 36 divine weapons based on these diagrams, among which are the divine weapon, Giant Chu, and the extermination sword drawn by Dongfang Yuejian using the art of creation. Nevertheless, some cultivators argue that weapons forged from mundane iron do not qualify as true divine weapons among the 36. Consequently, they began to utilize their own vital blood as metal, their true qi as charcoal, and their energy chambers as forges, aspiring to cultivate truly authentic divine weapons. Thus, the lineage of sword-cultivating sword cultivators emerged within the realm. Chapter 265. Witnessing the battle, inviting the true martial emperor into the arena. Not only that, but I sense that Xu Taiping must have also acquired a source law inheritance. Xu Taiping gently shook his head. As Xu Taiping manifested this sword, his spiritual essence could distinctly sense an even more formidable power concealed within him. If this were true, he must have obtained one of the weapon illustrations from the 36, most likely the giant Chu. The expression of the little junior sister suddenly grew solemn. The Thunder Sword and Fire Dragon Sword of the Qingshan sect are also derived from the 36 divine weapons, but they are not source laws. Rather, they are remnants due to the loss of their inheritance. If the remnants possess such immense power, the might of a source law would be beyond estimation. Boom. At that moment, the shadow of the colossal sword, known as the Giant Chu, broke through the 9 barriers conjured by Ji Yeqin's music and descended from the heavens, aiming directly at Ji Yi below. However, Ji Yi seemed to be fully prepared. As the Giant Chu fell, he deftly plucked the strings of his zither 5 times with fingers as slender and delicate as a woman's. Unlike the previous melodies, these 5 notes evoked an uncanny sensation reminiscent of a boulder crashing to the ground and the thundering of war drums. In an instant, the audience was engulfed by an illusion, as though they were immersed in the chaos of a battlefield. The fierce spirit of combat? Indeed, it was the spirit of war. Xu Taiping, who had fought alongside the Crimson Armored Cavalry, instantly recognized the unique martial fervor embedded within Ji Ye's music, a sentiment familiar to soldiers on the battlefield. In the next moment, Ji Ye's hands began to pluck the strings at an astonishing speed. Alongside the drumbeats of war, the sounds of clashing weapons and the roars of charging troops resonated within the music. Simultaneously, figures began to materialize rapidly from the melodies. In the blink of an eye, a military formation appeared before Ji Yi. As a note reminiscent of a general's command rang out, all the soldiers within the formation raised their shields in unison. With a resounding crash, akin to the moment the Crimson Armored Cavalry faced the Shark Demon Feather with their celestial sword, a shield, forged from the essence of martial spirit, materialized above Ji Yi's head. Xu Taiping was struck with astonishment, compared to the war spirit of the Crimson Armored Cavalry. The fervor emanating from the soldiers before Ji Yi was even more potent. The shield, hovering above the golden scales platform, radiated an ancient aura that instilled fear. With a thunderous impact, the shadow of the Giant Chu crashed against the shield. To everyone's astonishment, that formidable divine sword failed to breach the ancient shield above Ji Ye's head. Undoubtedly, this piece Ji Yi played was the Heavenly Demon's March composed by the Emperor of Absolute Darkness. Upon witnessing this, Lu Shuang's suspicions were confirmed, and she exclaimed in astonishment. Just as she spoke, Xu Taiping manipulated the Giant Chu once more, launching another assault against the ancient shield. This time, only a few cracks appeared on the shield, yet it remained unbroken. Meanwhile, The spirit of battle within Ji Ye's music continued to intensify. Little Shirgu, what is the heavenly demon's march? Unable to contain his curiosity after fully perceiving the terror of Ji Ye's music, Xu Taiping turned to Lu Shuang and inquired. This piece was inspired by the Emperor of Absolute Darkness during the initial battle against the heavenly demons, when the 5 emperors united to confront the myriad demons of the 9 abyss. Subsequently, the emperor devoted his utmost efforts to perfect this composition, nearly sacrificing his chance at ascension. The last to ascend, the emperor of the ethereal clouds, remarked that this march is not inferior to the source laws inscribed on the spirit-bone steel. Lu Shuang replied gravely. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a jolt of realization, murmuring, "Indeed, Ji Yi of the Guangling Pavilion possesses a technique that rivals the source laws." He now comprehended why Sister Lingyue had described this Golden Scales assembly as a gathering of prodigious talents. The most terrifying aspect is that these 2 prodigies on stage are merely in their teenage years. Xu Taiping's emotions were somewhat complex. "Taiping, do you not sense anything unusual?" the young master inquired telepathically. "No, at least at the moment. Neither of them appears to be," Xu Taiping replied, shaking his head. "However, I do sense a formidable power within Zhu Qiongma," he added. Lu Rushuang gently rubbed her forehead and sighed, saying, "If all goes as expected, it should be the great quenching sword, transformed from the source law. Ji Yi is no different. His heavenly demon formation song has only played halfway, and what follows is the true emergence of the 5 emperors." Pausing briefly, she cast a wry smile at Xu Taiping and remarked, "The prodigies at this Golden Scale conference far exceed those present during my time." Xu Taiping couldn't help but feel helpless before him. Whether it was Ji Yi or Zhu Qiongma, either would prove to be an exceedingly formidable opponent. Suddenly, amidst their mental exchange, a thunderous roar erupted from the Golden Scale platform below. Streams of pure sword energy surged forth from Zhu Qiongma, enveloping him in a tempest of sword aura, making him appear as if he were caught in a maelstrom of shimmering blades. Following this, Zhu Qiongma raised his sword finger and, with a bright smile directed at the young Ji Yi, said, "Young brother Ji Yi, may I summon the 5 emperors into the formation? Even if I, Zhu Qiongma, were to be defeated, it would not be in vain." As he spoke, a melodious sword chant, akin to the whispers of ancient deities, resonated throughout the Golden Scale pool. Immediately, a blinding golden light erupted from Zhu Qiongma's chest, as if it had split open. Upon witnessing this, the young Ji Yi also smiled broadly and exclaimed, "To behold the true visage of the great quenching sword is indeed a fortune for us." No sooner had the words left his lips than, with swift motions of his fingers, a resonant melody filled with righteous intent arose, akin to jade beads cascading upon a silver tray. Subsequently, Ji Yi, with a tone imbued with reverence, proclaimed loudly, "Disciple Ji Yi requests the great martial emperor to enter the formation." Request the great martial emperor to enter the formation? Ji Ye's declaration left the 7th princess, Chu Tiancheng, momentarily stunned, her gaze upon the Golden Scale platform filled with confusion. At that moment, many cultivators, much like Princess Tiancheng, were equally bewildered. It was not until, amidst the resonant notes of martial music, a towering column of energy, formed from sound waves and emerald green sword aura, suddenly shot upwards, that the expressions of the crowd transformed from confusion to astonishment. With the emergence of this column, a heart-stirring pressure descended upon everyone, as if a mountain had been placed upon their chests. Following that, waves of fluctuating energy surged forth, battering against the barrier in front of the viewing platform. The intensity of these energy fluctuations escalated, gripping the hearts of the spectators with an inexplicable tension. It appears that the restrictions within the Golden Scale pool have sensed the unfolding events. Amidst the jarring sounds of collisions, the barrier before the viewing platform of the Golden Scale pool transformed from a single layer to 2, ultimately escalating to 5 layers, with the flickering runes stabilizing at last. Boom. Almost concurrently with the emergence of these 5 layers, a column of energy with a radius of 3 zhang erupted violently, radiating a force capable of shattering mountains and splitting stones. Bang! In the midst of the piercing clash, the 5-fold barrier before the viewing platform of the Golden Scale pool shattered, losing 3 layers in an instant. This spectacle caused beads of cold sweat to form on Princess Tiancheng's forehead, while the entity she held tightly to her chest, Pinyin, nearly gasped for breath. Struggling to regain composure, Nevertheless, the princess's wide eyes remained fixated on the golden scale platform, unblinking. As the emerald winds dissipated from the platform, she beheld a towering figure standing before Ji Yi. Though somewhat indistinct, it was evident that this being stood 3 zhang tall, with long hair flowing freely. Clad in a dark robe adorned with golden armor and a jade belt, wielding a sword with fierce intent, encased in a radiant halo, exuding an extraordinary presence. Could this be the great Emperor Zhenwu? Princess Tianqing stood frozen, an instinctive awe surging from the depths of her being, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Merely casting a glance, the unguarded princess felt as though her soul had been pierced by a multitude of steel needles, the pain threatening to shatter her mind. Little did she know, even this phantom, a mere fragment of the great Emperor Zhenwu's divine essence, was not something one could gaze upon directly. Observing this, her junior sister, Lu Ruoshuang, hastily covered her eyes, stabilizing her soul with her own spiritual power, while advising, do not look directly. This phantom is but a thread of the great Emperor Zhenwu's divine will, manifested through Ji Ye's spiritual essence. Xu Taiping then produced a wine gourd and offered it to her, saying, take a sip. Having imbibed Longdan liquor for years and frequently tempered by the blade ghost, his spiritual essence was far more robust than that of an ordinary practitioner at the refinement stage. Clang. Just as Princess Tianqing accepted the wine gourd from Xu Taiping, the sharp sound of a sword resonated abruptly. Following the sound, she beheld a massive black-green sword, broad and thick-edged, now hovering before Xu Qiongma. Unlike the previously conjured sword shadows, this sword appeared indistinguishable from one forged of tempered iron, yet the dense, unyielding aura emanating from it sent tremors through the entire golden scale pool. The fivefold barrier, which had just restored itself, was instantly reduced to a mere 2 layers. Moreover, Xu Taiping could sense that with the appearance of this sword, the oppressive aura from the phantom of the great Emperor Zhenwu had been effectively interrupted. In an instant, within the golden scale pool, half of the onlookers grappled with the pressure from the great Emperor Zhenwu, while the other half contended with the immense, indomitable sword intent of the enormous sword. Boom! At that moment, as the massive sword slowly flew forth from before Xu Qiongma, the two forces began to clash violently, unleashing a series of explosive sounds. When the colossal sword had traversed 10 zhang from Xu Qiongma, Ji Ye's melody once again quickened. It was as if the melody had reached its final chapter, and the battlefield had entered a moment of life and death. Amidst the hurried notes of the zither, the once motionless phantom of the true martial emperor, standing before Ji Yi, suddenly raised its arm, mimicking the action of grasping a sword hilt, poised to deliver a powerful strike. Merely this gesture of wielding a sword sent a tremor through the entire golden scales pool, causing even the lurking dragons beneath the surface to rise and direct their gaze towards the golden scales platform. Ji Yi and Xu Qiongmo had evidently reached a tacit understanding, intending to challenge the true martial emperor's phantom with the formidable giant case sword. Thus, neither rushed to attack. Instead, they silently accumulated their might, preparing to unleash their most potent blows. Should the true martial emperor himself arrive, he would undoubtedly be unperturbed by a single giant case sword, for his own demon-severing sword was no less formidable. However, Ji Yi merely conjured a fragment of divine intent from the battlefield through the zither's melody, and it was clear that Ji Yi was somewhat lacking in strength, leaving the effectiveness of this divine fragment uncertain. Hence, the outcome remained unpredictable. Observing this spectacle and sensing the equally formidable forces at play, junior sister Lu Ruoshuang frowned and murmured. Indeed, the giant case sword was not without flaws, possessing at least 10 fissures along its blade. Furthermore, the spiritual energy emanating from Ji Ye's zither notes had also waned significantly after the true martial emperor entered the fray. Unavoidably, both would not be able to sustain their efforts for long. Within 10 breaths, a victor would emerge. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Can you sense it? Lu Ruoshuang gazed at Xu Taiping with surprise. After comprehending the ultimate essence, one's spiritual perception surpassed mere sight, though it demanded considerable mental energy. Xu Taiping smiled and nodded, then took a swig of dragon bao wine from his gourd. The clearer his perception became, the more he grasped the true might of the two combatants. He set down the wine gourd with a wry smile, adding, the more one perceives, the more one understands their immense power. Chapter 267, A Raven's Mouth, Fearing What Comes. In the next round, do your utmost. There is no need to contend for survival against these prodigies. Junior sister Lu Ru Shuang nodded, lightly patting Xu Taiping's shoulder. She resonated deeply with his words. Having participated in the Golden Scales Conference herself and knowing all too well that against genuine talent, sheer effort often falters. Boom. At that moment, a piercing explosion echoed once more from the Golden Scales platform. Observing the Golden Scales platform, it had been distinctly divided into two realms by the sword energy of the giant K and the aura of the true martial emperor. The two forces maintained their stalemate for but 2 breaths, when Zhu Qiong suddenly clasped his palms together in a seal and forcefully pointed towards Ji below, bellowing, "Sword unleash." As the words fell, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, the giant K sword erupted with radiant rings of light, unleashing a majestic sword intent tenfold more powerful than before, striking downwards with an overwhelming force as if to cleave the very heavens apart, aimed directly at the phantom of the true martial emperor. Bang! At that moment, as the giant K sword descended, the strings of the ancient zither upon Ji Ye's legs snapped with the final note it had played. In an instant, the countless ethereal figures of the soldiers in formation shattered, transforming into strands of emerald gusts that swiftly converged into the hands of the illusory Jinwu Emperor, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent longsword that he grasped. In heaven and earth, none shall surpass the Jinwu. A deep, gravelly voice reverberated, seemingly transcending the annals of time, echoing through the golden scales pool like thunder, startling the lurking dragons within to plunge into the depths of the water. At that moment, the illusion of the Jinwu Emperor, wielding the longsword, surged forth to meet the descending colossal sword with a sweeping strike. In the instant the sword was unleashed, the onlookers beheld a realm beneath the Jinwu Emperor's blade, inundated with a myriad of sword shadows, an unprecedented sense of oppression enveloping them, as if a mighty hand were tightly gripping their throats. Only when the sword clashed with the massive sword did a piercing explosion reverberate, rendering a significant portion of the audience momentarily deaf, leaving them with a persistent ringing in their ears, and the suffocating grip around their necks finally dissipated. As the crowd regained their senses and their hearing returned, they witnessed the colossal sword above the golden scales stage shatter spectacularly. Simultaneously, Zhu Qiongma was caught in the residual force of the blow, a crimson mist erupting from his back, taking on the form of a blade's silhouette. With a thud, Zhu Qiongma's body crashed uncontrollably to the ground. The surrounding viewing area fell into a profound silence. There were no jeers or mockery, only reverence. For, upon introspection, the vast majority of cultivators present recognized that they could not have withstood the blow delivered by the illusory Jinwu Emperor. In stark contrast to the respect afforded to Zhu Qiongma, the gazes directed toward Ji were filled with awe, especially among those who had discerned that Ji Ye's recent performance was the infernal melody of the demoness array. Their expressions were akin to those who had encountered a specter. It was well known that although Dongfang Yuejian had previously employed the source law of the opening of heaven, her grasp was evidently limited to the most rudimentary aspects. Yet Ji Yi had managed to master the infernal melody to the extent of summoning the Jinwu Emperor into the fray. On the surface, the disparity in strength between the two was undeniable. In that moment, nearly all the cultivators who had advanced to the next round entertained a singular thought: they must avoid drawing Ji Yi in the upcoming selection. On the balcony of the Xian Yun Martial Hall, including Lu Ruo Shuang, the sentiment echoed among the crowd. May the Bodhisattva bless us in the next round. My senior brother must not encounter Ji Yi. This individual is simply insurmountable. Princess Tiancheng had already begun to beseech the Bodhisattva. Given the current circumstances, Ji Yi indeed appeared to be the most formidable adversary. Lu Ruo Shuang's expression was equally grave. Xu Taiping chuckled at this, and, while stretching lazily, turned to Chu Tiansheng and Lu Ruo Shuang, saying, "My grandfather often remarked that the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur." Upon hearing this, Chu Tiansheng swiftly covered Xu Taiping's mouth, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Senior brother, do not speak such ominous words." That evening, after witnessing all the matches of the day, Xu Taiping and Lu Ruo Shuang returned to the Xian Yun Martial Hall. As before, the crowd did not retreat indoors to rest, but instead gathered in the front courtyard, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the next round of the Golden Scale rankings. Fortunately, it appeared that aside from that Ji Yi, the others aligned closely with our initial predictions. Princess Tiancheng gazed at the list of those advancing to the next round. This is not a favorable development. Lu Rushuang shook her head. Xu Taiping bore a similarly grave expression. The subsequent 6 matches had been disappointingly uneventful, leaving them without even a trace of the Xuanhua demon seed, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of a direct confrontation in the next round. This was undoubtedly an unwelcome scenario. Master, why do you say that? Chu Tiancheng, oblivious to the existence of the Xuanhua demon seed, looked at Lu Rushuang in confusion. Just as Lu Rushuang was about to explain, the spiritual mirror on the table suddenly emitted a resonant tremor. The roster for the next round of the Golden Scale rankings was about to be revealed. Chu Xiaoxiao, feeling quite bored, instantly perked up, leaning eagerly towards the spiritual mirror. The gazes of the others also converged on the mirror. Soon, names began to materialize on the mirror, and when Xu Taiping's name appeared, Chu Tiancheng abruptly stood up, filled with indignation, and stamped his foot vehemently, exclaiming, "How could this be?" There, on the roster displayed by the mirror, next to Xu Taiping's name, was unmistakably Ji Yi from the Zhuming Tian Guangling Pavilion. After a moment of stunned silence, Xu Taiping sighed. It seems that what one fears often comes to pass. Just as the words left his lips, the voice of the blade ghost echoed in his mind. What is there to fear? Hurry and wash up, tonight. We resume training in the blade domain. Hearing this, Xu Taiping's lips twitched, and he communicated mentally, "Senior, the competition is in a couple of days. Let me rest. Only the dead require rest. Hurry and get in here." All right then. Simultaneously, in a private room of the inn where the Guangling Pavilion disciples were staying, the divine maiden Mu Yuqin leapt 3 feet into the air upon seeing the list on the spiritual mirror. "Brother, Xiao Yi can finally help you take revenge this time." She then turned to Mu Yun, her face alight with excitement. Mu Yun frowned at her words, but eventually nodded in agreement. Compared to the others, Xu Taiping is indeed a well-acquainted adversary. Chapter 268. The 7th round. The blade domain is mastered in the domain of the blade ghost. Xu Taiping, already battered and bruised beyond measure, supported himself on the ground, then on his blade, slowly rising. "Since you can still stand, then take another strike from me." Across the altar in the blade domain, the blade ghost, who had been standing with his arms crossed, immediately drew the embedded blade, Eli, upon seeing Xu Taiping rise. "Surely, blade ghost, tomorrow is the 7th round of the Golden Scale Conference. If you do not rest soon, the depletion of your spiritual power will be irrecoverable." Xu Taiping said with a wry smile. Since the night the list was announced, the blade ghost had forcibly dragged him into the blade domain for 3 consecutive days. Although Xu Taiping was immensely grateful for the act of sacrificing his own soul power to aid his cultivation, his mental state had been stretched to its very limits. It is essential to understand that the knife demon's realm is exceptionally unique. Within the confines of his domain, a single night equates to an entire year. Thus, 3 nights correspond to 3 years. Under normal circumstances, this would not be overly concerning. However, during these 3 years, Xu Taiping was subjected to conditions not dissimilar to those of a condemned prisoner, enduring relentless physical torment without a moment of respite. "Oh, I nearly forgot about this matter," the knife demon exclaimed, smacking his forehead before nodding. "Allow me to heal your injuries." With that, he merely raised a hand, and all of Xu Taiping's grievous wounds were miraculously mended. Injuries sustained within the knife demon's domain, if left untreated upon awakening, may appear superficially healed. Yet the afflicted areas would continue to suffer from phantom pains. If such afflictions remain unhealed, the agony would permeate throughout the body, intensifying until existence becomes unbearable. This is one of the formidable powers of the knife demon's realm. When Xu Taiping first encountered the knife demon, most of his memories were still obscured, and the powers of the domain were somewhat restrained, allowing him to narrowly escape calamity. "Thank you, esteemed knife demon. I shall take my leave now," Xu Taiping said, cupping his hands in gratitude. However, before he could finish his words, the knife demon swiftly unsheathed his blade and struck toward him with astonishing speed. Instinctively, Xu Taiping drew his water-disrupting blade from his waist and shouted with fervor, "Open." The moment the command resonated, the altar of the knife demon's realm trembled violently. In the next instant, the altar erupted in a cloud of crimson mist, enveloping the entire area. It seemed as if a powerful force collided with the knife demon's domain, causing a seismic disturbance. A fierce wind then swept through, dispersing the crimson mist and revealing the altar once more. At this moment, Xu Taiping remained poised in his blade-drawing stance, while the knife demoness arm, which held the evil blade, was severed at the shoulder, floating alongside the weapon between him and Xu Taiping. Yet, rather than displaying fury over the loss of his arm, the knife demon wore a look of elation as he addressed Xu Taiping. Congratulations. Your 8th section blade domain can now move at your will. Xu Taiping, too, wore an expression of joy. Prior to this night, his 8th section blade domain was erratic in its responsiveness, requiring him to meticulously focus his mind and will to achieve perfect synchronization, making spontaneous movements like those just demonstrated impossible. Thank you once again for your guidance. Esteemed knife demon, Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude earnestly. Who asked for your thanks? The knife demon retorted with a dismissive snort. He then proceeded to reattach his severed arm while urging, once today as competition concludes, you will have a maximum of 1 day to rest before you must return to my domain for further training. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping was momentarily taken aback, then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, esteemed knife demon, Haven T, I already achieved the ability to move my 8th section blade domain at will? Is it not premature to seek comprehension of the 2nd level? Upon hearing this, the blade demon gave a disdainful laugh and coldly elucidated. To make the 8-foot blade domain respond to your will is merely the first step. Only when this domain manifests abilities unique to you, Xu Taiping, can you be deemed to have truly mastered it. Otherwise, no matter how proficient your training becomes, in no more than half a month, you shall forget it entirely. When you wish to reopen the blade domain again, it will be an arduous endeavor. If this were not the case, why would there be so few in this world capable of opening the blade domain? Xu Taiping, upon hearing these words, felt a sudden clarity in his heart and promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed blade demon, for your reminder. Once my competition concludes, I shall return to the blade domain for further cultivation. On that morning, senior brother Taiping, you have finally awakened. Come, breakfast awaits. I was just about to send on to summon you. Brother Taiping, I have prepared porridge for you. As Xu Taiping emerged from the blade domain, the sun had risen brilliantly, casting a luminous glow that adorned the courtyard of the Hidden Martial Arts School, filled with blooming flowers and grasses, as if gilded with a golden sheen. Upon seeing Xu Taiping, the little martial ant and others who had been bustling about breakfast turned to greet him with cheerful smiles. In a fleeting moment, Xu Taiping felt as though he had returned to the Qingxian sect, back to the Crescent Moon Pavilion. During his time at the Crescent Moon Pavilion, although he spent most of his time in cultivation, his senior sister Zhao Linglong would often, on several days each month, bring dishes along with a group of senior brothers into the pavilion. Each time he emerged from the fan tower, this was the scene that greeted him. Oh, I seem to have risen a bit late. I will serve myself. Xu Taiping replied with a smile, hastening towards them. Senior brother Taiping, do not feel too much pressure for today's match. Just strive to perform your best, even if you were to lose. The Golden Scale rankings will elevate your current standing based on your performance during the competition. The 7th princess, Chu Tianqing, encouraged Xu Taiping with a smile. Having grown weary of staying in the palace and amidst a quarrel with her second sister, she had been residing almost entirely at the Hidden Martial Arts School during this time. The Prince of Zhao, having taken pity on her 10-year confinement in the land of no thoughts, did not impose excessive restrictions on her and indulged her every whim. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Tianqing Jr. sister. Xu Taiping nodded with a smile. The Golden Scale rankings, following each round of competition, assign specific ranks to the defeated based on the performance of each participating cultivator, a process that is beyond external interference. For instance, even if Xu Taiping were to lose in this round, as long as his performance is commendable, he could still vie for the 7th, 6th, or even 5th place. Moreover, with each position gained in the Golden Scale rankings, the rewards differ significantly. The little martial ant, Lu Ruxiang, seemed to have something to say but repeatedly hesitated, failing to voice it even after breakfast concluded. Xu Taiping, possessing keen intuition far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator, naturally sensed this. So, just before he was to set off for the Golden Scale Pavilion, he seized the opportunity to inquire when only the two of them remained in the courtyard. Little martial ant, do you have something you wish to tell me? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruxiang forced a bitter smile and shook her head. You truly have discerned it. Realizing he had guessed correctly, Xu Taiping pressed on. Martial ant, we are not strangers. Please speak freely. Lu Ruoshuang pondered seriously for a moment before nodding and stating, "If you can triumph in today's contest, you will earn the right to enter several of the most treasured vaults of the Yuyun Emperor. Among these vaults lies an artifact that may hold the key to the life and death of my senior brother, your master, El Daoxian." Chapter 269, the 7th round. "Senior sister, pinch me, senior sister, pinch me," Zhao Linglong exclaimed, her eyes fixed intently on the spirit mirror upon the table, gently nudging her senior sister, Jiangji. Beside her, at that moment, the spirit mirror vividly displayed the image of Xu Taiping standing on the golden scales platform. "How does it feel? Is it like a dream?" Jiangji asked with a smile, wrapping her arms around Zhao Linglong and playfully pinching her cheek from behind. "It does feel like a dream. Ouch, senior sister. That really hurts." Zhao Linglong cried out in pain. Following today's battle, regardless of the outcome, Taiping would undoubtedly secure a position among the top 8 on the Golden Scales ranking, truly deserving of the title as the foremost individual among the younger generation of the Zhenwu realm in a millennium. Senior sister Xian from Six Peaks wore a look of deep contemplation. "Brother Qingxiao, have there been any updates regarding the threats against Brother Taiping from the 9 estates?" Lin Buyu, who had been quietly observing, inquired as she noticed Duga Qingxiao had successfully adjusted the spirit mirror. "Oh, Buyu, I nearly forgot to mention that." Duga Qingxiao promptly retrieved a communication jade slip and opened it before everyone present. The voice of Huang Ke from the 9 estates resonated from the slip. "Qingxiao, there is an outcome regarding the threats against Taiping. According to the Yuyun estate, it is confirmed that someone did threaten Taiping, but whether it was the work of the Xiandao sect is still under investigation. The individual they used to coerce Taiping was indeed the infamous Duan Xiaoyu of the Tiandao sect." Upon hearing this, a chill ran through the hearts of everyone present. However, soon after, as Duga Qingxiao infused more true essence into the jade slip, Huang Ke's voice echoed once more. "But you need not worry. According to the Yuyun estate, Duan Xiaoyu has already been rescued. The rescuer is said to be a friend of Taiping and Yuyun Tian, a Vajra realm mage named Xianji. Additionally, the heads of the 5 largest monasteries in Yuyun Tian have also lent their assistance. They claim that Taiping has rendered kindness to the Chan sect of the Chushuan kingdom, and thus they feel obliged to help him. In conclusion, there is no need for you to worry about Taiping being threatened in Yuyun Tian. Even the lord of the Yuyun estate has stated that, given the backing of the Chan sect, they hold Taiping in high regard. Furthermore, General Zhang Tianzi from Shiliang has even sent a message to the southern Chu royal family, urging them to look after Taiping. That is all I have to say. Many have come to the 9 estates inquiring about Taiping, and I am quite overwhelmed." Upon hearing Huang Ke's transmission, the brothers from 7 Peaks were left in stunned silence. "Second senior brother, a high monk of the Vajra realm, isn't that akin to the legendary transformation realm among cultivators?" Zhao Linglong gazed at Duga Qingxiao in astonishment. "Indeed, he may even surpass an ordinary transformation realm cultivator," Duga Qingxiao replied with a smile. At this revelation, the remaining brothers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They had never anticipated that their junior brother's visit to Yuyun Tian would lead him to forge a friendship with a formidable figure from the transformation realm. It appears that in these 7 years, Xu Taiping has traveled to numerous places. As Dugu Qingxiao sighed softly, her gaze shifted to the spiritual mirror upon the table. Lin Buyu, standing nearby, let out a quiet sigh of relief. With Xu Taiping no longer a threat, her spirits were considerably lifted. In that moment, she too turned her attention to the mirror. Just then, with a deafening roar, the wall of sword energy on the Jinlin platform shattered, marking the commencement of the competition. Ding ding. To the east of the Jinlin platform, as the soothing melodies of a guqin resonated, the ethereal silhouette of a graceful woman appeared before Ji Yi. The woman, wielding 2 crescent-shaped sabers, danced elegantly in sync with the music. Though her movements were enchanting, each swing of her blades sent a shiver of trepidation through onlookers, as if a moment's inattention could result in the loss of one's head. To the west of the Jinlin platform, Xu Taiping merely rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, strolling slowly around the platform. His gaze did not linger on the dancing apparition, but was fixed directly on Ji Yi, who was deftly plucking the strings of the guqin. His spiritual sense detected that this illusion bore no fluctuations in aura, clearly a trick of the eyes. More importantly, having observed Ji Ye's previous duel, he understood that unless one struck at Ji Yi himself, vanquishing these illusory manifestations born of the music would be a futile endeavor. Witnessing this scene, Ji nodded appreciatively and remarked, "Brother Xu, this is the demon-slaying dance from our Guangling Pavilion, composed by the third master, Fairy Huanqiu. Legend has it that in her youth, she avenged her father's murder at the hands of the demon clan, single-handedly eradicating a demon cultivator's lair with her dual sabers. The technique she employed, known as the demon-slaying saber, bears a striking resemblance to your own swordsmanship, Brother Xu." As the young Ji Yi continued to strum the guqin, his tone remained calm while introducing Xu Taiping to the art. Had it not been for the escalating energy fluctuations surrounding them, the onlookers in the stands might have believed they had wandered into the wrong venue. "Why do you share this with me?" Xu Taiping adjusted his breath, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Ji Yi. "Brother Xu, you surely wish to experience the heavenly demon's array melody, do you not? However, if you cannot withstand even the demon-slaying dance, you shall not be deemed worthy of hearing the heavenly demon's array melody," Ji Yi said, lifting his head to reveal a bright, unblemished smile. Clang! At the very moment those words escaped his lips, the ancient guqin at his side emitted a concise and powerful sound, akin to the resonance of a sword. In an instant, the enchanting silhouette of Fairy Huanqiu, who had been dancing gracefully before him, shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, hurtling towards Xu Taiping. Swish! The dual sabers in Fairy Huanqiu's hands, accompanied by a piercing sound of cutting through the air and a flurry of blade shadows resembling drifting goose feathers, came crashing down upon Xu Taiping. Bang, bang, bang. Xu Taiping raised his sword to block, but the dual sabers of Fairy Huanqiu struck against his water-ending saber like relentless raindrops, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. "Well done, little Yi." Upon witnessing this scene, on the balcony of the Guangling Pavilion, Mu Yuchen danced with joy. "You were the one who prompted Xiaoya to say that, weren't you?" Mu Yin shot a glance at Mu Yuchen. "This is truly gratifying, dear brother. Besides, Xu Taiping might not be able to withstand Xiaoya's rendition of Demon Slayer." Mu Yuchen chuckled. On this point, Mu Yin did not refute, for Demon Slayer was indeed one of Ji Ye's trump cards. According to their initial plan, if Ji Yi failed to comprehend Heavenly Demon's array, his greatest reliance would be this very piece, Demon Slayer. Boom. At that moment, the figure of the Fairy Huanqiu on the Golden Scales platform suddenly became remarkably solid, propelled by Ji Ye's melodic notes. Swish, swish, swish. Once her figure solidified, her sword intent and momentum grew increasingly ferocious, leaving behind hundreds of lingering sword scars on the Golden Scales platform. The situation in the arena was overwhelmingly one-sided. However, this time, no one mocked Xu Taiping, for the aura emitted by the Fairy Huanqiu was enough to make even some spirit refinement realm cultivators feel a twinge of dread. Thus, rather than derision, they held Xu Taiping in high regard for managing to endure thus far. Of course, some disciples from the Qinglong Skybright Cave began to feel pity for their senior brother Zhu Qiang, as they believed Xu Taiping's cultivation level could not possibly compare to his. Nonetheless, Zhu Qiang himself, upon witnessing this scene, was filled with astonishment. "Xu Taiping is rather intriguing," he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Senior brother, although the situation appears dire, why do you praise him?" A disciple from the Kongming Cave queried in confusion. "Have you not noticed that while Xu Taiping seems to be frantically defending against the sword momentum of Huanqiu, the distance between him and Ji Yi is gradually diminishing?" Zhu Qiang replied without turning back. Indeed, upon Zhu Qiang's reminder, the other disciples from the Kongming Cave also began to observe this detail. A practitioner of techniques typically possesses a frail physique and would normally not allow a martial artist to approach him too closely. But wait, senior brother. If Xu Taiping cannot break through Huanqiu's sword momentum, what good does it do to merely strive to get closer to Ji Yi? Would it not be better to accumulate strength and hold on until the piece concludes? The earlier disciple remarked, still bewildered. Perhaps Xu Taiping has not regarded Huanqiu's swordplay as a threat from the very beginning. Zhu Qiang replied with a smile, glancing back at the disciple. Upon hearing this, the disciple fell silent. Just then, the piece Demon Slayer reached its most exhilarating segment, with the sound of the zither intertwining with the slicing sound of Huanqiu's long blade, elevating her sword momentum to a chilling intensity. From a distance, the poised figure of the Fairy Huanqiu, preparing to strike, appeared as though she had suddenly sprouted hundreds of arms, all wielding blades aimed at Xu Taiping. Boom! As the long blade descended, innumerable sword shadows converged into a tempest, nearly enveloping half of the Golden Scales platform. However, even though Ji Yi sensed Xu Taiping approaching, he showed no intention of retreating. For the blade technique of the fairy Huanqiu was indeed formidable. Just as everyone believed Xu Taiping would soon be engulfed by the storm conjured by her blade shadows. A sound reminiscent of cicadas suddenly erupted on the Golden Scale platform. In the next moment, the onlookers felt as though their eyes deceived them. Witnessing hundreds of Xu Taiping's figures charging toward the tempestuous blade force of the fairy Huanqiu. The demon-slaying blade, chaotic cicada style. Boom. In the following instant, accompanied by a tremendous roar, the blade force of the fairy Huanqiu shattered like a colossal bubble, while Xu Taiping's myriad blade shadows coalesced into a singular, over 100 zhang long blade shadow, cleaving directly toward Ji Yi. This marked Xu Taiping's inaugural full-force execution of the demon-slaying blade's chaotic cicada style on the Golden Scale platform. Although he had wielded a blade previously, it had primarily been through ordinary techniques, leading many cultivators to mistakenly perceive that his prowess lay in his fists, with the blade serving merely as an auxiliary. Little did they know, he was indeed a blade cultivator. Similarly, Ji Yi had been anticipating Xu Taiping to reveal the physique of a martial god and unleash the great Saint Fist, never expecting him to confront the fairy Huanqiu's blade techniques head-on with his own. Clang! Just as the chaotic cicada-style blade shadow was about to descend, Ji Yi decisively grasped the strings of the zither with both hands, snapping 3 of them instantly. At this juncture, there was no time to alter the melody. He could only resort to life-saving measures. Boom! In the moment the strings broke, the ephemeral form of the fairy Huanqiu, which had already fractured under Xu Taiping's blade force, coalesced once more before Ji Yi, who then wielded his blade to slash at the chaotic cicada-style blade shadow. Chapter 271. Unleashing the Blade Domain. The remnant soul of the exotic beast Kuei. However, with the sound of air being sliced, the blade force of the fairy Huanqiu abruptly shattered, her ephemeral form being extinguished by Xu Taiping's strike. Yet, taking advantage of this fleeting moment, Ji Yi swiftly plucked the strings of the zither thrice, allowing the melody to morph into a flying sword, intending to break free and distance himself from Xu Taiping. Boom! But before the flying sword could lift off the ground, a figure identical to Xu Taiping's suddenly materialized behind him, and as that figure's aura surged, a heavy fist struck his back. This was none other than Xu Taiping's concealed Xianyuan avatar, which had been lying in wait. Bang! With a resounding tremor. Though Ji Yi's body was enveloped by a layer of grayish-blue aura just in time, he was still sent tumbling several dozen zhang away by the force of Xu Taiping's Xianyuan avatar's punch. Whoosh! Before Ji Yi could rise, Xu Taiping, with his blade radiating a chilling light, had already swung down upon him. Bang! The grayish-blue aura surrounding Ji Yi shattered upon impact. Clang! Yet in that critical moment, Ji Yi, with his bloodied hands, tore all the strings of the ancient zither. In an instant, the excruciatingly piercing sound of the zither transformed into the colossal phantom of an exotic beast resembling a dragon with a single limb, enveloping him entirely. Boom! When Xu Taiping's blade struck the phantom of the beast, it was unexpectedly deflected, failing to inflict any harm upon Ji Yi. Simultaneously, the ethereal figure of the monstrous beast suddenly tilted its head and let out a roar. A sound akin to a dragon's cry surged forth, accompanied by waves of resonant sound that violently struck the nearest Xu Taiping, sending him sliding backward for several hundred yards before he finally came to a halt. It was the ancient beast Kuei. Indeed, it was unmistakably Kuei. Within Ji Yi's ancient zither, there lay the remnants of the beast's soul. At this moment, some individuals in the surrounding stands recognized the phantom of the beast, causing an uproar throughout the venue. However, the discourse swiftly shifted from the remnants of Kuei's soul within Ji Yi's zither to the astonishing fact that Xu Taiping had compelled Ji Yi to unleash such a lethal technique. Exhaling deeply, Mu Yun, seated in the Guangling Pavilion, gazed upon the scene with a rare intensity, directing an angry glare at Mu Yuchen. Do you realize that your desire to humiliate Xu Taiping almost cost Xiao Yi her life? Mu Yuchen, still shaken, recalled Xu Taiping's formidable blade strike and the subsequent schemes and assaults directed at Ji Yi, leaving her breathless. She mused that had she been in Xu Taiping's position on the Golden Scales platform, she would surely have perished beneath his blade. I apologize, brother. I had no inkling that Xu Taiping was also a master swordsman, Mu Yuchen confessed, her expression laden with regret. Had she known that Xu Taiping was not only a warrior of divine realm, but also a swordsman, she would never have dared to allow Ji Yi to humiliate him in this contest. This is the Golden Scales Conference. Those who have advanced to the 7th round cannot possibly be weak, Mu Yun replied with a resigned shake of his head. Brother, I just observed Xu Taiping's blade technique, and it seemed to emanate an aura of the utmost realm. Does that imply he has mastered 2 supreme techniques, both of which are among the most lethal? Mu Yuchen inquired, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Not just that. His single strike shattered the blade intent of Huan Qiuxianzi, indicating that his understanding of swordsmanship may have surpassed hers, Mu Yun remarked, his gaze fixed on Xu Taiping, who was striving to withstand the onslaught of Kuei's sound waves. A look of profound apprehension crossing his face. How can this be possible? At his age, how could his comprehension of swordsmanship exceed that of Huan Qiuxianzi? Mu Yuchen responded, her disbelief palpable. Talent is an enigmatic force, devoid of rational explanation. Mu Yun shook his head and murmured, we may have underestimated him. This lad is potentially the most gifted individual at this Golden Scales Conference. Boom. Just as he spoke, Xu Taiping, who had been pacing under the influence of Kuei's sound waves, felt his aura surge dramatically, surpassing that of Ji Yi. Witnessing this, Mu Yun's expression turned grave. The purity and depth of his true essence were on par with Xiao Yi. He was not merely a divine realm warrior, but a genuinely formidable cultivator. In that moment, Mu Yun felt a stirring of emotion. Suddenly, with a remarkable increase in his aura, Xu Taiping cleaved through the turbulent air stirred by the roar of the beast Kuei with a single stroke of his blade. Following this, the figure of Xu Taiping swiftly darted forward, as if teleported, to confront the ethereal manifestation of the beast Kuei. Without hesitation, he sheathed his sword and unleashed a barrage of punches, each enveloped in the blazing golden flames of the sun, striking the beast's apparition with a thunderous fury. The resounding clashes echoed like rolling thunder, as Xu Taiping's fists, infused with immense power, relentlessly battered the ethereal form of Kuei, impacting Ji Yi with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the surging momentum of his fists utterly suppressed the beast, rendering it incapable of issuing a roar. Despite being shielded by the true essence of his inner strength, Ji Yi, ensconced within the protection of Kuei, found himself spitting blood under the relentless torrent of punches. Yet, even as blood flowed from his mouth, Ji Yi deftly strummed the guqin with fervor, acutely aware that if Xu Taiping continued this ferocious assault, the beast's apparition would not be able to safeguard him for long. Hurry, hurry, Xiao Yi, urged Mu Yuchen from the stands, her eyes brimming with tears. In this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing that had she not encouraged Ji Yi to provoke Xu Taiping, he might have followed the advice of her brother, Mu Yun, and played the heavenly demon enters the array. If he could restring the guqin and summon the true martial emperor, the tide could surely turn. Xiao Yi, just hold on a little longer, Mu Yuchen exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. At that moment, Ji Yi coughed up another mouthful of blood, yet with his bloodied hands, he managed to secure the final string of the guqin. The sound erupted forth, reminiscent of a sword's cry, resonating once more across the Golden Scales platform. Xiao Yi, well done. Mu Yuchen nearly leaped with joy upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, in another section of the stands, the 7th princess, Chu Tiancheng, along with Princess Chu Xiaoxiao, exchanged glances filled with regret. It's over, it's over. Ji Yi has commenced playing the heavenly demon enters the array. This match for Taiping should come to an end, sighed Chu Tiancheng, his expression one of sorrow. Beside him, Chu Xiaoxiao, pale as a ghost, shook his arm vigorously, exclaiming, it cannot end like this, it cannot. Just then, the ethereal manifestation of the beast Kuei that had shielded Ji Yi dissipated with a thunderous sound, and Xu Taiping's fists surged towards Ji Yi. However, as the urgent notes of the guqin filled the air, a dozen armored soldiers materialized to shield Ji Yi from the impending strike. With a resounding crash, Xu Taiping's fist shattered their spectral forms. Yet, as Ji Yi's melody grew increasingly urgent, the number of ethereal soldiers multiplied, rendering Xu Taiping's onslaught seemingly endless. Brother Xu, you are indeed a formidable opponent, but this contest has reached its conclusion. I implore you to retract your fists. For there is no need for a battle to the death, Ji Yi urged sincerely while deftly plucking the strings. His words were heartfelt. For if the heavenly demon enters the array continued, it would summon the true martial emperor into the fray, determining not only victory and defeat, but also life and death. Ji Yi, if you hold me in esteem, then summon the true martial emperor into the array. As Xu Taiping continued to unleash his fists, shattering the armored phantoms that obstructed his path, he bellowed with unwavering determination, "In this battle, I must prevail." After dispersing dozens of the spectral warriors with a single strike, he advanced a step closer to Ji Yi, narrowing the distance between them to merely 10 feet. Regardless of the multitude of spectral foes surrounding him or the severity of his injuries, Xu Taiping refused to yield an inch. Has Xu Taiping lost his mind? He has no chance of victory, yet still puts on a brave front, murmured Mu Yuchen, gazing at the relentless Xu Taiping on the stage. Mu Yun, equally perplexed, whispered, "Unless he wields a source technique akin to Zhu Qiongma's, the moment the true martial emperor enters the fray, it will be a certain demise." Why is Xu Taiping so intent on courting death? With a thunderous roar, Xu Taiping delivered a well-prepared punch, clearing the remaining phantoms that shielded Ji Yi. At that moment, Ji Yi resolved himself. Following a melody akin to pearls cascading onto a silver plate, he solemnly proclaimed, "Disciple Ji Yi requests the true martial emperor to enter the arena." No sooner had he spoken than a resounding boom echoed, and the formidable phantom of the true martial emperor manifested before Ji Yi. Just like during the previous confrontation with Zhu Qiongma, the true martial emperor assumed a stance as if gripping a sword, his fierce gaze locked onto Xu Taiping, who was poised to strike. With a voice that reverberated like thunder, he declared, "In heaven and on earth, none shall escape my blade." In an instant, he wielded a sword forged from condensed spiritual energy, striking towards Xu Taiping with the ferocity of a tempest. Yet, instead of retreating, Xu Taiping sheathed his fists and placed his hand upon the sword's hilt. Witnessing this scene, the spectators at the Xianyun Martial Arts Pavilion were rendered speechless. The seventh princess, Chu Tianqing, disregarding the dangers of backlash from her restraints, called out to Xu Taiping, "Senior brother, concede." They had previously advised him to surrender if he sensed any mortal peril. However, to their astonishment, even when faced with the true martial emperor's presence, Xu Taiping showed no inclination to concede. "Why does Xu Taiping refuse to yield?" exclaimed Mu Yun from the Guangling Pavilion, rising swiftly from his seat. Despite their earlier discord, he was a connoisseur of talent, unwilling to witness the downfall of such a remarkably gifted young disciple. Boom! Just as the crowd's astonishment peaked, the phantom of the true martial emperor unleashed a downward strike with his sword. Almost simultaneously, Xu Taiping drew his sword with a swift motion, shouting, "Open!" The moment he uttered those words, a resounding cry of a crane echoed across the Jinlin pool, followed by a colossal crane silhouette spiraling around Xu Taiping and the true martial emperor, its calls resonating. Beneath Xu Taiping's feet, a massive lotus platform formed from blade shadows emerged upon the Jinlin stage. Then, to the astonished onlookers, it appeared as though the true martial emperor's phantom was ensnared by invisible ropes, rendering his sword strike agonizingly slow. As the martial deity Zhu Huai was about to lament the untimely demise of Xu Taiping, an unexpected spectacle compelled him to spring from his seat, exclaiming in astonishment, "The Blade Domain!" Chapter 273. Unleashing the Blade Domain. I shall not let my master down. How is it possible for one of his age to master the Blade Domain? Within the stands of the Guangling Pavilion, upon hearing Mu Yun's exclamation, Mu Yuchen shook her head vehemently, unwilling to accept the reality. "This must be a mere illusion conjured by Xu Taiping," she asserted with unwavering conviction. Yet, in the next moment, as Xu Taiping raised his long blade, the very essence of the Jining pool resonated with his blade's might, creating an overwhelming aura that engulfed all present, rendering Mu Yuchen speechless. Suddenly, a sound akin to a crane's cry erupted, as the silhouette of a crane that had been swirling around Xu Taiping and the ethereal form of the Jinwu Emperor merged seamlessly into Xu Taiping's blade, transforming into a radiant arc of light that sliced towards the Jinwu Emperor's phantom. With a swish, a piercing sound of air being cut filled the atmosphere as a blinding scar of light appeared before the Jinwu Emperor's illusion. An instant later, a thunderous explosion resounded as countless blade shadows erupted from the back of the Jinwu Emperor's visage, culminating in a cataclysmic burst. "My apologies, esteemed master." Xu Taiping bowed solemnly toward the dissipating figure of the Jinwu Emperor. For practitioners of the Jinwu sect, it is imperative to honor the Jinwu Emperor as their teacher, regardless of their respective sections. Then, Xu Taiping hefted his blade once more, directing its edge towards Ji Yi, who stood enveloped in the blade domain. As the Jinwu Emperor's phantom shattered, the strings of his guqin fell silent, and his aura plummeted to an abyss. Ji Yi managed a wry smile. Withdrawing his bloodied hands from the strings, he raised them in surrender, saying, "I concede." Xu Taiping sheathed his blade. "Brother Xu, I find myself somewhat perplexed," Ji Yi said, his smile waning as he gazed at Xu Taiping. "Is this truly your first time wielding the blade domain?" "Indeed," Xu Taiping nodded. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, shaking off the remnants of blood and dust from the blade before returning it to its sheath. "Oh, I am truly fortunate," Ji Yi sighed, then broke into a grin. Meanwhile, in the surrounding stands, although Ji Yi's admission of defeat was but a whisper, the profound silence of the Jining pool allowed the spectators to hear it distinctly. Upon witnessing Xu Taiping sheath his blade, Mu Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief, only to stomp her foot in frustration, lamenting, "Why must our Guangling pavilion be so unfortunate?" Encountering Xu Taiping repeatedly. Beside her, Mu Yun gave a rueful smile, and then spoke earnestly, "Ah Chun, it is essential to temper your hostility towards Xu Taiping and extend him some courtesy." Mu Yuqin, puzzled, inquired why. "There are plenty of experts of his caliber within our Guangling pavilion." Mu Yun, with a serious expression, responded, "Do you not remember? He comprehended the ultimate essence of martial arts only during his battle with Yi Feiyu, and grasping this essence is a prerequisite for understanding the power of domains." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Are you saying he mastered the domain of the blade in less than half a month?" In another section of the stands, the third prince, Chu Yinan, turned to the solemn-faced Zhu Huai and posed the same incredulous question, "Is such a thing possible?" After pondering for a considerable time, Zhu Huai responded, "Certainly, but he must have had a remarkable mentor guiding him. Possibly a master who has comprehended the 9th layer of the blade domain." Hearing this, the corners of the third prince's mouth twitched slightly. "If possible, after the competition concludes, let your second sister personally visit the Xin Yun Martial Arts Academy to apologize. If we have inadvertently provoked such a formidable figure, her life would not suffice as atonement." The martial god Zhu Huai stated impassively, "I will return to the Weiyang Palace today," the third prince promptly affirmed. "However, master, is it not a bit excessive that the blade domain allowed Xu Taiping to single-handedly shatter the heavenly demon enters the formation melody?" He inquired further. With the upcoming matches, he was likely to encounter Xu Taiping, thus it was imperative to understand the formidable nature of the blade domain. "You speak the truth among the various domains. The blade domain is indeed the most domineering," Zhu Huai replied with a wry smile before elaborating to the third prince. "However, the reason Xu Taiping was able to break the heavenly demon enters the formation today is largely because the blade domain happens to counteract such techniques. Had Zhu Qiuma, with the might of his great void sword, fought against Xu Taiping, even wielding the blade domain would have been insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Moreover, Jia was overly complacent. Had he not allowed Xu Taiping to close the distance to within 3 zhang, the blade domain would not have posed a threat to him. After all, Xu Taiping has only comprehended the first layer of the blade domain, the 8-foot blade domain. Upon hearing this, the third prince, Chu Yinan, let out a long sigh. If Xu Taiping, upon activating the blade domain, truly possesses power that can rival the phantom of the true martial emperor, the upcoming matches will be exceedingly challenging. The 8-foot blade domain has numerous shortcomings. As long as one prepares in advance, it is not overly difficult to contend with. Especially since you have inherited my 1,000-army battle intent, Zhu Huai remarked, turning his gaze to the third prince. "I will not let you down, master." Chu Yinan replied earnestly, bowing in respect. Zhu Huai waved his hand dismissively, and then turned his attention back to Xu Taiping on the Golden Scales platform, frowning as he stated, "Unless he can fully master the 8-foot blade domain in a short time, allowing it to manifest a power unique to him." Chapter 274, Activating the Blade Domain, Reopening the 9 Prefectures, Sword Leaderboard. The most troublesome aspect of the blade domain or any other domain lies in the fact that once it is fully mastered, it generates powers akin to divine abilities. Much like certain chi refining techniques that, upon reaching completion, automatically bestow practitioners with divine powers. In such a brief span of time, it seems unlikely that anyone could fully master the blade domain. Wouldn't you agree? Chu Yinan offered a wry smile. "By the way, regarding your opponent in today's contest, Tang Yan, though he is merely a loose cultivator from Qinglong Heaven and has only narrowly triumphed in previous rounds. He is ultimately a disciple chosen by the Golden Scale list, so do not underestimate him. Zhu Huai suddenly turned to look at Xu Yinan. Rest assured, Master. I have thoroughly investigated this disciple Tang Yin. He is indeed not as simple as he appears. Prior to becoming a loose cultivator, he was a disciple under the esteemed Chu Zhenren of Lingshu Cave, well versed in the art of summoning soldiers from beings and the methods of manifesting the world. Xu Yinan replied with an easy smile. In that case, you may very well claim a ring today. Zhu Huai glanced at Xu Yinan's left hand, where each finger bore a uniquely styled ring. Yes, I feel the time has come, Xu Yinan said, looking at the rings on his hand before nodding with a smile. Meanwhile, the Blade Domain, the Jinwu Tian Qingxian sect, and the Nine Houses headquarters erupted into exclamations after a brief silence, particularly at the Nine Houses headquarters. The Blade Domain. This fellow went to Yuyan Heaven and actually comprehended the Blade Domain. Lu Chuxian, the head of the Nine Houses, paced excitedly. The other elders wore expressions of exhilaration. Their excitement stemmed not only from their identity as Jinwu Tian cultivators, which brought them pride, but also from the fact that with Xu Taiping's ever-rising rank, the martial fortune available to Jinwu Tian cultivators would likewise ascend. Among these cultivators, the ones most likely to benefit were those present. I have been trapped in the refining spirit realm for nearly 9 centuries. I never expected there would still be hope for a breakthrough in this lifetime. A guest elder from the Nine Houses gazed at Xu Taiping, who was slowly descending from the stage, a look of gratitude in his eyes. Lu, after this match, Taiping should at least be in the top 4, right? Jian Quangqian suddenly inquired of Lu Chuxian. Certainly. Lu Chuxian nodded vigorously. I am merely speculating. But if Taiping were to win another round and enter the top 3, could it be possible for Jinwu Tian to receive something from the Yuyan Great Emperor? Jian Quangqian's gaze turned fervent as he looked at Lu Chuxian. At these words, Lu Chuxian's body trembled. The other cultivators in the hall were also struck silent upon hearing this, plunging the chamber into a profound stillness. After a long pause, Lu Chuxian finally exhaled softly and said, Indeed. The disciples ranked among the top 3 on the Golden Scale list will have the opportunity to receive a martial fortune true word bestowed by the Yuyan Great Emperor. While this may not hold significance for other realms, for us in Jinwu Tian, obtaining it could potentially allow the long-lost legacy of the Jinwu Great Emperor to resurface. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly sparkled with excitement. Though the 5 emperors have long ascended, they each left behind their respective legacies upon their ascension. And the cultivators who inherit these legacies are revered as emperors by various realms. For instance, the true power behind Yuyan Prefecture is the current Great Emperor of Yuyan Heaven. And because of his presence, even malevolent beings like the abbot of Huiyun Temple dare not emerge lightly. However, for a long time, the true martial heaven has been plagued by a decline in martial fortune, leading to the cessation of any individual obtaining the legacy of the true martial emperor. It is precisely for this reason that the true martial heaven barrier exists, allowing any random cultivator from other realms to slaughter a sect within true martial heaven. Yet, to acquire the legacy of the true martial emperor, it is imperative to reopen the Sword Sovereign ranking. This necessitates transforming the 9 prefectures' Sword Sovereign Assembly, originally exclusive to true martial heaven cultivators, into a grand event where disciples from the 5 realms are selected by the Sword Sovereign ranking to participate. However, given the current overall cultivation level of true martial heaven cultivators, should the Sword Sovereign ranking be reopened, the legacy of the true martial emperor, along with the rewards he left behind, would likely be seized by cultivators from the other realms. For them, losing some legacy might not be significant. But for true martial heaven, with its meager resources, how could it afford to share with outsiders? The guest elder from Huangfeng Valley was rather pessimistic about this situation. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Lu Chuxian, fell into silence. As the guest elder from Huangfeng Valley articulated, the 9 prefectures' Sword Sovereign Assembly was originally named the True Martial Sword Sovereign Assembly, established specifically for cultivators from the 5 realms, particularly swordsmen and blade practitioners, to contend for the treasures left behind by the true martial emperor. The Sword Sovereign ranking, much like the Golden Scale's ranking of the Cloudy Abyss, was also a legacy from the true martial emperor, one of the 5 emperors. However, after the decline of martial fortune in true martial heaven, the Sword Sovereign ranking was sealed, and the 9 prefectures' Sword Sovereign Assembly became an event solely for the cultivators of true martial heaven. With the mastery of the blade domain, it is possible that Taiping may achieve greater heights and perhaps seize the first place. Just as everyone remained silent, the previously reticent Amon suddenly spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Seizing first place? Lu Chuxian felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this term. I too believe it is not entirely impossible, Qianyi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuxian seemed to make a resolute decision as he clenched his teeth and declared, if Taiping truly can seize first place, we at the 9 prefectures shall not hesitate to reopen the Sword Sovereign ranking, warmly welcoming cultivators from all realms to gather in true martial heaven to contest for the Sword Sovereign title. Upon hearing this, the once dull eyes of the elderly guest elders brightened. If the master truly reopens the Sword Sovereign ranking, I will devote my old bones to secure a spot for the 9 prefectures. Qian Yi exclaimed, slamming the table with vigor. Count me in, Amon added once more. Hearing this, Lu Chuxian took a deep breath and solemnly stated, then it is settled. If Xu Taiping claims first place, we shall reopen the Sword Sovereign ranking. In the cloudy abyss, upon the viewing platform of the Golden Scales pool, Chu Tianqing, filled with excitement, gazed at Xu Taiping descending from the Golden Scales platform and asked without turning back, Master, do you think senior brother Taiping can seize first place? With the ability to master the blade domain, he may indeed have a chance, replied the junior sister, Lu Rushuang, after a moment of contemplation. In stark contrast to her tranquil exterior, her heart surged with tumultuous emotions at this moment. She possessed a clearer understanding than anyone else present of the profound transformations that would ensue if Xu Taiping were to claim victory, changes that would reverberate through Zhenwu Tian, affect Xu Taiping himself, and impact her senior brother Jianjiu. Senior brother, master, and all esteemed ancestors of the Qingxian sect, please bless Taiping on his journey. This is the final opportunity for our Taishan sect, Lu Rushuang whispered fervently within her heart. Chapter 275, Encountering the Demonic Seed. The transformation pill of the Dongfang family little junior sister. My injuries are not severe. I just took a bone restoration pill and rested for a while. I will join you shortly. If I am unable to arrive in time, please ask His Highness Tianqing to use the Moonshadow Stone to record the 3rd prince's match. In the lounge of the Jinlin pool, where disciples awaited their turn, Xu Taiping was preoccupied with healing his injuries and thus could not immediately reunite with his little junior sister and the others. He had to inform them through a communication jade slip. Ping'an, please give me another qi gathering pill. After setting down the jade slip, Xu Taiping glanced at the little monkey, Ping'an, perched on his shoulder. Ping'an chattered twice and retrieved a pill from its gourd, handing it to Xu Taiping. Given that many cultivators in Yuyun Tian brought spiritual pets, Xu Taiping often allowed Ping'an to assist him. Young Master Xu. Just as Xu Taiping was about to consume the qi gathering pill, a gentle and melodious voice of a young girl suddenly reached his ears from behind. Turning to look, he was surprised to find it was Dongfang Yuejian from Qinglong Tian. Miss Dongfang, Xu Taiping nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Their differing competition schedules had made this close encounter a first for them. Has your injury improved, young Master Xu? Dongfang Yuejian inquired, her tone tinged with shyness. Thank you for your concern, Miss Dongfang. It's merely some superficial wounds. After taking the medicinal pill, I am almost fully recovered, Xu Taiping replied, patting his chest with a smile of gratitude. That's good to hear. Perhaps due to Xu Taiping's open demeanor, the shyness that had previously graced Dongfang Yuejian's face diminished significantly, though she still seemed hesitant to continue speaking. As Xu Taiping contemplated what Dongfang Yuejian might wish to express, Ping'an suddenly communicated telepathically, Big brother, she wants to hug me. Hug you? Xu Taiping initially failed to grasp the implication, but upon noticing Dongfang Yuejian's gaze darting towards Ping'an, who was perched on his shoulder, propped up on his hands with an adorable demeanor, he finally understood. After shrinking, Ping'an's snowy white fur and charming appearance made him resemble a little snowball, irresistibly endearing to girls. Su Shushu, may I take a look at your spiritual pet? Finally, summoning her courage, Dongfang Yuejian posed the question to Xu Taiping. Unable to suppress a smile, Xu Taiping refrained from making a unilateral decision and instead turned to regard Ping'an on his shoulder. Ping'an stretched lazily and then addressed Dongfang Yuejian, sister. You must not rub my head. Upon hearing Ping'an speak, Dongfang Yuejian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded, sister would never do that. Upon hearing this, Ping An gently leapt onto the shoulder of Dongfang Yuejiao. Brother Xu, does this spirit monkey possess the bloodline of the mountain-moving ape? She inquired, scrutinizing Ping An while not lifting her head from her contemplation. Miss Dongfang seems quite knowledgeable about spirit beasts, Xu Taiping remarked with curiosity. Our Dongfang family excels in the nurturing of spirit beasts. However, the bloodline of the mountain-moving ape is exceedingly rare, and most exhibit untamed wildness, making it rare to find one as docile as Ping An. At that moment, the typically reticent Dongfang Yuejiao transformed into a loquacious conversationalist. Oh, little Ping An has already reached the realm of the great demon king. Does this not mean that he merely requires a transformation pill to attain further breakthrough? She exclaimed with delight. Xu Taiping, taken aback by her words, realized that, with Sister Lingyue's teachings on concealing one's aura, it was indeed challenging for a common person to discern Ping An's true cultivation level. It appears that this young lady possesses a genuine understanding of spirit beasts. Xu Taiping mused inwardly. Brother Taiping, our Dongfang family specializes in the refinement of transformation pills. When you find the time, do visit our Qinglong Tian. I shall ensure that my family sells it to you at the most reasonable price. Dongfang Yuejiao assured Xu Taiping with great generosity while cradling Ping An. Hearing this, Xu Taiping felt a surge of joy and promptly inquired of Ping An, is what this lady said true? Ping An responded instantly through their mental connection. Elder brother. What she said is indeed true. Her family has taken in many spirit beasts and genuinely cherishes them. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping expressed his gratitude to Dongfang Yuejiao in advance. I kindly ask you, miss, to retain a map of your estate in Qinglong Tian for me. When I am free, I shall certainly come to seek the medicine. There's no need for such formality, Brother Xu, Dongfang Yuejiao replied, waving her hand dismissively. She then produced a jade tablet and handed it to Xu Taiping, saying, when you arrive at Qinglong Tian in the future, simply follow the map contained within this jade tablet to locate our Dongfang family's residence, and present the tablet to my servants, and I shall come to greet you. Thank you, Xu Taiping said, accepting the jade tablet with genuine surprise at having resolved the matter of Ping An and by U.S. transformation pill here. Elder brother, this lady is truly kind. She has taken in many abandoned elderly spirit pets at her home, Ping An conveyed to Xu Taiping, filled with emotion. Indeed, she is a remarkably amiable young lady. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. His keen observational skills allowed him to perceive that Dongfang Yuejiao, while holding Ping An, deliberately restrained her spiritual energy fluctuations within her body. Though it was a minor detail, it was sufficient to reveal her character. What a commotion! Since there's no need for a competition, why not hasten your departure? At that moment, a young man clad in dark robes entered the hall with a sullen expression. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yuejiao promptly returned Ping An to Xu Taiping and apologized to the young man. I apologize, young Master Mo. Brother Xu was about to leave, but was summoned by me. At this moment, Xu Taiping turned his gaze towards the youth, instantly recognizing him as Mo Yichao, the adversary of Dongfang Yuejian in this round. Chapter 276, Encountering the Demon Seed. Xu Taiping possessed a modicum of understanding regarding Mo Yichao. He was a disciple of the Mo family from the city of the giant deer in the Xinhuang realm, and he was a bitter rival of the Gongshu family from Qianji City. His strength was likely comparable to Gongshu Bai, yet fortune favored him far more. He had progressed thus far with little encounter of formidable opponents. Moreover, he recalled that this individual had a notoriously foul temper, capable of quarreling even with the tavern's attendants. However, to err on the side of caution, Xu Taiping employed his profound consciousness to sense the aura of Mo Yichao. Upon failing to detect any trace of demonic energy emanating from him, he turned to bid farewell to Dongfang Yuejian, saying, Miss Dongfang, I shall take my leave now. I apologize for the disturbance, young Master Xu. Dongfang Yuejian wore an expression of regret. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Mo Yichao had already turned and departed towards the room prepared for him at the Golden Scale Pavilion. Xu Taiping had initially intended to leave without further ado, particularly as the competition between the third prince and Tang Yin was about to commence. Yet, before he could turn away, he suddenly heard Ping An's voice in his mind. Elder brother, that person is cursing you and Sister Dongfang in his heart. Let him be. Xu Taiping replied dismissively at first. However, Ping An's next revelation sent a shiver down his spine. Elder brother, that person is quite strange. It seems he is conversing with someone, incessantly asking when he will be granted more magical power. He desires to slay everyone here, leaving none alive. He also mentioned that he has discovered a method to counter Sister Dongfang's drawing the sky, but he must kill. Without bloodshed, he cannot win this contest. In an instant, a term flashed through Xu Taiping's mind, Xuanhua Demon Seed. He had never anticipated that the very demon seed he had sought for so long had just brushed past him. Young Master Xu? Noticing Xu Taiping's daze, Dongfang Yuejian looked on with curiosity and gently tapped his arm. Oh, I was just struck by a sudden thought. I beg your pardon, Miss Dongfang, Xu Taiping replied sheepishly, regaining his composure. At that moment, Ping En's voice resonated in Xu Taiping's mind once more. Elder brother, could you assist Sister Dongfang? I do not wish for her demise. Although Ping En was unaware of the existence of the demon seed, his long-standing companionship with Xu Taiping had attuned him to his brother's current apprehension towards Mo Yichao. After a rapid mental calculation, Xu Taiping's gaze rested upon the jade brush hanging from Dongfang Yuejian's waist. He then retrieved a moonshadow stone from his robe and presented it to her, stating, Miss Dongfang, consider this a return gift for the jade pendant earlier. Return gift? Dongfang Yuejian was perplexed. You may examine it at your leisure, and you shall understand. Xu Taiping replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively before striding away without looking back. Due to the peculiar abilities of the mysterious demonic seed, he found himself unable to elucidate the situation to Dongfang Yuejian. Informing the Yuyan mansion would similarly provoke the enigmatic powers of that demonic seed, reminiscent of how the Yin god had slain 2 cultivators, resulting in the demise of all cultivators within the golden scale pool. Thus, his options were severely constrained. This young Master Xu was indeed an oddity. Upon returning to her chamber, Dongfang Yuejian retrieved the moonshadow stone given to her by Xu Taiping, infusing it with a stream of spiritual energy as she spoke. Immediately, she beheld a harrowing battlefield depicted within the stone. Wait, why does this scene seem familiar? Wasn't this the grand battle that had circulated in the capital, where young Master Xu aided the Western Liang Red Armored Cavalry in defending the Tianhai Pass? Why would young Master Xu show me this? As she continued to gaze, Dongfang Yuejian suddenly jolted awake. However, as the violence within the scene escalated, her attention was drawn to Xu Taiping's martial techniques and the radiant Buddhist light occasionally emanating from above his head. She realized that the footage that had spread through the capital days prior paled in comparison to the current display of Xu Taiping's martial prowess and physicality. Was this truly the physique expected of a human cultivator? The more she observed, the more alarmed she became. Yet, what captivated her most was the scene where Xu Taiping, utilizing the mountain-bearing stance, withstood a devastating blow from the whale demon's hammer-like head. It was known that even the gates of Tianhai Pass could not withstand such a strike. Upon completing her viewing of the Moonshadow Stone's imagery, beads of cold sweat involuntarily surfaced on Dongfang Yuejian's forehead. She murmured in trepidation, I am fortunate to have avoided this young Master Xu. However, she soon felt a tinge of embarrassment and added, Young Master Xu showing me this must be his way of offering assistance after I summoned him with a stroke of my brush last time. Though her heart brimmed with gratitude, she shook her head, saying, Last time was due to an urgent situation, and I was depleted of spiritual energy. This time, in the battle against that ink crow chick, such circumstances will surely not repeat. Being somewhat bashful, she felt hesitant to summon Xu Taiping again. Nevertheless, after a moment of serious contemplation, she meticulously committed to memory the movements and physical details of Xu Taiping displayed within the Moonshadow Stone. Summoning young Master Xu's formidable physique with a brushstroke indeed demanded less spiritual energy than invoking a divine artifact like the Excalibur. Just in case, it was prudent to memorize it first. If the need arose, she would certainly express her gratitude in person. With these thoughts in mind, she carefully observed the imagery within the Moonshadow Stone once more. The next match, the formidable Yuyan Tianchi facing off against the Qinglong Tian Tangyan. What a fortunate coincidence. As the mansion Lord Qiu Shanyuan announced, Xu Taiping finally ascended to the viewing platform of the Xianyun Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 277. Encountering the demonic seed and methods to eradicate its senior brother. You have finally arrived. If you don't come up soon, we shall have to call upon the Yuyan mansion to seek you out. As Xu Taiping stepped into the pavilion's viewing platform, he heard the voice of the 7th princess. Chu Tianqing, I apologize for causing you concern. Xu Taiping smiled apologetically at the crowd. Senior brother, You've been cooped up in your room these past few days. Were you secretly comprehending the realm of blades? Xu Tianqing grasped Xu Taiping's arm, his expression imbued with an air of mystery as he whispered. Xu Taiping found himself both amused and exasperated. Tianqing, how can you so casually pry into your senior brother's secrets? Before Xu Taiping could respond further, the little junior sister spoke sternly, casting a disapproving glance at Xu Tianqing. Immediately, Xu Tianqing chuckled and ceased his inquisitive probing. It isn't much of a secret. If you wish to know, I can reveal it to you after the competition concludes. As he spoke, Xu Taiping took a seat beside the little junior sister. Matters pertaining to the clandestine arts should ideally remain known to but a single individual. Even to those closest to you, they must not be disclosed, the little junior sister. Lu Ruoshuang cautioned earnestly. I shall heed your guidance, Xu Taiping replied, nodding solemnly. How is your injury faring? Lu Ruoshuang whispered, her concern evident as she discreetly sent a message to Xu Taiping. As she spoke, the runes beneath her feet, which had been suppressing sensory perception, flickered back to life. Little junior sister, my injuries are not severe. They are mostly superficial, Xu Taiping replied, his gaze discreetly directed toward the third prince standing on the golden scale platform, communicating with Lu Ruoshuang. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion crossed Lu Ruoshuang's face, prompting her to inquire further, if your injuries are truly minor. It is unlike you to linger down there for so long. I was just about to mention that to you. Xu Taiping's expression turned grave. Do not rush to speak. Wait a moment. Lu Ruoshuang seemed to sense something, lightly tapping the ground with her toes, causing the runes to expand by several circles. Now you may proceed. She conveyed to Xu Taiping. Understanding that the little junior sister had just established a barrier against sound and mental perception, Xu Taiping felt reassured and transmitted, little junior sister. I may have located that item. At this revelation, Lu Ruoshuang's eyes sharpened with intensity. You haven't alerted him, have you? She inquired immediately. No, Xu Taiping responded. Lu Ruoshuang's demeanor relaxed slightly upon hearing this. It is wise that you did not disturb him until that entity completes its metamorphosis. It poses no threat if left undisturbed. However, should it be provoked, the entire city could become a graveyard. Even those in the spirit refinement realm might withstand the malevolent aura, but ordinary citizens and practitioners would likely lose their minds and become mere husks. Lu Ruoshuang conveyed this with a lingering sense of dread, fully aware of the peril posed by the demonic seed, having experienced its consequences firsthand. At present, in whom does that entity reside? It cannot be Tang Yan, can it? She asked, her expression grave as she glanced down at the golden scale platform. No. It is the opponent of Dongfang Yuejian in the next match, the Mo Yichao from the Xianhuang Tianjulu city. So it is a member of the Mo family? Could it be that this demonic seed originated from Xianhuang Tian? Lu Ruoshuang replied, her surprise palpable. Whether it is the Mo family or the Gongshu family, the disciples of both sects possess relatively modest cultivation levels, relying predominantly on their cunning techniques. Initially, she had little reason to doubt the disciples of Zhuan Huangshan. However, junior sister, I currently harbor only suspicions. Aside from the heartfelt whispers that Pinyin gleaned from the Mo Crow chick, I have yet to perceive any trace of that entity from the chick itself. Xu Taiping continued to convey through thought. Yet, this remains our most promising lead regarding that entity. Junior sister did not find Xu Taiping's doubts to be unfounded. Moreover, should Pingyin's whispers hold true, the Mo Crow chick may very well target Dongfang Yuejiao in the next competition. With the constraints of the Golden Scales ranking, my assistance to Dongfang Yuejiao is limited, hence I provided her with a moonshadow stone that captured the entirety of the scene when I, alongside the red armored riders, defended Tianhai Pass. Xu Taiping also informed Lu Ruoshuang of the moonshadow stone. You have done your utmost in this matter. Lu Ruoshuang nodded slightly upon hearing this. She had seen Xu Taiping's moonshadow stone. If Dongfang Yuejiao could invoke the technique of one brush opens the heavens to summon both Xu Taiping and the red armored riders, it would indeed wield immense power. In truth, the most effective venue for eradicating that entity lies right here on the Golden Scales platform. After a lengthy contemplation, Lu Ruoshuang once again communicated with Xu Taiping. Why do you say that, master? Xu Taiping inquired, puzzled. The Xuanhua demon seed, prior to its transformation, acquires power by continuously defeating opponents and seizing their fortune and strength. During this period, unless its identity as a demon seed is exposed, it will not utilize the inherent powers of the Xuanhua demon seed. Thus, the Golden Scales platform is the most advantageous location for its eradication, Lu Ruoshuang replied. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping experienced a moment of clarity. Do not be overly concerned, Taiping. Dongfang Yuejiao wields the one brush opens the heavens technique. The Xuanhua demon seed, bound to the powers of the chick, may not necessarily be her adversary, Lu Ruoshuang added. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. Indeed, should Dongfang Yuejiao triumph over the Mo Crow chick in the next match, the threat of the Xuanhua demon seed would be automatically dispelled, leading to a collective celebration. Boom. Just as the two continued their mental exchange, the white-clad steward at the Golden Scales platform concluded reciting the rules of the Golden Scales ranking and departed, causing the sword chi barrier that stood between the third prince and Tang Yen to shatter with a resounding explosion. Chapter 278. Third Prince. I shall now present my humble display. As the sword chi barrier fractured, Tang Yen, standing at the eastern side of the Golden Scales platform, suddenly bellowed and forcefully flicked his hand, sending his feather duster sweeping through the air. Whoosh! In an instant, a tempest erupted upon the vast expanse of the Golden Scales platform. The raging wind, imbued with a shimmering azure aura, surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a broken dam, barreling toward the third prince, Chuinan. Clang! With the sound of a sword's cry resonating, the third prince unsheathed his long sword, transforming it into a sharp silver blade of light that cleaved through the tempest, allowing the winds to howl past him on either side. Observing this, Tang Yan's other hand suddenly swept wide, releasing hundreds of small beads from his sleeve. As the surrounding spectators were taken aback, at the very moment these tiny beans touched the ground, they suddenly transformed into a multitude of armored soldiers. These several hundred warriors were lifted by the howling winds, and in the blink of an eye, they charged ferociously toward the third prince. Observing this, the third prince remained composed, simply forming intricate seals with his hands while reciting incantations. Then, he forcefully stomped his foot upon the ground. Bang! With a resounding tremor, brilliant waves of light erupted beneath him. Following this, a thunderous roar echoed as a surging wave rose, elevating the third prince while simultaneously engulfing the 100-odd armored soldiers that had lunged at him. In an instant, half of the Golden Scales platform beneath the third prince transformed into a vast expanse of water, while the other half was dominated by the tempestuous winds stirred by Tang Yan's sweeping motion. In this encounter, the two had reached a standoff. Due to the constraints of cultivation, few cultivators within the Golden Scales could match the profound essence exhibited by the third prince and Tang Yan, rendering the scene a source of awe for the onlookers. Taiping, take heed. The third prince possesses a rare Gui water spiritual root and is a disciple of the esteemed Xianghua from Lutai Mountain. He has mastery over at least one transcendent technique, and this is not his full strength, Lu Ruoshuang cautioned Xu Taiping. I can sense several potent fluctuations of energy concealed within him, akin to Tang Yan. Xu Taiping nodded in agreement. At this moment, he had set aside thoughts of the devil's seed, focusing intently on the competition before him. While vigilance against the devil's seed was necessary, he could not afford to underestimate his adversaries. Boom! Just when everyone believed the stalemate would persist, a dark light suddenly shot forth from the water beneath the third prince. Subsequently, the spectators were astonished to witness this dark light abruptly morph into a colossal fish with jagged teeth, lunging at the third prince. Whoosh! Before the third prince could react, his flying sword severed the monstrous fish in two. However, swiftly after, waves of dark light erupted from the water, transforming successively into various demonic fish and serpents that surged toward the third prince. It became evident to the crowd that these demon fish and serpents were, in fact, the very soldiers that had perished in the flood. Even more terrifying was the fact that if one cleaved these creatures in half, they would resurrect in the water as two. If severed into 3 pieces, they would multiply into 3. In a fleeting moment, the aquatic monsters had escalated from hundreds to over 1,000. Gradually, the flying sword in front of the third prince found itself overwhelmed by the relentless assault of these immortal water beasts. Unbeknownst to many, the technique practiced by Tang Yen was not merely the conjuration of soldiers from beans. It could also transform into waterborne demons. Lu Ruoshuang marveled at Tang Yen's extraordinary skill. Bang! At this juncture, dozens of water monsters, having evaded the third prince's flying sword, lunged directly at him. Although the curtain of water surrounding the third prince repelled these creatures, The sheer number was overwhelming, resulting in the water barrier shattering 3 times in mere moments. Boom. Just as everyone believed that the third prince was on the verge of peril, the curtain of water surrounding him suddenly transformed into hundreds of exquisitely sharp ice spikes at the moment dozens of water monsters lunged towards him, piercing through all of them. However, upon re-entering the water, these water monsters resurrected once more. Faced with this spectacle, the third prince remained unflustered as he altered the hand seal he held, then lifted his left foot again. This time, though, his left foot was encased in a layer of solid ice. Bang! He then forcefully stomped his ice-clad left foot onto the surface of the water. Boom! With a resounding tremor. The previously tumultuous waves beneath him transformed into a thick layer of solid ice, nearly covering half of the Golden Scales platform, as the water monsters, transformed from the Tang Yen beings, became encased in ice. Some, with half their bodies protruding from the water, were instantly turned into ice sculptures. After accomplishing this, the third prince, Chu Yi, extended his hand to retrieve his flying sword. With 2 fingers gently gliding along the blade, the sword emitted a joyful chime. He then, with a smile, pointed the sword at Tang Yen and said, "Friend Tang Yen, do not hold back. Allow me to witness the manifestation of your Lingyue Cave's divine realm." Upon hearing this, Tang Yen also chuckled heartily and, retracting his feather duster, bowed respectfully to the third prince, saying, "Then I shall demonstrate my humble abilities." As soon as the words left his lips, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth from Tang Yen, expanding outward. Almost instantly, his garments began to stretch as his body swelled, and in just a few breaths, he towered over 30 feet tall, robust as a small mountain. The waves of energy emanating from him crashed upon the spectators like relentless tides. The technique of the divine realm not only enlarged the physical form, but also elevated the aura and essence of true energy. Chapter 279, The Third Prince and Tang Yan's Divine Realm Boom. As Tang Yan's mountainous figure fully expanded, 2 waves of energy, one azure and one brown, propelled by true essence and blood vitality, violently radiated from his colossal frame. From a distance, Tang Yen resembled the legendary ancient Quafu clan, said to possess the bloodline of ancient deities. His immense stature caused the Golden Scales platform to tremble violently, until several dragon serpents below clutched the chains securing the elevated platform, stabilizing it. This was not Xu Taiping's first encounter with the Divine Realm technique. 7 years prior, during the 7 Peaks Grand Competition, the master of Huangke, the ancestor Wu Ye of the Xianyao sect, had employed this technique to aid Qing Xian against the invading Juyo demons, leaving a lasting impression. He recalled that at that time, Wu Ye single-handedly withstood the assault of a true body from a formidable Jiyuan demon lord. This comparison made Xu Taiping's expression change as he sensed the overwhelming energy fluctuations emanating from Tang Yan, realizing that the intensity of Tang Yan's aura was strikingly comparable to that of ancestor Wu Ye, even in terms of physical vitality and blood power. Xu Taiping could clearly perceive that Tang Yan surpassed the venerable Wu Ye by a significant margin. It is noteworthy that Tang Yan's cultivation level was merely half a step into the refinement of spirit. To possess an aura and vitality comparable to the pinnacle of the refinement of spirit, his true essence and blood must be at least 20 to 30 times more profound and pure than that of his contemporaries. Additionally, his comprehension of the law of the world must reach an extraordinary realm. It turns out that Tang Yan is indeed a prodigious talent. I had never before witnessed such formidable prowess in the law of the world at the same cultivation level. The 7th princess, Chu Tianqing, voiced the thoughts of all present. This undoubtedly reaffirmed the jest among the various celestial cultivators about the Golden Scale Society being a gathering of monstrous geniuses. Suddenly, the towering figure of Tang Yan, now 30 zhang high, executed a hand gesture while wielding an equally massive whisk and bellowed. Immediately, a tempest tenfold more powerful than before surged forth, resembling countless colossal invisible hands, forcefully striking towards the third prince, Chu Yinan. With a clang, as before, the third prince stood firm upon the tumultuous waves, his long sword piercing through the raging wind. Boom! Although the tempest was cleaved by his sword, the force of Tang Yan's whisk sent the third prince staggering backward. In the end, he had no choice but to solidify the water beneath his feet into ice to halt his retreat. In truth, The third prince's ability to withstand such a formidable strike from Tang Yan's law of the world with merely himself and his sword was enough to astonish all the cultivators present. Thus, even if he were to face defeat in this encounter, none would harbor even a hint of disdain for him. Upon witnessing the third prince withstand his assault, Tang Yan suddenly exerted a forceful flick of his wrist, causing the snowy threads of his whisk to tauten, resembling a long sword in his grip. He then swung this whisk, akin to a sword, with great intensity towards the third prince. Swish! At the moment the whisk sliced through the air, the howling winds on the golden scale platform transformed into hundreds of sharp wind blades, all simultaneously cleaving towards the third prince, Xu Nan. Yet, in that instant, the third prince was already enveloped by layers of frost, appearing as if he had merged with the iceberg beneath him, becoming the very pinnacle of that icy mountain. Bang! However, as the wind blades surged forth, the icy fortress conjured by the third prince was gradually peeled away, ultimately collapsing in a thunderous crash. Even the impenetrable ice encasing him was sliced through. Then, Tang Yan raised his other hand, which did not hold the whisk, and struck forth with a palm imbued with even more ferocious winds directed at the third prince. Boom! With a resounding crash, the sword energy surrounding the third prince was dispersed, and he was once again thrust backward by the violent gale. Even as the sword energy from his long sword roared, it could not sever the onslaught of Tang Yan's palm wind. As the third prince was on the verge of plummeting from the golden scale platform, Tang Yan suddenly maintained his stance while exclaiming loudly, "Your Highness, am I not worthy of receiving your full strength?" Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto the lips of the third prince, Xu Nan, who then forcefully stamped his foot upon the ground. The surging waves of water that erupted from the earth swiftly enveloped his legs and supported his back, quickly crystallizing into ice, thereby encasing him firmly upon the golden scale platform. He then released the long sword from his grasp, allowing it to hover before him, while his palm pressed against the sword's hilt. In response to Tang Yan, he proclaimed, "Brother Tang, you are indeed a formidable opponent." As he uttered these words, a ring carved from jade on the index finger of his hand suddenly shattered. Instantly, 5 chains, forged from spiritual energy, materialized around the third prince. Among these, the chain binding his left hand shattered with a resounding crack the moment all 5 chains manifested. Boom! With the shattering of that chain, a violent explosion resounded, and a pillar of pure sword energy surged from the third prince, dispersing the fierce winds that howled before him. "Master, does this indicate that my third brother's aura is nearing that of a transformation realm expert? What profound and pure essence must one possess to unleash such a terrifying aura?" Princess Tianxing gazed in astonishment at the third prince standing on the golden scale platform. "Your third brother's spiritual bone is an exceedingly rare Gue water spiritual bone among the heavenly spiritual bones. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to continuously accumulate true essence like a vast ocean. If he so desires, his true essence can even surpass that of transformation realm cultivators," explained the junior master, Lu Ruoshuang, to the assembly. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxing exclaimed in disbelief, "Does that mean my third brother's Gue water spiritual bone is inherently suited for the golden scale assembly?" Chapter 280, The Third Prince. Terrifyingly profound true essence, possessing profound true essence akin to that of a transformation realm cultivator without having reached the refining spirit realm, perfectly circumvents the rules of the golden scale rankings. You are not mistaken. Many of the leaders of the golden scale rankings possess spiritual bones akin to water spiritual bones, Lu Ruoshuang replied with a wry smile. However, having an abundance of true essence does not equate to strength. It depends on how the cultivator wields it. Without knowledge of its application, possessing true essence is futile. As she continued, a thunderous clash erupted as Tang Yan unleashed another palm strike toward the third prince, supplemented by an additional strike with his sweeping sword. In an instant, the roaring gusts of his powerful palm wind, accompanied by hundreds of piercing wind blades, surged toward the third prince. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, the third prince, Xu Nan, merely lifted his palm and gently pushed against the sword hilt. Clang! As the sound of the sword rang out, the third prince's flying sword shot forth, a solitary blade confronting the howling palm wind and the multitude of wind blades. At the very moment the flying sword soared into the air, a colossal wave surged from behind Xu Nan, following the trajectory of the sword as it crashed against the approaching tempest. Bang! As a thunderous collision reverberated, The tumultuous waves and fierce winds dissipated, leaving only the flying sword suspended in midair. Following the strike delivered by Tang Yan, his massive form soared with the wind. One hand raised in a palm strike, while the other gripped the sweeping sword, relentlessly bombarding the third prince below. The scene, with the howling winds and cutting blades, sent shivers down the spine of onlookers. In response to this assault, the third prince abruptly commanded his sword from afar, raising his hand to cleave through the air. Simultaneously, surging waves of water, guided by the flying sword, charged towards Tang Yan. Boom! Another resounding impact echoed as the tempestuous winds conjured by Tang Yan were obliterated by the third prince's sword strike. Heaven begets water, he intoned, raising his unarmed palms skyward with force. With a thunderous roar, the waves that nearly engulfed the entire golden-scaled platform surged upward, lifting the third prince to a level parallel with Tang Yan's gaze. Without hesitation, Tang Yan unleashed a dual strike with both sword and palm, once more aiming to annihilate the third prince. The third prince calmly observed the approaching gusts and blade-like winds, reciting the next incantation, Earth forms the sixth. As he uttered these words, he manipulated the flying sword to strike fiercely against Tang Yan's palm technique. In an instant, the flying sword, accompanied by the rising waves, surged forth once more towards Tang Yan. This time, the undulating waves transformed into countless flying swords, raining down upon him with relentless ferocity. With a resounding crash, the tempestuous winds conjured by Tang Yan dissipated as the myriad water-wrought swords cascaded onto him, swiftly engulfing his form, which had been manifested by the law of heaven and earth. Thud! Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, Tang Yan's corporeal manifestation withstood the third prince's formidable sword strike. The swirling winds and incessantly striking palm winds shattered and cleaved through the layers of waves. It must be said, Tang Yan had truly mastered this law of heaven and earth to its utmost limits. Regrettably, he faced the formidable third prince, Xu Taiping. Clang! Just as Tang Yan succeeded in dispersing the surrounding waves, the sound of a sword's resonance echoed once more. The third prince, Xu Taiping, commanded his sword again, directing it alongside the countless water-wrought swords that surged in a relentless tide, once again aiming to engulf Tang Yan. Yet, Tang Yan remained undeterred, utilizing his colossal form to block the third prince's strike once more. However, this time, the surging waves behind the third prince did not cease. One wave followed another, continuously transforming into flying swords that struck towards Tang Yan. Boom! Ultimately, the swirling winds surrounding Tang Yan could no longer withstand the onslaught of the water-wrought swords, forcing him to endure with sheer physicality. Thud! Yet, as the third prince unleashed another strike, Tang Yan's law of heaven and earth was shattered. As the water waves threatened to engulf him, a flying sword pierced through, tearing apart the tumultuous waters. In the distance, the third prince merely curled his finger, and the surging waves instantaneously froze, solidifying upon the golden scales platform. Tang Yan gazed upon the colossal iceberg formed by countless icy swords, a flicker of profound terror flashing in his eyes as he gasped for breath. Gradually, he rose to his feet and, with a respectful gesture towards the third prince standing atop the ice mountain, expressed his gratitude. "I thank His Highness for sparing my life. I concede with full acceptance." Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted into a deafening chorus of gasps after a moment of stunned silence. The seventh princess, Xu Taiping, swallowed hard, her face etched with disbelief as she murmured, "Is my third brother truly this formidable?" Meanwhile, Lu Ruoshuang furrowed her brow, discreetly conveying to Xu Taiping, "The third prince has triumphed solely through his profound essence, without resorting to any ultimate techniques. Should you face him in the next round, exercise utmost caution." Xu Taiping nodded gravely, acknowledging, "I understand, junior mistress. Such deep essence must be a preparation for some arcane art." At that moment, the voice of the mansion lord, Qiu Shan resonated, announcing, "In this contest, the victor is Yu Yun Tian, Chui Nan. The next match features Xian Huang Tian, Imo Yichou, against Cheng Long Tian, Dongfang Yujiao." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping and junior mistress Lu Ruoshuang swiftly detached their thoughts from the recent contest of the third prince. "Junior mistress, that entity is about to take the stage," Xu Taiping remarked with a serious expression. Chapter 281. The Emergence of the Demon Seed, Mo Family's Celestial Craftsmanship Technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoshuang's gaze shifted to Mo Yichao. The figure before her resembled a rather mischievous youth, youthful features still evident, slender in build, garbed in dark attire, and seemingly not exceeding 20 years of age. I truly cannot sense the aura of a demon seed, Taiping. You may have made an error this time, she said, after keenly attuning herself to Mo Yichao's essence. Turning to Xu Taiping with a smile, she added, to be honest, I too wish I were mistaken. Xu Taiping smiled wryly in response. Let us observe further, with Dongfang Yujiao's cultivation, combined with the source art's heavenly opening. If indeed Mo Yichao harbors a demon seed within, it will surely compel him to reveal his true aura, Lu Ruoshuang remarked, her gaze shifting to Dongfang Yujiao. At that moment, Dongfang Yujiao maintained her usual serene demeanor, though a hint of caution glimmered in her eyes. It was evident that she did not underestimate the match simply due to her opponent's obscurity. Xu Taiping, sensing this determination, felt a slight alleviation of his worries. Junior mistress, what distinguishes the mechanical arts of the Mo family from those of the Gongshu family? Xu Taiping inquired. In their origins, the mechanical arts of these two families were quite similar, both deriving from the ancient scroll celestial craft of the spirit bone steel. It was only after millennia of evolution that substantial differences emerged, particularly in the crafting of celestial treasures above the heavenly tier. The most significant distinction between the two lies in the fact that the treasures of the Gongsu family remain lifeless, devoid of flesh and blood, while the treasures of the Mo family possess vitality. Lu Ruoshuang elucidated to Xu Taiping. Living creatures? Xu Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Ruoshuang nodded. Continuing her explanation, the Mo family has mastered a divine technique known as the art of creation, contained within the ancient scrolls of craftsmanship. This art not only allows for the resurrection of decayed flesh, but also employs the technique of transplanting life, enabling the head of a deceased tiger to be reassembled onto the body of a lion, thereby giving rise to an entirely new species. In the recent battle of the celestial demons, humanity's victory was largely due to the Mo family patriarch, who unleashed the ancient beast Tao Tai, cultivated over a millennium, which devoured 30,000 demon generals and turned the tide of battle. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt an even deeper sense of dread. However, the Mo family's legacy is shrouded in mystery. Following the demise of the Mo family patriarch after the battle of the celestial demons, the art of creation was lost, and it remains uncertain whether any descendants of the Mo family have continued the lineage. Should the legacy be entirely severed, humanity may struggle to endure the next confrontation with the celestial demons. Lu Ruoshuang sighed deeply as she concluded. If this Mo Yao chick is not related to that legacy, I would genuinely wish to see a Mo family disciple triumph. After all, with such martial fortune, it may rekindle the patriarchal lineage. She shook her head with a bittersweet smile. Xu Taiping resonated with his junior sister's sentiments. Although he had not personally experienced the battle of the celestial demons, both Lingyue and Lu Ruoshuang exhibited palpable fear and apprehension whenever they mentioned it, underscoring the battlefield's terror. Nevertheless, the Mo family has traditionally shunned conflict, rarely sending disciples to contest for accolades, focusing instead on the study of the ancient scrolls of craftsmanship. Thus, it is highly likely that this Mo Yao chick is not the strongest disciple of the Mo family. Lu Ruoshuang added further. Boom. Just as the two conversed, the wall of sword energy on the golden scale platform erupted with a thunderous blast as Dongfang Yuejiao and Mo Yao both simultaneously unleashed their auras. Crack. As Mo Yao released his aura, he brandished a long whip, striking it forcefully against the ground. In an instant, with a resounding crash, 18 colossal wooden kites soared from the whip's shadow, emanating terrifying waves of energy while spiraling around Mo Yao. Each of these enormous wooden kites bore a bow, though none possessed arrows. Distinctively, these wooden kites, in addition to carrying bows, exhibited varying degrees of living attributes. Some bore eagle-like eyes, while others sported feathered wings. Had he encountered such a sight previously, Xu Taiping might have found it merely intriguing. However, after hearing his junior sister's account, he recognized that this was indeed the Mo family's most unique technique. Crack. In addition to the 18 wooden kites, with another lash of the whip, a puppet lion demon materialized beneath him. Unlike ordinary lion demons, this snow-white lion possesses a head forged from adamantine iron. At that moment, as the ink raven chick once again lashed out, 18 wooden kites soared forth with the cry of eagles, darting towards Dongfang Yuejiao. Riding on a phoenix, Dongfang Yuejiao, upon witnessing this spectacle, elegantly traced her jade brush through the air. Instantly, a vivid tableau of a battlefield with a volley of arrows appeared before her, followed by a thunderous barrage of tens of thousands of arrows erupting from the painting, all hurtling towards the 18 wooden kites. However, these wooden kites were evidently unlike ordinary puppets. They moved with the agility of sentient beasts, deftly weaving through the gaps between the arrows. Some shielded themselves with their wings while continuing their dive towards Dongfang Yuejiao. As they approached within 1,000 yards, the ink raven chick lashed out once more, causing the 18 wooden kites to freeze in place, their crossbows suddenly glowing with the brilliance of magical artifacts. In an instant, massive fireballs, flying swords, boulders, long spears, and colossal axes were unleashed from the crossbows, raining down upon Dongfang Yuejiao, now adorned in her violet, celestial robe. With a resounding crash, the phantasmal strikes of these magical artifacts were repelled by the violet radiance emanating from her celestial attire. Yet, before long, the crossbows behind the 18 wooden kites glimmered once again with magical light. This time, various spells were unleashed, including fireball incantations, torrential rain spells, and icy spires. Although these spells were quite ordinary, their sheer volume was overwhelming. Thus, yet another wave of assaults descended upon Dongfang Yuejiao like a torrential downpour. In Chapter 282, The Emergence of the Demon Seed, the Ink Raven Chick's scheming. During the previous contests, the Ink Raven Chick had consistently employed this method, gradually depleting the opponent's true essence and nudging them towards surrender. Observing the unfolding scene, Lu Rushuang spoke gravely. These wooden kites, though not living beings, can evade attacks like the living, while simultaneously launching diverse spells akin to magical artifacts. The craftsmanship of the Mo family's creation truly opens one's eyes. Xu Taiping similarly felt astonished. In truth, controlling these puppets, much like the Gongshu family, required immense mental concentration. The ability to simultaneously command 18 celestial-grade puppets indicated that the Ink Raven Chick's spiritual power was indeed exceptional among the Mo family descendants. Lu Rushuang evaluated the Ink Raven Chick with discernment. At that moment, Dongfang Yuejiao appeared unwilling to prolong the entanglement with the Ink Raven Chick. Immediately, she invoked the heaven-splitting technique, summoning the Sword of Extermination as she charged, sword in hand, on her phoenix towards the group of 18 wooden kites. With a single strike, the Sword of Extermination unleashed a cascading light that engulfed the 18 wooden kites, obliterating them entirely. Yet at that instant, the Ink Raven Chick, seated upon the puppet white lion, felt an immense surge of energy, and the long whip he had amassed power and glowed brilliantly. Subsequently, he struck the ground heavily with the whip, unleashing a wave of potent energy. In the fleeting moment of the whip's extraction, an ancient and primal aura surged forth, radiating from the whip itself. This essence bore an unsettling quality, evoking a sense of impending doom, as if it sought to engulf the very souls of its observers. Both Xu Taiping and Lu Rushuang felt a tremor in their hearts, and simultaneously, a singular term manifested in their minds: demonic seed. This aura was cunningly concealed. Had it not been for their deliberate attunement, it would have gone unnoticed. The ominous entity was not hidden within the body of the crow fledgling, but rather ensconced within the whip. Xu Taiping's realization dawned upon him instantly. At that moment, the bone whip in the hands of the crow fledgling underwent a dramatic transformation, visibly morphing into a colossal skeletal form of a phoenix, encircling the fledgling within. Concurrently, this skeletal frame began to rapidly sprout flesh. The art of celestial craftsmanship from the Mo family. Could it be that this crow fledgling, with the aid of that entity, had comprehended the legacy of the Mo family's divine craftsmanship? Lu Rushuang remarked in astonishment. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yuejiao sensed a significant shift and, without hesitation, donned her purple celestial robes. Brandishing the Excalibur of immortality, and unleashed a mighty strike aimed at the crow fledgling below. Yet, just as the cascading sword light descended, the phoenix skeleton encircling the fledgling surged forward in a thunderous rush to meet the blade. As it soared forth, its skeletal form became enveloped in flesh at a remarkable pace, transforming into a gigantic avian creature that was neither entirely crow nor crane. With a mere opening of its beak, the monstrous bird devoured the sword energy unleashed by Dongfang Yuejiao. Before she could react, The creature tilted its head and emitted a chilling cry that reverberated through the air, unsettling the hearts and minds of those present. This is disastrous. Recognizing the sound and witnessing the creature, which had begun to sprout feathers on one side of its body, Lu Rushuang abruptly rose to her feet. This was the divine bird by Fong. Although it was not particularly formidable in combat, its cries could disturb one's spirit, causing memories to fade into oblivion. In an instant, Lu Rushuang discerned the intent of the crow fledgling. For if Dongfang Yuejiao's mind were to be thrown into disarray, losing her memories, her celestial artistry would be rendered ineffective. Xu Taiping's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this, for if her spirit were truly unsettled, it was likely that Dongfang Yuejiao would be incapable of conceding defeat. Boom. At that very moment, the ethereal image of the Excalibur in Dongfang Yuejiao's grasp shattered, and the purple celestial robes, also conjured through her celestial artistry, began to fissure. Even the phoenix she rode began to spiral uncontrollably. Something was amiss. An unsettling discord loomed. Amidst the piercing cries of the divine bird by Fong, Dongfang Yuejiao's consciousness became increasingly chaotic. Memories that were recollected one moment would elude her grasp the next. Even when faced with imminent peril, she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Simultaneously, the crow fledgling, perched upon the puppet white lion, wore a smirk and drew forth another bone whip, commanding, "Achio, consume her." No sooner had the words left his lips than the whip surged and transformed into a massive skeletal dragon. Boom! As a piercing sound sliced through the air. The skeletal dragon, bearing only fragments of flesh and bone, soared into the sky, lunging directly at Dongfang Yuejiao, who was being led astray by the phoenix. Quickly remember. Dongfang Yuejiao, you must remember, anything will do, as long as you can recall it. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at the dragon hurtling towards her, her lips murmuring incessantly. In that very moment, a voice resonated within her mind. Young lady of the East, consider this a response to the jade token. This utterance jolted Dongfang Yuejiao into clarity. She swiftly retrieved a moonshadow stone from her sleeve and infused it with her vital essence. The images within the stone materialized before her eyes, and with this visual cue, the chaotic memories in her mind began to settle. Tianhai Pass, Tianhai Pass, Tianhai Pass. She chanted softly, grasping a brush and pouring every ounce of her essence and vigor into depicting the defensive diagram of Tianhai Pass. Boom! With a resounding explosion of energy, a battalion of tattered red-armored cavalry emerged upon the golden scale platform. Simultaneously, the ethereal figure of Xu Taiping, embodying the form of a dragon whale, appeared, radiating a halo of Buddhist light above him. "Raise your shields," commanded an elder general leading the red cavalry. As an invisible shield manifested in the air above the golden scale platform, providing steadfast protection for Dongfang Yuejiao. Crash! The colossal head of the skeletal dragon struck the shield's illusion with tremendous force, shattering it into fragments. Yet, as the dragon surged forward, poised to devour Dongfang Yuejiao, Xu Taiping's apparition suddenly assumed a stance reminiscent of the Tanshan form, and with a thunderous impact, managed to intercept the dragon's fierce assault. This time, propelled by the recoil of the Tanshan form, the dragon's head was forcefully deflected away. At this moment, the onlookers, who had previously been astonished, collectively gasped. Neither the exquisite craftsmanship of the Crow Chick's celestial art, nor Dongfang Yuejiao's summon of 300 red-armored cavalry in her moment of peril, alongside Xu Taiping's somewhat terrifying presence, had been anticipated by them. Brother, the Xu Taiping summoned by Dongfang Yuejiao seems even more formidable than the one we observed within the Moonshadow Stone, Mu Yuchen remarked, equally astonished from the viewing platform of the Guangling Pavilion. The Moonshadow Stone we witnessed must have withheld too much information. Perhaps this is Xu Taiping's true strength. He speculated with a serious demeanor. Then how did Dongfang Yuejiao manage to depict it? Mu Yuchen found himself even more perplexed. According to the intelligence we've gathered, aside from General Zhang Tianze and Xu Taiping, who possess their own Moonshadow Stones, there should be no other means to view the complete scene of that battle, he murmured. Does this imply that Xu Taiping gifted Dongfang Yuejiao his own Moonshadow Stone? But why would he do such a thing? Dongfang Yuejiao is hardly an imposing figure. Mu Yuchen frowned, deep in thought. In this world, beyond mere beauty, there exists a plethora of commodities available for trade. Mu Yun cast a helpless glance at Mu Yuchen. Meanwhile, on another viewing platform, Xu Taiping, upon witnessing this scene, let out a profound sigh of relief. Unintentionally, you have indeed saved this Eastern maiden's life. At this moment, Lu Rushuang also looked towards Xu Taiping with a sense of gratitude. The Eastern Moon Cocoon, bearing the legacy of source techniques, if it were to perish at the hands of the demonic seed, would result in a significant loss for the entire Shangqing realm. I truly could not fathom what else could assist the Eastern Maiden. Otherwise, I would not have offered her merely this. Xu Taiping smiled wryly. Boom. Just as the two conversed, the skeletal dragon, repelled by Xu Taiping's illusory form utilizing the Tanshan stance, suddenly struck down with a heavy claw upon Xu Taiping's apparition. This time, while Xu Taiping's illusion managed to block the skeletal dragon's assault with the Tanshan stance, it failed to rebound the creature, allowing it to strike again without granting Xu Taiping's silhouette a moment to replenish its spiritual energy. Bang! With the skeletal dragon's claw descending once more, the illusion of Xu Taiping, crafted by the painting of heaven technique, dimmed considerably. This cannot continue, no matter how formidable the painting of heaven technique may be. The summoned treasures still require the wielder to command them. However, the Eastern Moon Cocoon's consciousness had evidently been disrupted by the divine bird, Bai Fong. Forget controlling the summoned treasures. She likely cannot even muster the thought of conceding. Lu Rushuang expressed her concerns. The Eastern Maiden is not one to be so fragile. Xu Taiping shook his head, unwilling to believe that a cultivator capable of acquiring the source technique would possess such a feeble mind. Bang! At that moment, on the golden scales platform, the summoned illusion of Xu Taiping was struck heavily by the skeletal dragon's claw, shattering even the Tanshan stance and sending it flying. Just then, the Eastern Moon Cocoon suddenly raised her hand, striking her palms forcefully against her ears. Ah! The Eastern Moon Cocoon cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Observing this scene, Lu Rushuang, though her eyes reflected a hint of respect, could only shake her head in resignation. It is futile. The cry of Bai Fong will directly affect her psyche. The already disturbed consciousness will not recover swiftly. At most, it may grant her a fleeting moment of tranquility. Indeed, the reality aligned closely with Lu Rushuang's predictions. The Eastern Moon Cocoon's self-inflicted injury to her ears yielded only a temporary respite for her spirit. The memories lost amidst the chaos of Bai Fong's cry remained elusive, including the thought of conceding. However, driven by the instinct for survival, the Eastern Moon Cocoon, with blood trickling from her ears, slowly rose from the ground. Then, gripping her jade brush with trembling hands, she inscribed the character for end and summoned all her strength to cry out, "Slay the bird." Ultimately, only by vanquishing Bai Fong can her spirit be free from disturbance. With that, she crushed the jade brush with a decisive snap. Boom! Upon issuing the command to slay the bird, the true essence within the Eastern Moon Cocoon surged forth in its entirety, with a considerable portion empowering the 300 scarlet armored cavalry summoned by her painting of heaven technique. The remaining portion was entirely distributed to the ethereal figure of Xu Taiping, summoned by the painting of the heavens. At that moment, the skeletal dragon, which had already developed a significant portion of flesh and bone, suddenly opened its maw, only half of which bore flesh, and violently unleashed a colossal fireball towards the red-armored cavalry and Xu Taiping below. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ruchang furrowed her brows and remarked, "This is the ancient ferocious beast, the Qiulong. Even in its incomplete state, this fledgling has managed to forge 2 living automatons of such caliber. If it were to acquire the full power of the demonic seed, the entire Yuyun realm would likely face an immense calamity." Recognizing the identity of the skeletal dragon intensified Lu Ruchang's unease. Chapter 284, Slaughter of Bifong. The fearless demon-subduing seal reappears, raised the shield. At that moment, atop the golden scales platform, with the voice of the old general resonating once more, a massive shadow of a shield reappeared above the heads of the red-armored cavalry and Dongfang Yuejiao. With the true essence provided by Dongfang Yuejiao, the strength of the red-armored cavalry significantly increased upon formation, enabling them to withstand the fireball. Bang! Although the shadow of the shield successfully blocked the fireball, the flames that erupted afterward incinerated numerous spectral figures of the red-armored cavalry. Suddenly, dozens of them vanished, causing the shield's shadow overhead to visibly diminish. Just as the skeletal dragon was about to expel another fireball, Xu Taiping's ethereal figure abruptly leaped from the military formation and delivered a heavy punch to the dragon's skull. However, This strike merely caused the creature's head to wobble slightly, causing the fireball to veer off course. Once the dragon regained its balance, it promptly swatted Xu Taiping aside with a claw. This won't do. Though this Qiu Long is a living automaton forged by the fledgling, its strength is beyond that of an ordinary warrior, remarked the little master ant, her face filled with concern. In her view, the only course of action for Dongfang Yuejiao was to find a way to restore clarity to her spirit and swiftly concede. Yet, upon seeing his own ethereal figure rising from the ground, Xu Taiping shook his head and asserted, "At this moment, I should be able to withstand this Qiu Long." Lu Ruchang, puzzled, looked at Xu Taiping and inquired, "Why do you say that?" Xu Taiping pointed to the Buddhist light behind his ethereal figure on the Golden Scales platform and replied, "I was fortunate enough to acquire the Fearless Seal and the Demon-Subduing Seal from the Buddha. It appears that the technique of the young lady from Dongfang has also incorporated these two seals." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flickered in Lu Ruchang's eyes as she exclaimed, "You have received the Fearless Seal and the Demon-Subduing Seal from the Buddha?" Xu Taiping nodded earnestly and stated, "Without these two seals, I would stand no chance against those demon lords." While the two conversed, two Buddhist hand seals appeared behind Xu Taiping's ethereal figure on the Golden Scales platform. Following this, the aura emanating from the figure began to surge dramatically. Just then, the Qiu Long struck again with its claw towards Xu Taiping's ethereal form. This time, with a resounding thud, Xu Taiping, crowned by the two Buddhist hand seals, forcefully repelled the dragon's claw. In swift succession, a resounding clang echoed as Xu Taiping's ethereal form drew its blade, unleashing a sweeping arc of over 100 feet that descended heavily upon the head of the serpentine dragon. With a single strike, the dragon's neck was cleaved, blood gushing forth, revealing bone beneath. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Bolstered by two mystical seals, Xu Taiping's spectral figure, as if endowed with divine support, continued to unleash blow after blow upon the dragon, which wailed in anguish. This spectacle left not only the assembled cultivators in stunned silence, but also startled Xu Taiping himself. He had not anticipated that this celestial art could indeed channel the powers of the invincible seal and the demon-subduing seal, rivaling the formidable strength he had once wielded through those very seals. "Xu Taiping, do you still possess the invincible seal and the demon-subduing seal?" Lu Ruoshuang inquired, her eyes glinting with excitement as she regarded him. "Alas, no," Xu Taiping replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Following the battle at Tianhai Pass, he had lost not only the invincible seal, but also the mystical energy of the universal balance bracelet, severing the tenuous connection he once had with Master Kasayapa. Upon hearing this, a look of regret crossed Lu Ruoshuang's face. What a pity. If we had those two seals, we could directly confront that demonic seed. Boom. At that moment, another thunderous sound reverberated from the Golden Scales platform below. Upon peering down, they beheld Xu Taiping's ethereal figure entangled with the dragon, both plummeting from the heavens in a fierce struggle. This scene sent waves of shock through the surrounding cultivators. Is it truly possible for a mere mortal to engage in such a struggle with a dragon? Mu Yuqin from the Guangling Pavilion stuttered in disbelief. Humans cannot. But do you know the origin of the two seals above Xu Taiping's head? Mu Yun replied with a faint smile, turning to Mu Yuqin. What origin? Mu Yuqin asked, puzzled. Have you heard of the 7 hand seals once utilized by the Buddhist sect to pacify a realm of demons? The two seals above Xu Taiping are among the most potent of these 7. The invincible seal and the demon-subduing seal, Mu Yun elucidated. At this revelation, Mu Yuqin's face drained of color. Ah Chun, once this Golden Scales meeting concludes, we must personally visit the Xianyun Martial Hall. Indeed, Mu Yuqin initially stood in shock, then nodded vigorously. Bang! Suddenly, the dragon and Xu Taiping's spectral form, which had been locked in combat, were forcefully separated. A closer inspection revealed that Xu Taiping's apparition had noticeably faded, its aura diminishing at a visibly alarming rate. This is not good. Miss Dongfang's true essence is nearly exhausted. If a way to concede is not found soon, she may indeed meet her end upon this Golden Scales platform, Mu Yun remarked, furrowing his brow. That should not be the case. The Ink Crow chick would not dare offend the entire dragon-riding heavenly cultivation realm unless it sought destruction, Mu Yuqin retorted dismissively. However, the unfolding events on the Golden Scales platform soon compelled her to reconsider her stance. The deformed dragon, having cast off Xu Taiping's illusory form, swung its tail menacingly towards the eastern moon cocoon, clearly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Xu Taiping's phantom struck down heavily upon the dragon's tail, pinning it firmly to the surface of the golden scales platform. At that instant, the phantoms of 300 red armored riders had formed a battle formation and charged towards the mutilated divine bird, Bai Fong, under the command of the aged general, who hurled his spears with great ferocity. Yet, alas, with the resounding roar of the white lion beneath the fledgling Moya, the magically imbued spears were scattered by the sound waves emanating from that thunderous cry. Nevertheless, the red armored riders did not relent. They continued to heed the final command issued by the eastern moon cocoon, relentlessly advancing and hurling their spears at the divine bird. However, phantoms are but phantoms, lacking the capacity to adapt their formations, and this rudimentary tactic was swiftly discerned by the fledgling Moya. Thus, regardless of how many times they charged, they were ultimately thwarted by her defenses. As the repeated assaults took their toll, the once formidable force of 300 red armored riders dwindled to a mere 100. Come on, keep coming. I can endure. The dwindling numbers of the red armored riders brought a sly smile to the corner of Moya's mouth. Boom. At that moment, as Xu Taiping's phantom prepared to dissipate the Buddha seal above, it delivered a crushing blow that shattered half of the dragon's visage. Then, he leaped from his position, drawing his sword with a swift motion, in accordance with the last command from the eastern moon cocoon, standing poised before the maimed divine bird, Bai Fong. On the other side, with only the aged general remaining among the red armored riders, Moya paid him no heed, riding the white lion to intercept Xu Taiping. Boom. Without the two Buddha seals, Xu Taiping's phantom was sent reeling by the lion's roar, nearly disintegrating in the process. However, at that moment, the old general's voice resonated once more from below the golden scales platform. Heaven Sea Town, brothers, follow me to slay the demons. Recognizing that only one red armored rider remained, Moya, upon hearing this battle cry, did not even glance back, resolutely charging towards Xu Taiping's phantom on her white lion. Just as she prepared to command her lion to tear apart Xu Taiping's illusion with a swift claw, a piercing cry from the divine bird Bai Fong echoed behind her. She turned to see the once seemingly decrepit old general radiating an aura of terrifying might, as his hurled spear pierced through one of Bai Fong's wings, sending it crashing to the ground. In the wake of Bai Fong's fall, the old general struck his own chest with a palm and, spear in hand, charged towards the fallen creature, continuing to cry out, Heaven Sea Town, brothers, follow me to slay the demons. The solitary figure of man, horse, and spear racing towards Bai Fong left the gathered cultivators on the viewing platform in stunned silence. Finally regaining her senses, Moya swiftly turned the lion's head, filled with righteous fury, and pursued the old general. At this moment, the ethereal silhouette of Xu Taiping suddenly let out a thunderous roar, leaping from its position to violently knock the Moya Chao to the ground from atop the white lion. Let go, get away. Regardless of the contortions the Moya Chao attempted, Xu Taiping's apparition clung to it tenaciously. Just as Xu Taiping's phantom was on the verge of complete dissolution, an old general charging towards the Bai Fong pierced its skull with a spear. The divine bird Bai Fong let out a chilling cry before crashing heavily to the ground. After vanquishing the Bai Fong, the old general's ethereal form slowly turned, casting a distant gaze towards Xu Taiping in the stands, a faint smile gracing his lips. In that instant, both he and Xu Taiping's forms began to dissipate in unison. Witnessing that smile, Xu Taiping's body suddenly stiffened, his lips trembling as he murmured, Thank you, General. He understood it was merely an illusion conjured by the Eastern Moon Cocoon's celestial artistry, yet he could not suppress his emotions. At that moment, a weak yet defiant voice echoed from the Jinlin platform, declaring, I, the dragon rider of the Eastern Moon Cocoon, concede. Only then did a thunderous uproar erupt from the surrounding stands. The Moya Chao, having failed to slay the Eastern Moon Cocoon, glared at Xu Taiping from afar. Seething with rage, Xu Taiping did not shy away from the Moya Chao's gaze, meeting it with a calm and composed demeanor. That evening, within the courtyard of the Xian Yun Martial Arts Academy, everyone, including the young master, cast sorrowful glances at the bronze mirror. At that moment, the mirror reflected two names, Zhen Wu Tian Xu Taiping and Xian Huang Tian Moya Chao. After a prolonged silence, Xu Taiping suddenly fixed his gaze on the name of Moya Chao in the mirror, addressing the young master. You said that the best way to eradicate this malignant seed is to triumph over him in the contest, correct? Lu Ruoshuang furrowed her brow in response. Yes. But this risk should not rest solely upon your shoulders. Consider it further. Xu Taiping remained silent. His mind was inundated with images of the old general, rallying his men, shouting, Heavenly Sea, follow me to slay demons. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and declared, I have made my decision. Taiping, do not rush into your choice. This round of competition allows for a 5-day respite, and we have time to deliberate. Taiping. Concurrently, the voice of the blade demon resonated in his mind. If you fear not death, then in these 5 days, come to my blade domain, and see if you can fully master the 8th blade domain or directly break through to the 2nd level. Hearing this, Xu Taiping's lips twitched slightly, yet he ultimately nodded, replying, I would be most grateful. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door of the Hidden Immortal Martial Arts Academy. The young master, who was about to continue persuading Xu Taiping, halted and lifted her gaze toward the entrance, inquiring, Who is it? Soon, a commanding voice resonated from outside. I am Qiu Shanyuan, the lord of the Yuyuan prefecture. The crowd was taken aback. After dismissing all others, Xu Taiping, Lu Rushuang, and the head of the manor, Qiu Shanyuan, sat facing each other. Young Master Xu, I shall speak plainly. I have come to the Xianyun Martial Arts School for a singular purpose. Qiu Shanyuan's demeanor was exceedingly grave as he looked towards Xu Taiping. What matter is this? Xu Taiping inquired, perplexed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qiu Shanyuan abruptly rose to his feet and, with utmost seriousness, bowed deeply to Xu Taiping. I implore you, young Master Xu, to slay the fledgling of the Mo during the upcoming competition for the sake of the countless citizens of Yuyuan. Chapter 286. The Acquisition of a Treasure. What prompts such a request from you, Manor Master Qiu? Xu Taiping exchanged glances with Lu Rushuang. They seemed to share an unspoken understanding, yet neither dared to voice it. Manor Master Qiu, you honor me too greatly. Please, let us sit and discuss this matter further. Xu Taiping gestured for Qiu Shanyuan to take his seat once more. Have you two perhaps recognized that entity? Qiu Shanyuan was somewhat taken aback by Xu Taiping and Lu Rushuang's reactions. Manor Master Qiu, I would appreciate it if you would first elucidate why you wish for Taiping to eliminate the fledgling of the Mo during the next competition. Lu Rushuang neither confirmed nor denied. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shanyuan nodded and retrieved an ancient gold coin from his robe, placing it upon the table. Under the flickering candlelight, the coin revealed faint circles of radiance emanating from its surface. Soon after, Xu Taiping and Lu Rushuang felt their spiritual senses severed from the outside world. Clearly, this coin was a treasure meant to isolate external perceptions, and of considerable quality. Surely, both you, Master Lu and young Master Xu, have heard of the demonic seed? Qiu Shanyuan broached the subject directly. Xu Taiping exchanged another glance with Lu Rushuang, confirming their suspicions. Taiping, remain silent. I shall handle this discussion. Lu Rushuang communicated discreetly to Xu Taiping. I appreciate your assistance, junior martial ant, he replied inwardly. Regardless of Qiu Shanyuan's true intentions in requesting the death of the fledgling, allowing Lu Rushuang to engage first afforded him considerable latitude. However, Manor Master, what does this have to do with the upcoming competition? Lu Rushuang asked, her gaze perplexed as she regarded Qiu Shanyuan. The fledgling of the Mo harbors a 9-abyss demonic seed. Should it awaken completely, not only the entire southern Chu, but all of Yuyuan may descend into calamity. Qiu Shanyuan did not conceal this truth from Lu Rushuang and Xu Taiping, and his candor provided them with some reassurance. May I inquire, Manor Master, how you became aware of this? Lu Rushuang poured a cup of tea for Qiu Shanyuan. As far as she knew, the Xianji master had merely informed the Yuyuan manor through Yun'in Temple about the existence of a demonic seed infiltrating the Golden Scale Society, without any knowledge of the specific individual it had possessed. The calm expressions on Lu Rushuang and Xu Taiping's faces further confirmed Qiu Shanyuan's suspicion that they too had sensed the demonic seed within the fledgling. With this realization, Qiu Shanyuan's gaze toward the two became more cautious and contemplative. Initially, the Golden Scales list detected the presence of the demonic entity, yet we were unaware that it had infiltrated the disciples participating in the Golden Scale Society. Not long ago, the abbot of Yun'in Temple dispatched someone to remind us. It was then that we began to narrow the scope of our investigation from the entire city of cultivators to those disciples still participating in the competition. The true confirmation that the demonic seed resided within the body of the Crow Chick came during today's contest when the Crow Chick employed the art of heavenly craftsmanship. At that moment, the current head of the Mo family, situated in the Xianhuang heavens, communicated to me that there was something amiss with the Crow Chick. This prompted me to summon the old Dragon King, who had been slumbering at the bottom of the Golden Scales Pond, for an investigation. As expected, the old Dragon King detected the ominous aura of the Nine Abyss demonic seed emanating from it. Qiu Shunyuan recounted the process of discovering the Nine Abyss demonic seed to the two present, revealing nearly every detail without concealment. In fact, I had previously requested the old Dragon King to investigate as well, but the aura of the demonic seed was cleverly concealed, eluding even his senses. He then added further clarification. Upon hearing this, Lu Rushuang nodded in realization before continuing, Lord Xiu, if I may speak candidly. Not to mention the multitude of powerful cultivators gathered in the capital at present, your Yuyan mansion must possess various means to deal with that demonic seed, correct? In response, Qiu Shunyuan sighed, saying, this particular demonic seed is unlike any other. It is a rare Nine Abyss catastrophic demonic seed. This seed harbors a calamity force, which, once unleashed, could pose a threat not only to ordinary folk, but even to some cultivators. Fortunately, this catastrophic demonic seed remains in a dormant state most of the time. As long as it is not disturbed, its calamity force will not be released. It awakens its power gradually by utilizing the host to overcome opponents. Should it suffer defeat in a contest or battle, it will abandon the corporeal form and return to slumber until a new suitable host appears. Therefore, the most prudent approach to deal with such a demonic seed is to vanquish it before it awakens. Given the necessity of explaining the reasons for requesting Xu Taiping to eliminate the Crow Chick, Qiu Shunyuan provided a thorough account of the matter, which closely aligned with Lu Rushuang's explanation to Xu Taiping. However, my lord, today's contest has demonstrated that the strength of the Crow Chick may very well rival that of Taiping, and having triumphed over Miss Dongfang, its power could potentially multiply. Thus, this contest is fundamentally unbalanced. If you wish for Taiping to slay that demonic seed, it may prove unfeasible, Lu Rushuang sighed. Her words were directed not only at Lord Qiu Shunyuan, but also intended for Xu Taiping. If possible, she naturally wished for Xu Taiping to strive for victory in the next round, as it would greatly benefit not only him, but also Jinwu Heaven and Qingxian sect. However, given that this contest was destined for failure, even death, she believed it unnecessary to take the risk. Preserving life is paramount. After all, one must prioritize survival. Su Gongzi, had Miss Dongfang not summoned that phantom before you at Tianhaiguan today, I would never have sought you out under such circumstances, knowing the futility of the endeavor. Qiu Shunyuan stated earnestly, turning to Xu Taiping. Why do you say that, Lord Qiu? Xu Taiping inquired, perplexed. Chapter 287. Treasures require blood rock soul firestone. Qiu Shunyuan promptly elucidated. The Moke family's celestial craftsmanship indeed possesses the ability to forge numerous ancient ferocious beasts. However, due to the restrictions imposed by the Golden Scale ranking, the caliber and quantity of these beasts are limited. Thus, the beasts that the Crow hatchling can use for the competition must not exceed the rank of Demon Sovereign, nor may their number surpass 3. Should either of these limits be breached, he would be disqualified from the Golden Scale ranking and lose the contest. Based on the intelligence we gathered from Jilu City, within these constraints, the only ancient ferocious beasts that could pose a threat to the current competitors, which the hatchling could summon, are the mountain-moving giant ape, the dragon-like serpent that has previously appeared, and the ferocious beast Xiongqi. Although the beasts created through celestial craftsmanship lack the raw power of their original forms, they still possess a significant portion of divine might, estimated at around 30 to 40%. Therefore, these 3 beasts, despite their relatively low rank, can wield strength comparable to that of divine cultivators, even those at the transformation stage. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that these ancient ferocious beasts are primarily birthed from the essence of heaven and earth and are imbued with numerous innate restrictions, rendering ordinary Taoist techniques ineffective against them. For these reasons, the only beings capable of overcoming these 3 ferocious beasts are those possessing equally formidable physiques. Given your performance at the Tianhai Pass, coupled with your recent comprehension of the ultimate intent and blade domain, You are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to face the hatchling. As Qiu Shunyuan concluded his remarks, his demeanor radiated excitement. The information conveyed by him also filled Xu Taiping with surprise. Master Qiu, intelligence is merely intelligence. It would be fortunate if even 30% of it proves useful in the actual arena. Noticing Xu Taiping's apparent inclination, Lu Rushuang immediately interjected with a subtle reminder. I fully understand this, yet young Master Xu, you ought to seriously consider it. If this endeavor succeeds, I, Qiu, assure you a satisfactory reward, and afterwards, I can leverage the power of the golden scale pool to heal your injuries. As long as there is breath in my body, I can restore you to your former self, Qiu Shunyuan assured Xu Taiping. Xu Taiping chuckled upon hearing this, then replied to Master Qiu, Master, if I am to receive a reward after the deed is done, it would be futile if I do not live to claim it, regardless of its value. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shunyuan's eyes gleamed with understanding, and he earnestly assured Xu Taiping, young Master Xu, should you be willing to engage in a full-scale battle against the Crow hatchling, adhering to the rules of the Golden Scale ranking, I shall be more than willing to present that reward in advance. Seeing that Xu Taiping seemed to have his own thoughts, Lu Rushuang refrained from interjecting, quietly observing from the side. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Taiping finally spoke. I require an artifact capable of enhancing my strength in a short time. At this, Qiu Shunyuan furrowed his brow and replied, young Master Xu, it is not that I am stingy. The artifacts that could assist you are certain to surpass the limitations of the Golden Scale ranking. Should you bring such an item into the arena, it would lead to your immediate disqualification from the Golden Scale platform. Furthermore, attempting to confront the demonic seed outside of the Golden Scale platform may very well disturb it, unleashing its catastrophic powers. Only by vanquishing the malevolent seed of calamity upon the Golden Scale platform can we induce its slumber without harming the innocent. This was previously articulated by Qiu Shunyuan. What I refer to is a treasure capable of enhancing my strength within the 5 days leading up to the competition. Xu Taiping shook his head. For instance, the Zen seal of Buddhism. He directly broached the subject with Qiu Shunyuan. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shunyuan's brow furrowed, pondering how this youth had knowledge of the Zen seal residing in the treasury of the Yuyun Manor. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the voice of the little monkey Pinyin resonated in Xu Taiping's consciousness. Elder brother, although the restrictions on him prevent me from clearly hearing his words, I surmise he must possess a treasure akin to the Zen seal. Otherwise, his emotions would not be so tumultuous. Upon hearing Pingin's words, Xu Taiping secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was determined to confront the fledgling Emoya, yet he needed to elevate his prowess as much as possible beforehand. Thus, from the moment the custodian of the Yuyun Emperor's treasury seated himself before him, Xu Taiping had been contemplating how to procure 1 or 2 items to aid his cultivation. Young Master Xu, you are now on the brink of the refining spirit realm. Any further elevation would preclude your ascent to the Golden Scale platform. Qiu Shunyuan frowned and inquired. He needed to discern Xu Taiping's intentions for enhancing his strength to make a decision. Naturally, I cannot elevate my realm, but I wish to enhance my mastery of the techniques I currently cultivate. Xu Taiping hesitated momentarily before continuing. What else? Qiu Shunyuan could not restrain his curiosity. My blade domain. Xu Taiping ultimately resolved to speak candidly. If possible, I would like to see if I can fully master the Zhangba blade domain before this competition, or even break through to the second level, the 100 Zhang. He gazed earnestly at Qiu Shunyuan. Upon hearing this, Qiu Shunyuan could not help but gasp. Young Master Xu, to master the blade domain completely within 5 days is a daunting challenge. Even if I were to provide you with the Zen seal, it may not be achievable. Indeed. But how can one know without attempting? Xu Taiping smiled faintly at Qiu Shunyuan. The implication of his words was clear. If I do not receive the Zen seal, I shall not participate. Qiu Shunyuan furrowed his brow. Treasures of the caliber of the Zen seal are scarce even within the treasury of the Yuyun Emperor. The crux of the matter is that even with the Zen seal, Xu Taiping's aspiration to master the blade domain in 5 days seemed utterly fantastical. Just as Qiu Shunyuan hesitated, the voice of the blade demon suddenly echoed in Xu Taiping's mind. Taiping, have him provide you with a piece of blood rock soulfire stone. Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping felt perplexed, pondering that since Qiu Shunyuan had yet to agree to grant him the Zen seal, he would undoubtedly refuse to part with another item. However, since the esteemed blade demon had spoken, Xu Taiping felt compelled to inquire. Thus, he tapped his fingers on the table, raised his gaze, and addressed Qiu Shunyuan. Moreover, Lord Qiu, I would like to request a piece of blood rock soul firestone. However, to Xu Taiping's astonishment, Qiu Shunyuan, upon hearing these words, suddenly revealed an expression of disbelief in his eyes, incredulously asking Xu Taiping, "You actually know about the blood rock soul firestone? Is this truly remarkable?" Xu Taiping was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the blood rock soul firestone would elicit such a reaction from the lord of the Qiu manor. Yet, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he should not have posed such a question, as it inadvertently exposed his unfamiliarity with the blood rock soul firestone. Nevertheless, to Qiu Shunyuan, Xu Taiping's inquiry seemed to imply that something so ordinary should not be deemed extraordinary. I recall the emperor mentioning that no more than 10 individuals in the upper clarity realm are aware of the blood rock soul firestone. Indeed, to establish a blade domain in such a short span of time, Xu Taiping must have a formidable figure behind him guiding him. Perhaps even a powerful being of the ninefold blade domain. Otherwise, what purpose would the blood rock soul firestone, an object that is not only useless but detrimental to ordinary cultivators, serve him? This esteemed elder must be wishing to use Xu Taiping's words to remind me of the soul firestone. After a brief, yet rapid contemplation, Qiu Shunyuan ultimately resolved within his heart to agree to this matter. He then earnestly raised his gaze to Xu Taiping and Lu Rushuang, stating, "Esteemed guests, I can preliminarily agree to this matter. However, both the Zen seal and the blood rock soul firestone are exceedingly precious, and I must consult the emperor before making a final decision. You will receive a definitive response by tomorrow." In truth, Qiu Shunyuan's reason for consulting the emperor was not due to the Zen seal or the blood rock soul firestone, but rather the distinguished individual behind Xu Taiping who was knowledgeable about the blood rock soul firestone. "Of course, that is entirely acceptable," Xu Taiping replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Seeing Xu Taiping's acquiescence, Qiu Shunyuan let out a sigh of relief. If they could eliminate a demonic seed of calamity, the loss of a Zen seal and a blood rock soul firestone would be inconsequential for the Yuyuan manor. "Young Master Xu, this golden essence coin has been personally refined by the emperor. Although it possesses no other function, it can block the sensing of demonic creatures. For safety's sake, please accept it for now." As Qiu Shunyuan rose, he picked up the golden essence coin from the table and handed it to Xu Taiping. "Thank you, Lord Qiu." Xu Taiping, without hesitation, accepted the golden essence coin. "Now, I shall take my leave. Master Lu, young Master Xu, please keep tonight's affairs confidential." Qiu Shunyuan clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xu Taiping and Lu Rushuang. "Taiping, are you truly going to agree to this matter?" After Qiu Shunyuan departed, Master Lu looked at Xu Taiping with some concern. "Little Master Ant, every cultivator has but a single opportunity in their lifetime to participate in the Golden Scales Assembly. If I concede without even attempting, I will undoubtedly regret it in the future." Xu Taiping interlaced his fingers behind his head, gazing up at the night sky above, and continued, "Moreover, if I surpass this crow chick, I shall have the chance to vie for the top position. Did you not also mention? The higher my rank on the Golden Scales list, the fewer lives will be lost in the impending chaotic era for the true martial heaven and the Qingxian sect. This increases my Master's odds of survival in that mystical abyss. An opportunity has presented itself before me. If I do not seize it, I fear it may never come again." With unwavering resolve, Xu Taiping turned to face Lu Rushuang, his gaze imbued with an intensity that sent a shiver through her heart. It was all too reminiscent of her two senior brothers when they bid farewell to their master at that very door. The look in Xu Taiping's eyes mirrored theirs so closely that it sent a chill racing through her. Might the curse of the Taishan sect, like its legacy, have befallen Taiping as well? Resolutely, she decided that regardless of the outcome in the upcoming contest, she must inform him of this matter. He deserves to know everything. Having made up her mind, Lu Rushuang nodded and said, "Since you are resolute in your decision, focus on your cultivation in the coming days. I will take care of the communication with the Yuyuan court. Rest assured, I shall ensure that they offer a reward commensurate with the risks you are taking." Upon hearing this, Xu Taiping's lips curled into a smile, and he nodded appreciatively. "With you handling this, I can certainly feel at ease. With her involvement, he need not worry about haggling with the officials of Yuyuan court. By the way, what exactly is this blood rock soul firestone?" Just as Lu Rushuang was about to return to her arrangements, curiosity compelled her to inquire. Xu Taiping, caught off guard, could only manage a helpless smile. He too was in the dark about it. That deep night, within the realm of the Blade Demon. Senior Blade Demon, what exactly is this Blood Rock Soul Firestone? Why did even the Lord of Yuyun Court lose his composure upon hearing its name? Xu Taiping, having just entered the Blade Domain, posed the question that had long troubled him. The Blood Rock Soul Firestone does not belong to the Shangqing realm. It originates from the Taiqing realm, which has severed ties with Shangqing. The origins of this blood rock are entangled in an ancient dispute over the great path between a certain ancient Buddha and the venerable ancestors of the Taoist sect. It is perhaps best you remain ignorant of it for now, lest you become unwittingly ensnared in the invisible web of causality, leading to a demise from which you would not understand how you fell, replied the Blade Demon in a chilling tone. Upon realizing that the matter was intertwined with the great path dispute between Buddhism and Taoism, Xu Taiping's heart trembled, and he immediately abandoned his probing thoughts. It seems, Senior Blade Demon, that your memories have indeed returned significantly, Xu Taiping observed, albeit belatedly. Indeed, since you opened the 8th-foot Blade Domain, my recollections have resurfaced considerably. The Blade Demon acknowledged, though his tone suggested a reluctance to delve further into the topic. Then, Senior Blade Demon, what purpose does this Blood Rock Soul Firestone serve? Xu Taiping promptly redirected the conversation, skeptical that the Blade Demon was merely speaking casually. The Blade Demon did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted one foot and lightly tapped the ground with his toe, rumbling. With this subtle tap, the previously tranquil Blade Domain was suddenly engulfed in flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. Simultaneously, the fragmented altar beneath them began to repair itself at a visibly accelerated pace. Moments later, Xu Taiping, astonished, discovered that within the area of the altar being restored, a passageway and staircase leading underground had emerged. Senior Blade Demon, what lies beneath those stairs? Xu Taiping gazed in astonishment at the entrance. The Knife Demon, relishing the expression on Xu Taiping's face, crossed his arms and proudly directed his attention towards the passage. Explaining to Xu Taiping, the altar where we have tested our blades over the years is not within the confines of my knife domain. Rather, it serves merely as an entrance to it. As he spoke, he gestured towards the steps leading into the passage and continued. It is below that the true essence of my knife domain resides.